A surface-level waste genius secretly harboring a shocking plan, Fang Ming, who had caused 5 precious beast companions to regress in just 1 month, was now putting his true intentions hidden behind his stoic Fasadinto action. Inside the number 7 evolution laboratory at Binhai City Beastmaster University, angry shouts reverberated throughout the room. What? It regressed again. Fang Ming, this is the 5th beast you've regressed this month. The voice of a female mentor was filled with irrepressible fury and disappointment. A strikingly handsome young man in a lab coat stood expressionless. His bright eyes and fair complexion formed a stark contrast, presenting the appearance of a gentle heartthrob, yet his icy demeanor seemed to sever any connection to the world around him. Ms. Jiang, I didn't mean to. Fang Ming's tone was flat, devoid of any trace of guilt. Didn't mean to? Is that all you have to say? Jiang Xiang exclaimed, her hands waving in exasperation. Do you even understand how rare the lion-tiger species is? And you turned it into a pet cat. Fang Ming maintained his indifferent expression, his lips curving slightly. Nightwind cat is not just a pet cat underscored. He then gently stroked a small mechanical creature beside him, as if comforting it to ignore the crazy woman in front of them and focus on tidying up the chaotic experiment table. You dare talk back? Jiang Xiaoying's chest heaved with anger. Do you even understand the value difference between those beasts? You're nothing but a reckless destroyer. Fang Ming, your behavior has been far too erratic lately. Not only in the lab, what were you thinking contracting with that maliciously mutated primitive mechanical beast and naming it Little Cutie? For the first time, a hint of guilt flickered across Fang Ming's face, but on his usually stoic features, it appeared oddly naive and endearing. Regressing 5 5-star beast companions within a month had turned the once-renowned evolution lab into a regression facility. As the lab's lead, the pressure Jiang Xiaoying faced was unimaginable. Only Fang Ming knew the truth. His beastmaster talent, Stellar Eye, was a bottomless pit of resources. Without exploiting the lab, he had no other way to make a breakthrough. His mentor had always treated him with kindness, but he kept falling short of her expectations. He silently vowed to repay her tenfold in the future. If all else failed, perhaps he could use this superior body he had gained after transmigrating to make up for it in another way. Jiang Xiaoying glared at the blank-faced youth before her. Outwardly furious, she couldn't suppress an inexplicable ripple in her heart. Such a flawless face, always as cold as ice. What was a kid his age doing pretending to be so deep? That clueless look of his was far more endearing. She suddenly recalled her mother's words. When emotions accumulate to a certain point, even negative feelings can transform into affection. If Fang Ming's guilt toward her grew strong enough, could it also eventually turn into, Professor, I'd like to request another 5-star beast companion. Shut up. Jiang Xiang snapped out of her daydream abruptly. This seemingly harmless boy was, in reality, a resource-devouring black hole that left nothing behind. Fang Ming, are you trying to ruin me completely? Fang Ming shrugged helplessly, his gaze briefly sweeping over the 23-year-old prodigy before him. Then, he returned to his trademark cold expression. Not interested underscore. What did you say? Jiang Xiaoying's voice shot up several octaves. You're not interested in this figure of mine? Ahem. You misunderstood. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated office within the university's core campus, the afternoon sunlight streamed through partially drawn curtains, casting eerie shadows across the room. Principal Huang, regarding the evolution lab, I hope you can lend your support. A pale-faced noble youth spoke obsequiously, placing a dark red crystal that glimmered with sinister energy onto the desk. Just a small token of appreciation, nothing more. Oh, the middle-aged man's gaze lingered on the crystal, entangled with black energy threads. Greed flashed in his eyes, though his expression remained calm. You how? It's not that I don't want to help, but you know the evolution lab is only evaluated once a year. No matter how poorly Fang Ming performs, I can't replace him before the designated time. The youth named Yu Hao smirked slightly and produced 2 more identical crystals from his sleeve, placing them gently on the desk. Principal Huang, Fang Ming has regressed 4 beast companions in just 1 month. What lab could withstand such losses? The principal's eyes fixed on the 3 crystals, their sinister glow reflecting in his pupils. Finally, he smiled. With a wave of his hand, the abyssal crystals vanished into thin air. You make a valid point. His repeated mistakes are indeed unacceptable. I can exercise some special privileges, but bear in mind, the number 7 lab is led by Jiang Xiaoying. Her background is not simple, and she's been very protective of Fang Ming. Yu Hao's brow furrowed slightly at the response, cursing inwardly. If it were simple, I wouldn't need your help. Yet he swallowed his frustration, his attention briefly caught by the ominous shadows writhing behind the principal. Something seemed to be watching him from the darkness, sending a chill down his spine, even as a family heir. Hey Race, what he'll do? He'll initiate a special review process for Fang Ming. But the most effective way is to make him resign voluntarily. Resign voluntarily? Yu Hao asked, puzzled. Principal Huang sneered, his gaze dripping with contempt. How naive, for the heir of the Yu family. Rest assured, once the position is vacant, it's yours. Now, off you go, I have other matters to attend to. Thank you, Principal Huang. By afternoon, Jiang Xieying returned to the lab, her face clouded with worry. Fang Ming, the school has initiated a special review process for you. There's nothing I can do about it. The losses from your experiments have been too significant. Fang Ming froze momentarily. He understood very well that the school's evolution labs were high-level institutions under the Alliance's jurisdiction, with considerable autonomy. Even the university administration had limited authority over them. For Jiang Xieying to lead the number 7 lab at just 23 years old spoke volumes about her strength and connections. Her favoritism toward Fang Ming was partly due to his striking looks, cold and aloof, the type she adored. But more importantly, it was his exceptional theoretical talent, which had made him the most outstanding student at Binhai City Beastmaster University. However, in matters like special reviews, not even she could intervene. After venting her frustration, Jiang Xieying quickly left. Watching her retreating figure, Fang Ming felt a surge of gratitude. She had shown him immense kindness, and he vowed to repay her someday. Locking the lab door behind him, Fang Ming was now alone with little Cutie, the primitive mechanical beast. Within his mental sea, in the beast space, a fist-sized, pale blue light orb floated quietly his month's worth of effort. By regressing 5 precious 5-star beast companions through his stellar eye talent, he had finally succeeded in fusing a star soul. This top-tier evolution material was tightly controlled by major families and corporations, rarely appearing on the market. When it did, it fetched prices in the tens of millions. Fang Ming focused his thoughts, summoning the star soul from the beast space into the real world through a mysterious magic circle. Little Cutie, absorb it. At that moment, Stellar Eye activated. The 4 possible evolution paths for the primitive mechanical beast appeared before him in vivid detail. Domestic Beast Series 98. Weapon Beast Series 1. Armor Beast Series 1. Mecha Beast Series Special. Flame Mecha 20. Ice Mecha 20. Thunder Mecha 20. Wind Mecha 20. Earth Mecha 20. Ghostface Mecha Unique. Without hesitation, Fang Ming chose the Mecha Beast Series Ghostface Mecha. It was the route he had planned all along. In an instant, deep within Fang Ming's beast space, a pair of enigmatic eyes slowly opened, one of them, at least. Invisible energy waves surged forth, channeled through Fang Ming's own eyes and enveloping little Cutie entirely. Under the dual influence of the star soul and the mysterious energy, little Cutie's mechanical body began to transform at an astonishing speed. It felt like a sudden shift from steampunk to cyberpunk. The rusted, weathered shell of the primitive mechanical beast peeled away, replaced by a sleek, glassy black mech exuding a cold, eerie glow. Dark, smoke-like energy coiled around its form, while its head bore a grotesque, twisted, ghostly face. Its deep, abyssal eyes seemed capable of swallowing all light. Fang Ming activated the Eye of the Stars, and the data of the ghost-faced mech appeared vividly in his mind. Name: Ghost-faced mech. Attribute: Dark. Species rank: 5 stars. Growth rank: 2 stars 110. Status: Healthy. Skills: Mech Fusion, merges with the contractor into one. Abyssal Mask, resists mental attacks and can mimic others' faces. Blade of the Ghost, condenses energy into a combat blade. Aura of Coldness, converts others' cold impressions of the contractor into growth energy. Evolution Pathway. For skills, Fang Ming couldn't hide his astonishment. This little cutie he had discovered in Beastmaster City with the Eye of the Stars, despite possessing a rare mech beast evolution path, required the aid of a star soul to ensure successful evolution due to its malignant mutation. He had hesitated between choosing the highly valuable flame mech or thunder mech, but ultimately, he opted for this unprecedented ghost-faced mech form. For a researcher, the allure of the unknown was irresistible. After completing its evolution, the ghost-faced mech shrank to a size comparable to Fang Ming's head. It cheerfully leapt onto his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling its twisted, sinister face against his cheek. Despite its grotesque features, there was a faint trace of a smile. An hour later, the laboratory was in complete disarray. Fang Ming had fully mastered the combat techniques of merging with his little cutie. While the exact purpose of the aura of coldness remained unclear, the other 3 skills had been thoroughly tested. Glancing at the time, it was already 3 p.m. He still had to head home for dinner later, but before that, Fang Ming decided to visit the Coastal City Beastmaster Association. Needed money. Mech beasts were inherently expensive, and raising one was even more of a financial drain. Over the past year, his family's savings of hundreds of thousands had been rapidly depleted by the costs of the primitive mechanical beast, growth metals, and other expenses after he awakened his Beastmaster space. Now, with the ghost-faced mech as his trump card, he planned to register as a hunter, taking on bounty and hunting missions to earn income while honing his skills in real combat. The association wasn't far from the Beastmaster University, so Fang Ming decided to walk. Just as he stepped out of the campus gate, 2 figures began tailing him from a distance. The shorter, bald man sneered. "Boss, Do we really need to bother ourselves with this pretty boy? He's just a newbie beastmaster with a one-star contract to a primitive mechanical beast, right? Shut up, the burly man growled under his breath. He's a student from the evolution lab. His status isn't simple. Our task is to make him voluntarily leave the lab. This requires finesse, got it? Soon, at the corner of a quiet alley, Fang Ming found his path blocked. The two figures before him had cold, piercing gazes, exuding a chilling aura of menace. To make matters worse, they were both beast tamers. A massive whitefoot explosive bear and a sharp-winged gale-striped sparrow hovered menacingly beside them, both beasts belonging to powerful three-star species. In this era of beast taming, only a rare few 1 in 1,000 could awaken their beast taming space at the age of 18. This rarity, combined with their immense power, elevated beast tamers to an unrivaled status. Fang Ming silently activated his starry eye, instantly discerning that both beasts had reached the 2-star level, meaning their masters were also 2-star beast tamers. Fang Ming was puzzled. He had always kept a low profile at Beast Taming University, never provoking individuals of such caliber. Without hesitation, he activated the magic array. A flash of light on his shoulder revealed his partner from the beast taming space, his little cutie. What the hell is that thing, big brother? The bald beast tamer stared at the eerie figure, his tone laced with disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to only have a primitive mechanical beast? Who cares? These researchers always come up with bizarre contraptions. The burly man sneered, cutting straight to the point. Fang Ming, let's keep this simple. Step down from Lab 7, and well, let this slide. Otherwise, before he could finish, the towering three-meter-tall whitefoot explosive bear growled menacingly, its killing intent palpable. Hearing this, Fang Ming's cold expression softened into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. He had been wanting to test the strength of his ghost-faced mech. Although they were all at the 2-star level, his ghost-faced mech belonged to a 5-star species. In terms of value alone, the two beasts before him combined couldn't compare to even a fraction of little cutie's worth. Even if they joined forces, he was fully confident in his victory. As Fang Ming remained silent and unmoved, a flicker of malice appeared in the burly man's eyes. Kid, you should know better. You can do your research anywhere, but if you end up crippled, it's game over for you. And your family, I'm sure they wouldn't want to suffer, would they? A chilling light flashed in Fang Ming's eyes. His family was his bottom line. While the starry eye and ghost-faced mech were far too extraordinary to reveal prematurely, if they dared to cross this line, they had only themselves to blame for what came next. Since his rebirth in this body, he had yet to stain his hands with human blood. Looking to die? Fang Ming's calm and indifferent words left the two men momentarily stunned, before they burst into laughter. The burly man sneered with disdain. Looks like he's scared stiff. That little black contraption of his, does he really think it can stop my whitefoot explosive bear? He had already formulated a plan. One of them would keep the beast occupied, while the other targeted the beast tamer directly. Low-star beast tamers were most vulnerable to such coordinated tactics. Roar. The whitefoot explosive bear let out a thunderous roar, its massive frame hurtling toward Fang Ming with astonishing speed. Merge. Fang Ming commanded firmly. The ghost-faced mech on his shoulder expanded in an instant, its intricate metallic components reshaping themselves amidst an eerie, ghostly aura. Zzz clang. A sleek humanoid mech enveloped Fang Ming seamlessly. His youthful, handsome face was now hidden behind a sinister, ghostly mask. Unlike the towering mech beasts of others, this form resembled a battle armor perfectly tailored to the beast tamer's body. Feeling the surging power coursing through him, Fang Ming's blood boiled with excitement, even though this wasn't his first experience with it. The whitefoot explosive bear came to an abrupt halt. What was this ghostly, metallic humanoid figure? A mech beast? Impossible. What kind of mech beast is this? Alarm bells rang in the burly man's mind. He immediately used telepathy to issue a new command. Kill. Take down this strange kid at all costs. The colossal figure of the white-pawed exploding bear blotted out the sky, its massive body nearly eclipsing the sunlight. The immense beast, with snow-white limbs and a coat of jet-black fur, exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. In front of this towering creature, Fang Ming, who had merged with the ghost-faced mecha, appeared exceptionally small. With a massive right paw, as large as a grinding wheel, the bear struck downward, its movement infused with a unique beast-taming skill. The howling wind arrived first, but Fang Ming stood motionless, his icy gaze unwavering. The possession of the ghost-faced mecha seemed to have altered his demeanor. Staring at the enormous white forelimb, as thick as his own waist, a glint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Boom. Fang Ming caught the ferocious blow of the white-pawed exploding bear with a single hand. A powerful shockwave rippled outward from the epicenter of their clash, stirring up a cloud of dust. The bear, relentless, pressed down harder with its right paw, while its left paw suddenly shot forward, blood-red claws nearly half a meter long slicing through the air toward Fang Ming's vital points. Ghost Annihilation Blade. Fang Ming muttered coldly. The ghost-face mecha's third skill activated in an instant, and a blade of energy formed in its metallic right hand. Named the Ghost Annihilation Blade, the sword's pitch-black body was edged with blood-red flames, enveloped in an eerie, ghostly aura. Swoosh! With a swift motion, the blade severed the bear's blood-red claws, the cut as smooth as a mirror. In the next instant, another slash followed, and the bear's massive head was sent flying into the air. It all happened so quickly that the burly man controlling the bear still wore a confident expression, only to be struck by the backlash of his contracted beast's death. A sharp pain pierced his chest, and he forcibly swallowed back the blood rising in his throat. Baldy, stop standing there, kill him. What they had assumed to be an easy mission had turned into a nightmare against this monstrous youth. A twisted grin appeared on Fang Ming's face as his figure vanished in an instant. Along his trajectory, a dark, ghostly shadow streaked past, accompanied by a chilling wind. Moments later, the alley was silent, with 2 human corpses and 2 slain beasts lying on the ground. After dispelling the possession, Fang Ming summoned a formation to recall the ghost-face mecha into his beast-taming space. He straightened his clothes, returning to his usual youthful and refined appearance. Glancing at the time with an impassive expression, he murmured, "Not bad. Didn't take too long. If I head to the association now, I should still make it home in time for dinner." At the same time, in a luxurious manner elsewhere in Binhai City, a middle-aged man in a long robe stood with a small black snake coiled around his arm, devouring 2 wisps of dark energy. The nether ghost Chi is returning? The man frowned slightly, turning to the young man beside him, who wore the uniform of Binhai City's Beast Taming University. "Young master, the ones we sent have had their beasts killed. It's likely they didn't survive." "How could that be?" The young man looked surprised. "Young master, should we send more people?" The young man hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "Forget it. Fang Ming himself doesn't have much combat ability. It seems someone is backing him. For now, don't touch him. As for the matter with Laboratory 7, we'll deal with it later." "But young master, this concerns the family's evaluation of you. Jiang Xieying is from the capital. Stirring up trouble with her subordinates could be problematic. Besides, the school's starry secret realm is about to open, and I need to prepare for that." After a brief pause, the boy's voice echoed in the silent space. "The situation in the shadow world is dire. Among the younger ranks below the extraordinary level in our organization, there's a significant gap. We urgently need someone capable of shouldering great responsibilities. Without such a person, the organization's interests across multiple domains will be at risk." "And what does the young master mean by this?" "Uncle Snake, I need you to step in personally and use your strength to intimidate them. More importantly, we must recruit an exceptional young talent." "Understood." Before the words fully settled, the small snake on the middle-aged man's arm suddenly swelled, its mouth opening wide to swallow him whole. In the next moment, the man and the snake vanished eerily into thin air. Meanwhile, Fang Ming had already completed his hunter registration at the association's hall. The process was surprisingly simple, so much so that even an ordinary person could easily apply. Hunters were divided into 2 main categories: beast hunters, who specialized in capturing beasts, and bounty hunters, who took on reward-based missions. Despite the low entry threshold, each field required its own specialized expertise. Beast hunters could choose to search for targets in the wilderness or wait in designated urban areas for naturally awakened beasts to appear. Capture methods varied, ranging from attempting direct contracts to using special tools for forced capture. As long as one mastered basic techniques and had enough courage, even ordinary people could take up this line of work. For this reason, forming teams freely became the norm, with only a simple registration required at the Beastmaster Association. After registering under the name Ghost Mask, Fang Ming casually applied to join a squad called Blade of the Wild. The slightly edgy name led him to believe the team likely consisted of younger members, making it easier for him to blend in. 10 minutes later, in an ordinary residential area of Binhai City. "Big bro, check out the photos I took today." Fang Qingwei excitedly showed off her work. This girl, half a head shorter than Fang Ming, was his younger sister by 2 years and currently in her final year of high school. With an exceptional talent for photography, she excelled at capturing unique perspectives, and her works often appeared in professional magazines. Her specialty was seamlessly blending urban architecture, steel structures, light effects, and beasts into her photography, creating a distinctive style. As Fang Ming looked at the photos his sister was showing with enthusiasm, an eerie smile crept onto his lips. The cold, lifeless buildings in the pictures reminded him of the earlier battle scene. The moment when the ghost mask mech took over his body, and the surge of calm, yet exhilarating killing intent he had felt. "Brother?" Fang Qingyue keenly noticed something off. "Your expression looks so strange. Did something happen?" Her imagination began to run wild. Her brother's workplace, Lab Number 7, specialized in researching beast evolution, a field critical for future evolutionist assessments and rankings, with intense competition. Considering his recent incidents causing beast regressions, coupled with the peculiar circumstances when he awakened his beast space, could it be that his mental sea had been affected? Or she had heard rumors about some mentors exploiting students. Her brother was fair-skinned and delicate-looking, and his mentor was a woman. Could it be? Brother, do you think I'm cute? She tentatively asked. Fang Ming immediately pulled a face of disdain. Be good, don't ask. Bro, there's a new female teacher at our school. She's only 22 and super pretty. Want me to introduce her to you? Qing Yue's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Fang Ming didn't even lift his head, his tone indifferent. I don't like women. Be good, stop fooling around. Bro. Qing Yue wanted to say more, but was promptly cut off by Fang Ming. Be good. Zip it. Qing Yue's eyes lit up, and she let out a deep breath. No problem then. She studied Fang Ming's expression closely. Yep, this is exactly Fang Ming's usual attitude and way of speaking. Mentally stable, confirmed. It was only then that Fang Ming realized his sister was testing his mental state. He was speechless for a moment, but couldn't be bothered to respond. Sitting down on the sofa, he pulled out his phone and logged into the Beast Master Association's official website. Using his ghost face identity, he entered the bounty section to look for suitable missions. Hunting beasts was a job for the team, and his application for the Wilderness Blade was still pending approval. Qing Yue, however, refused to let it go. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She paced back and forth in the living room. I was just showing concern for you. Not only do you not find me adorable, but you also act so dismissive. Suddenly, her eyes gleamed with mischief, and she raised her voice. Mom, brother's being emotionally abusive to me. Hearing the commotion, Luo Hui walked out of the kitchen, her apron still stained with oil. Her weathered yet gentle face showed a hint of reproach. Ming, stop bullying your sister. I didn't. Fang Ming quickly defended himself. It's Fang Qingyue who's bullying me, Mom. Please, see the truth. Enough. Their mother wiped her hands and pretended to raise her hand to smack Fang Ming on the head, though it stopped midair. This was her most severe method of discipline. You're a beastmaster. How could Qingyue possibly bully you? Apologize. Fang Ming glanced helplessly at his sister, who was smirking triumphantly. Ever since becoming a beastmaster, his mother's perception, thanks to Qing Yue's skillful guidance, was that he had violent tendencies. As a result, she always sided with Qing Yue. This left him at her mercy at home, often forcing him to begrudgingly give in. Dinner's ready, their mother's voice called out, breaking the tension. Fang Ming immediately put down his phone and obediently sat at the dining table. As he looked at the feast laid out before him, his thoughts drifted to the past. In his previous life, he had been a graduate student in biological sciences at Qingbei University. After an experimental accident, he found himself transported to this world of beast masters. It had been 6 years since his arrival, coincidentally, the same amount of time since his father had gone missing. On that fateful day, a rare 7-star dimensional rift had appeared in the wilderness near Binhai City, and his father, along with his entire hunter team, had vanished in the ensuing disaster. Though his father wasn't a beast master, his exceptional hunting skills had once provided the family with a comfortable life. After his disappearance, Fang Ming's gentle mother gave up her beloved dance career and took on odd jobs to make ends meet. Fang Ming, already passionate about biology, found himself thriving in this world of beasts. A year ago, he awakened his beast space and was admitted to Binhai City's Beast Master University, becoming an apprentice beast master, a profession many envied. Thanks to his outstanding performance, he was even recruited by Jiang Xiang into Laboratory Number 7 as an evolutionary apprentice, securing a stable income. Combined with Qing Yue's earnings from her photography, the family's financial situation had gradually improved. However, the cost of being a beast master was astronomical. In just 1 year, Fang Ming had nearly depleted the family's savings. After dinner, Fang Ming resumed browsing the bounty board. 4-star, capture the 4-star Beastmaster Bloodhand, who escaped from Sea City to Binhai. Reward, 9 million. 2-star, investigate the serial thefts at 3 spirit artifact shops on Fengqi Road. Reward, 50,000. 1-star, clean up high-altitude garbage in the Western District. Reward, 1,000. After scrolling for a while, he sighed. The tasks were either life-threatening, required detective-level skills, or offered pitifully low rewards. None of them seemed suitable. Fang Ming let out a long sigh. People often said that while many could afford a billion-dollar mecha beast, few could afford to maintain one. At this moment, he couldn't agree more. The little cutie in his beast space had already sent several telepathic signals of hunger. Thinking about how his sister had saved up quite a bit from her photography income over the years, Fang Ming's eyes sparkled with a sly-eyed. It was time to harvest some of her savings. After dinner, Fang Ming knocked loudly on his sister's door. Bang bang. Before he could even pull his hand back, the door swung open abruptly, and his sister Qing Yue's small, displeased face was right in front of him. Fang Ming quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding slapping her face with his hand, a reflex he attributed to the enhanced physical abilities that came with becoming a beastmaster, courtesy of the beast space and his contracted beast. Heh. Qing Yue crossed her arms, her tone icy. Disturbing my post-dinner beauty nap? You better have a good reason. Fang Ming leaned in closer to her ear with a mysterious grin and lowered his voice. There's money to be made. Let's talk inside and let Mom find out. Hmm. Qingyue's eyes lit up instantly, her sharp little canine teeth glinting with a crisp ding sound. Inside the room, Fang Ming animatedly described his genius plan, raising a beast to become powerful and then using it to benefit their family. Of course, the startup funds for this grand blueprint would naturally come from Qingyu's savings from her photography work. Just hand it over. I swear on my honor as a beast master, it'll give you a tenfold return. Fang Ming grew more and more enthusiastic. We're familiar, there's no way you'll lose out or be scammed. But Qingyu's expression grew darker. Do you think I'm stupid? All you've got is a low-level, malfunctioning, primitive mechanical beast you contracted to help you with lab chores. What other beasts are you talking about? How do you know I have a? Before Fang Ming could finish, there was a loud thud. Qingyue delivered a flawless high-side kick, sending him flying out of the room. Trying to con me? Think again. As Fang Ming rubbed his aching back and got up, his mother, Luo Hui, suddenly called out from behind. Ming, are you bullying your sister again? Fang Ming opened his mouth to respond, but, seeing Qingyu's legs still raised mid-kick, decided to remain silent. After all, he was indeed at fault for trying to take her money. Back in the living room, Fang Ming continued scrolling through the Beastmaster Association's bounty board. With his expertise as a lab specialist across 2 lifetimes, some investigation-related tasks weren't too difficult for him, although they were time-consuming and labor-intensive. Smack! A bank card suddenly dropped beside him. Take it, it's all in there. Qingyue peeked her head around the corner, her face full of resentment, as if she had already given up hope of ever seeing her money again. And who could blame her? Ever since Fang Ming awakened his beast space, he had drained tens of thousands from the family, with not a single cent repaid to date. Fang Ming picked up the bank card, feeling a warm pang in his heart. Watching his sister walk away, he silently vowed, this time, he'll pay it all back within 10 years. Scanning the card with his phone, he transferred 112,619 yuan into his digital wallet. Fang Ming was surprised by how much his sister had earned just from photography. As he was about to marvel at her success, the bounty board refreshed with a new task. 3-star mission. Capture the serial killer behind the Longqing community murders. Reward, 500,000 yuan. Clicking into the details, Fang Ming read carefully. All the victims were young women, assaulted and then killed. The suspect is believed to be a beastmaster ranked 2 stars or higher. This was a hefty reward, considering 1-star missions typically offered less than 10,000 yuan, and 2-star missions range between 10,000 and 300,000 yuan. The bounty for 3-star missions ranges between 300,000 and 1 million, while 4-star missions offer rewards far exceeding this range. Behind this seemingly simple rule lies a direct correlation between the difficulty of the mission and the strength of the perpetrator. A 2-star perpetrator corresponds to a 2-star difficulty level. However, the case in Longqing community broke this convention, with its star rating and bounty both significantly elevated by 1 level. Fang Ming keenly noticed this anomaly. Although the Beihai City Beastmaster Association has a dedicated law enforcement team to maintain order, their limited manpower often forces them to convert some cases into bounties. The elevated star rating for this case was partly due to its extremely heinous nature and partly because the law enforcement team deemed the perpetrator to be unusually ruthless and cunning. After his rebirth, Fang Ming had originally planned a simple and pragmatic path to become a highly respected evolutionist and use his unique Beastmaster talent to earn star souls, providing a better life for his family. However, the bloody encounter earlier that afternoon had made him painfully aware that this world was still a brutal jungle where only the strong survive. More importantly, someone was targeting the location of Lab Number 7. Although the first assassination attempt had failed, the assailants would undoubtedly become more vigilant. And with no knowledge of the forces behind the attack, danger could strike again at any moment. In the face of this harsh reality, there was only one path to becoming stronger. Beyond talent and effort, it required tempering oneself through countless life and death battles. As a student of Beihai City Beastmaster University and a member of Lab Number 7, Fang Ming had witnessed many masters and powerful beasts. The 2-star Beastmasters he had easily defeated today were by no means weak among their peers. This gave him a clear understanding of his own strength. When facing 2-star opponents, he had ample confidence, and even in dire situations, he could rely on his Ghostface mech for protection. After accepting the mission, more details emerged. The 3 murders had occurred 2 days apart, and apart from the fatal wounds, there were no other injuries on the victims. This puzzling detail sparked Fang Ming's thoughts. Why had the victims shown no signs of resistance during the attack? Was it due to drugs? Or some kind of special beast skill? Although unfamiliar with the Longqing community in the Eastern District, Fang Ming quickly studied the area on his phone's map and set off immediately. At 1 a.m., atop a 24-story residential building in Tianfu Garden, a boy wearing a ghost mask overlooked the entire neighborhood. To conserve his mental energy, he had only activated the mech around his face, enhancing his visual capabilities. This community, built on a hillside, featured tall buildings on its perimeter and a mix of villas and lush gardens within. It was separated from Launching Community by only 4 or 5 streets, and the terrain was strikingly similar. Given that the perpetrator had struck Launching Community just the previous night, following their pattern of committing a crime every 2 days, tonight should theoretically be safe. However, Launching Community was now heavily guarded, not only by the law enforcement team, but also by numerous skilled individuals who had accepted the bounty. Under such pressure, the perpetrator might alter their strategy and choose a new hunting ground. This kind of twisted mindset defied conventional reasoning. They might target a location with a similar layout, or even break their pattern and act tonight. Fang Ming decided to stake out this area for the next 3 nights. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a shadow at the end of a small path in the villa district. Even in the dim night, with his mecha-enhanced vision, he immediately recognized the figure. Right was by Susu, one of Beihai City Beastmaster University's top 10 combatants, known for her ferocity in battle and her striking beauty. At this moment, she looked exhausted, her tight black combat suit torn and stained with blood, indicating she had sustained minor injuries. Just as Fang Ming was about to avert his gaze, a figure abruptly appeared in front of the girl. Bai Susu walked slowly on her way home, her steps unsteady, and the wounds on her body faintly aching. Her mind was still lingering on the shadowy world's Beast Mastery Black Tournament, a life-and-death battle that had exposed many flaws in the coordination between her and Xiao Shan. It was already the early hours of the morning, and the streets were deserted. Xiao Shan had fallen into a state of rest. Although Bai Susu had tended to her wounds in time, the excessive blood loss left her feeling dizzy. Despite this, as a 3-star Beastmaster, she didn't feel fear. Her home was just a short distance away. Just as she was thinking about taking a hot shower when she got home, a man suddenly blocked her path. A chilling smile hung on his face, and a strange, small black cloud rested on his shoulder. Before Bai Susu could react, the black cloud expanded instantly, appearing above her head. Like an ink-black rainstorm, it enveloped her in an instant. Not good. Bai Susu's heart sounded an alarm. Her reaction speed, slowed by her injuries, wasn't fast enough. By the time she tried to evade, the rain had already touched her. A powerful wave of drowsiness surged over her like a tide. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, her face turning deathly pale. A 3-star, dark, demon cloud. She managed to identify it as a mental attack. Even at her peak, such an attack would have been difficult to counter, let alone now, when she was weak and caught off guard. Bai Susu bit down on the tip of her tongue, hoping the sharp pain would keep her conscious. She attempted to activate a summoning array to call Xiao Shan and tried to retrieve her blade from her spatial artifact, but it was all too late. Her mental sea had already been invaded, her beast space was severely unstable, and the array couldn't fully activate. Even her spatial artifact was inaccessible. The man let out a sinister laugh. So, you're a beastmaster, huh? How stubborn. Even after being corroded by the demon rain, you're still trying to forcefully activate your array? So delicate and fair-skinned Edgis, I'll have to play with you for a couple of days before I kill you. Bai Susu recalled the recent series of murders in Launching Community. Normally independent and confident, she now felt a chill of fear creeping into her heart. She didn't even have the strength to end her own life. Hey, you, the creepy guy over there. Why do villains always laugh like he? A clear, youthful voice suddenly broke the silence of the night. The man was startled and quickly turned, creating some distance. In his sight stood a figure wearing a strange mask, shrouded in a matching set of spiritual armor. Black energy swirled around him, blending him seamlessly into the darkness. Though his voice sounded young, the fact that he had approached so quietly hinted at his extraordinary abilities. The cautious man immediately commanded the dark demon cloud to attack. The rain-like mental energy instantly covered the area where the masked figure stood. The cloud then expanded, wrapping around the man and making his movements light and agile. Damn it! What rotten luck. Too bad about that perfect catch. The man cursed as he prepared to slip away into the night. Suddenly, an icy chill ran down his spine, as though he had been locked onto by something terrifying. A flash of crimson blade caught the corner of his eye, slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Before the man could react, his head was severed from his body, rolling several meters away. In his final moments, a lingering question haunted him: why was this strange boy completely unaffected by the demonic rain? The man's beast, a dark magic cloud, suffered a backlash from its master's demise. Its once ominous black form rapidly dimmed. Before it could flee, Fang Ming's blade struck with precision, pinning it firmly to the ground. At the same time, Bai Susu managed to dispel part of the mental erosion caused by the demonic rain. Her dazed eyes looked into the distance, where she saw a slender yet imposing figure standing beside the corpse. The boy's blade pressed down on the dark cloud, its blood-red edge gleaming conspicuously in the dim light. He wore a ghostly mask, but to Bai Susu, there was an inexplicable allure to him in that moment. Just then, Fang Ming received an unusual signal. The girl thinks you're cold and ruthless. Nutrient conversion. 199 points. He immediately recalled the fourth skill of his Ghost Mask Mech Cold Aura, which could convert others' perception of his coldness into growth nutrients for his contracted beast. A surge of energy flowed into the Ghost Mask Mech he was bonded with. A wave of excitement radiated from the little creature. Activating his starry eye, Fang Ming checked its growth level and saw that it had increased from 2-star 110 to 2-star 310. This discovery thrilled Fang Ming. After all, mecha beasts were the pinnacle of beast mastery, requiring an annual investment of tens of millions just for regular maintenance. Progressing from 2-star to 3-star could cost 50 to 60 million, and from 3-star to 4-star might exceed 100 million, with no guarantee of success. A 5-star mech alone could defend the entire Binhai city, fending off sub-7-star dimensional rifts and beast tides. Yet Bai Susu's simple impression of coldness had advanced the Ghost Mask Mech by an impressive 20. Are you alright? Fang Ming asked in a cold voice. I am fine, Bai Susu stammered, her cheeks tinged with red, her tone laced with an unfamiliar nervousness. Having lost her parents at a young age and been raised by her grandmother, Bai Susu had always been independent. Inheriting a considerable fortune, she dedicated herself entirely to combat, attending classes at the Beastmaster University, but spending the rest of her time honing her skills. To her, men were nothing but distractions that slowed her blade. But today, in her most desperate moment, this boy had appeared out of nowhere and shattered the walls she had so carefully built around her heart. Bai Susu bit her lip, a fleeting thought crossing her mind she actually wanted the person before her to help her home. She lowered her head, her voice so soft it was almost swallowed by the night breeze. Could you help me? The surroundings were completely silent. She took a deep breath and summoned her courage again. What's your name? Why don't you come to my place for a cup of coffee? The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them, biting her lip in frustration. Inviting a stranger for coffee in the middle of the night, what was she even thinking? If her classmates from the Beastmaster University were here, their jaws would have undoubtedly dropped in shock. The battle-hardened warrior, who was always so cold and distant toward men, now showed a hint of girlish shyness. Her heart raced, an unprecedented wave of nervousness overtaking Hera, feeling far more intense than facing any life-or-death battle. She waited for a response, but none came. Bai Susu looked up, only to find the space before her empty. All that remained were the corpses on the ground and the severely injured demon cloud. The cold, imposing figure had already vanished into the night. Meanwhile, Fang Ming had retracted his ghost-faced mecha and was already on his way home. As soon as he spotted his target earlier, he had activated the mecha and started recording with the video device issued by the Beastmaster Association. It was the simplest and most efficient way to verify a completed bounty mission. He wasn't worried about exposing his identity. A first-person recording combined with the ghost-face hunter persona ensured that no one could trace his true identity. Fang Ming deftly operated his wristband, uploading the video and filling in the time and location. The words, pending confirmation, flashed in red on the screen. Walking along the deserted city streets in the early hours, the streetlights cast long shadows behind him. Fang Ming began calculating the yield from his cold aura ability, 199 units of nourishment, raising it from 110 to nearly 310. Based on the cost of upgrading a mecha beast star level, he estimated that 1 unit of nourishment was equivalent to about 40,000 alliance coins in growth resources. This realization lit up Fang Ming's eyes, and his path forward became even clearer. Money. In this era of Beastmasters, whether it was acquiring powerful beasts, spirit gear, supporting beast growth, upgrades, evolution, or expanding beast storage space, everything required substantial resources. And at the root of obtaining those resources besides combat was money. To grow stronger, to give his family a better life, every answer pointed to one direction: earning money. On the journey of growth, relying solely on a cold and aloof demeanor is far from enough. Fang Ming understood deeply that in the world of beast taming, abundant resources are the essential foundation. Although his beast taming talent, the Stellar Eye, allows him to condense star souls, this ability requires a significant number of 5-star beasts as a consumable resource. Without a strong economic backing, even the most skilled cannot achieve their goals. At that moment, Fang Ming suddenly realized that the money-seeking talent, identical to Fang Qingyue's, had quietly awakened within him. His gaze fell on the Ghost Slayer blade in his hand, a weapon far more extraordinary than it appeared. The unique, ghostly energy it contained inflicted damage far beyond that of ordinary weapons. The recent battle was the best evidence of this. The Dark Cloud Beast, as a nature-type creature, should have had considerable resistance to physical attacks. Yet, with just one strike from the Ghost Slayer blade, it was left gravely injured and near death. Fang Ming quickly calculated that the cost of healing this beast would likely exceed the price of cultivating a new one. Otherwise, given his frugal nature, he would have taken this valuable Dark Cloud Beast to sell. What appeared to be an effortless one-hit kill was, in reality, the result of multiple factors aligning perfectly. The opposing beast tamer's strength far exceeded the 2-star rating stated in the bounty, was actually a 3-star expert. His Dark Cloud beast excelled in mental attacks. Fortunately, Fang Ming was equipped with the Ghost Mask mech, whose powerful secondary skill, Abyss Mask, not only defended against mental attacks, but also allowed him to alter his appearance at will. Even so, he experienced a brief moment of dizziness and drowsiness. The opponent's tactics were cautious, immediately releasing a corrosive magic rain to disrupt Fang Ming while attempting to flee on the Dark Cloud Beast. However, he hadn't anticipated encountering the Ghost Mask mech, an unheard-of piece of equipment within the alliance capable of resisting mental attacks, moving swiftly, blending into the night, and acting silently. The turning point was Fang Ming's sudden activation of the Ghost Slayer blade at close range, delivering a flawless sneak attack. In a direct confrontation, even with a significant power gap, a 3-star beast tamer would have had some means to fight back and avoid an instant defeat. This battle gave Fang Ming a profound realization. The path of beast taming is all about countering and complementing. Every type of beast has its strengths, and beast tamers awaken unique and formidable talents. His victory today was merely due to his abilities countering those of his opponent. If he were to face someone who countered him, the battle would undoubtedly be far more challenging. Fang Ming quietly contemplated his future path. Should he contract another beast skilled in direct combat as a partner? Or perhaps seek a mental-type beast to enhance his control abilities? Alternatively, should he focus on further strengthening his own combat power while fused with the mech? Before reaching 4-star status, most beast tamers concentrate on cultivating a single beast due to limited resources, energy, and the capacity of their beast space. However, Fang Ming's unique talent, the Stellar Eye, inherently grants him a level 3 beast space, allowing him to consider contracting an additional beast. Ultimately, Fang Ming leaned toward continuing to enhance his own combat power. Quality over quantity only. By relying on overwhelming personal strength, could he disregard all strategies and combinations. At the same time, within the Beast Tamer Association, Mr. Zhou, it's so late, and you're here in person, a young man said respectfully. Getting old, I can't sleep well anymore. The elderly man in a white robe chuckled, then asked, so, someone completed Lon Xian's bounty? Yes, sir. All the conditions match the suspect's traits, and the field team has already gone to the scene. We should be receiving updates shortly. The young man swiped his finger across the screen, and the elder's gaze shifted to the large LCD screen before them, which was playing Fang Ming's first-person footage. The video played slowly, and the cheerful expression of the elderly man with white hair gradually turned serious. His brows furrowed slightly, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Xiaoyi, share your conclusion. Yes. The young man straightened his back and promptly reported. After reviewing the footage, I observed that the target is equipped with an unknown dark attribute spiritual armor. He did not summon any beasts and relied solely on his own combat abilities. His notable traits include exceptional speed, the capability to remain concealed in darkness, and a battle blade that has a unique destructive effect on elemental-based opponents. Since the footage was shot from a first-person perspective, these are the only features I could identify. Mr. Zhou, what are your thoughts? The elderly man in a white robe stroked his beard and nodded slowly. Your analysis is accurate, but you missed an important detail: the dark magic cloud skill. It's an exceptionally powerful mental attack for its tier. The fact that the individual in the footage resisted such an attack suggests that the uploader either possesses an extraordinary physique or wields a unique spiritual armor. It's even possible that the person had summoned a beast, but it wasn't captured in the video. The ability to resist mental attacks might stem from their beast. The young man listened attentively, nodding repeatedly. By the way, Mr. Zhou, we have very limited information about this hunter. The only registered detail is a codename Ghostface. What's more, this was his first mission. At that moment, the young man's communicator buzzed. Mr. Zhou, the field team just sent an update. He quickly scanned the information. The victim's identity has been confirmed. It's the perpetrator of the Lanxin serial murders. The scene matches the footage perfectly. Furthermore, the dark magic cloud has been slain, and the blade wound still retains traces of black-red, ghostly energy. Oh, the elderly man raised an eyebrow. A single strike? And it carries ghost energy, a dark attribute? Interesting. Judging by the voice, the individual seems quite young. Ghostface, a rookie, intriguing. The young man hesitated. Mr. Zhou, there are too many variables, and it's difficult to assess combat strength. How should we assign a ranking? The elderly man pondered for a moment. Resisting a 3-star mental attack, slaying a 3-star beast tamer, combined with an unknown spiritual armor, a beast, and a ghostly, energy-infused blade. He deliberated. Let's do this. Based on the kill record, upgrade his bounty hunter rank to 3 stars. Temporarily set his combat rating at 90. 90. The young man was surprised, but not entirely shocked. While it was true that Ghostface had taken down a 3-star target, the success seemed more like a well-executed ambush, leaving his true capabilities uncertain. Normally, a rating of 70 to 80 would suffice, but considering his ghost energy and mental attack resistance, a slight boost was reasonable. Moreover, this was Mr. Zhou's evaluation, and given the elder's cautious nature, his private assessment of Ghostface's true potential likely exceeded 90. The young man swiftly operated the large screen, skillfully compiling the data and logging Ghostface's evaluation into the system. After the elder left, the young man working the night shift, now bored, pulled up Fang Ming's video again. So enviable, he muttered to himself. A full set of unknown spiritual armor like that. Probably some wealthy heir playing at life experience. Judging by the quality and power, it's at least 2-star grade. Here in Binhai City, only the Beast Tamer Association and the Yi family have a 3-star spirit smith each. They're untouchable figures. Even they would struggle to forge a full 2-star set of spiritual armor. Meanwhile, Fang Ming was quietly sneaking back home. At 3 a.m., he didn't want to wake his family. Not to mention, he didn't want his family to know about him taking on such dangerous bounty missions. It would only make them worry. Staying overnight at the lab had always been his go-to excuse, and his family was already used to him occasionally not coming home. Fang Ming locked the door behind him and eagerly pulled a black ring out of his pocket. This was a spatial artifact. It was the spoils he had taken from the corpse of that murderer. Other than the ring, there wasn't anything else of value on the guy. As long as the body was left behind, the association generally turned a blind eye to such scavenging behavior. The moment Fang Ming infused the ring with his mental energy, he effortlessly erased the original owner's spiritual imprint. However, after inspecting the ring's quality, he couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. A mere 1-star? Only 1 cubic meter of space? What a pauper! Despite his words, his eyes gleamed with excitement. After all, even this so-called junk would fetch 2 to 3 million on the market. It seemed that robbery was indeed a shortcut to sudden wealth. Unlike beast taming spaces that could only store beasts, spatial rings could hold anything except living creatures. Fang Ming couldn't wait to empty the contents of the ring onto his bed, but what he saw made cold sweat break out on his forehead. An assortment of tissues in various sizes and types were messily piled together, and some of them were used. This psycho doesn't even know how to use a storage box. Fang Ming muttered as he reluctantly continued to sift through the items. Blood-stained lace lingerie, camisoles, nightwear, socks. Every item seemed to scream of the murderer's crimes. Just as he was about to give up, a small box caught his attention. A spatial core. Fang Ming's eyes lit up with excitement. Although it was only the lowest grade set of 3 brown crystals, each was worth tens of thousands. This haul alone nearly matched the bounty reward. As he silently celebrated, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Before he could react, the door burst open, and Qingyu, dressed in thin sleepwear, stormed in like a gust of wind. Got you. Qingyu pinned Fang Ming down triumphantly. Staying out all night, clearly up to no good again. Don't even try to tell me you were at the lab. Fang Ming scrambled to cover the incriminating items on the bed and the trash can brimming with tissues, but it was too late. Qingyu's gaze landed on the edge of the trash can, where a blood-stained lace undergarment was partially visible. Her playful smile froze instantly. Ah! Qingyu let out a piercing scream, her face turning as pale as a sheet. Fang Ming was utterly shocked. In a flash, he darted forward and clamped his hand tightly over Qingyu's mouth. If their mom saw this scene, he wouldn't even know how he'd meet his end. The siblings instantly wrestled with each other, tumbling around the room in a chaotic scuffle. As a beast tamer, Fang Ming naturally had the upper hand in strength. Within seconds, he had Qingyu pinned against the wall, his hand still firmly covering her mouth. Tears welled up in Qingyu's eyes as she struggled and mumbled incoherent pleas. Brother, don't kill me. MMPH, MMPH. I'm your cutest little sister, remember? If you shut up, I won't kill you. Fang Ming replied coldly. Qingyu nodded repeatedly. Only then did Fang Ming release her. Looking at the exaggerated terror and grievance on her face, he sighed in exasperation. Cut it out already. Stop acting. And remember, don't go spouting nonsense to mom. Hearing this, Qingyu's expression instantly shifted. She raised both thumbs in mock admiration, her tears vanishing as if evaporated by sunlight. With a mischievous smirk that screamed trouble, she said, Wow. Big bro, I didn't know you were this twisted. TSK TSK TSK. So, how much are you paying me to keep quiet? After a round of haggling, the two finally settled on 10,000 yuan. Fang Ming secretly felt triumphant. This naive little girl really had no clue, just 10,000, and she was satisfied. He completely forgot that just a few days ago, he was a broke man surviving by tricking his sister out of her dowry. But things were different now. The 110,000 yuan Qingyu had given him remained untouched, and with this bounty, the only question was whether he'd killed the real culprit. If he'd made a mistake, he'd be losing out on a massive 500,000 yuan. As for the spatial ring and the space core, although they were incredibly valuable, he figured it was best to keep them for his own use. Just as Fang Ming was basking in his calculations, his phone suddenly buzzed with a message notification. Ding! 500,000 yuan has been deposited into your account. The air froze in an instant. Fang Ming, Qingyu. Qingyu, who had just let go of her suspicions, now stood as if struck by lightning upon seeing the message. She stared at her brother, the same one she'd grown up with, but now he felt like a complete stranger. Bloodstained underwear and a sudden windfall. What on earth had Fang Ming done overnight? Fang Ming's face darkened. Once again, he lunged forward, covering her mouth and wrestling her into submission. Left with no choice, he explained the details of his bounty mission, though he described his opponent as an ordinary human pervert rather than a 3-star beast tamer. Qingyu, being rather naive, chose to believe him, though her expression remained sour. So, you earned all that money, and you're only giving me 10,000? Seriously? Fang Ming forced an awkward smile. After another round of intense bargaining, the hush money was increased to 50,000 yuan. However, it wouldn't be paid in cash but instead deducted from the money he owed her, with the interest raised to a steep 15. Satisfied, Qingyu bounced out of the room, leaving Fang Ming grinding his teeth. At this rate, even the wolves of Wall Street would bow down to her. He pulled out his phone to check the bounty status. Sure enough, the mission was marked as completed. His hunter panel had also been updated. Name, Ghostface. Rank, 3-star. Combat power, 90. Kills, 1 3-star beast tamer. Combat power of 90, huh? Fang Ming murmured, unfazed. This matched his own self-assessment fairly well. After all, for beast tamers, it wasn't just about their beasts, their own physical strength was just as crucial. Fang Ming was well aware of the diverse ways to enhance his core strength. His innate level 3 beast taming space not only made him stand out among his peers, but also granted him physical capabilities far beyond the average person. As Little Cutie evolved, the power and speed feedback from the Ghostface mecha further amplified his abilities. At this moment, Fang Ming could easily take down dozens of ordinary people on his own. Even against someone like Qingyu, he could simultaneously subdue several opponents single-handedly if he didn't hold back intentionally. This strength, combined with the Ghostface mecha, made him even more formidable. However, he was acutely aware of his shortcomings. His techniques were relatively limited, and the 2-star Ghostface mecha still lagged behind when facing 3-star power tribute beasts. As Fang Ming pondered, he had no idea that if anyone overheard his thoughts, they'd be furious. After all, his mecha beast was already incredibly strong, yet he insisted on using its weakest attribute to compete with other strengths. Wasn't that just making things unnecessarily difficult for himself? As for the hunter rank, it wasn't just a symbol of status, but also came with significant perks at the Beast Taming Association. From task publishing, commission acceptance, item exchange, appraisal services, to room applications, higher ranks offered priority and discounts. More importantly, it was a mark of strength. Many top-tier positions and elite hunter squads required a certain hunter rank as a hard prerequisite, while advancing in rank required completing numerous standard bounties and passing the association's evaluations. There was also a shortcut: solo kills. Defeating a beast tamer of a specific star level could directly earn a promotion to the corresponding hunter rank. Fang Ming carefully examined the contents of his spatial ring. Aside from the 3 low-grade spatial cores he had previously acquired, there wasn't much else of note. Despite the late hour, the night's battles and rewards left him too exhilarated to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, his true identity had already been compromised the moment his bank card, WeChat account, and Hunter ID were linked. Although the Beast Taming Association in Binhai City couldn't access his information without authorization from the Alliance's headquarters, in this highly interconnected age, his data had already been synced to certain specialized sectors, such as the Ministry of Education. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Binhai Beast University's sports field, 2 towering leaderboards glowed brightly: the Starlight Board and the Power Board. The former displayed students' progress in exploring the starry secret realm, while the latter ranked them by strength. Both only showed the top 10 names, and listed at 4th place on the Power Board was: 4th in power, Fang Ming. Sophomore, strength unknown. The unknown strength rating was due to the Beast Taming Association's assessment of Ghostface. Although the Ministry of Education had promptly obtained the synced data, the exact strength value couldn't be displayed on the leaderboard due to constraints in the information source. However, the system had automatically adjusted the rankings based on back-end data. If Fang Ming knew about all these convoluted processes, he would likely scoff at how unnecessarily complicated it all was. The next morning, despite only a few hours of sleep, Fang Ming was energetic and focused. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he released his spiritual energy and began purifying the 3 low-grade spatial cores. As impurities gradually separated, the special energy flowed into his spiritual sea, where it was quickly absorbed by his beast-taming space. Fang Ming felt a warm current flow into his beast space. The once dark and chaotic void began to show faint traces of color. Deep within the space, the eyes of the stars remained tightly shut. Only one of them could open during activation, while the other was still in slumber. However, he could clearly sense that the beast space had become more solid and powerful. one step closer to a level 4 beast space. A glimmer of joy flashed in Fang Ming's eyes. Level 4 signified the extraordinary domain. Not only could it provide immense power feedback to the beast tamer, but it could also fully accommodate 2 or even more high-star beasts. That was a significant leap compared to a level 3 beast tamer, who could typically nurture only a single 3-star beast. Even if they barely managed to contract a second one, the limitations of their space would hinder its growth. Forcing a breakthrough would not only be extremely costly, but could also result in backlash from the beast or the space itself. Looking at the changes in his bank account balance, Fang Ming let out a bitter laugh. 40 or 50,000 gone in the blink of an eye. This really is a money pit. I'm off now, you big perv, Fang Ming. Qing Yu cheerfully waved goodbye with her school bag slung over her shoulder. As a high school senior, she didn't have the same freedom as Fang Ming. Scram, Fang Ming replied coldly. Realizing that he hadn't been to school in a long time, Fang Ming began to ponder the situation at Lab 7. Despite the heavy workload there, no one had come to rush him. He guessed that Jiang Xiang probably assumed he was feeling dejected at home due to the regression of his beast, and had thoughtfully refrained from disturbing him. I should find some time to visit the lab, Fang Ming thought to himself. He needed to clarify his intention to withdraw from research with his mentor. Jiang Xiang had always treated him well, and he couldn't just abandon his responsibilities. Moreover, once he officially quit, the forces that had previously threatened him would likely have achieved their goal. That way, both he and his family would be safer, and he could focus on quietly developing his abilities. After exchanging a few words with his mother, Fang Ming leisurely stepped out of the house, planning to head to the Beast City in Binhai to purchase some resources. He also hoped to use the eyes of the stars to find some hidden treasures. However, just as he was about to hail a taxi, Binhai City's Beast University was already in an uproar because of him. Lab 7 was undergoing a special investigation by the university. What was initially intended as an inquiry into Fang Ming had unexpectedly expanded to involve the entire lab. Jiang Xiang had indeed been overwhelmed in recent days, but she had managed to resolve most of the issues, leaving only the matter of Fang Ming. Since the investigation team consisted of busy individuals pulled from various departments, this matter might be delayed for several more weeks. What drew even more attention, however, was the sudden shift in the university's combat power rankings. Early in the morning, students exercising on the field noticed changes to the leaderboard. At Binhai City's Beast University, the combat power rankings, alongside another important list, were among the most closely followed by students. Making it onto the combat power rankings meant being among the top 10 in the university, a recognition of both strength and potential. This metric, which evaluated the combined power of a beast tamer and their contracted beasts, had been refined over the years into a relatively accurate system. In the world of beast taming, appraisers hold a highly respected position. Organizations such as the Beast Tamer Association, Beast Taming Universities, and professional evaluation agencies in major cities all have specialized training systems for appraisers. These appraisers are not only responsible for assessing combat power, but are also skilled in identifying beast species, analyzing mutation traits, and evaluating treasures and relics. Elder Zhou, who conducted the combat power assessment for Fang Ming, is one such highly ranked appraiser. Combat power evaluation follows a strict grading system. The maximum combat power for a 1-star beast tamer is 10 points, but upon reaching 4 stars, they enter the extraordinary realm, where combat power grows explosively. This makes evaluations significantly more challenging and reliant on the appraiser's extensive experience. While there are rumors about the Alliance developing high-tech glasses capable of precisely measuring combat power, no one has ever seen them in use. Fang Ming's mech beast, Little Cutie, reached a combat power of 90 points immediately after evolution, an extremely rare feat among ordinary beasts. It's important to note that increasing combat power requires a combination of talent, perseverance, and abundant resources. Many beast tamers remain stuck at the 2-star level in their beast space. Even those who manage to elevate their space to 3 stars often find their beast stagnating at the peak of 2 stars despite significant resource investment. Such tamers typically remain at the 2-star level for their entire lives. The community of beast tamers presents a clear pyramid structure. Beyond 3 stars, the disparity in combat power becomes increasingly pronounced. Weaker individuals may only have 30 points of combat power, while stronger ones can exceed 100 points, often resulting in one-sided battles. To advance to 4 stars, a tamer generally needs to achieve a combat power of at least 90 points during their 3-star phase. Some prodigies go even further, pushing their own potential and their contracted beasts to the limit during this phase, or acquiring rare and powerful beasts. With combined combat power surpassing 100 points, such individuals often break into the extraordinary realm quickly and have limitless potential. If these talents lack family backing, they often become the targets of fierce competition among major factions. Fourth in combat power, Fang Ming? Is that the evolution apprentice from Lab 7? A voice questioned in class. Yes, that's him, someone responded decisively. As a member of Lab 7, Fang Ming was already somewhat well known, and the recent special review had only put him further into the spotlight. That can't be true. A tall, sturdy girl exclaimed in disbelief. Doesn't he only have a basic mechanical beast? He's always burying himself in research. You're too naive, someone teased from nearby. Lab 7 is directly under the Alliance, specializing in beast evolution research. With the kind of resources and funding they have, just contracting a 3-star experimental beast would easily boost his combat power. Ah, I see, but hey, he's a girl, so don't call her bro, the other added with a smirk. Word spread quickly across campus, from the sports field to classrooms, from students to teachers, and even onto online forums. Fang Ming's striking appearance, Lab 7's prestigious background, his ranking on the combat power leaderboard, and the involvement of Jiang Ziying, all these elements perfectly captured the interest of young people. Rumors began to fly. Some claimed he embezzled Lab 7's resources and secretly had his combat power evaluated off campus. Others speculated he was being supported by a mentor. There were even whispers of a scandal involving Jiang Ziying standing up to the entire review panel for his sake. Yu Hao sat in his dorm room, his eyes fixed on his phone screen, his expression so dark it seemed a storm was brewing on his face. The latest power rankings from the Coastal Beast Taming University were displayed clearly before him, and the top 10 rankings left a heavy weight on his chest. Zhou Xiaojia, Jr., power level 105, firmly in the top spot. Tong Sheng, Jr., power level 101, close behind. Bai Susu, Jr., power level 97, holding a solid third place. Fang Ming, sophomore, power level unknown, burst onto the scene to claim fourth. Below them were competitors with power levels of 83, 81, 77, 76, 76, and 75. And then there was him, Yu Hao, a junior with a power level of 74, knocked down to 11th place. This meant his name had vanished from the prominent giant leaderboard on the school field. I should have had Uncle Snake finish him off back then, Yu Hao muttered through gritted teeth. To him, this ranking wasn't just a number, it was tied to his family's overall evaluation of him. He was painfully aware of his mediocre talent. His current achievements were the result of his family pouring resources into him. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in Tianfu Garden, the atmosphere was entirely different. Susu, are you alright? I heard it was really dangerous. A curvaceous woman in her 30s, dressed in a tight-fitting short dress, hurriedly asked with concern. She was Tang Yi, one of the teachers. By Susu, Teacher Tang practically treats you like her own daughter. Zhou Xiaojia, the top-ranked student, teased. The chubby young man nudged the cold-faced boy next to him with his shoulder. As soon as she heard something happened to you, she dragged me and Tong Sheng over to check on you. The boy who was nudged Tong Sheng spoke awkwardly. Oh, are you okay, Susu? I swear, Tong Sheng, you and Bai Susu are a perfect match, two big dummies. Zhou Xiaojia couldn't resist mocking them. Shut it, you fatso. Wanna onion. Oh, challenging number 1. You're not worthy. Wow, are you actually summoning something? Seeing the two of them about to clash, Tang Yi rubbed her temples. These two genius students, one with a power level of 105 and the other with 101, were rare talents in the school's history. Unfortunately, their personalities were far from mature, and they constantly rubbed each other the wrong way. As for Bai Susu, despite her power level being 97, her status in Tang Yi's eyes surpassed even Zhou Xiaojia's. Unlike others who relied on powerful contracted beasts, Bai Susu closed the gap with her own strength as a beast tamer, showcasing extraordinary combat talent. Both of you shut up. Tang Yi's sharp voice cut through the tension, and an overwhelming mental force exploded from her. The two boys immediately quieted down, and the summoning arrays they had just formed were forcibly interrupted. I brought you here to check on your teammate, not to fight in her house. Tang Yi shook her head in frustration. As the mentor of the Coastal City team, she often felt helpless. The team had two powerhouses breaking the 100 mark and the formidable Bai Susu, but the fourth main position had always been vacant. The school's current fourth-ranked student had a power level of 83, a significant gap from the top 3, making them at best a substitute. To qualify as a main member, a power level of at least 87 or 88 was necessary. Tang Yi looked at the 3 people in front of her, her brows slightly furrowed. Judging from the current situation, the disparity in strength between Zhou Xiaojia and the other two was indeed too vast. This not only hindered effective teamwork, but also posed a potential fatal weakness in combat. What troubled her even more was the absence of a true core leader in the team. While Zhou Xiaojia was undeniably powerful, his impulsive personality made him unreliable for such a role. Meanwhile, Tong Sheng and Bai Susu were both too stubborn and lacked any aptitude for command. Her gaze swept over the trio, and a bold idea surfaced in her mind. Perhaps she could persuade the school to offer an exorbitant scholarship to recruit a capable talent from another city's Beastmaster University. The conditions were simple: combat power exceeding 87 and a certain degree of battlefield commandability. After all, this team had the potential to rank in the top 10 of the Alliance Golden League with the right adjustments. Bai Susu maintained her usual faint smile, and only then slowly spoke. Miss Tang, I'm fine. He saved me. Her words seemed to be in response to Tang Yi's inquiry upon entering the room, though several minutes had already passed. Everyone present was long accustomed to Bai Susu's unique rhythm outside of combat. She was always a step behind. She would take a minute or two to respond to anything said, leading to half-joking speculation among the group that she might possess some rare time-related beastmaster ability. Time slowing, time freezing, or even time reversal abilities that seemed straight out of a novel. But the reality was far less fantastical. Bai Susu was simply super slow-witted, at least outside of battle. Tang Yi gently placed her hand on Bai Susu's forehead, carefully checking for any residual effects of the magic rain's corruption. While the situation wasn't severe, the crisscrossing scars, both new and old, on the young girl's body made her heart ache. She had repeatedly warned Bai Susu that the Shadow Realm's Beastmaster black market battles, though valuable for training, were far too dangerous and not something to be frequented. Yet, this stubborn girl clearly didn't take her words to heart. Turning her gaze to the two boys, who were on the verge of another argument, Tang Yi couldn't help but sigh internally. These three were nothing more than pure brawlers. She said helplessly, You too. Can you grow up a little? You're already 3-star bounty hunters and future transcendents. Stop acting like children. Hee. Zhou Xiaojia, oblivious to the reprimand in her tone, grinned smugly. Come on. I'm the top-ranked, a terrifying existence with over 100 points of combat power. Taking down a 3-star Beastmaster is a piece of cake for me. That's nonsense. Tong Sheng immediately retorted. If Miss Tang hadn't been there to back you up, would you have dared to risk your life? Without her telepathic reminders, they would have escaped long before you could claim a solo kill. Tong Sheng, stop airing my dirty laundry. Zhou Xiaojia snapped. And look at you, suddenly so quick with your comebacks? You? Enough. Tang Yi finally lost her patience, her voice sharp with anger. She silently vowed to increase their training intensity and discipline these two troublemakers properly. The air grew tense. Zhou Xiaojia, sensing the shift, wisely changed the subject, feigning concern for Bai Susu and asking after her well-being. He didn't seem to care whether she responded or not. Once Tang Yi's temper had subsided slightly, his lively demeanor returned. Miss Tang, I've heard that the annual auction gala hosted by the Yi Group is just over a month away. Tang Yi nodded in confirmation. Wow, the Yi Group is the top powerhouse in Binhai. Their annual auction gala must have some amazing items, right? Zhou Xiaojia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Your information is pretty up-to-date, Tang Yi remarked, a rare note of approval in her voice. The promotional phase should start in a few weeks. I've heard there will even be a limited number of Star Souls up for auction this time. Star Souls? Zhou Xiaojia and Tong Sheng exclaimed simultaneously, stunned. These were incredibly rare treasures monopolized by top-tier forces, and their appearance at an auction was unheard of. Isn't that something they rarely put up for sale? Tong Sheng asked, puzzled. Who knows? Maybe the Yi family is trying to boost the auction's reputation, Zhou Xiaojia speculated casually. Star Souls, though, just 1 or 2 might be enough to evolve my black beauty. I want it so bad. Huh. As if you're worthy, Tong Sheng sneered. By the way, I wonder what kind of spiritual gear the Yi Group's famed 3-star spirit crafter will produce for this event. Could it be a full set? Zhou Xiaojia said excitedly. Huh, do you think that's likely? Even a single piece would be incredible. I want it so bad. Huh, as if you're worthy. Buzz. The space suddenly rippled as Zhou Xiaojia activated a magic array, preparing to summon his black beauty to teach the second-ranked a lesson. Two blood-curdling screams shattered the tranquility of Tianfu Huayuan. Tang Yi, using her mental powers, immobilized Zhou Xiaojia and Tong Sheng, hurling them out of the window. The two had no ability to resist, and landed face-first on the ground with a heavy thud. Susu, we're heading off now. Take care of yourself, and try to avoid going to that place too often, Tang Yi said with a tone of concern. Bai Susu smiled as she watched the three leave, and after about 3 minutes, she softly said, I will. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, senior. On their way back to school, the two boys finally settled down. Zhou Xiaojia turned to Tang Yi and cautiously asked, Teacher Tang, are we still going to take on those assassination bounties? Tang Yi pondered for a moment before replying, Not for now. Focus on your own training first. I have some issues with my beast companion that need addressing. Oh, and, she added, shifting the topic, in 2 weeks, he'll take you both into the wilderness to show you the world beyond the city. Just as Zhou Xiaojia was about to cheer in excitement, Tong Sheng suddenly interrupted. Teacher Tang, the battle power rankings have changed. A new 4th-ranked fighter has appeared. Tang Yi's eyes lit up. The previous 4th-ranked fighter had a power level of 83. If this newcomer could surpass that by 4 or 5 points, however, their enthusiasm quickly waned when they saw the label Battle Power Unknown. Probably just around 84. What's with the mystery? Zhou Xiaojia scoffed dismissively. Could just be a delay in syncing information. Tong Sheng glanced at Zhou Xiaojia. Not everyone feels the need to show off as much as you do. Despite their obsession with becoming stronger, Neither of the boys had any idea who Fang Ming was. But Tang Yi knew the situation well. After all, she was Jiang Xianying's close friend. Xianying is actually helping Fang Ming this much? Could the recent investigations be tied to this? She thought to herself. Losing interest in the so-called fourth-ranked fighter, she concluded, he's probably just some lucky pretty boy who managed to contract a 3-star beast from a lab. In real combat, he likely wouldn't even know how he died. For once, the teacher and her 2 students shared the same opinion. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion, Fang Ming, was leisurely wandering through the shopping mall in the beast city of Binhai. Prolonged use of his celestial eye had left his mental energy nearly depleted. This massive beast city, operated by the Yi Group, offered a wide range of services, not just selling and customizing beasts, but also providing hunter equipment, rare resources, and even spiritual tools and gear. Fang Ming focused on the mechanical section, hoping to find another primitive mechanical beast with the potential for a special mecha evolution path. However, he quickly realized that such luck wasn't something one could count on daily. Without the celestial eye, it was nearly impossible for others to detect the potential of a mecha beast, and even if they did, ensuring the correct evolution path was another challenge altogether. This scarcity explained why mecha beasts were so rare. Gaining nothing from the beast taming zone, Fang Ming moved on to the area where treasures and resources were sold. Here, he encountered a problem. Being the first of its kind, he had no idea what kind of resources were needed to nurture the ghost face mech. Left with no other choice, Fang Ming summoned his little companion. The small mechanical creature, about the size of a human head, assumed its independent form, its body gleaming with a glass-like texture. Its cyberpunk-style mechanical design was striking, catching anyone's eye. It had subdued the eerie, ghostly aura swirling around it, now appearing as a peculiar variant of a primitive mechanical beast, quietly perched on Fang Ming's shoulder. The little one lazily swung its 2 short mechanical legs, showing little interest in most of the treasures on display. It wasn't until they entered the dark attribute section that it seemed to perk up slightly. Through telepathic communication, Fang Ming was pleasantly surprised to discover that not only was this little creature highly interested in dark attribute items, but it also exhibited remarkable intelligence. It could even identify the best combination of different treasures. Ghost Cry Crystal. How about this one? Fang Ming asked excitedly. Forget it, you can't afford it, the little one replied bluntly. Then what about Abyss Crystal? It pairs perfectly with your ghost blade. Still no, too expensive. You're just a robot. What do you know about expensive or cheap? Fang Ming snapped in irritation. Isn't that what you were thinking anyway? The little one pointed out, hitting the nail on the head. In the end, Fang Ming only bought 30 kilograms of gloom residuous secretion from the gloom ancient tree, a common beast-taming plant found in the wilderness and low-level secret realms. Although it contained only trace amounts of dark attribute energy, it was the most affordable option at just 10,000 gold coins per kilogram. Think of it as chips, crispy and crunchy. Fang Ming tried to console his little companion, who now looked at him with a pitiful expression. Guilt weighed on him. Ever since they met, this little creature, abandoned by its previous owner due to malicious mutations, hadn't had a proper meal. Though it had consumed a star soul during its evolution, its daily energy supply had always been insufficient. The pile of gloom residue took up considerable space in Fang Ming's spatial ring. While it might suffice for ordinary dark attribute beasts, for this little one, it was nothing more than a meager snack. Beast companions, whether in daily life or battle, required energy, which they primarily replenished by resting in their master's beast-taming space. Their ability to recover energy on their own was extremely limited. Of course, relying on treasures is the fastest way. Fang Ming thought as he gazed at his adorable ghost-face mecha, feeling a wave of helplessness. This top-tier battle beast, paired with its broke owner, could only spend its days sleeping in the storage space. However, if its energy were to run out during continuous combat, the consequences could be disastrous. After much deliberation, Fang Ming gritted his teeth and spent 260,000 on a Ghost Cry Crystal. Among energy-replenishing treasures, this was the most cost-effective option. Be good, go back and sleep for now, Fang Ming coaxed softly. This is for battles, so you can't eat it just yet. When I get rich, they'll let you roam outside every day, and you can treat Ghost Cry Crystals like candy. Thank you, Master. The ghost face mecha chirped in a cheerful electronic tone, happily wiggling its mechanical legs. The pure joy in its response tugged at Fang Ming's heart, further solidifying his goal for the future: making money. Exiting Beastmaster City, Fang Ming stared at the shiny new silver VIP card in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. In just a short time, 560,000 was gone. Including his previous purchases of spatial upgrades and mechanical beast resources, his spending in Beastmaster City had exceeded 1,000,000 Alliance credits. At least he earned this VIP card, which offered a 5% discount on future purchases, better than nothing. Out of habit, he checked his WeChat balance, only to find just over 50,000 remaining. Fang Ming's mind raced as he calculated ways to make money, selling star souls? But beasts below 3 stars couldn't produce star soul orbs upon regression. He'd have to find a powerful 5-star species and gather 5 of them to fuse a single star soul. What about leeching resources from the lab? He was already preparing to quit, so that wasn't ideal. Degrading a 5-star beast directly in Beastmaster City? They'd immediately know who was responsible. It seemed like the Star Soul plan would have to wait until he had more funds. He considered taking on bounty missions, but the income from those barely covered the cost of maintaining his mecha beast. His eyes drifted toward the few degraded beasts in the lab awaiting disposal. What if he secretly sold them? I can't do that, Fang Ming muttered, but his feet were already moving in the direction of the school. Cursing himself for even considering it, he hailed a taxi and headed there. He planned to take the opportunity to inform his mentor, Jiang Xieying, of his intention to quit. However, she didn't seem to be around. While relieved, Fang Ming also felt a pang of guilt. Jiang Xieying had always looked out for him. Though she could be strict at times, she was mostly focused on her research work. Fang Ming gazed at Jiang Xieying's figure, and a ripple of emotions stirred within him. Despite her flat, modest figure, her long legs and delicate features captivated his attention. Women so focused on their careers always seemed to awaken certain memories from his past life. In the observation pool of the laboratory, 5 beasts that Fang Ming had devolved were leisurely swimming. Among them were 3 animal types, 1 plant type, and 1 elemental type. Each had once been a majestic 5-star species, now forcibly reduced to 3 stars. Such a drastic regression was exceedingly rare, as beast species typically progressed in odd-numbered tiers 1, 3, 5, 7 stars, making a 2-star leap the most common shift. Just as Fang Ming was about to pack up these scrap specimens, his pupils suddenly dilated in shock. They were all of perfect quality. In a pool of 10,000 beasts, the chance of finding even one perfect quality specimen was considered extraordinary luck. Beasts of this caliber not only had exceptional combat capabilities, but were also easier to train and commanded astronomical prices on the market. If it weren't for the lab being preoccupied with the recent special audit, these treasures would have been discovered long ago, Fang Ming thought with relief. He quickly loaded the beasts, whose sizes were still manageable, into prepared containers. 2 of them resisted slightly, but a few swift strikes from his trusty companion soon subdued them. Taking advantage of the quiet during class hours, Fang Ming briskly exited the campus and hailed a cab. Although these beasts were technically considered scrap, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. What he didn't realize, however, was that this scene had been witnessed by Tang Yi, who happened to be passing by. The sight only deepened her negative impression of Fang Ming. Though out of consideration for her best friend, Jiang Xieying, she chose to remain silent. Back at home, Fang Ming placed the 5 beasts in a corner of his room. I need to act fast, he calculated. They've been well fed in the lab, but they'll only last 6 or 7 days at most. After some deliberation, he decided to sell them online. In the real world, 5 perfect quality, 3-star beasts would draw far too much attention, and explaining their origins would be tricky. After dinner, Fang Ming opened his computer and logged into the largest Beastmaster marketplace on the Alliance platform Taoshi network. He already had the perfect plan in mind to handle this unexpected windfall. This is a high-end shopping platform specifically designed for beast tamers. Fang Ming quickly completed his registration and identity verification and was now focused on studying the process for opening a store. Meanwhile, Qingyue was intently staring at her phone screen, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. The story of a beautiful mentor and a handsome student, unveiled in lab number 7. TSK, TSK, TSK. Bro, your school forum is buzzing. You're famous now. Qingyue read aloud the headline. Fang Ming kept a blank expression as he continued working on his computer. Just rumors. He had already been bombarded with countless WeChat messages earlier that afternoon, with classmates and friends asking about the situation nonstop. He hadn't expected his combat strength ranking to suddenly appear on the chart and spark such heated discussions. The so-called privacy of personal information was nothing more than a joke to him. At moments like this, any explanation would be futile unless he was willing to reveal his ghost mask identity. But having lived 2 lifetimes, Fang Ming wasn't bothered by such trivial matters. He even began seriously considering the value of his current popularity. Fire Spirit Perfume 1 spray, and your mentor falls for you. The slogan had already taken shape in his mind, though it was just a passing thought. After all, one had to have principles. However, if the buzz grew even bigger, he might genuinely consider capitalizing on it. Bro, what's the deal with that combat ranking? Qingyue asked suspiciously. I don't believe you're that strong. As a student preoccupied with academics and photography, she knew very little about the world of beast tamers. Fang Ming couldn't explain his battle against a 3-star beast tamer. That would only worry his family. He gave a vague response. Didn't I tell you? I just completed a task and performed well, so my combat strength naturally went up. They're just jealous. Really? Qingyue remained doubtful. At that moment, their mother, Luo Hui, joined the conversation. Ming, that mentor Jiang seems nice. She's only 3 years older than you. And you know what they say, an older woman is like holding a golden brick. If you really like her, just say so. Don't make her feel wronged. And it would save you from always using late-night experiments as an excuse to stay over there. Mom, there's absolutely nothing between my mentor and me. And those late nights are genuinely for experiments. Fang Ming explained in exasperation. Sure, I believe you. Luo Hui replied knowingly. Fang Ming gave up trying to reason with the two gossiping women and focused on handling his store setup. After paying the 50,000 deposit, his WeChat balance was down to just a few thousand yuan. Soon, a system notification popped up. Congratulations on becoming a store owner on Taochi Network. Please name your shop. Excited, Fang Ming named his store using the third skill of his ghost mask mech, Blade of Ghosts. This would be the starting point of his business empire. With his star eye talent, he was bound to delve into the fields of breeder and evolver. To avoid drawing too much attention, he planned to establish a workshop as a front. Once the workshop gained a reputation, he would recruit genuine secondary profession masters to join. He loved the names Sharp, Cold Edge, and this shop would serve as the exclusive sales channel for the workshop's products. Such workshops were not uncommon in the Beast Tamer Alliance, and even if his identity were discovered later, others would simply assume he was an ordinary member of the workshop. As an apprentice evolutionist, Fang Ming's professional skills gave him confidence in the plan ahead. He arranged for Qingyue to take portrait photos of the 5 contracted beasts, emphasizing their perfect quality traits. Qingyue, always passionate about photography, was thrilled that her brother was opening a shop. She enthusiastically offered suggestions while snapping the pictures. Soon, the basic framework of the shop was ready. Fang Ming named it Demon Slayer and highlighted 4 core points. It was the only shop affiliated with a well-known alliance studio. It prioritized quality and customer experience. It was testing a variety of rare items, and it was launching with 5 perfect quality 3-star species contracted beasts. Fang Ming carefully uploaded the information and Qingyu's stunning photos of the 5 contracted beasts. Nightwind Cat, 3 million. Husky Wolf, 2.1 million. Charging Wild Boar, 2.25 million. Thorn Demon Vine, 2.4 million. White Flame Spirit, 3.3 million. Brother, do you really think anyone will buy them at these prices? Qingyue's voice trembled, her eyes filled with doubt, as if wondering whether Fang Ming had pulled off some grand heist. Fang Ming maintained a facade of calm, but his hand holding the mouse trembled slightly. He knew the market price for a 1-star contracted beast of a 3-star species was about 800,000, and perfect quality could triple the price. Let's not tell Mom for now. When they're sold, we'll give her a big surprise, Fang Ming told his sister. He then appointed Qingyue as the store manager, erasing her past debts in exchange for 10 ownership in the shop. When Qingyue brought up contracts, Fang Ming casually replied, "We're siblings, no need to be so formal." With everything set, Fang Ming headed to the Beastmaster Association in Binhai City, humming a cheerful tune. However, shortly after he left, buyers from across the country flooded in. Alliance City A, perfect quality? Grab it now. City T, missed it, what a shame. Nightwind Legion in City Z. A perfect quality Nightwind Cat? Too bad there's only one. In an office building in Binhai City, a buyer was already reporting their successful acquisition to their superiors with excitement. Qingyue stared at the computer screen as 5 consecutive ding notifications sounded, each one making her heart race. They really sold? Is this the start of my entrepreneurial journey? She danced with joy, exclaiming, "Girls are just as capable as boys." 20 minutes later, Fang Ming had completed the studio registration at the Beastmaster Association in Binhai City. Although he had hoped to remain anonymous, the registration process required him to use his identity as an apprentice evolutionist. Finally, he posted an official announcement in the association's hall about the services offered by the Demon Slayer studio. Fang Ming leaned back in his computer chair, carefully reviewing the newly posted service information for his studio. This was a decision he had made after thorough consideration. As a unique beast tamer, he possessed 2 extraordinary abilities, evolution and regression. His evolution ability was nothing short of terrifying, could solidify a specific evolution path with a 100 success rate, provided the beast already had the potential to evolve. It was worth noting that even the top evolution grandmasters in the alliance could only increase the likelihood of a desirable evolution path by a mere 10% or so, even at great cost. Such a powerful ability was too shocking to reveal for now. On the other hand, his regression ability was relatively safer. It allowed him to regress a beast and fix it on a specific regression path, though the target couldn't be too powerful. Ideally, the beast's level shouldn't exceed the capacity of Fang Ming's beast space. As such, he specifically noted in the studio's service description, he would accept beasts of any species or type, but their growth level must not surpass 3 stars. This service certainly had a market. Many beast tamers owned rare beasts that, despite significant investment in resources, failed to evolve as hoped. Finding a similar beast was often extremely difficult, and some tamers were unwilling to part with their companions due to deep emotional bonds. Being able to regress the beast and start over offered a perfect solution. Fang Ming believed that while his studio might not attract much attention initially, once successful cases were showcased in the studio's history, business would naturally pick up. This aligned with his plan to let the studio grow steadily without drawing too much attention from major powers. After handling the studio's affairs, Fang Ming began browsing the bounty board. Small shops, his studio, and bounties formed the three main sources of his current income. His gaze suddenly sharpened. A large number of shadow beasts have appeared in the northern part of the city, with a bounty of 200,000. Such a high bounty clearly indicated that shadow beasts were difficult to deal with. However, with his ghost face mech, this was a perfect opportunity. An hour later, Fang Ming was weaving through the northern area of the city. His ghost blade cut cleanly through a massive shadow, and with a flick of the blade's tip, a shadow stone fell neatly into his palm. The area was indeed crawling with shadow beasts, with their source being a king-level beast, but none of it posed a challenge to him. Storing the shadow stone in his spatial ring, the young man's figure soon disappeared into the night. "Daddy, was that a beast tamer just now? Why was he wearing a ghost mask?" a curious little girl asked by the window. "Momo, that must have been a very powerful beast tamer. The thing on his face was probably a mask," the middle-aged man replied gently. As an ordinary person, he was well aware that this area had recently been plagued by shadow beasts, with many people already attacked. The beast tamers who came before had struggled to deal with the situation, and even when they managed to slay the beasts, they couldn't completely clear the area. But tonight, this mysterious beast tamer was clearly different from the rest. The beast tamer wearing a ghostly mask moved like lightning, his dark red battle blade claiming a life with every swing. The most shocking moment came when even the largest shadow beast fell to the ground with a thunderous crash after a single strike from him. Wherever the blade cut, it left wounds that oozed an eerie black and red mist, wounds that refused to heal until the shadow beast was completely dead. This scene left the onlooking residents both stunned and overjoyed. Normally, they would have had to wait another 3 days for a transcendent-level beast tamer to arrive and deal with the threat. But now, the crisis was resolved, and he and his daughter could finally lift their quarantine and regain their freedom. From the shadows at the corner of the street came a series of loud, crunching sounds. Fang Ming watched as his beast, Little Cutie, greedily devoured the remnants of the shadowy remains. He shook his head in exasperation. "Enough already, you've eaten 5 kilograms. Little Cutie suddenly looked up at Fang Ming with an expectant gaze, as if asking for something. "What? You want the shadow stone too?" Fang Ming exclaimed in surprise. "That thing costs over 100,000 per piece." Faced with Little Cutie's pitiful expression, Fang Ming could only sigh and relent. Fine, you can have it." On the wide, brightly lit street, Fang Ming retracted his ghostly mech suit, calculating the damage with a heavy heart. The high-tech equipment worth nearly 10 million still hadn't sold online, and now this little creature had just consumed a shadow stone worth over 100,000, along with 5 kilograms of shadow remains, which cost another 50,000. What frustrated him even more was that after eating all that, Little Cutie seemed only slightly stronger, with no noticeable improvement in its stats. After uploading the video of the shadow beast's defeat, Fang Ming idly scrolled through the bounty list. Finding no suitable tasks, he had a sudden idea and submitted a request to join his own Ghost Slayer studio under his ghostly masked hunter persona. To his surprise, the system approved the application. Fang Ming was taken aback. Logically, the system's intelligence should have recognized that the ghostly masked hunter was him and prompted, "You are already in this studio." This realization made him suspect that the school's combat ranking data synchronization might be superficial, and that uncovering the ghostly masked hunter's true identity wouldn't be so straightforward. After all, as an unremarkable individual, who would bother investigating his real identity? Even the system had no issue with one studio having 2 members who were actually the same person. And so, Fang Ming cheerfully approved his own application. Ghost Slayer Studio officially had 2 members. Founder, Fang Ming, Evolution Tamer Apprentice. Hunter, Ghostly Mask 3-star Bounty Hunter. As the founder, Fang Ming could customize member titles. He thought Hunter sounded cool and decided to keep it. His 2 identities even exchanged pleasantries. "I've heard so much about you. The pleasure is all mine." From then on, all bounty achievements completed by Ghostly Mask would also be credited to the studio. When Fang Ming returned home, his sister, Fang Qingyue, was diligently studying. Seeing her brother, she excitedly shared her progress. Fang Ming praised her enthusiastically. Impressive. Though he had expected the sales to go through, he was still pleasantly surprised by how quickly everything sold. This was thanks to Taoxing Network's system, where buyers could confidently purchase even from new sellers, knowing that the platform's appraisers would catch any issues and allow hassle-free returns. At this point, the 5 beasts had already been picked up by their buyers. Once the transactions were confirmed, the money would be transferred to their account. After deducting platform fees, taxes, and other expenses, the total sale of 13.05 million would still leave them with at least 12.7 million. Fang Ming couldn't help but feel Thrillity was about to become a millionaire. Later, Fang Ming handed over a pile of shadow residue to Qingyue to put up for sale online. These were the drops left behind after killing shadow beasts. Though scattered and seemingly insignificant, together they were worth a few $1,000s. Originally, he thought of feeding them to little cutie, but to his surprise, it turned out to be quite picky and had become rather selective about its food. The next morning, Fang Ming embarked on a new round of bounty missions. For him, combat was a crucial way to enhance his strength. Through these bounty tasks, he could engage in battles with various wild beasts and even powerful beastmasters in relatively safe environments. The association's star rating system for tasks was highly accurate, and as long as he didn't greedily take on missions far beyond his capabilities, he wouldn't face life-threatening danger. More importantly, completing tasks not only brought in bounty rewards, but also sometimes yielded loot that could be sold for extra income. As a transmigrator, Fang Ming retained the values of equality and freedom from his previous life in a nation that cherished such ideals, and he didn't see his identity as a beastmaster as a source of superiority. Many beastmasters would turn their noses up at certain tasks for being low-paying or beneath their dignity, but Fang Ming didn't think that way. Even for a one-star task like cleaning garbage off steep walls, he would take it on if it was on his way. Thus, the city began to see frequent appearances of the ghost-faced mecha, rescuing elderly ladies' beloved cats from platforms on the exterior walls of residential buildings, though the cats were terrified of the mecha's appearance, subduing a gang of bullies extorting elementary school kids at a street corner, earning him the kids' adoring gazes, while the system notified him of 51 points of nourishment gained, overturning the floorboards in a mall warehouse to completely eradicate a long-standing rat infestation. In just 1 week, Fang Ming had completed 51 bounty missions, earning over 8 million in rewards alone. Combined with the sale of various loot through Qingyu's shop, his income was quite substantial. This high efficiency was largely thanks to the immense power of his mecha beast. After all, most beastmasters who owned mecha beasts were wealthy and wouldn't bother with these small tasks. However, great power came with great consumption. The ghost-faced mecha's gluttonous nature gradually revealed itself, munching away relentlessly whenever it appeared. Fang Ming often had to reward it with shadow stones, or even rare items like ghost cry crystals. To prepare for this, he specifically purchased 100 kilograms of umbral sheddings and other high-grade consumables. The reason was simple. If little cutie went hungry, its prized aura of cold indifference would cease to exist. Several times, Fang Ming thought he had pulled off some cool maneuvers, only to find the system didn't reward him with any nourishment points. After repeated experiments, he finally received a clear message from little cutie. "I'm starving, stop pretending to be cool." With a steady income, Fang Ming no longer held back. In just 7 days, with ample nutrition provided, the ghost-faced mecha was already nearing 3-star strength. Activating the Eye of the Starry Heavens, Fang Ming directed his gaze toward the little one. A stream of information immediately appeared before his eyes. Name: Ghost-faced mech. Attribute: Dark. Species level: 5-star. Growth level: 2-star 910. Condition: Healthy. Skills: Mech possession. Can possess the contractor to form a complete mech. Abyss mask. Resists mental attacks and has the ability to simulate facial features. Ghost blade. Condenses energy into a battle blade. Cold aura. Converts others' impression of coldness toward the contractor into growth nutrients. Evolution path. Recently, rumors about the ghost-faced mech began spreading across the streets and alleys of Binhai City. Some claimed it was a mysterious beast, others speculated it was a young heir of a wealthy corporation wearing a spiritual suit, and a few believed it to be an extraordinary individual. However, one thing everyone agreed on was that this mysterious figure acted like a guardian of the city, always appearing to punish evildoers and purify the environment. This high-intensity, proactive acceptance of low-star bounties was unprecedented among beastmasters. Coupled with the eerie and cold aura, it left a lasting impression on everyone. Fang Ming was grinning from ear to ear as he stared at the balance on his phone. Selling 5 perfect quality beasts earlier had earned him over 12 million, and after deducting the ghost-faced mech's expenses, this week's bounty and loot still totaled a whopping 19.17 million. He planned to buy an RV to improve his family's living conditions. But before that, upgrading the little one to 3-star was his top priority. The shadow of being forced to leave the laboratory still lingered in his heart, and the unknown forces behind it were the most unsettling. Only by growing stronger could he truly protect his family. Advancing a mech beast from 2-star to 3-star typically required resources worth 50 to 60 million, and the ghost-faced mech would undoubtedly cost even more. The moment of star advancement was especially critical and resource-intensive. Fang Ming decided to save up 25 million before heading to Beastmaster City to purchase treasures, ensuring a successful advancement in one go. Since the little one's growth level wasn't maxed yet, there was no rush. Keeping a low profile and continuing to develop steadily was the way to go. Just as Fang Ming was calculating how to take on more tasks, Jiang Xieying's call interrupted his plans. Fang Ming, what are you doing? How long has it been since you've been to the lab? Came the accusatory voice from the other end of the call. Something came up at home, and I forgot, Fang Ming replied, a little embarrassed. Heh, you're really living the good life, huh? Playing the hands-off boss pretty well. Get over here now. What's going on? Fang Ming's tone quickly turned cold. You're asking me what's going on. The special review is almost complete, and you're the only one holding things up. Jiang Xieying's voice grew increasingly impatient. Only then did Fang Ming remember the matter. He immediately hailed a cab and rushed to the school. In the laboratory's reception room, Principal Huang was chatting with an unfamiliar man, while Jiang Xieying sat expressionlessly nearby. She put down her phone and said without looking up, Fang Ming will be here shortly. Ms. Jiang, Principal Huang said with a cheerful smile, don't keep that stern look all the time. This is Professor Sun, a 4-star evolution master I specially invited from Coastal Beast Taming University. He's also my most outstanding student. You can ask him anything you'd like to learn. You're about the same age, so you should get along well. The man, Sun Yi, appeared to be in his early 30s and carried himself with an air of sophistication. Back when he studied in Binhai, Principal Huang was still an ordinary teacher, and the two shared a close bond. This time, Principal Huang had called him over not only to put pressure on Fang Ming having accepted favors from Yu Hao but also with the ulterior motive of matchmaking the two. Jiang Xieying was exceptionally talented, but due to her young age and relatively short career, she was currently only a 3-star evolutionist. Sitting across from her, however, was Sun Yiming, who was not only a 4-star evolution master but also possessed an undeniably attractive appearance. In Principal Huang's view, if he could bring these two together, it would not only allow Sun Yiming to gain access to the powerful forces behind Jiang Xieying in the capital, but also greatly benefit himself. In the conference room, Sun Yiming held a cup of coffee, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Jiang Xieying. Xieying, I've already gone through your research thoroughly over the past 2 hours, he said, taking a sip of coffee. His tone carried an air of condescension. To be honest, this project is overly fanciful. Seeing Jiang Xieying sitting there expressionless, he added, this kind of purely theoretical possibility is far too idealistic. I suggest you give it up sooner rather than later. Thank you for your advice, Jiang Xieying replied, suppressing her inner disgust and forcing a polite smile. She was well aware that the evaluation of Fang Ming's work would soon be handed over to this man. With his status as an evolution master, it would be effortless for him to make things difficult for Fang Ming. At this moment, she had no choice but to endure. Noticing Jiang Xieying's reaction, Sun Yiming's lips curled into a slight smirk. In his social circle, beautiful women were a dime a dozen, and with his position, many willingly sought his favor. However, this woman before him, as Principal Huang had said, exuded a unique, captivating combination of icy elegance and beauty. A 3-star evolutionist? No matter how talented, crossing the threshold to become a master was no easy feat. He was confident he could easily manipulate someone like her. Xieying, he said, deliberately slowing his tone with a hint of allure. I'm currently advancing a 4-star project in Songlin, studying the impact of phantom fox attack amplitudes on evolutionary pathways. The project is already in its later stages. I could allow your lab to join in, creating a strong partnership. He gazed at Jiang Xieying meaningfully. If any issues arise, we could even visit each other's cities for deeper discussions. The implication behind his words was crystal clear, was offering Jiang Xieying a chance to hitch a ride on this promising project, potentially bringing her closer to the threshold of becoming an evolution master and saving years of hard work. As for deeper discussions in each other's cities, his underlying intentions were all too obvious. Hearing this, Jiang Xieying's disgust almost boiled over, but thinking of Fang Ming's predicament, she could only force another awkward smile. Seeing her reaction, Sun Yiming frowned. Her response was clearly not what he had anticipated. His tone instantly grew colder. Xiao Jiang, are you still pinning your hopes on that mirror transformation of your water mirage butterfly? Such a vague and elusive theory is impossible to achieve any tangible results unless there are existing instances to reverse engineer from. Principal Huang, observing the situation, immediately chimed in to back him up. Teacher Jiang, my student here is only looking out for your best interests. The school has invested so much in your lab, and the alliance has as well, yet we've seen no results so far. He spoke sternly. Young people shouldn't aim too high. Right now, you've got such a great opportunity in front of you, you must learn to appreciate it. As the direct supervisor of Lab 7, any achievements from the lab would contribute to his own performance record. Hearing Sun Yiming's proposal to include Jiang Xieying in the research project, Principal Huang's eyes lit up with excitement. This kind of underhanded move to take credit for someone else's work is highly frowned upon in the industry. Even with her own status, Jiang Xieying felt it was inappropriate to ask Sun Yiming to make such a decision. She looked at the situation unfolding before her and sighed inwardly. To her surprise, however, Sun Yiming took the initiative to suggest it himself, clearly showing some favorability toward her. Jiang Xieying rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. All of this could be traced back to that cold-hearted jerk, Fang Ming. All those words about an opportunity people would kill for and just help me out now only served to irritate her. Just then, the door to the meeting room was suddenly flung open with a loud bang, the noise jarring in the otherwise quiet space. A clear but slightly distant voice followed. Fang Ming, Jiang Xiang blurted out, her tone full of reproach as she turned her gaze toward him. This troublemaker had finally shown up. Though it had only been a week since she last saw him, the young man before her seemed subtly different. His scholarly air had faded slightly, replaced by a trace of steadiness in his demeanor. Sun Yiming glanced coolly at the newcomer, his tone dripping with disdain and dissatisfaction. So, you're the one who's managed to regress five-star grade beasts in a row, huh? Fang Ming was it. He had little patience for young men with striking appearances, and hearing from Principal Huang that Jiang Xiang seemed to go out of her way to defend this kid only intensified his dislike. To him, Fang Ming was nothing more than an irritating pretty boy. Fang Ming merely cast a brief, indifferent glance at Sun Yiming. And who are you? The question was enough to completely infuriate Sun Yiming. He let out a cold laugh. What audacity! Who am I? You'll know soon enough when your evaluation doesn't pass. As a 4-star evolution master, he usually wouldn't bother troubling a junior. But since this came as a personal request from a colleague, he was willing to make an exception. Besides, his primary focus was Jiang Xiang. Dealing with Fang Ming was supposed to be a trivial matter. Yet now, this arrogant young man had piqued his interest, and Sun Yiming decided to teach him a lesson. Professor Sun, Jiang Xiang quickly intervened, trying to smooth things over while throwing Fang Ming frantic looks. Fang Ming didn't mean it that way. He just talks like this with everyone. Please don't take it personally. She felt like pulling her hair out in frustration. The delicate balance she'd worked so hard to maintain was unraveling thanks to Fang Ming's careless words. Fang Ming was somewhat surprised to see Jiang Xiang speaking up for him. She had always been proud and unyielding, yet today, she was willing to set aside her pride for his sake. Still, he'd already decided to leave the lab, so what was there to fear? Miss Jiang, you don't need to defend me. I appreciate your kindness, Fang Ming said, meeting Sun Yiming's gaze directly. But some barking creatures, the more polite you are to them, the more they think they matter. Fang Ming, Principal Huang's voice rang out, gently admonishing but maintaining its usual calm tone. Watch your words. Professor Sun is a 4-star evolution master. Fang Ming didn't respond to Principal Huang. Instead, he gave him a long, penetrating look. In that moment, a series of connections clicked in his mind. The special evaluation process initiated at noon, the ambush he'd encountered in a narrow alley that same afternoon, and now the sudden appearance of an evolution master clearly targeting him. It was all too coincidental. Someone was eyeing his spot in the lab, and Principal Huang, it seemed, was just a pawn who'd taken a bribe. Principal, Sun Yiming interjected with a mocking tone. A personality like Fang Ming's could use a good lesson. It's better for him to be scolded here at home than to be humiliated out in the real world. Fang Ming's expression remained impassive. Let's get on with the evaluation. I have other things to do. The group was momentarily stunned, and Sun Yiming thought he must have misheard. Fang Ming, do you even understand the situation? A trace of anger flashed in Sun Yiming's eyes. Your work in the lab has major flaws. I've been appointed by your university to conduct this assessment. Whether you can stay in the lab or not is still uncertain. Hurry up, I have other things to do, Fang Ming said, his face expressionless and his tone noticeably cold. You? Sun Yiming was taken aback by his attitude. He had encountered arrogant students before, but this was the first time he'd seen someone like Fang Ming, who seemed to completely disregard the assessment. Did he really not understand how valuable his position in the evolution lab was? Let's get started, Fang Ming urged again. Fine. Sun Yiming stopped wasting words and got straight to the point. Recite the 7 principles of beast evolution experiments. A slight smirk appeared on Fang Ming's lips. First, always confirm the state of the beast before starting the experiment. Second, Sun Yiming was secretly surprised. Fang Ming was able to recite the principles verbatim. Although these 7 principles were the foundation that all evolutionists had to follow, being able to recite them so flawlessly clearly required effort. Next, Sun Yiming began firing a series of professional questions. What star level is the wind wolf species? Regular wind wolves are 1 star, while wind wolf kings are 2 star. What are the evolutionary paths and common adverse conditions of the rock giant? Fang Ming answered each question fluently, from rock golems to earth giants, leaving no room for error. Jiang Xiang, who was observing from the side, nodded silently. She was well aware of Fang Ming's abilities given his talent. He could undoubtedly become a 3-star evolutionist within 3 years, and achieving 4-star evolution master status before the age of 28 was not an unrealistic dream. When a white flame fire spirit evolves and exhibits the Monals phenomenon, how should you handle it? Professor Sun, that question exceeds the scope of an evolutionist apprentice. Jiang Xiang interjected with a frown. It's fine, Ms. Jiang, Fang Ming replied calmly. If this phenomenon occurs, it's best to use a secondary level fire spirit as support, combined with a 3-star wood element artifact to control the rate of deterioration and wait for the white flame fire spirit to self-regulate. Of course, directly using a solar crystal would be the optimal solution. Am I correct, Professor? Sun Yiming clenched his fists. Fang Ming's theoretical knowledge far surpassed the apprentice level and had already reached that of a 1-star evolutionist or higher. However, Sun Yiming was prepared. He pointed to a nearby beast box and said, "Your theory is solid, but theory alone won't get you far. Over there is a 3-star extreme blue reed, and all the evolution materials are ready. Let's see how you handle the practical assessment. Pass this, and you'll pass the evaluation." Fang Ming raised his eyes and saw the blue reed inside the transparent case, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. Beast taming with reed-based creatures is indeed a unique niche within the realm of beast taming. These creatures share a characteristic with primitive mechanical beasts: they evolve easily. However, their evolved forms are often not favored by the market. At this moment, Jiang Xieying couldn't hide her delight. The practical assessment before her was practically a free pass. Using a nearly evolved blue reed to test an apprentice evolutionist required some patience and attention to detail, but for someone like her, it posed no significant challenge. For Fang Ming, it was even less of a hurdle. With just a glance, Jiang Xieying recognized that this blue reed was at its growth saturation point and on the verge of evolution. Moreover, all the necessary evolution materials were readily available. She couldn't help but silently praise Professor Sun in her heart. Despite his eccentricity and questionable morals, his professional integrity was intact. Meanwhile, Principal Huang wore a peculiar expression. Though he lacked expertise in the field of evolution, he knew this beast was his student's ultimate move. It seemed Fang Ming truly had skills beyond the ordinary, as typical assessments were no longer challenging for him. Fang Ming's gaze fell on the data panel of the blue reed. Name: blue reed. Attribute: wood. Species: rank: 3 stars. Growth level: 3 stars 9-10. Status: pseudoclimax. Skills: 1. Defensive encircle. Creates a protective barrier of reeds to defend against physical attacks. 2. Essence production. Produces blue reed essence. Evolution paths: 1. Deep blue reed 60. 2. Luminous reed 40. 3. Electric spirit reed declining. Electric spirit reed? Fang Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was an unheard-of rare variant. But as he noticed the 910 growth level and the pseudoclimax status, a subtle, meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Pseudoclimax, an extraordinarily rare condition, refers to a beast feigning its growth limit due to some unknown factor, despite not having reached it. This phenomenon, which Fang Ming was encountering for the first time in practice, is highly debated in the field of evolution and remains unresolved. In this state, any precious materials invested would be utterly ineffective, as if vanishing into thin air. Trying to trick me, huh? Fang Ming sneered internally. And indeed, this peculiar blue reed was an accidental discovery in Sun Yiming's lab. While its uniqueness was intriguing, the pseudoclimax status would naturally dissipate in about 10 days. Sun Yiming had seized the opportunity to use it as a trap for Fang Ming while fulfilling his own tasks. What's the matter? Can't handle such a simple operation? Just get started already. Sun Yiming's tone was laced with mockery, eager to see Fang Ming make a fool of himself. Once this pretty boy wasted all the precious materials only to find no response, his reaction would surely be priceless. However, Jiang Xieying might catch on to the trick, so Sun Yiming was anxious to discredit Fang Ming as quickly as possible. Fang Ming, however, played along smoothly. He approached the blue reed and meticulously began preparing according to the standard procedure. After all, appearances had to be maintained. It wouldn't do to expose the pseudoclimax state outright, as that would come off as too ostentatious. Just as Fang Ming was about to proceed with feeding the materials, he suddenly paused and began carefully observing the blue reed, muttering to himself in a tone filled with doubt. Hiss. Could it be? 5 minutes passed. Not only were the others puzzled, but even Jiang Xieying couldn't help but silently complain to herself. What is this idiot doing? Can't even handle a freebie question? You never stared at me that intently before. If Fang Ming could read minds at this moment, he would surely reply to Jiang Xieying. You're so flat, with long legs. Aren't you just a reed yourself? Sun Yiming stood in the laboratory, his brows slightly furrowed. He stared at Fang Ming in front of him, secretly puzzled. Could this kid have figured out the issue? After all, even he himself wouldn't have noticed anything just by observing, only by seeing firsthand how the treasure failed to react during the evolution process. I can't perform this evolution, Fang Ming suddenly said, his tone still cold and indifferent. Fang Ming, Jiang Xieying exclaimed in shock. Sun Yiming tilted his head back and laughed. Ridiculous. Principal, the conclusion is clear. Fang Ming doesn't even know the basic procedures and is completely unqualified to be an apprentice evolutionist. Keeping someone like him in the lab is a total waste of resources. Principal Huang nodded slightly. I trust your judgment. What a pity for Fang Ming. In that case, we should. Not being able to perform the evolution doesn't mean I'm unqualified. Fang Ming interrupted the principal directly. Ha! Sun Yiming laughed, even more arrogantly. Fang Ming, I thought you had some real skills, but it turns out you're nothing but empty theory. If you can do it now, I'll let bygones be bygones. But if you can't, stop struggling here. Unless, he deliberately dragged out his words, you're willing to kneel and beg me, then I might consider giving you an easier task. Hearing this, a faint, enigmatic smile appeared on Fang Ming's lips. This expression left Jiang Xiang momentarily stunned. Every time this cold and aloof guy smiled like this, not only was it impossible to look away from his striking face, but it also meant someone was about to have a very bad day. How about we make a bet? Fang Ming said playfully. Stop playing games. Have some dignity as a man. Sun Yiming scolded. Aren't you the one in charge of assessing me? Isn't it up to you whether I pass or not? Fang Ming stared directly at Sun Yiming. Let's bet that'll definitely pass the assessment today. The loser kneels and calls the winner Grandpa. Do you dare? Sun Yiming froze for a moment before realizing this kid wasn't incapable. He was trying to provoke him. Fang Ming must think the task is simple and is pretending to struggle just to bait him. How naive. Fine, he'll take the bet. Sun Yiming sneered. When Fang Ming inevitably failed to complete the evolution, he planned to humiliate this arrogant kid thoroughly. Jiang Xiang was utterly confused. The evolution of the blue reed was supposed to be straightforward. Yet Fang Ming had first claimed he couldn't do it, then argued that didn't mean he was unqualified, and now he was betting with Professor Sunday. What baffled him even more was how Sun Yiming, a 4-star evolution master, could fall for such an obvious provocation. Let's begin, Fang Ming. As long as you successfully complete the evolution, you pass. And I'll honor the bet, Sun Yiming said, eager to see Fang Ming fail. No, Professor Sun, it seems you've misunderstood something, Fang Ming said, his tone suddenly turning flippant. This experiment isn't mine to perform. It's yours. What did you say? A sudden sense of unease gripped Sun Yiming. Fang Ming, stop fooling around and finish the experiment. Passing the assessment is what matters. Don't be reckless, Jiang Xiang urged anxiously. Fang Ming turned to face Jiang Xiang, who was looking at him with genuine concern, and said calmly, Teacher Jiang, the blue reed that Professor Sun provided is in a pseudo-boost state. Its growth level is insufficient. What? What did you say? The two evolutionists exclaimed simultaneously. Jiang Xiang looked utterly incredulous, while Sun Yiming was so shocked he physically trembled. How could anyone possibly identify such an issue just by observing? Jiang Xiang fell silent, clearly unsure of what Fang Ming was planning to do. The atmosphere in the review session instantly became tense. Ha! Sun Yiming couldn't help but sneer. Young people sure have vivid imaginations. It's good to have some fight in you, but making a fool of yourself like this is just laughable. He glanced at the others present and arrogantly declared, All right, the review is over. Fang Ming is disqualified. Fang Ming remained calm, meeting Sun Yiming's gaze directly. Professor Sun, a specialized review is a serious matter. If a trainee has doubts, they must be addressed. Principal Huang and Teacher Jiang are both here. If you intend to abuse your power, you might want to think about the consequences. It doesn't matter if a mere apprentice like me withdraws, but if I file for a re-evaluation later, it could be quite embarrassing for you. These words instantly darkened Sun Yiming's expression. As a 4-star evolution master in his early 30s, he hadn't been confronted like this in a long time. He had assumed it would be easy to control a mere apprentice, but he hadn't expected Fang Ming to be so well-versed in the rules of specialized reviews and completely unfazed by his tactics. Son, Fang Ming's tone suddenly turned icy. I know exactly what you're up to. I'll say it again, let's bet. If this evolution is as simple as you claim, then you do it. If you succeed, I'll leave the lab immediately and call you Grandpa while on my knees. Seeing Fang Ming's confidence, Sun Yiming hesitated, still clinging to a shred of hope. He probed, Since you're so sure of yourself, why don't we raise the stakes? Fine, I'll add 10 million to the bet, Fang Ming replied without hesitation, pulling out his phone to display his account balance 19.17 million in total. If you want to bet more, game. This move caught Sun Yiming off guard. He forced a smile to cover his surprise. Haha, young man, that small amount of money is nothing to me. But are you sure you want to lose it all to me? Stop stalling. You're not acting like a man, Fang Ming said coldly. That remark finally pushed Sun Yiming over the edge. His face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes bloodshot as he nearly lost control. Fine. You were right, it's a pseudo-overdrive state of the blue reed. What? Jiang Xiang gasped, unable to believe how Fang Ming had figured it out. Sun Yiming sneered, his face twisted with malice. Kid, I'll give you credit for your guts. But all I have to do is lift a finger, and your review report will say disqualified. Do you believe me? Jiang Xiang was about to speak up for Fang Ming when she noticed that Principal Huang appeared indifferent, as if he had no intention of intervening. At that moment, Fang Ming calmly asked, Principal Huang, the afternoon you initiated my specialized review, Someone ambushed me in an alley and threatened my family's safety to force me to withdraw from Lab 7. Were you aware of this? Fang Ming ignored Sun Yiming and turned his gaze toward the principal, who was pretending to be uninvolved. Oh, is that so? You should have told me earlier. Threatening a beast tamer's family is a serious crime. Principal Huang feigned a tone of concern. Old fox. Fang Ming cursed inwardly but maintained a calm expression. He was well aware of the consequences of offending a 5-star beast tamer and an extraordinary powerhouse, so he suppressed his anger for the time being. Jiang Xieying, standing nearby, had a flash of realization in her eyes. Though deeply immersed in her research and not adept at scheming, she wasn't entirely clueless. She had moved to Binhai to escape such political games, yet now her team members from Lab 7 were being threatened, with even their families involved, and were facing forced eviction through abuse of power. This belated awareness ignited an unprecedented fury within her. She was about to speak up, but forcibly held back. Fang Ming had maintained an air of confidence throughout, and she decided to see what cards this young man had up his sleeve. What followed, however, was surprisingly straightforward. Fang Ming did just one thing: took out a recording device hidden in his clothing, a black, thin piece that could automatically match the color of his clothes. It was a new model he had bought for 120,000 yuan from the Hunter Association, far superior to the older versions that were prone to falling off and had poor video and audio quality. Ever worked as a bounty hunter? You should recognize this, right? Fang Ming said, waving the device in his hand. I've recorded everything from the moment I walked in, and it's already been uploaded to a secure cloud storage. Sun Yiming instantly broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale. He had just openly admitted to targeting Fang Ming. If this video were reported to the Evolutionist Association or made public, his carefully crafted image and future star-level promotion would be severely impacted. Fang Ming, you win. Your assessment is approved. Just delete the video, and let's not escalate this to mutual destruction. Sun Yiming gritted his teeth as he spoke. Now, isn't it time to fulfill the bet? Kneel and call me Grandpa, plus the 10 million. Do you prefer scanning a code or a bank transfer? Fang Ming asked with a mischievous grin. I never agreed to bet 10 million. Sun Yiming retorted angrily. Then just fulfill the first part of the bet. A single knee will do. Fang Ming replied nonchalantly. At this moment, Principal Huang spoke in a stern voice, his tone leaving no room for argument. Fang Ming, Professor Sun is an honored guest I invited. His strictness with you is for your own good. Don't push things too far. Fang Ming immediately decided to stop while he was ahead. He had no real interest in taking in such a grandson. His relentless pressure earlier was merely a setup for his most critical demand. Since Principal Huang has spoken, I'll let it go. But I need Professor Sun to approve my assessment right now. Once that's done, I'll delete all the videos in your presence. Principal Huang nodded slightly, showing his approval of Fang Ming's tact. Sun Yiming also breathed a sigh of relief. While kneeling and calling someone Grandpa was absolutely out of the question, he had no desire to let things spiral out of control either. It's not worth ruining my reputation over a mere apprentice evolutionist, Fang Ming calculated in his mind, his gaze landing on the green reed. A flicker of desire flashed in his eyes. However, I have one more condition. He looked directly at Sun Yiming. I want that green reed. You wouldn't be stingy about it, would you, Professor Sun? Fang Ming's fingers tightened slightly, and his heartbeat quickened. If Sun Yiming refused, he would have to apply more pressure. He was determined to acquire this beast. It was the second time, after Little Cutie, that he had discovered an unknown anomaly in a beast's evolution path. To his surprise, Sun Yiming simply waved his hand dismissively. Take it. In his eyes, a 3-star species like this was only worth a few 100,000, and the lab had plenty of them. Things proceeded smoothly. Under Sun Yiming's arrangements, Fang Ming's review was quickly approved, and Principal Huang confirmed it as well. In front of everyone, Fang Ming deleted the recordings and videos from the devices and online storage. Jiang Xieying stood silently to the side, her gaze fixed on Fang Ming. She felt as though a cord in her heart had been gently plucked. Previously, she had been drawn to his appearance, diligence, and intelligence. But today's events made her feel as if she was seeing this young man in a new life now carried an air of mystery that was both reassuring and intriguing. Miss Jiang? Mentor? Huh? Oh. Jiang Xieying suddenly realized she had been staring at Fang Ming, quickly looking away as a faint blush crept across her face. I'd like to withdraw from Lab 7, Fang Ming said abruptly. What? Jiang Xieying was stunned, and both Principal Huang and Sun Yiming looked equally surprised. Fang Ming explained, I've been meaning to tell you, but I've been busy with family matters and haven't had the chance. Being an evolutionist isn't the right path for me. I want to explore other opportunities. I'm sorry, teacher. Jiang Xieying was momentarily at a loss. Then why did you just? If I'm going to leave, it should be on my own terms. Why should I let someone else kick me out? Fang Ming flashed his signature mischievous grin. That grin left Jiang Xieying momentarily dazed again. She realized she was growing increasingly fond of this troublemaker's sly smile. Even imagining him as a leading man in a movie, then she caught herself, scolding her thoughts. Fang Ming is still just a kid. But then again, what kid? He was already 20 and taller than her by half a head. Shaking her head, Jiang Xiang quickly composed herself. Thinking about everything that had just happened, the threats Fang Ming had faced, and her own research project that seemed to be going nowhere, her resolve grew stronger. Fang Ming, I approve of your application. She turned to Principal Huang. Principal Huang, I also apply to withdraw from Lab 7. Thank you for all your support over the years. Regarding the data on the water mirage butterfly's mirrorization, I'd like to take it with me. Principal Huang frowned slightly, clearly not expecting Jiang Xiang to resign. But since she hadn't achieved any results, perhaps it was for the best. Miss Jiang, I'm sorry to hear that. The project belongs to you, so of course, you may take it. However, your resignation must go through the alliance, so it might take some time. I'll submit the request for you. Thank you, Jiang Xiang replied, a wave of melancholy washing over her. 3 years from a 1-star to a 3-star evolutionist had grown attached to this lab. But today's events had clarified many things for her, and with her project seemingly at a standstill, perhaps it was time to go home. Principal Huang quickly submitted the resignation request to the education department via his phone. For evolutionists below 4-star, the process wasn't too complicated. It just required approval from higher authorities. TCH, what a ridiculous project, pure fantasy, and a complete waste of resources. Sun Yiming, now back to his arrogant self, sneered, clearly trying to regain some sense of superiority. Jiang Xiang didn't bother to argue. She no longer had the energy for it. But Fang Ming stepped forward, recalling something he had wanted to mention earlier. Miss Jiang, about that water mirage butterfly, when I passed by the lab earlier, it seemed to show signs of a new evolution path you've been theorizing about. The reception room fell into a dead silence. Principal Huang, Sun Yiming, and Jiang Xiang exchanged stunned glances, too shocked to speak. What did you just say? Jiang Xiang abruptly stood up, her eyes wide with disbelief. It's true, I swear on my honor. Before the words had fully landed, Jiang Xiang had already dashed to the door, flinging it open and rushing out. Her mind was in turmoil. Maybe Fang Ming was joking, but what if he wasn't? Principal Huang and Sun Yiming followed closely behind her. Whatever disagreements they had before seemed trivial in the face of this major discovery. Jiang Xiang stopped in front of Fang Ming, her voice tinged with a mix of frustration and playfulness. Fang Ming, you jerk. She glared at him with a hint of grievance. Keep teasing me, why don't you? Sun Yiming burst into laughter on the side, nearly doubling over. Ha ha ha, she hasn't changed a bit. Jiang Xiang, you're quite the character, always keeping your mentors entertained. Even as he laughed, he couldn't help but inwardly criticize Fang Ming's lack of tact. This wasn't exactly helping the situation. Fang Ming, however, paid no attention to the commotion around him. He was entirely focused on the glass enclosure of the Shui Huan Dai, observing it intently with his starry eye. Though he couldn't get too close, it was enough for him to see the detailed information about the creature. Name, Shui Huan Dai Water Mirage Butterfly. Attribute, Water. Species level, 3 stars. Growth level, 3 stars 1010. Condition, Healthy. Skills. 1. Azure Water Veil. Summons a massive water curtain to block attacks. 2. Mirage Barrier. Releases phantom mist to form a protective barrier. 3. Cocoon Transformation. Sacrifices life force and energy to envelop itself and its contract partner in a state of absolute defense. Evolution Paths. 1. Water Mirage King Butterfly 71. 2. Phantom Phoenix Butterfly 29. 3. Heavenly Dream Mirror Special. Another special species. Fang Ming marveled inwardly, his admiration for Jiang Xiang growing. The Shui Huan Dai, as a water tribute, 6-winged butterfly-type beast, was not only rare, but also a highly capable 3-star species. While its offensive abilities were not particularly remarkable, its exceptional defensive skills, especially the large-scale control effect of Mirage Barrier, made it a critical asset in battle. Its conventional evolution paths Water Mirage King Butterfly and Phantom Phoenix Butterfly were both powerful 5-star species that had been extensively studied by tamers and evolution researchers. However, what set Jiang Xiang apart was her groundbreaking research. By analyzing vast amounts of data and conducting numerous experiments, she had developed a completely new evolution path for the Shui Huan Dai, starting with its 3rd skill, Cocoon Transformation. She had even identified all the rare treasures needed for this unprecedented evolution. At first glance, the Cocoon Transformation skill seemed powerful, creating an absolute defensive shield to protect both the creature and its contract partner. However, the cost was steep. It often resulted in severe aftereffects. If faced with an overwhelmingly powerful attack, the Shui Huan Dai could exhaust its life force entirely. Worse still, during the transformation, the creature would become immobilized, leaving it vulnerable without external support, a near-certain death sentence. Yet Jiang Xiang had noticed something peculiar. During the Cocoon Transformation, The absolute defense exhibited a unique mirrored surface, a phenomenon absent from the Shui Huan Dai's other skills or behaviors. This distinctive trait inspired her hypothesis about the creature's potential for mirror evolution. The odds of success for her research, however, were staggeringly low. Even with all the necessary treasures in hand, without precise parameters for the evolution environment and the exact sequence of treasure usage, achieving success would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Unless they could locate a Shui Huan Dai that had already undergone mirror evolution as a reference, reverse engineering these critical details would be impossible. To make matters worse, even with every condition met data, treasures, sequence, and environmental requirements, the probability of successfully guiding the Shui Huan Dai along this unique evolutionary path remained dishearteningly slim. From an initial probability of 1 in a million, the likelihood had risen to at most 1%. Now, due to the uncertainty of sequence and environment, the success rate had plummeted to just 1 in 1,000. Jiang Xiang knew very well that achieving this goal would require preparing 1,000 fully mature Shui Huan Dai water mirage butterflies and corresponding rare treasures for large-scale experiments, a task that was nothing short of a fantasy. For this reason, she had meticulously maintained this particular Shui Huan Dai in a state of growth saturation, deliberately withholding the most critical Wuxiang mirror stone from being fed to it. Day and night, she employed various professional methods to stimulate and guide the butterfly, attempting to steer it toward a mirror transformation evolution while continuously exploring the specific environmental conditions required for this special evolution. According to her plan, it would take another year or two to raise the success rate to 1%, though there was also the risk of all her efforts being wasted if she was heading in the wrong direction. Fang Ming could see that Jiang Xiang had already managed to guide the Shui Huan Dai onto this unique evolutionary path through artificial means. This was a major breakthrough in itself, proving that her theories and practical methods were correct. Unfortunately, she remained completely unaware of this fact. Without a moment of hesitation, Fang Ming grabbed the Wuxiang mirror stone nearby and fed it directly to the Shui Huan Dai. At the same time, he activated the evolutionary path solidification ability of his stellar eye. The Shui Huan Dai, as if encountering a delicacy, devoured the Wuxiang mirror stone in an instant. Evolution commenced. Path solidified. Fang Ming. Jiang Xiang exclaimed in shock, staring in disbelief at Fang Ming's actions. The Shui Huan Dai's evolution had already begun and could no longer be stopped. Professor Jiang, I checked the almanac before leaving home today. It's a day of great fortune. Fang Ming said with a sly grin. Since there's not much hope anyway, why not give it a try? Ugh, fine. Jiang Xiang sighed, unable to resist Fang Ming's mischievous smile. Besides, it was too late to say anything now. Buzz, the Shui Huan Dai suddenly trembled, and a ripple of fractured mirror-like surfaces spread from its wings. These fragments quickly converged and fused, enveloping the entire butterfly. What? It's forming a cocoon. Sun Yiming exclaimed in astonishment. It was well known that Shui Huan Dai's evolution typically involved direct mutation, with no need for cocooning. Yet here it was, displaying signs of evolution while simultaneously using its third skill. Haha, evolving while wrapped in a mirror cocoon that perfectly embody the concept of mirror transformation? Fang Ming quipped, revealing the truth in a single sentence. Principal Huang, Sun Yiming, and Jiang Xiang exchanged bewildered glances. Fang Ming's words sounded absurd, yet they somehow made perfect sense. Jiang Xiang's eyes lit up with excitement. This unprecedented cocooning evolution was the ultimate proof of a unique evolutionary path. She trembled with exhilaration, eagerly anticipating the moment the butterfly would emerge. After years of relentless effort and the brink of despair, the sudden twist of fate filled her with a thrill she had never experienced before. Even Sun Yiming, a 4-star evolution master with greater expertise than Jiang Xiang, sensed that something extraordinary was happening. Internally, he couldn't help but curse. No way. This kid just randomly fed it, and it worked? What kind of almanac is that? I need to get myself a copy. As everyone grappled with their thoughts, the spherical cocoon began to contract under their watchful eyes, gradually revealing the contours of the Shui Huan Dai's body. A dazzling silver light radiated from it. Just like when the adorable mechanical beast had once evolved into the ghost-faced mech, the evolution of low-star beast companions was relatively straightforward. So long as the conditions were met, the process often took only a few minutes to complete. The blinding light gradually spread, quickly filling the entire room and enveloping everyone present. Fang Ming suddenly found himself plunged into a long dream, returning to the Qingbei campus of his past life, back to the familiar biology laboratory. Scenes of traveling through worlds, taming beasts, piloting mechas, and seaside adventures intertwined in the dream, leaving him momentarily unable to discern which was real. A sudden roar jolted Fang Ming back to reality. He realized with lingering fear that only a moment had passed in the real world, yet in the dream, it felt like he had experienced in eternity. The natural diffusion of this light was incredibly powerful, making him wonder what kind of existence it might give birth to. Looking around, Principal Huang appeared calm, but Jiang Xieying and Sun Yiming both looked pale, clearly affected by this mental assault. Fang Ming silently felt fortunate. If not for the ghost-face mecha's possession, he might not have been able to withstand the impact. As the light gradually faded, a half-human-tall, bright silver butterfly hovered silently in midair. Its form was identical to the water mirage butterfly, except significantly larger. Its entire body had become mirror-like, and though its wings no longer fluttered, they filtered and reflected light into even more dazzling colors, leaving everyone present breathless with its beauty. Fang Ming had already consumed a significant amount of the Starry Eye's energy earlier to solidify the water mirage butterfly's evolutionary path. It would take at least 24 hours to recover enough energy to solidify another, but checking the data panel posed no issue. Name: Mirror of Dream. Attribute: Dream. Species level: 5-star. Growth level: 3-star 110. Status: Healthy. Skills: 1. Physical Mirror. Creates a mirrored projection of the beast, possessing half of the original's physical strength. 2. Dream Realm of Heaven. Consumes the mental energy of both the Mirror of Dream and its tamer to construct a dream realm. 3. Mirror Teleportation. Projects the tamer and teleports them to any location within the mirror's reflective range. Evolution Path. Fang Ming was stunned. This was an entirely unprecedented type of beast, boasting the exceptionally rare dream attribute. Not only was it stunningly beautiful, but its 3 skills were astoundingly powerful. He couldn't help but think of his own little cutie. The stark contrast was almost painful. At that moment, the mecha beast sleeping in his beast space suddenly let out a loud sneeze. However, the Mirror of Dream's growth level caught Fang Ming's attention. The 3-star 110 figure was significant. Beast evolution was most optimal when the current star level's growth reached its maximum. For instance, his 5-star species Ghostface Mecha was currently at a 2-star growth level. Ideally, it should be cultivated to 5-star 1010 before evolving. Even if evolved prematurely, it should occur when a star level reaches 1010. Upon successful evolution, the beast would consume all resources and current star level growth. For example, a 5-star species Ghostface Mecha at 3-star 1010 would evolve into a 7-star species, but drop to 3-star 110 growth. The Mirror of Dream before him was precisely such a case. It had evolved from a water mirage butterfly cultivated to 3-star 1010, which explained its current growth level of 3-star 110. Fang Ming stared at the data in front of him, his thoughts drifting back to the evolution journey of his little companion. Starting as a 1-star species, the primitive mechanical beast had required a significant investment of resources to reach the 1-star 1010 limit. Surprisingly, when the little one evolved into the Ghostface mech, its growth wasn't reset. Instead, it directly advanced to 2-star 110. The key to all of this was undoubtedly the Star Soul. A faint smile played at the corner of Fang Ming's lips as he thought about how he had fed this top-tier treasure usually reserved for 5-star to 7-star species to a mere 1-star primitive mechanical beast. But he had no other choice. Without the Star Soul, the little one would likely have undergone a harmful mutation and failed its evolution. Moreover, achieving the leap from a 1-star primitive mechanical beast to a 5-star mech beast was an extraordinary feat. Even without the risk of mutations, success would have been nearly impossible without the support of the Star Soul. This was precisely why Fang Ming had insisted on waiting until the Star Soul was successfully fused before initiating the evolution. After all, the Ghostface mech was a one-fake existence, and there was no room for error. Gathering his thoughts, Fang Ming turned his attention back to the Sky Dream Mirror, his brows furrowing. The evolution path still displayed, indicating that even with his starry eyes, he was unable to discern the evolution route beyond 7 stars. This meant he needed more resources not only to strengthen his beasts, but also to upgrade his Beastmaster space. At that moment, Jiang Xieying had already opened the transparent casing, and the Sky Dream Mirror obediently floated into her arms. As the creature she had personally nurtured, their bond was undeniably strong. Unfortunately, as a 2-star Beastmaster, Jiang Xieying's level 2 Beastmaster space could barely contract with standard 3-star species, let alone control this 5-star dream attribute beast that required exceptional mental strength. Under these circumstances, no one but Fang Ming knew the true data of this mirror. After all, only through signing a contract with a human could a Beastmaster learn the detailed information about their beast through spiritual communication. Jiang Xieying was visibly anxious, eager to return to her family with the Sky Dream Mirror to quickly elevate herself to 3 stars using their resources. She firmly believed that once the Sky Dream Mirror's data was revealed, it would cause a sensation in the Alliance. Its unique appearance, noble aura, and the dreamlike radiance it emitted during evolution all hinted at its extraordinary potential. Sun Yiming was well aware of this. A self-proclaimed expert with countless beasts under his belt, he immediately recognized this as an entirely new species. The magnitude of this discovery left him both shocked and furious, his face flushing red. Remembering how he had previously mocked Jiang Xieying's research, he now felt utterly humiliated and quietly left the scene. Principal Huang forced a smile, but the twitching at the corners of his eyes betrayed his regret. The project had achieved a breakthrough just after Jiang Xieying had been removed, an irony that hit him hard. However, the application to remove her had already been submitted to the Alliance, and there was no turning back. Besides, it was clear that Jiang Xieying had resolved to leave. By the time she completed her contract, compiled the data, wrote her report, and published her paper, she would already be far away in the capital, with no ties left to him. Although the project's initial research had been conducted in Binhai, it was Principal Huang himself who had submitted the request for Jiang Xieying's removal. Now, whether he could share in the glory of this achievement depended entirely on her goodwill. Having just offended both Jiang Xieying and Fang Ming, he was in no position to make any requests. What should have been a career-defining accomplishment, paving the way for his transfer to the Alliance's Ministry of Education, had now turned into a shattered dream. Principal Huang narrowed his eyes, glaring venomously at the young man and woman before him. His heart burned with anger and resentment, impossible to suppress. If it weren't for Jiang Xieying's special status, he would have already taken action to kill the two people in front of him and snatch the beast. But Jiang Xieying not only had an immense background, but was also a 3-star evolver. Someone of her stature was not someone he, as a vice principal, could touch lightly. Moreover, Lab Number 7 was under the jurisdiction of the Alliance. If anything were to happen to Jiang Xieying, the consequences would be unimaginable. After exchanging a few polite words, Principal Huang wisely took his leave. Fang Ming stood to the side, watching as Jiang Xieying's eyes sparkled while she gazed at the heavenly dream mirror. A faint sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. This small gesture could be considered a way of repaying his mentor for her usual care and guidance. Just as he turned to leave, Jiang Xieying called out to him. Fang Ming. Thank you. Fang Ming maintained his usual indifferent expression. It was nothing. No need to thank me. Jiang Xieying smirked mischievously. Really nothing? Not really. You. Jiang Xieying gritted her teeth. Can't you drop the act? Always wearing that stern face, who are you trying to impress? Come on, give your senior a smile. Huh. Fang Ming's smile remained as cold as ever. Jiang Xieying stared at the man in front of her, recalling his precise judgment of the pseudo-excitation state of the Azure Reed. Was all of this really just a coincidence? Unconsciously, she reached out as if to touch his face, but withdrew her hand halfway. With a faint blush on her cheeks, Jiang Xieying looked at Fang Ming. You really didn't do anything? No. Jiang Xieying bit her glossy lips lightly, her voice carrying a hint of allure. Then, do you want to do something to your senior? Fang Ming froze. It finally dawned on him that his mentor was flirting with him. Despite having memories of a past life, in both lifetimes, he had been deeply focused on academic pursuits and was inexperienced when it came to matters of the heart. This had led to his habit of presenting a cold exterior. However, his experiences in this life had gradually begun to change him. Toward his mentor, he felt not only respect, but also a faint, ambiguous affection. Faced with being flirted with for the first time, Fang Ming inexplicably blurted out, Teacher, does that mean I can do anything? Jiang Xieying's body went soft, and her heartbeat quickened. She felt a rush of joy in her heart. This scoundrel, as expected, isn't a good person. You're so bad. I like it. Anything. Before she could finish her words, she nearly stumbled. Fang Ming quickly stepped forward to steady her, his right hand accidentally brushing against a certain area. Jiang Xieying shivered slightly, but simply closed her eyes and leaned into his arms. Yet, Fang Ming merely placed her onto the sofa and let go. You. Jiang Xieying was both embarrassed and annoyed. Fang Ming smirked mischievously. Teacher Jiang, didn't you say I could do anything? Next time, wear black stockings for me. With that, he dashed away. Walking across the campus, Fang Ming's expression gradually darkened. He was frustrated with his own hesitation, but also understood that the sudden intimacy had caught him off guard. More importantly, Jiang Xieying had a powerful background, and he wasn't ready to get entangled in such high-level affairs. After all, he was only 20, and Jiang Xieying was still young too. If fate allowed, they would naturally come together in the future. This was Fang Ming's genuine thought. It might seem childish, but it reflected one of the most valuable qualities in a man, his sense of responsibility. As for the comment about black stockings, he was simply joking around. Jiang Xieying in the lab was the epitome of an academic. She never put much thought into her appearance, always dressed in her lab coat with her frizzy hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her tall and slender frame resembled a swaying reed. Yet at this moment, her cheeks were flushed as red as if they could bleed. She wondered to herself, how could I have said something so bold? It must be Tang Yi's bad influence. However, Fang Ming did say he wanted to see me in black stockings. Walking out of the gates of Binhai City's Royal Beast University, Fang Ming returned to his work as a bounty hunter. He calculated the time he had lost that day, muttering to himself, "The whole morning is gone. Normally, I could have completed 3 or 4 tasks by now. That's quite a bit of money lost." However, with the ghost-face mecha as his new weapon, his efficiency in completing tasks had skyrocketed. Not only could he show off, but he could also gain experience. What a thrill. He quickly planned his task route. First, head to Ingwe community to deal with a wasp nest. Then, investigate the source of a bloody smell in the sewers at the farmer's market. And finally, proceed to the northern district to look into the theft at the wood element warehouse. After accepting 4 or 5 tasks, he organized them by proximity and difficulty and set off immediately. That evening, Fang Ming went online and purchased 5 5-star royal beasts in one go. He aimed to select species that would lose minimal value after devolving, such as the Phantom King Fox. While the 5-star version wasn't top tier and was moderately priced, its devolved 3-star Phantom Fox was highly sought after within its rank. With Fang Ming guaranteeing perfect quality, the price could triple. Calculating it this way, the cost of each Star Soul cluster could be kept within a few hundred thousand. Unfortunately, 5-star royal beasts were always scarce. Whether caught in the wild or bred artificially, they required vast resources and were often unavailable even at high prices. After scouring the internet, Fang Ming managed to find 5 relatively affordable ones, spending over 16 million in total. In the following days, Fang Ming made significant progress. On the second day, he destroyed a counterfeit operation and eliminated a 3-star royal beast master. On the third day, he solved a robbery case in the western part of the city, killing 2 2-star royal beast masters on the spot, capturing one, and unexpectedly acquiring a 5-star royal beast. After devolving it, he had his sister sell it online, adding another Star Soul cluster to his royal beast space. By the 4th day, all 5 royal beasts Fang Ming had ordered online had arrived. He immediately began the devolution process, creating a second Star Soul cluster in the royal beast space. Since the Eye of the Stars evolution and devolution functions could only be used once every 24 hours, it wasn't until the 7th day that the 5 clusters finally fused into a Star Soul. On the 8th day, another cluster formed in the royal beast space, standing beside the Star Soul, one large and one small. By then, all 5 of the purchased royal beasts had been ruthlessly devolved by Fang Ming. They could never have imagined such a fate. That evening, in an abandoned factory, a 3-star royal beast master found himself pinned under Fang Ming's foot. The corpse of the wind venom sprite lay sprawled on the ground. This powerful beast, cultivated to its peak, posed no threat to Fang Ming, who was encased in his mech armor. After quickly uploading the video, the sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. The bounty department's field team had arrived. Fang Ming glanced at his barely breathing opponent on the ground, then vanished like a ghostly shadow. On the wide street, Fang Ming casually tossed a crystalline ghost whale gem to the little companion perched on his shoulder. The tiny creature deftly caught it in its mouth and began happily enjoying the treat. Fang Ming pulled out his phone to check his hunter profile. Aside from his name, he had meticulously hidden all his key stats: 3-star concealed combat power, 98 hidden kills, victories over 2 3-star beastmasters, and 3 2-star beastmasters. This decision had caused his name to quietly disappear from the school's combat rankings, as the system took it as an indication that he did not wish to make his achievements public. Every time he donned the mech, Fang Ming could feel his heart growing colder and more bloodthirsty. In this perilous bounty-driven world, battles between beastmasters often erupted without warning, especially against 2-star and 3-star opponents, where a single misstep could prove fatal. This was no school sparring match. Criminal beastmasters frequently employed ruthless tactics. Without the protection of his mech, Fang Ming might have already perished long ago. A notification chimed on his phone. 700,000 credits deposited. This marked the completion of his 100th bounty mission. Fang Ming murmured softly to himself, his gaze shifting to his little companion. The creature had already reached its growth cap 3 days ago, but Fang Ming was in no rush to evolve it. As the first cultivator of the ghost-face mech, he needed more practical experience and experimentation. Rather than focusing on evolution, he was preparing for a far more critical plan. He quickly skimmed through his account details. His wallet balance showed 24.12 million credits. The 5 beasts he purchased online had all been successfully devolved in recent days. 4 of them, due to their perfect quality 3-star racial traits, had been snapped up within minutes, while the last one was sold to Naughty Net this afternoon, though the payment was still pending. Once the funds cleared, his total assets would approach 27 million. In just 8 days, through bounties and spoils, Fang Ming had netted nearly 8 million credits after deducting the costs of the ghost-face mech and the devolution expenses for the beasts. Compared to the weekly cost of under 1 million for cultivating an ordinary 2-star mech beast, the expenses for the ghost-face mech were astronomical. In these 8 days alone, he had spent 3 million just feeding his little companion. Though Qing Yu often teased him about being filthy rich, Fang Ming was acutely aware that he was still a long way from his ultimate goal. Time was running out. The special evolution pathway for the Azure Reed was about to vanish. He needed to act quickly. On the day Fang Ming and Jiang Xiang parted ways, the Green Reed formed a contract with Fang Ming, becoming his second contracted beast. In the beast space, the verdant reed swayed gently. Its panel displayed the following information: name, Green Reed; attribute, wood; race level, 3 stars; growth level, 3 stars 910; status, pseudo-stagnation. It possessed 2 skills, defensive and circle, which could summon reeds to form a protective barrier against physical attacks, and essence production, which could continuously generate reed essence. The panel also revealed 3 potential evolution paths: deep blue reed 60, light screen reed 40, and a fading special path electric spirit reed. The emergence of this special path gave Fang Ming new insights into the pseudo-stagnation state, which had puzzled the beast taming community for years. With the insight of the star eye, Fang Ming discovered an important pattern. The pseudo-stagnation state was closely linked to the appearance of special evolution paths. When a beast entered this state, there was a chance for a special evolution path to emerge. Conversely, the appearance of such a path could trigger the pseudo-stagnation state. Although the exact cause-and-effect relationship remained unclear, one thing was certain. The pseudo-stagnation state would fade within approximately 10 days, and the special path would disappear along with it. This discovery filled Fang Ming with both excitement and anxiety. Having witnessed the special evolution of the Sky Dream Mirror, he was eager to explore the electric spirit reed path. However, beasts in the pseudo-stagnation state could not complete their evolution, their growth remaining stuck at 910, and any resources invested in their cultivation or evolution would be wasted. Traditional evolutionists regarded pseudo-stagnation as a pathological condition, and due to the rarity of cases, it was largely overlooked in research. But Fang Ming was convinced that the appearance of special paths was no coincidence. The simultaneous disappearance of the paths and the pseudo-stagnation state further demonstrated their connection. He hypothesized that the key lay in the scale of resource investment. Previous attempts had involved investments of at most a few million, but he was prepared to commit resources worth tens of millions. More importantly, Fang Ming realized he might be the only person capable of succeeding. Even if other evolutionists invested billions to stabilize a special path, the likelihood of completing evolution along that path would still be infinitesimally small. As night fell, Qingyu finished her homework and left the house with a newly purchased camera worth hundreds of thousands. This extravagant expense had been kept hidden from her mother, who knew little about cameras, just as she was unaware that the siblings had secretly amassed a considerable fortune. They planned to surprise their mother with a house and car once Fang Ming wrapped up his current endeavors. Not long after Qingyu stepped out, Fang Ming also set off for the Beast City in Binhai. 8 days had passed, and time was running out needed to execute his plan before the Green Reed's pseudo-stagnation state faded. At 9 p.m., the city was illuminated by its neon lights. Sitting in a taxi, Fang Ming gazed at the passing lights, a faint heaviness settling in his heart. Over the past 2 weeks, he had completed 100 bounty missions as a hunter. While most were minor civilian cases, a few were high-reward missions, and he had even taken the lives of 2 3-star beast tamers. In this era where superhumans had largely vanished, 3-star beast tamers represented the pinnacle of power. With a level 3 beast space and stable 3-star contracted beasts, they were supposed to be formidable opponents. Yet they had fallen silently at Fang Ming's hands, without stirring even the slightest ripple. Through his encounters with these adversaries, Fang Ming could sense the existence of a vast, hidden network operating behind the scenes. The opponents he had faced were merely small fish slipping through the net. "Sir, we've arrived." The driver's voice broke Fang Ming's train of thought. After scanning the code to pay, he stepped out of the taxi and headed toward the grand structure of Binhai Beast University. The school uniform he wore served as a pass, sparing him from unnecessary trouble. The beast taming city generally prohibits ordinary people from entering, but the rules aren't strictly enforced. Fang Ming, dressed in his Beast Taming University uniform, walked past the guards with ease and headed straight to the section selling cultivation treasures. The adorable little creature perched on his shoulder gazed around leisurely, its round eyes curiously observing its surroundings. This had become their usual routine during each visit. Fang Ming would take the little one on a stroll, giving it a chance to broaden its horizons, while also noting which materials it showed particular interest in. This would help prepare for upgrading or evolving the Ghostface mech in the future. Though the little one was only a 2-star beast, it displayed intelligence far beyond others of the same level. Even 3-star spirit-type beasts couldn't match its cleverness. Not only could it discern which ingredients were beneficial for itself, but it could also communicate its needs and judgments to Fang Ming through telepathy. Fang Ming speculated that this extraordinary cognitive ability might be one of the unique advantages of its special evolutionary path. Soon, the spacious hall of the cultivation area came into view. Fang Ming approached the entrance, where a sharp and professional-looking female manager stood. Polite yet distant, he said, "Hello, I need a shopping guide for the cultivation area. As he spoke, he handed over a silver card. As a silver-tier VIP member of the Beast Taming City in Binhai City, he was entitled to complimentary guide services. Considering the length of his shopping list this time, having someone to assist would certainly be more convenient. The shopping guides here were rigorously selected. Not only were they expected to have attractive features, poised figures, and refined manners, but they also needed professional knowledge about beasts and treasures. After all, even a single item here might be worth a year's or even a lifetime's income for an ordinary person. An unprofessional recommendation could lead to significant losses, making the position of shopping guide highly coveted. They earned a 0.5 commission on customer purchases, which could amount to a substantial income. Do you have any preferences? The manager asked. No preferences, Fang Ming replied. Understood. Please wait a moment. The manager turned to the neatly lined up guides behind her. Mo Yen, assist the customer. Yes, manager. A youthful and vibrant girl quickly stepped forward to greet Fang Ming. Her fresh and sincere demeanor caught him by surprise. She bore a striking resemblance to his younger sister, Qingyu. This unexpected familiarity made him unconsciously lower his guard toward her. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fang Ming followed Mo Yin into the shopping area. Behind them, a slightly plump yet alluring guide couldn't help but grumble. Manager Lin, why did you send Xiao Yin first? Wasn't it my turn? Stop pretending. The area manager, known as Lin Jia, scolded her playfully. You really want to assist these students who don't spend much? Hee, you're the best, Lin Jia. Manager, she's just got her eye on that handsome young man, another guide teased. Exactly. What of it? The plump guide retorted with mock defiance. All right, cut the chatter. Lin Jia waved her hand dismissively. I treat everyone equally. Xiao Yin just started today, and this is for her own good. Having worked as the area manager for 5 or 6 years, Lin Jia had developed a knack for assessing a customer's purchasing power at a glance, with an accuracy of 80 to 90%. In the breeding zone of the Beast City in Binhai, the sales assistants shared an unspoken understanding. Students from Beast University were the most challenging customers to deal with. Not because they were difficult, but because most of them were on a tight budget. Take Fang Ming, for example, currently browsing through the store. Coming from an average family, nearly all of his family's savings had been invested into beast cultivation. Inside the breeding zone, Fang Ming discreetly summoned his partner, the azure reed, letting it wrap around his body, cleverly concealed beneath his school uniform. Together, he and this young, barely sentient companion meticulously inspected one display case after another. Occasionally, the azure reed would sense a faint spiritual connection with certain treasures, lightly tightening its body to signal Fang Ming. Most of the time, however, it remained unresponsive. This primitive mechanical beast is quite unique, remarked Mo Yen, a lively salesgirl standing nearby, with a cheerful smile. It's got that sleek, techie vibe, though that ghostly face is kind of funny. Unlike the other sales assistants who maintained a polished, professional demeanor, Mo Yen was outgoing and genuine. The two quickly struck up a warm conversation, almost like siblings. While chatting with her, Fang Ming diligently jotted down notes on the types and quantities of treasures he encountered. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, it was already 10:30 p.m. The breeding zone had grown quieter as the flow of customers dwindled. Fang Ming found himself at the dark attribute treasure counter, where a slightly chubby saleswoman was introducing products to a female customer in her 30s. At that moment, Lin Jia, the regional manager, entered the area, accompanying a distinguished-looking middle-aged man. A gold card VIP. The chubby saleswoman thought enviously. In Beast City, Binhai, anyone important enough to warrant Lin Jia's personal accompaniment was undoubtedly a top-tier client, with spending power exceeding tens of millions. This scene highlighted the variety of customers frequenting Beast City, from frugal students like Fang Ming to lavish spenders like the VIPs. While the sales assistants privately grumbled about student customers since their income relied solely on commission, with no base salary, and they might spend an entire day assisting a student who wouldn't make a purchase. Beast City had strict rules. They were required to maintain a professional attitude and wear polite smiles at all times. At least the students were generally mild-mannered and undemanding, making them ideal practice for new sales staff. Fang Ming remained deeply focused on his search. For him, this was far more than a simple shopping trip. It was a critical exploration tied to the Azure Reed's special evolution path. While the conventional evolution routes of deep blue reed and light screen reed had long been thoroughly studied, this unique path was shrouded in mystery. He was determined not to overlook any possibilities, carefully examining even seemingly unrelated fire attribute and wind attribute sections. After all, a failed evolution would mean not only losing an investment of millions, but also missing out on the chance to create an entirely new beast species. This cautious approach was a natural instinct for someone who had lived as a scholar across 2 lifetimes. The middle-aged man's demeanor was a textbook example of a nouveau riche. He paced around the store with an air of arrogance, the kind of customer most easily led by the nose by a salesperson. Nearby, the slightly chubby young woman glanced at Mo Yin, her gaze lingering for a moment before she shook her head subtly. It was the rookie's first day on the job, and she had already encountered one of the most frustrating situations for salespeople, a young boy armed with a notebook, clearly here to learn. The boy had been wandering around the cultivation area for over an hour without making any move to place an order. Watching him meticulously jotting down notes, the young woman felt a tinge of irritation. If he was here to learn, why couldn't he observe quietly on his own? Why bother the sales staff to accompany him? Boys like this, even if they became beast tamers, never seemed to outgrow this habit of finding excuses to chat with young women. Mo Yin, however, was surprisingly patient, engaging the boy in an animated conversation. The manager had already noticed the situation and cast a disdainful glance at Fang Ming. Years of experience had honed her ability to size up customers at a glance, though it had also made her smile increasingly insincere. Over time, she had developed a sense of superiority, looking down on ordinary beast tamers as unworthy of her attention. Fang Ming, oblivious to the gazes around him, was fully focused on his mental dialogue with his little companion. Stop staring. I've got black demon blood here, and am not buying it. What? Didn't you just eat shadow stones this morning? How about something crunchy? The little companion shook its head in disdain. It had become so picky that even shadow stones, priced at 110,000 each, were dismissed as junk food that stunted growth. Now, only top-tier items like ghost whale crystals, black demon blood, or similarly exorbitant resources would satisfy its palate. At this moment, Fang Ming stood before an abyss crystal priced at 17 million. Coincidentally, the middle-aged man the manager was accompanying also wanted a closer look. Spotting Fang Ming, who was clearly just a student from a beast taming university, the man barked rudely, "Move aside." Frowning slightly, Fang Ming chose not to argue with such a person and silently stepped aside. He had lingered by the abyss crystal because his companion, Xiao Qing, had shown an unusual interest in something that caught him off guard. As an electric reed spirit, why would it crave an abyss crystal with devouring attributes? Was it a sensory glitch, or was Xiao Qing simply drawn to the massive energy contained within? Fang Ming hesitated. The 17 million price tag was steep, and adding it to his purchase list would mean cutting back on other resources. As he mulled it over, the middle-aged man sneered at the manager's figure and muttered, "Penniless look," under his breath before strutting toward another display case. The manager's eyes lit up, and she asked flirtatiously, "Sir, are you planning to buy the abyss crystal?" "Just looking," the man replied without turning back, heading elsewhere in the store. He had no intention of actually spending half his fortune on something he didn't even need, just wanted to show off. Meanwhile, Fang Ming's companion was still whining about being hungry. Later, Fang Ming insisted, "You need to lose some weight. These two little troublemakers on me really think I'm an easy target." "Huh?" Xiao Kawai looked down at its small mechanical body, its slender mechanical arms spreading out helplessly as if silently protesting. "Are you blind? Where do you see any extra meat on me to lose?" "Fang Ming, you're so generous, letting Xiao Qing choose whatever she wants, but I can't even get a measly black stone." A wave of jealous telepathic grumbling echoed. Mimicking Xiao Qing's vine-like manner, Xiao Kawai clung to Fang Ming with all four limbs, repeatedly chanting in his mind, "Want it, want it, want it, want it. All right, just eat and shut up." Fang Ming rubbed his temples, sighing inwardly about the woes of playing the role of a caregiver. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled out a ghost cry crystal from his spatial ring and casually tossed it to the little glutton. "Yay, happy." A flash of joy rippled through Xiao Kawai's telepathic signal as it gleefully clutched the black crystal, roughly the size of its head, and began gnawing on it with gusto. Not far away, a middle-aged man was browsing the shelves with a frustrated expression. His dark attribute beast had failed during a star-level upgrade, resulting in not only the loss of valuable items, but also leaving the beast injured and weak. He had intended to buy some treasures to aid in the recovery, but after searching for a while, none of the available items met his standards, and the next shipment wouldn't arrive for days. Just as he was about to move on to the next item, his path was blocked by Fang Ming, which only added fuel to his irritation. The man was about to scold Fang Ming when his eyes widened, and his jaw nearly hit the floor. That young man had just casually tossed a stone radiating an eerie ghostly chill to the most ordinary-looking mutated primitive mechanical beast perched on his shoulder. That stone was unmistakably a ghost cry crystal. The ghost cry crystals on display in the shop were sealed in containers, concealing the faint ghostly energy within. However, Fang Ming's act of directly pulling one out from his spatial ring allowed those nearby to sense a trace of its chilling aura. The store manager and a slightly plump saleswoman accompanying a female customer were both stunned by the scene. A spatial ring worth millions? A treasure worth hundreds of thousands tossed like it was nothing? And he fed it to a low-grade, primitive mechanical beast as a snack? What was even more shocking was the young man's calm demeanor and practiced motion, clearly not the first time he'd done this. Is this what a true hidden tycoon looks like? The onlookers were left speechless, especially Lin Jia, the regional manager who prided herself on rarely misjudging people. She vividly remembered the peculiar, yet unimpressive mutated primitive mechanical beast on the young man's shoulder when he first entered the store. Despite its unusual appearance, it was clearly the lowest grade variant, essentially trash no matter how it mutated. Coupled with his plain school uniform, Fang Ming had seemed like a textbook example of a bottom-tier student from a beast taming university. As for the ghost-faced mech on his shoulder, it was even less remarkable. Typical mech beasts, whether flame mechs or cyclone mechs, were at least the size of an adult and exuded an imposing presence. When attached to their beast tamer, they could transform into massive, awe-inspiring elemental mechs. Who would associate the small, pitch-black creature on Fang Ming's shoulder with a mech beast? Fang Ming had no idea that his casual actions had completely transformed his image in the minds of those present, elevating him from an ordinary, struggling beast tamer to the mysterious heir of some powerful conglomerate. Half an hour later, after exploring every section of the store, Fang Ming paused to think for a moment before finally making up his mind. Carefully revising the list in his hands, he confirmed his final selection. Xiaoyan, thanks a lot. Fang Ming said politely. It's no problem. Mo Yin snatched the list from Fang Ming's hand and dashed toward the shelves like a gust of wind. Her figure moved swiftly through the aisles, expertly picking out items one by one. This boy, who seemed like an older brother figure, initially appeared to be just an ordinary customer learning the ropes. Little did she expect him to hand over such an astonishing shopping list. Although it was Mo Yan's first day on the job, her skills were anything but amateur. With just a glance at the list, she quickly calculated the total cost to be approximately 26 million alliance credits. That meant she would earn a bonus of 130,000, a sum that could easily make an average person in Binhai City envious. The store manager, standing behind the counter, watched as Mo Yin retrieved the rare abyss crystal from the shelf. A flicker of envy crossed his eyes. Before long, Mo Yin returned, slightly out of breath, her cheeks flushed from excitement and exertion. Fang Ming took the items and carefully checked them. 50 kilograms of cordyceps juice, 50 kilograms of heavy fiber, 10 pieces of greenstone, 10 pieces of thunderstone, 1 electric turtle relic, and 1 abyss crystal. Everything was in order. At the checkout counter, a young cashier glanced at the handsome customer in a school uniform, her eyes filled with surprise and admiration. Checkout, Fang Ming said calmly. Oh, right. The cashier quickly snapped out of her daze and read out the total price. Cordyceps juice, 1.5 million. Heavy fiber, 1.65 million. Greenstone, 1.27 million. Thunderstone, 3.1 million. Electric turtle relic, 2.2 million. Abyss crystal, 17 million. Total, 26.72 million. Purchases over 10 million qualify for a 10 discount. Final amount, 24.048 million alliance credits. After paying, Fang Ming's WeChat balance dropped sharply to 2.63 million. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification. You've received 2.517 million. The payment for his final downgraded beast had arrived. In just a few minutes, his assets had fluctuated wildly from 26.67 million to 2.63 million, and then back up to 5.14 million. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, who had previously been flaunting his wealth in the store, approached the counter. Upon overhearing Fang Ming's transaction amount, he instinctively shrank back. His purchase, worth nearly 1 million, suddenly seemed embarrassingly insignificant in comparison. Silently, he queued behind Fang Ming, his earlier arrogance completely gone. Regional manager Lin Jie had met her fair share of wealthy individuals, but encountering someone like Fang Ming, so young, yet casually spending tens of millions and earning millions in mere minutes, was a first for her. With quick reflexes, she stepped in front of Mo Yin, her face adorned with a professional smile. Thank you for choosing our Beast City. You are now one of our distinguished gold card members. Next time, feel free to look for me. My name is Mo Yin. I'm heading out now. Fang Ming interrupted her, his gaze skipping past the manager to land on the girl nearby, who bore a slight resemblance to his sister. He offered her a faint smile before striding away. Usually aloof with strangers, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Xiao Qing, leaving him no interest in engaging in small talk. Inside Laboratory Number 7 at Coastal Beast University, within a specialized cultivation chamber, a meter-tall blue reed was soaking in a mixture of heavy fiber and cordyceps solution. Its modest root system had fully extended, tightly wrapping around a black stone faintly flickering with threads of lightning. As the low-grade lightning energy within the thunderstone was completely absorbed, the stone crumbled into powder. The 7th one. Fang Ming frowned, immediately placing another thunderstone into the solution. The blue reed, akin to an insatiable abyss, continued devouring the resources he provided. Apart from the occasional exclamation of tasty, it was entirely absorbed in consuming energy, offering no other feedback to its contract holder. Fang Ming observed the scene intently, but the growth progress displayed by Astari, I remained stuck at 910. Half of the original 100 kilograms of mixed solution had already been consumed, The green stones were long depleted, and only 3 thunderstones remained. If this failed, he would have no choice but to resort to the electric turtle relic and abyssal crystal. Despite feeling the sting of the 7 million yuan investment, Fang Ming had no other choice. Fortunately, the subtle changes in the blue reed gave him hope while ordinary beastmasters might not notice. As an evolutionist, he could clearly see the blue sheen emerging beneath its surface and the faint lateral growth trend. When the final thunderstone disintegrated into dust, Fang Ming unhesitatingly took out the electric turtle relic, valued at 2.2 million yuan. Originally intended as the finishing touch, this relic contained mid-grade lightning energy, far surpassing the low-grade energy of the thunderstones, making it ideal for activating the lightning attributes of a 3-star species. ZZZ. A dazzling blue current instantly surged through the blue reed, enveloping the entire container in intense blue light, creating a world of pure lightning. The blue reed absorbed the energy from the relic with fervor, its body trembling violently. You have to succeed, Fang Ming silently prayed. A sharp crack broke the silence as the electric currents faded, leaving the electric turtle relic covered in cracks. Yet the growth progress stubbornly remained at 910, and the blue reed still showed no signs of saturation. Careful observation of its appearance, posture, and faint mental feedback led Fang Ming to realize that even more relics would likely yield the same result. Perhaps purchasing the abyssal crystal was the right move. Fang Ming's eye sharpened. Let's do this. He placed the dark red crystal, entwined with faint black energy, into the remaining solution. The blue reed seemed to sense its presence immediately, surging with an intense desire as its root system rapidly enveloped the crystal. Fang Ming slumped into the chair, feeling utterly drained, as if all his energy had been siphoned away. Over 24 million of fortune he had poured into purchasing the abyssal crystals had been invested entirely. Success or failure hinged on this single moment. Inside the container, the green reed was completely enveloped in black and red energy currents, its outline barely discernible. Time ticked by, and Fang Ming's gaze never wavered from the container. Under his intense focus, the green reed began to grow visibly thicker and sturdier. Suddenly, the numbers on the data panel flickered. Fang Ming leapt to his feet. Growth level, 3-star 910, 3-star 1010. A few seconds later, the numbers shifted again. Growth level, 3-star 1010, 3-star 910. Are you kidding me? Fang Ming couldn't help but curse. At that moment, the energy currents around the green reed abruptly dissipated. The energy from the abyssal crystals had been completely absorbed. Without the starry eye, Fang Ming would never have noticed that a contracted beast growth could actually regress. Inside the container, the little green reed had undergone a dramatic transformation. Its stalk had thickened, now a vibrant blue-green color. Its roots had compacted, and its head was fully unfurled. So big, so strong, so happy. A wave of joyful telepathic emotion reached him. Fang Ming was furious. I spent over 24 million. Not so you could sit there being big, strong, and happy. You'd better max out your growth already. The status panel still displayed pseudo-excitement, and the electric spirit reed state remained declining. Gritting his teeth, Fang Ming decided to go all in. He would spend his remaining 5 million to buy 2 electric turtle relics. But then, with a faint ZZT, a weak electric current flickered across the green reed. Fang Ming immediately activated the starry eye to inspect it. Name, green reed. Attribute, wood. Species level, 3-star. Growth level, 3-star 1010. Status, excited. Skills, defensive encircle. Reed encircles to defend against physical attacks. Production, produces reed essence. Evolution routes, deep blue reed 60. Light screen reed 40. Electric spirit reed, special. Fang Ming froze in disbelief. The status had finally shifted from pseudo-excitement to excited, and the electric spirit reed's evolution route had changed from declining to special. This meant not only was the growth fully maxed out, but the special evolution route had also stabilized completely. The emotional roller coaster nearly gave Fang Ming a heart attack, but he was too exhilarated to care. Pumping his fist in the air, he shouted, "It worked!" This experiment not only confirmed his hypothesis about the pseudo-excitement state in contracted beasts, but also provided crucial data for the research paper he was planning to write. The rest of the theoretical framework and data collection could now be left to Professor Jiang. The significance of this research achievement left Fang Ming deep in thought. It wasn't just a challenge to traditional beliefs, it carried an immense weight. He decided to share part of the findings with Jiang Xieying. This would not only help avoid unnecessary trouble, but, more importantly, present a golden opportunity. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Fang Ming's lips as a plan formed in his mind to bring Jiang Xieying into the Ghost Slayer workshop. Even if it was just in name, having a future 4-star evolution master on board would undoubtedly propel the workshop to new heights. Using this research as leverage, it would be hard for teacher Jiang to refuse, wouldn't it? Shaking his head, Fang Ming set these thoughts aside for now and refocused on the azure reed before him. The task at hand was the real priority evolution. It was, after all, his area of expertise. As long as you dare to show me the path, they'll solidify it, Fang Ming murmured, a confident glint flashing in his eyes. This path you'll tread it, whether you want to or not. Such is the dominance of the eye of the stars. For ordinary evolution masters, dealing with a mutated azure reed meant sticking to one of two conventional paths. But Fang Ming was different, was ready to strike while the iron was hot. As the formation activated, a star soul, long prepared, emerged from his beast space. The quality of this star soul was so high that it could support the evolution of a 5-star species. While using it here might seem like overkill, given the lack of a safe channel to sell it and the unique nature of this evolutionary path, it was the perfect choice to ensure success. Evolve, Fang Ming commanded. The star soul's dimensional suppression combined with the eye of the star's path stabilization, enveloping the azure reed in dual forces. Shaoqing's soul shuddered violently, as if an invisible hand had gripped its throat, forcibly pulling it onto the predetermined evolutionary path. At that moment, Fang Ming felt an unprecedented pressure, accompanied by a faint dizziness. He immediately realized that this was the current limit of the Eye of the Stars. Evolving the 1-star Shao Qi Eye had been effortless, but dealing with the 3-star Peak Azure Reed was an entirely different challenge. Clearly, the Eye of the Star's effectiveness was closely tied to the level of his beast space. As his strength grew, Fang Ming increasingly understood the critical importance of upgrading his beast space. Once Shao Qi advanced to 3 stars, he would have 2 specialized 3-star contract beasts and exceptionally rare feat among beastmasters below the transcendent level. Even with his naturally powerful beast space, he could feel its limitations. He couldn't help but sigh to himself, money is never enough. The Ghostface mech hadn't even been upgraded yet, and now enhancing the beast space had to become a priority. The evolution process was remarkably swift. Shaoqing's body visibly expanded, its skin shifting from green to an electrifying blue-purple. What was even more astonishing was the transformation of its electrical currents. What used to be fleeting sparks now flowed across its body like streams of water, with bolts of lightning occasionally erupting uncontrollably, accompanied by a heart-pounding crackling sound. Fang Ming instinctively took 2 steps back to create some distance, but his eyes only grew brighter. It was incredibly powerful. The sheer aura alone far surpassed any 3-star lightning-type beasts he had encountered at the Beastmaster University or in the laboratory. A few minutes later, Shaoqing finally gained full control over its newfound power, reigning in its overwhelming energy. Beneath its blue-purple skin, countless currents flowed like blood, faintly visible. The evolution was a success. Fang Ming stared intently at the data panel that appeared before him, where the attributes of the electric reed spirit were clearly displayed. A 5-star beast with dual attributes of lightning and wood, its growth level was at 3 stars, with progress at 110, and it was currently in an excited state. It possessed 3 core skills: Electric Spirit Coil, Reed Crossing the River, and Devour. Electric Spirit Coil. Fang Ming's eyes lit up, and a smile involuntarily formed on his lips. This was precisely the ability he had been anticipating. Before evolving, the green reed could enhance a beastmaster's physical defense, but the effect was minimal. Now, with its evolution into the electric reed spirit, this ability had undergone a qualitative leap, perfectly aligning with his plan to strengthen his own combat capabilities. Even more exciting was the rarity of the lightning attribute among beasts, with an attack power surpassing even that of fire. With the enhancement provided by the electric reed spirit, his weakness in direct offense would be effectively compensated. As for the second skill, Reed Crossing the River, it came at a significant cost, but was an excellent life-saving ability. The third skill, Devour, could not yet be utilized, but the electric spirit coil alone was enough to justify all the resources he had invested. Fang Ming immediately began testing the synergy between electric spirit coil and the Ghostface mech. After repeated attempts, he discovered that the mech's possession mode had to be activated first, allowing the electric reed spirit to seamlessly coil around the exterior of the mech. Standing before a full-length mirror, the sight left Fang Ming breathless. The sleek, steampunk-style mech clung closely to his body, while the electric reed spirit, as thick as his arm, elegantly spiraled in an S shape around the mech's surface. Its head unfurled gracefully, connecting perfectly to the position of his heart. Black, ghostly energy intertwined with blue lightning, and even the deep, abyssal eyes of the Ghostface mech seemed to flicker with electric light. What Fang Ming didn't realize was that this attempt to integrate an additional beast with an external mech was not unprecedented, but successful cases were exceedingly rare. Mechs, as advanced evolutions of primitive mechanical beasts, were inherently exclusive, especially unique evolutionary paths like the Ghostface mech. In layman's terms, to the little darling of the Ghostface mech, it considered itself the pinnacle of existence. The electric reed spirit's acceptance was not only due to its unique evolutionary path, but also something far more extraordinary: its ability to coexist harmoniously with the ghost-face mech. Dark and lightning attributes were supposed to counter each other, as suggested by the phrase, lightning shatters darkness. This had been Fang Ming's initial concern, but practice proved his worries unfounded. This unusual harmony stemmed from a shared trait, the ability to devour. In beast studies, devour is not a basic attribute like wind, fire, water, wood, lightning, light, or dark, but a rare and unique function. While it is more commonly found in dark attribute beasts, it can occasionally emerge through special evolution or mutation in other attributes. The ghost-face mech consumed the emotions of others, while the electric reed spirit devoured beasts of the same attribute. This shared characteristic became the key to their harmonious coexistence. Thus, a new beast combination, named Ghostly Thunderstorm, by Fang Ming, was unexpectedly born. Though the name carried a slightly juvenile flair, it perfectly encapsulated the ghostly energy and lightning coursing through him at that moment. At first glance, it seemed like a thundercloud brimming with lightning. Fang Ming carefully observed the scene in front of him, a faint smile of satisfaction appearing at the corner of his lips. The electric spirit reed remained dormant, merely circling around him when its first skill wasn't activated. The beast's body was shrouded in ghostly energy, its true form elusive and hard to discern. But the moment the skill was unleashed, the electric spirit reed awakened its power, instantly enveloping Fang Ming in a sea of lightning. He could feel the surge of violent energy coursing through his body, speed, strength, defense, every attribute skyrocketing in an instant. Even the dark red ghost slayer blade in his hand was now wrapped in electrifying currents, exuding an intimidating presence. If it weren't for this ghostly aura and the compact size after fusion, it would almost feel like piloting a thunder mecha. Fang Ming evaluated his current combat capabilities internally. Breaking past 100 is a given, but it's likely far beyond that. Below the transcendent realm, there probably isn't anyone who could pose a threat. What excited him even more was the immense growth potential of both his beasts. The Ghostface mecha was still at 2 stars, and the electric spirit reed was only at 3 stars and 110 of its evolution. There was still a long way to go before reaching their limits. Reflecting on his previous battles, Fang Ming couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The first time he killed a 3-star beastmaster, his opponent was a twisted murderer controlling a dark demon cloud. That fight had been won with a surprise attack, taking the enemy down in a single strike. However, his second encounter with a 3-star beastmaster had been much tougher. Their contracted beast was a juvenile colossal mountain beast, with absurdly high defense and strength. During that battle, he had to repeatedly replenish energy for the Ghostface mecha, barely managing to kill the beastmaster and secure victory. Although the colossal mountain beast was only lightly injured, it was severely damaged when the beastmaster perished and the spatial bond shattered. Fang Ming later captured it and sold it on Mischievous Net. If I were to face a similar opponent now, a glimmer of battle intent flashed in Fang Ming's eyes. With the boost from this lightning power and the explosive increase in speed, I could easily bypass the colossal mountain beast and strike directly at the beastmaster. Even in a heat-and clash, in this enhanced state, I might just be able to blow the colossal mountain beast apart. He glanced at the time. It was already past midnight. From heading out around 9 in the evening to purchase treasures, to nurturing and evolving them in the lab, and finally experimenting with the ghostly lightning combination and experiencing the skills, the night's achievements left him immensely satisfied. Early the next morning, Fang Ming specifically reminded his younger sister to keep an eye on the online listings for Phantom King foxes. These were currently the beast species with the smallest price gap. After regression, perfect quality phantom foxes could fetch 3 times their value after regressing, almost equal to the price of a Phantom King fox. As long as he could acquire enough Phantom King foxes, he could regress 5 of them every 5 days to produce 5-star soul orbs, which could then be fused into a star soul. The cost would only be a few $100,000. Even using other beasts for regression, though the price gap would be larger, it would still be a guaranteed profit for Fang Ming. However, there was no suitable sales channel for star souls at the moment. Fang Ming wasn't in a rush and decided to take things one step at a time. If he had stock, he'd regress 1. If not, he'd take a day off. After all, using the Eye of the Stars for evolution or regression consumed a significant amount of mental energy and temporarily affected combat capabilities. After breakfast at home, Fang Ming was just about to scroll through his phone and take on a few bounty tasks. She still needed to earn money for Little Cutie's star-level milk formula, so slacking off wasn't an option. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and a WeChat message popped up. It was from Jiang Xiang. "I'm leaving. Want to meet me at the lab?" Fang Ming froze for a moment, quickly glancing at his phone screen. Jiang Xiang had sent a message saying she was heading back to the capital, which caught him slightly off guard. Although he had anticipated this day would come, 8 days felt far too soon. Then again, it made sense. There wasn't much in Binhai for her to linger over. "All right, wait for me," Fang Ming replied before immediately heading out to the school. With a loud bang, the laboratory door was shoved open. Jiang Xiang turned to look at the entrance, her face showing the same familiar expression of exasperation. This clumsy guy still hadn't learned how to enter a room quietly. In the conference room, besides Jiang Xiang, there was also a stranger in military uniform. The man was impeccably dressed, with the black cat insignia of the Night Wind Corps pinned to his chest. Fang Ming's gaze sharpened someone from one of the three major corps. Judging by the rank insignia, though he wasn't entirely familiar with it, the officer's status was clearly significant. The soldier cast Fang Ming a fleeting glance before looking away, but even that brief moment felt like being stared down by a predator. Fang Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, with his level 3 beast taming space and 2 5-star contracted beasts, he quickly regained his composure and maintained a calm appearance. Fang Ming, you're here. Jiang Xiang's tone was unusually gentle, a far cry from her usual sharp demeanor. Fang Ming nearly blurted out a joking, then ill leave, but stopped himself, remembering he was here to say goodbye. Yet the sight of Jiang Xiang left him stunned. She had actually dressed in the outfit had once jokingly mentioned. She wasn't just wearing black stockings. Her entire ensemble featured a sheer black overlay, with her dress subtly revealing her silhouette. Even her face was adorned with an exotic black veil. Noticing Fang Ming's dazed expression, Jiang Xiang felt a secret sense of triumph. She had carefully planned this look. Though her brother had mocked her taste as tacky, Fang Ming's reaction proved it was worth it. Fang Ming, don't you have anything to say to me? Jiang Xiang gazed at him expectantly. Fang Ming sensed something was different. He knew Jiang Xiang had feelings for him, and he didn't dislike her either. But ever since his transmigration, the constant crises had kept his focus elsewhere. Teacher Jiang Yu. Fang Ming. Jiang Xiang interrupted him. I like you. The air seemed to freeze. Fang Ming had never expected her to confess so directly and was momentarily at a loss for words. Just kidding. You fool. Jiang Xiang's face flushed so red it seemed like it might drip blood, yet she still pretended to be nonchalant. She gave Fang Ming a firm pat on the shoulder, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. I'm leaving soon. Want to come with me to the capital? To my new lab? Fang Ming scratched the back of his head, looking conflicted. Seeing his hesitation, Jiang Xiang pursed her lips into a smile, her laughter ringing like silver bells in the reception room. This version of her was neither the serious one she usually showed, nor the reserved one she was around Fang Ming. She seemed like an entirely new Jiang Xiang. Fang Ming, she said, her smile fading as she looked at him earnestly. Your future isn't here in Binhai. I'll be waiting for you in the capital. But you better come soon if you're too late. I might marry someone else. Fang Ming stared at the girl in front of him, her sincerity warming his heart. For someone as reserved as her to say something like this, it was clear how genuine her feelings were. But what kind of promise could he make in return? The capital had never been part of his plans. All he ever wanted was strength to protect his family and to live a stable, fulfilling life. In this world, apart from his family, there were few things he truly cared about. Perhaps this girl in front of him could become one of them. He wasn't sure if this was love, but he knew he couldn't bear to see Jiang Xiang get hurt. When Jiang Xiang didn't get a response, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, though she wasn't surprised. Her confession today felt more like her way of saying, this is my choice. It has nothing to do with you. I'll wait for you. The reception room fell into a brief silence. After Jiang Xiang left, the military-uniformed man who had been silent all this time finally stood up. So, you're Fang Ming? The man said with disdain, his tone dripping with scorn. Xiang is naive and doesn't understand how cruel people can be. I've seen plenty of pretty boys like you. You must have done your homework on her background, huh? Playing hard to get what a clever trick. He sneered. But do you know the difference between a noble bird and trash? Trash will always be trash, no matter what. Staying in this little town of Binhai for the rest of your life is your destiny. Dream too big, and it'll kill you. Fang Ming frowned deeply, incredulous that such a cliché scene was actually unfolding in his life. I haven't said a word, and here you are, rambling on. Who even are you to her? Anyway, don't let the door hit you on your way out. The man froze for a moment before a cold smirk curled his lips. With a flick of his right hand, a streak of black light shot through the air, aiming straight for Fang Ming's face. It moved too fast before Fang Ming could react. A sharp pain stung his left cheek. He touched his face and found a trace of blood on his fingertips. Weaklings should know their place, the man said, leaving those words behind as he turned and walked away, his expression icy. Fang Ming watched the man's retreating figure, his gaze growing colder by the second. Kyoto, huh? I wasn't planning to go there. Fang Ming pondered silently, recalling the heart-stopping moment just now. The power of that black beam left him deeply unsettled. If it had been aimed at him, he wouldn't have had time to react. As a beast master, before reaching the extraordinary level, the fragility of his own body was an unchangeable reality. Even though he was far stronger than an average person, he was still no match for a true powerhouse. Fang Ming turned to examine the alloy walls of the laboratory. A small, penetrating hole caught his eye, with light streaming directly through it from the outside. The destructive force of that black beam was clearly far greater than it seemed. It had pierced through the entire building in one strike. And this was merely a casual attack from the other party. Interesting. Instead of fear, Fang Ming's face showed excitement. He realized that no matter how formidable his ghostly energy and thunder combination was, or how invincible he seemed among those of his level, he was still like a frog at the bottom of a well. True strength belonged to those who had stepped into the extraordinary realm. This world was far more vast and magnificent than he had ever imagined. Meanwhile, the entrance to the Beastmaster University was packed with people. A black armored military vehicle had pulled up, drawing a crowd of curious students. Their eyes sparkled with fervent excitement. A standard vehicle for the Nightwind Legion's main regiment. Why would they come to Binhai? Move aside. I want to see. Two soldiers in black combat uniforms leaned casually against the vehicle, exuding an intimidating presence without even trying. Although the students chattered noisily, no one dared to cross the 3-meter safety line around the vehicle. Soon, the crowd parted to create a path. Jiang Xieying, accompanied by a man in military uniform, stepped onto the vehicle and drove away under the envious gazes of everyone present. Brother, what did you say to Fang Ming? Jiang Xieying asked curiously inside the vehicle. Nothing, just getting to know my future brother-in-law, the man in uniform teased. Ugh, stop it. Jiang Xieying rolled her eyes at her brother, though her expression quickly turned worried. Do you think Dad's mad at me? The man patted his sister's head. Oh, so you still remember Dad? You've always been the wild one, and you haven't changed a bit. I'm not wild, Jiang Xieying retorted immediately. How do you think Tianming came into being? All right, Xieying is the best. A genius evolution master, the man said with mock sincerity. Only then did Jiang Xieying smile in satisfaction, gently stroking the small butterfly-shaped mirror hanging around her neck. Although she couldn't yet form a contract with Tianming, being able to shrink it down and carry it with her was already something. The man glanced thoughtfully in the direction of the school. That kid really reminds me of my younger self, awkward and clueless. Even when a girl is chasing after him, he doesn't get it. They'll have to give him a little push. Suddenly, as if recalling some terrifying memory, his eyes widened in horror. What's wrong, brother? Jiang Xieying asked, puzzled by her brother's sudden change in expression. Damn, I forgot to report to your sister-in-law as soon as I arrived in Binhai. Jiang Xieying's words immediately made Fang Ming's heart tighten. In the days that followed, Fang Ming became like a spinning top that never stopped. Apart from the time he spent having dinner at home, he devoted all his energy to taking on various bounty tasks. The Beastmasters University was known for its freedom. As long as students showed up for the final exams, they were good to go. This allowed him to focus entirely on his missions without any distractions. On campus, the gossip about Fang Ming and Jiang Xieying gradually faded, replaced by discussions about the Beastmaster League at various levels and rising new talents. However, on the streets of Binhai City, a mysterious figure was quietly gaining fame, the masked phantom. This title initially started as casual chatter among locals, but a week ago, it began trending online. Now, it had firmly taken over the top searches in Binhai City. Over the past couple of weeks, Fang Ming had been completing various bounty tasks at an intense pace, especially the one-star civilian-focused missions. These missions, often overlooked by others, became a way for Fang Ming to nourish the growth of his ghost mask mecha while also bringing him immense satisfaction from helping others. A viral anonymous magic video titled, "Thank You, Masked Phantom," catapulted the mysterious figure into the spotlight. In the video, a girl captured a blurry silhouette of the ghost mask mecha striding away, and she recounted how he had saved her younger brother, who had been swept into a sewer. The comment section was soon flooded with countless similar stories, though most of the so-called real photos shared were clearly fake, except for the original video. At dinner time, the atmosphere at home grew slightly tense. Just as Qingyue was about to mention the fragments, Fang Ming's deliberate cough cut her off. She immediately lowered her head, focusing on her meal while muttering, "AMU," as a distraction. Luo Hui, their mother, was quick to notice something was off. You're a beastmaster, and you're catching a cold? Qingyue, mind your manners while eating. Faced with their mother's questioning, the siblings nodded in unison. But this time, Luo Hui wasn't planning to let them off so easily. She pressed on, asking about their recent mysterious behavior. Fang Ming wanted to brush it off by claiming he was helping a classmate with photography, but Qingyu's uncontrollable left ear twitched slightly, instantly giving away the lie. Left with no other choice, Fang Ming decided it was time to come clean to their mother. After all, both the improvement of the Beastmaster space and the star upgrade of Little Cutie required significant financial support. After dinner, while their mother went out for a walk, Fang Ming and Qinyu sat on the sofa in the living room to discuss some matters. After briefly asking about the shop's business, Fang Ming quickly got to the main point and shared his idea of surprising their mother with his younger sister. What do you think of my plan? Fang Ming asked for her opinion. Yes, absolutely. I agree completely. Qinyu nodded enthusiastically. Then let's go ahead and buy a Benz Maybach. I have over 5 million yuan here. That should be enough, Fang Ming murmured thoughtfully. Just as he finished speaking, Qing Yu's expression froze. Sensing something was off, Fang Ming turned to look at her and found himself stunned. Brother, did you just say you only have over 5 million left? Qing Yu questioned with a tone of disbelief. As the manager of the Demon Slayer shop, she knew all too well besides his bounty income, almost every transaction involving selling spoils of war or trading resources for beast regression went through the shop. No wonder you casually bought me a camera worth over 100,000 the other day, and I was so thrilled. Turns out, that was just your pocket money. Qing Yu's tone grew sharper. I understand you have high expenses, but as a shareholder, don't I have the right to know these things? Seeing his sister's expression grow darker and darker, Fang Ming tried to lighten the mood with a laugh. What are you thinking? I'm a beast master, of course my expenses are high. Besides, I'm taking on bounty missions. If I don't invest resources to strengthen myself, it could be very dangerous. At the mention of danger, Qing Yu's anger subsided a little, though she still seemed unconvinced. You're not the masked phantom hero, so why are you acting so high and mighty? Fang Ming hesitated for a moment, debating whether to reveal to his sister that he was the masked phantom hero. But on second thought, his clumsy older brother image and the persona of a city hero seemed worlds apart. She probably wouldn't believe him anyway. In the end, he feigned ignorance and asked, is the masked phantom hero really that impressive? Qing Yu shot him a look as if he were an alien. You're a beast master, and you don't even know how amazing the masked phantom hero is? If you keep this up, you'll be stuck doing petty tasks and flipping goods forever. In Qing Yu's eyes, her brother's recent behavior had been highly suspicious. He wasn't going to school, nor was he working in the lab. She'd even heard that Lab 7 had temporarily disbanded. Every day, he came home with strange treasures and beasts, casually naming prices for her to sell them, and repeatedly asking her to buy as many Phantom Fox Kings as possible. As a girl with limited knowledge of the Beastmaster field, the only explanation she could come up with was that her brother must have started some kind of business with his classmates. Little did she know, this was no ordinary business, it was a life-and-death gamble. The more Qing Yu spoke, the more worked up she became. Her cheeks flushed red as she waved her fists and continued to reprimand him. As a Beastmaster, you should have grand ambitions, just like the masked phantom hero. He comes from a super prestigious family, yet he dedicates himself to helping ordinary people. He's unbelievably handsome, but he hides his face behind a mask because of a tragic past. A true hero serves the nation and its people. Fang Ming was dumbfounded. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? What did you just say? Qing Yu demanded sharply. No, I mean, who told you all this? Did the masked phantom hero say it himself? Of course not. The masked phantom hero does his good deeds without leaving his name. To this day, no one has even seen his face, just his silhouette. But surely, people must have witnessed his actions, right? By piecing together everyone's descriptions, it's easy to deduce a lot about him. You wouldn't understand. Impressive. Fang Ming nodded repeatedly, but he couldn't shake the strange feeling in his ear that had no idea that his own reputation had been blown so wildly out of proportion. Fang Ming stared at the rapidly increasing number of followers on his phone and couldn't help but imagine a different life. Instead of running around fighting, wouldn't live streaming and selling products be much easier? He shook his head and dismissed the thought. Right now, the most important thing was finalizing the surprise for his mom with Kinjui, a new car. As for a new house, that could wait. Their current home held cherished memories of his father, and suddenly suggesting a move might upset his mother. Besides, with him busy at work and Qinghua still in school, they really didn't have the time to house hunt. The two quickly finalized their plan, choosing the next day, which also happened to be Qingyu's birthday. The date was meaningful after all. A child's birthday is a reminder of a mother's labor and sacrifice. Early the next morning, in front of the Benshir Jisha 4S dealership. Tang Yi, why didn't you let me know you were coming? A petite woman in a uniform, with a sweet smile, greeted her enthusiastically. Xiaohui, you're such a busy sales manager now. I thought you'd already forgotten about your old classmate. Tang Yi teased with a laugh. The esteemed 4-star beast tamer graces us with her presence, how could I dare to forget? Xiaohui shot back playfully. The two had been close friends since middle and high school, though they hadn't seen much of each other lately due to their busy lives. You don't look so great, did you come in for car maintenance? Xiaohui asked with concern. Tang Yi sighed. It's been a rough time lately. My contracted beast is acting up, my best friend went back to her hometown, and yesterday, someone randomly keyed my car. As she spoke, she playfully swatted Xiaohui on the hip, which made her burst into laughter. It was clearly a familiar joke between them. The 4S dealership was unusually busy today, with 3 or 4 salespeople bustling around assisting customers. Just as the two were deep in conversation, the glass automatic doors slid open. Amid the synchronized "Welcome to Benshir Jisha" from the receptionists, a familiar figure walked in. It was Fang Ming. Both women froze. For Tang Yi, it was out of disdain. For Xiaohui, it was wariness. As a manager, she knew all too well that cars at Benshir, even the lowest tier models, started at over 2 million yuan. It wasn't the kind of place someone Fang Ming's age could typically afford to shop at. Though her professional training prompted her to immediately put on a polite smile and step forward, Tang Yi grabbed her arm to stop her. Don't bother with him, Tang Yi said in a low voice. Normally, she wouldn't interfere with Xiao Hu's work, but her dislike for Fang Ming had reached its peak. As a strong, independent woman and the leader of her school's beast tamer team, she despised men who relied on women. To her, Fang Ming, despite his boyish good looks, was utterly useless aside from some evolutionist theories. His contracted beast and combat abilities were all thanks to Jiang Xieying, yet he had dragged her best friend into nasty rumors. To make matters worse, Tang Yi had even caught him stealing a beast taming artifact from the school lab with her own eyes. Tang Yi stood inside the upscale Binshi store, a trace of disdain flickering in her eyes. As someone privy to the secrets of Laboratory Number 7, she knew exactly why Jiang Xieying had chosen to leave supposedly because of Fang Ming. Not only had his actions led to Jiang Xieying's departure, but they had also caused the entire lab to disband. Thinking about how her best friend had been forced to return to her hometown because of this, Tang Yi's anger simmered even more. Binshi, a high-end brand catering exclusively to 3-star beast masters or those with their recommendation, was renowned for its quality. At that moment, an incongruous figure caught her eye. Fang Ming was leisurely browsing the store. Huh. Just someone who barely scraped by as a 3-star beast master thanks to Jiang Xieying, and somehow got lucky enough to make it onto the school's power rankings, she thought with a sneer. Xiao Hui, stop him, Tang Yi commanded in a low voice, grabbing the arm of her colleague, who was about to approach Fang Ming. Xiao Hui struggled, protesting. Tang Yi, that's against store policy, but her strength was no match for that of a beast master, and she was firmly held back. That guy is just a broke con artist who preys on women, Tang Yi said through gritted teeth. I'm doing this for your own good. Oblivious to the undercurrents around him, Fang Ming was curiously taking in his surroundings, visiting such a high-end store for the first time. After waiting for a while without being attended to, he called out, "Excuse me? I'd like to buy a car." His voice rang out, sharp and out of place in the typically quiet and refined showroom. All eyes turned toward him. Tang Yi shook her head in disdain, while Xiao Hui, having finally broken free, hurried over to greet him with a polite, 90-degree bow. "Good day, sir." From a distance, Tang Yi watched coldly, eager to see how this farce would unfold. "Hello. I'm looking for a car suitable for a woman, with a budget under 5 million, Fang Ming stated plainly. His straightforward manner caught Xiao Hui off guard for a second, but her professionalism quickly kicked in. "Of course. Mr. Fang, please follow me." Xiao Hui led Fang Ming through the showroom, meticulously introducing the options. "This pink magic bell model is designed specifically for young women," she said, pointing to one car, then gestured toward another. "And this is the latest Phantom Black Veil, which exudes a mysterious elegance. Its black design makes it suitable for women of all ages." As she observed Fang Ming's earnest demeanor, Xiao Hui couldn't help but reassess the young man Tang Yi had labeled a con artist. Not only did he seem genuinely interested in buying a car, but it was also clear he intended it as a gift. With his handsome features and serious attitude, could he really be a fraud? Was Tang Yi's strong reaction because she had been deceived by him before? Xiao Hui resolved to ask Tang Yi about it later. In the end, Fang Ming's gaze lingered on the Phantom Black Veil. Its understated luxury matched his mother's refined taste perfectly. As for the pink magic bell, he mentally noted it as a future gift for his sister after her college entrance exams. "Mr. Fang, what do you think? May I ask who this car is for?" Xiao Hui inquired gently. Xiao Hui explained for a long while, but the young man in front of her just nodded silently, his expression calm. She tentatively asked, "Do you have the Phantom Black Veil in stock?" Yes, we do." Xiao Hui was slightly taken aback, but her professionalism kicked in immediately. "I heard all the paperwork can be completed here in one go." "That's right. Full paperwork, 5 minutes. One signature. This is an exclusive advantage of Binshi." Xiao Hui straightened her back, her tone filled with pride. Fang Ming nodded in satisfaction. "Good, saves time. Skim my WeChat. I'm in a hurry. I'll take it now." "Got it," Xiao Hui responded quickly, though her emotions were a roller coaster. From the initial disappointment upon meeting this young customer, to curiosity after Tang Yi's reminder, to her shock while Fang Ming inspected the car, and finally to the surprise when he decided to pay outright, this whirlwind of emotions in such a short time left her marveling. No wonder Tang Yi almost got fooled. Even she found herself somewhat drawn to this young man, who combined good looks with financial power. In no time, Fang Ming skillfully scanned the WeChat code and casually showcased his 3-star bounty hunter certification in action that had become second nature due to his frequent task completions. Just 5 minutes later, all the paperwork was done, and the staff drove the brand new vehicle from the underground garage to the entrance. Tang Yi had remained seated the entire time, observing everything except the final paperwork. With her exceptional physical senses, she caught every word of the conversation between Fang Ming and Xiao Hui. At this moment, her disdain for Fang Ming grew even stronger. Phantom Black Veil. Tang Yi sneered internally. The latest model from Binshi Jisha, over 4.7 million, much pricier than mine. As a well-paid beast trainer, Tang Yi knew how expensive this profession could be, especially with her recent issues with her beasts and the urgent need for rare items while still struggling with finances. How could this kid possibly have that much money? He must have scammed Jiang Xieying. And on top of that, sold stolen lab items for cash. With so much money, he doesn't invest in improving his skills, but buys a luxury car? And a model designed for women, no less. Clearly not for a girl. Jiang Xieying just left, and now he's targeting another rich woman. The more Tang Yi thought about it, the angrier she became, clenching her teeth. At this moment, Fang Ming, ready to leave, walked past her, and their eyes met. Fang Ming recognized this well-known figure from the Beastmaster University, young, talented, leading the school team, and most importantly, possessing both stunning looks and an enviable figure. Unlike Jiang Xieying's slender build, Tang Yi had a strikingly voluptuous physique, her bold and sexy attire exuding an air of dominance with every gesture. Ms. Tang? You're here too, Fang Ming said politely, greeting her out of courtesy. Tang Yi sneered. Oh, I'm here too? Aren't you bold? What? Drained Jiang Xieying dry and already moved on to your next target without even taking a break. Fang Ming was utterly confused. He had no idea what she was talking about, but seeing her hostility, he didn't bother to respond. He shot her a cold glance and prepared to leave. I really underestimated you, Fang Ming. Tang Yi mocked. So eager to deliver the phantom black veil, seems like you're very devoted to her. Were it not for the sake of her friend, she might have stormed over to teach this kid a lesson. Fang Ming frowned at her words. He was certain he had never offended Tang Yi, nor even spoken to her, so he couldn't understand why she was being so aggressive. Of course I love her, Fang Ming shouted without looking back as he quickly slid into the driver's seat of the sleek black phantom. What's wrong with this woman? Of course, I love my mom, he muttered to himself, stepping hard on the accelerator. In the blink of an eye, the car disappeared down the road. Tang Yi stood frozen in place, trembling with fury. This jerk dared to say, of course, I love her. And what does Jiang Xieying mean to him? Tang Yi, don't get so worked up, Xiao Hui said, walking over with a cheerful smile. That kind of playboy isn't worth your anger. Her good mood was evident. She had just closed a deal on one of the company's flagship models, earning her a generous commission. Tang Yi immediately realized Xiao Hui had misunderstood something. She hurriedly began recounting Fang Ming's many misdeeds. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought you. Xiao Hui exclaimed, suddenly understanding. Thought what? Tang Yi shot her a glare and, in a playful act of retaliation, gave Xiao Hui a firm pinch on her short skirt-covered hip. I like women, thank you very much. Why would I even look at a pretty boy like him? Xiao Hui dodged with a laugh. Oh, so he's a student from your school? No wonder I hadn't heard of him. But he does seem pretty impressive. Impressive? How so? 3 stars. Isn't that impressive? Impressive, my foot. All his contracted beasts are useless, probably swindled his way to them. Tang Yi was about to continue her tirade. But Xiao Hui hesitated before speaking. He showed a 3-star bounty hunter certification, not a beastmaster license. Tang Yi froze mid-sentence. What? A bounty hunter? After Xiao Hui confirmed this, Tang Yi eagerly pressed for details about his combat stats. Something in the 90s, I think. I don't remember the exact number. That number detonated in Tang Yi's mind. As a seasoned beastmaster, she knew all too well what a 3-star bounty hunter certification entailed. It was a level that even many 4-star beastmasters couldn't achieve. She thought of the prodigies in her Binhai team, Zhou Xiaojia, Tong Sheng, and Bai Susu, under her meticulous guidance, had only dared to attempt solo kills to eventually earn their 3-star bounty hunter statuses. A seemingly frivolous boy like Fang Ming, a 3-star bounty hunter? Combat stats in the 90s. If true, it would make sense. A ripple of curiosity stirred in Tang Yi's heart. This boy might not be as simple as he seemed. Once the issue with the contracted beasts was resolved, she was determined to test his strength herself. Meanwhile, on the wide streets of Binhai City, Fang Ming drove the sleek black phantom forward in a leisurely manner. The car's streamlined body cut through the air effortlessly. With a slight press on the gas, the vehicle shot forward like a black phantom slicing through the horizon. The entire process was utterly silent, achieving almost complete stealth. Nearby vehicles kept a safe distance, wary of even the slightest mishap with the luxury car. The phantom black veil cruised smoothly towards Huimin Supermarket, near Fang Ming's home, the place where his mother worked. Inside the supermarket, Luo Hui stood in front of a shelf, holding a notebook and meticulously checking the newly arrived stock. As a morning shift cashier, her salary was lower than the evening shift, but she could finish work by 5 p.m., just in time to buy ingredients for dinner before the market closed. Tuesdays were delivery days, and the evening shift cashier was supposed to come in early to help organize the goods, set prices, and verify inventory. However, in the farthest corner of the shelves, the newly hired evening shift cashier, a young, attractive girl, was entangled with the store owner. The girl playfully pushed him away, whining, "Oh, stop it. I still have to check the inventory." That old lady will start nagging again. Who cares about her? The pot-bellied owner smirked as he took advantage of the situation, promising, "Next month, I'll find an excuse to dock her pay and add it to yours." "Really?" the girl asked excitedly. "This store is mine. I make the rules." "Chunyu, you have such a great figure." The owner's hands began to wander. "Oh, come on. It's broad daylight," Chunyu said, twisting her body. "I'll take good care of you after work tonight. By the way, I heard Luo Hui's son is at the Beast Tamer University. Won't he be trouble? Don't worry about it." The owner clearly had no interest in the topic and resumed his inappropriate behavior, his impatience evident. "Chunyu, should we go to your place?" "Now. I have to take my old hag out for a bit and deal with some other stores first. Then why bring it up? Tell you what, skip your evening shift today. I'll pick you up around 5 or 6 once I'm done." Hearing this, Chunyu coyly brushed against him. "Whatever you say. Take care," Luo Hui called out as she saw off a customer. Then, she shouted towards the back. "Xiaoyu, have you finished checking the 7th shelf?" "Almost." "Stop nagging," Chunyu replied impatiently, hurriedly pushing the owner away and adjusting her disheveled clothes and makeup. She sauntered out and glanced at the busy Luo Hui, her tone laced with mockery. "Hey, Luo Hui, isn't your son a beast tamer? Why are you still working a job like this?" Luo Hui simply smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. At that moment, the owner emerged as well, putting on a stern face as he addressed Luo Hui. "Hurry up and stop dawdling. Xiaoyu is new and works the evening shift. It's harder for her. You should pick up the slack when needed. Oh, and Xiaoyu has a training session tonight, so you'll cover her evening shift. I'll add 200 yuan to your paycheck at the end of the month." With that, he strode off briskly. Luo Hui frowned as she watched his retreating figure, her heart already seeing through the disgraceful dealings of this pair. On any other day, Luo Hui would have just let her son take Qingwei out for a quick meal. After all, her son had 200 yuan on hand, which was a decent amount of pocket money for a beast tamer. But today was different. It was Qingyue's birthday, and they had already planned to celebrate at home. "Boss, I really can't stay today. It's my daughter's birthday, and I need to go home to cook for her." Luo Hui clasped her apron tightly in both hands, her eyes filled with plea. The man furrowed his brows, a trace of impatience flashing across his face. At that moment, a young woman swayed over, throwing a flirtatious glance at him. The surge of hormones instantly clouded his judgment. "No way." The man jabbed a finger at Luo Hui's face, his voice suddenly rising. "You have to stay today, or you can just quit altogether. There are plenty of younger and quicker workers out there who can replace you." Normally mild-tempered, Luo Hui's face flushed red with anger, and she was about to retort when a soft engine hum drew everyone's attention. A sleek black sedan glided silently to a stop in front of the Huimin convenience store. Every curve of the car exuded elegance and luxury. The man was about to lose his temper when he suddenly recognized the iconic emblem on the vehicle Benchixisha, and it was the latest Phantom Black Veil model, priced at nearly 5 million yuan. The man froze instantly. As someone who owned over a dozen supermarkets, he fully understood what such a top-tier beast tamer exclusive luxury car signified. Even if he had the money, he couldn't buy one, let alone afford to offend its owner. If a beast tamer ranked 3 stars or higher were insulted by an ordinary person, they could take drastic action with minimal consequences. The young woman, Xiaoyu, brightened at the sight, her gaze fixed on the car door. In her mind, anyone driving such a car, no matter their appearance, was worth her attention. Even if the driver were an old man covered in filth, he would still be a prime target for her affections. After all, this was the fundamental skill set of a gold digger. The car door opened, and Fang Ming stepped out. He had originally parked a few meters away, but thanks to his extraordinary hearing, he had overheard everything that had just transpired. His expression was dark, and his entire demeanor radiated an icy chill. The boss immediately plastered on a fawning smile, his plump face creasing with sycophantic wrinkles. "Hello, sir. May I ask who you are?" Fang Ming didn't even glance at him. Instead, he walked straight to one of the shelves and gave it a light push. Crash! The entire shelf collapsed with a deafening noise. "Is it this unstable?" Fang Ming's voice was cold. If a child were playing around and knocked it over, wouldn't they get hurt? Before the words had fully settled, he moved to the next shelf and gave it another push. Crash! Still unstable. The boss's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. No one had ever dared to provoke him like this. He clenched his teeth in frustration. This young man didn't look like a real expert. Besides, he had a relative who was a 2-star beast tamer at their peak. That connection alone had helped him build his business empire. "I treated you politely, and you come in here causing trouble without a word." The boss narrowed his eyes, his voice low and threatening. "Do you think I don't have my own ways to deal with this?" The middle-aged boss, facing Fang Ming's aggressive demeanor, forced himself to stay calm and asked again, "What exactly do you want? What rank beast tamer are you?" At this moment, Fang Ming had already knocked over 4 shelves, leaving merchandise scattered all over the floor. Luo Hui, standing to the side, stared in shock at her usually well-behaved son, who had suddenly become so fierce. He hadn't even greeted her when he came in, leaving her too stunned to speak. Fang Ming finally stopped his actions. He turned to face the middle-aged man and stepped closer, one deliberate step at a time. As the distance between them shrank, beads of cold sweat appeared on the man's forehead, and his voice began to tremble. You, what are you trying to do? When Fang Ming stood less than half a meter away, his cold, emotionless gaze seemed to pierce through the man, as if he were staring at a corpse. Suddenly, a sharp and chilling aura of killing intent radiated from him, a genuine aura born of someone who had experienced countless battles and bloodshed. Such an oppressive presence was far beyond what an ordinary man, weakened by indulgence, could withstand. The middle-aged man, overwhelmed by this suffocating pressure, felt his legs give out and collapsed to the ground. Seeing the man's pathetic state, Fang Ming's anger subsided slightly, and he reined in his imposing aura. A strange smile appeared on his face. Weren't you asking about my rank? Take a guess based on this strength of mine. Before the words even settled, Fang Ming reached out and grabbed the boss by the neck with one hand, effortlessly lifting the nearly 200-pound man off the ground, as if he were no more than a small chicken. The boss's feet dangled in the air as he felt the iron-like grip around his neck. The fear of death consumed him. He wanted to beg for mercy, but all he could manage were hoarse, gasping sounds as his legs flailed helplessly. The young woman standing behind them was frozen in place, utterly stunned. Moments ago, she had been secretly admiring the handsome young man. Now, she was paralyzed with fear at the terrifying strength he displayed. It dawned on her that this was someone far beyond her reach. Seeing this, Fang Ming's anger dissipated completely. He had no intention of causing real harm. He only wanted to teach this man a lesson for disrespecting his mother. He casually tossed the man to the ground and then walked over to his mother with a gentle smile. Mom, Luo Hui gave her son a reproachful glance. Why are you causing trouble at your mom's workplace? Fang Ming scratched his head sheepishly and explained, I just couldn't stand seeing someone treat you like that. It was then that Luo Hui realized what was going on. Her son must have overheard her conversation with the boss. She sighed, knowing that she couldn't keep this job any longer. But more than anything, she felt a sense of pride. Her son had stood up for her, and the strength he displayed was astonishing. Lifting such a heavy man with one hand so effortlessly, it seemed the tens of thousands she had spent on his beast tamer training were well worth it. She resolved to work even harder to support her son. If Fang Ming had known what his mother was thinking, he probably would have laughed out loud. Those tens of thousands were barely a drop in the bucket. The middle-aged man, still recovering from his terror, overheard their conversation and cursed inwardly. This woman claimed her son was only a one-star beast tamer? A one-star beast tamer with such overwhelming physical strength and killing intent. And driving a phantom shadow car, no less? Was she mocking him? At that moment, Fang Ming remembered the main reason he had come. He turned to his mother and said, Mom, your son has grown stronger and started earning money. You don't need to work anymore. I'll take care of you. You're earning money now? But isn't it expensive being a beast tamer in the early stages? Don't just say this to make me feel better because of what happened today. Luo Hui replied skeptically. Mom, would I lie to you? Look outside at the new car I just bought. It's a gift for you. Fang Ming said with a big grin, eagerly waiting to see the look of surprise on his mother's face. Luo Hui followed the direction of Fang Ming's finger, and her gaze landed on the luxury car parked outside the store. She stepped out, moving closer to take a good look at the car's sleek design. What brand is this? It looks so beautiful. It must cost hundreds of thousands, right? Luo Hui frowned, then shook her head with a sigh. What a waste of money. Wouldn't it be better to spend it on self-improvement? Your mom doesn't need something like this at all. Fang Ming couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated at his mother's reaction. For a car like this, estimating it at just hundreds of thousands was far too conservative. Just then, the middle-aged man with faint red marks still visible on his neck cautiously followed them out of the store, hiding behind Luo Hui as if afraid of provoking Fang Ming again. Sister Luo Hui, the shop owner said with a flattering smile, his tone ingratiating. This is a Bentley Mulsanne. This model costs nearly 5 million. Your son is incredibly filial. If my son were even a tenth as considerate as yours, I'd be burning incense in gratitude. 5 million. Luo Hui's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Fang Ming. Yup. Fang Ming nodded, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. He silently praised the shop owner's quick thinking. This explanation was far more effective than if he had tried to explain it himself. Seeing his mother's stunned expression, he felt a small thrill of satisfaction, like a prank successfully pulled off. Mom, I'm really doing well financially now. You don't need to work anymore. For the rest of the day, Fang Ming accompanied his mother, helping her shop for groceries and taking her home. Along the way, Luo Hui kept pressing him about the source of his money. Fang Ming gave a simplified explanation, saying he earned it by completing bounty tasks, selling some spoils, and working with Qinyue to cash out online. He deliberately downplayed the risks involved, attributing his success to luck, which managed to ease his mother's concerns for the time being. After lunch, instead of taking on more bounties, Fang Ming spent the entire afternoon helping his mother practice driving. Although Luo Hui had a driver's license, she hadn't driven in years and was a bit out of practice. Watching her carefully maneuver the steering wheel, afraid of scratching the new car, her face lit up with the joy of someone playing with a brand new toy. For the first time in a long while, Fang Ming felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He suddenly realized how long it had been since he had spent quality time with his family like this. By evening, it was time to pick up Qinghue from school for her birthday. 10 minutes before dismissal, Fang Ming arrived at the entrance of Binhai No. 1 High School and stood in the shade of a tree at a quiet corner nearby. Qinghue, isn't your brother a beastmaster? How could he not know about Phantom Blade's situation? Yeah. Did you ask him properly? President, you should have him check with his university classmates. A group of uniformed boys and girls surrounded a strikingly beautiful girl, chattering animatedly. My brother really doesn't know. He doesn't care about things like that. Qinghue replied with an exasperated shrug. So jealous you have such a powerful beastmaster as a brother. Yeah, it must feel so safe having him around. He's okay, I guess. Qinghue waved dismissively, feigning modesty. Qinghue, your brother must be your hero, right? One girl asked, her eyes sparkling. All right, that's enough. Qinghue rolled her eyes. It's my birthday today, and I just treated you all to snacks from the convenience store. Is that really worth all this flattery? If my brother heard this, his ego would be through the roof. What Qinghue didn't know was that Fang Ming had already heard everything. He stood silently in the shade of the tree, a soft smile on his face. With Fang Ming's keen hearing, the discussions among the group of high school students were crystal clear. They were chatting about the ghost mask hero and then shifted to talking about Fang Ming, eagerly debating the idea of heroes. I think heroes should be like the ghost mask hero, one boy exclaimed, waving his arms. They should swoop in at the critical moment and stay humble. Fang Ming listened with a faint, helpless smile tugging at his lips. These innocent kids, living in a time of peace, had never witnessed the darkness and bloodshed of the world, still holding onto the purest dreams. By the way, Qinghue, a girl suddenly asked, is your brother really strong? How strong? Qinghue hesitated for a moment before replying with a proud smirk. Him? Well, he's pretty weak, actually. I beat him all the time. No way. That weak. Her classmates exchanged shocked glances. He's probably letting you win. I heard beast tamers are pretty weak without summoning their beasts. Seriously? That's so lame. Fang Ming nearly stormed over to give his sister a flick on the forehead. Weak? Letting her win was the truth. Now his reputation was in shambles. He debated whether to wait until the crowd dispersed before picking up Qinghue, just to avoid being judged as Qinghue's weakling brother by these high schoolers. Just then, a piercing engine roar shattered the calm of the school grounds. Fang Ming's heart sank. This was a school zone, crowded with students after dismissal. How could someone drive so recklessly? In the blink of an eye, a white sedan burst out from a side street at terrifying speed. The middle-aged woman in the driver's seat wore a panicked expression, clearly confusing the accelerator for the brake. The out-of-control vehicle hurtled toward the crowd, heading straight for Qinghue's position. A cold sweat drenched Fang Ming in an instant, and a wave of terror surged through him at the thought of losing his sister. From where he stood, normal running wouldn't get him there in time to save her. Ghost Chi Thunderstrike. The glow of a formation flickered as Fang Ming entered combat mode in an instant. With a loud crash, the concrete beneath his feet shattered into dust, and his figure vanished into a blur of black. Enveloped in ghostly energy and crackling lightning, the ghost mask mecha known for its speed combined with the awakened power of the electric spirit, allowing him to reach Qinghue in the nick of time. The crowd stood frozen in fear. Qinghue's face was pale as death loomed over her. In that split second, the images flashing through her mind weren't of the powerful beast tamers she'd seen in live streams, nor the legendary ghost mask hero, but her brother who had been by her side since childhood. The white sedan grew larger in Qinghue's vision, and just as it seemed inevitable, a figure appeared in front of her. It was a lean silhouette cloaked in black energy and lightning, a presence as fearsome as the Grim Reaper, yet it was her dearest hero. Bang! Fang Ming caught the out-of-control car with one hand, the vehicle's body denting deeply under his palm. Concerned that the stray lightning might harm bystanders, he immediately deactivated Shaoqing's electric spirit awakening. Everything had happened so fast. Amid the rising chorus of gasps and exclamations, someone in the crowd had already raised their phone. Ghost Mask Hero? Is that the Ghost Mask Hero? Quick, take a picture. The crowd quickly pulled out their phones, but Fang Ming's figure flickered a few times and vanished swiftly into the dense maze of city buildings. At the busiest intersection of the century-old commercial district in Binhai City, his daring act of saving 5 or 6 high school students this time became the most high-profile moment among the Ghost Mask Hero's hundreds of bounty missions. In just half an hour, thank you, Ghost Mask Hero shot to the top of Binhai City's trending searches. The internet was instantly flooded with various analysis posts. Stopped an out-of-control car with one hand without a scratch. Made an entrance with lightning effects. Surrounding pavement cracked and shattered. Suspected to be a Diamond League competitor, and other heated discussions. This starkly contrasted with his previous low-profile missions, such as cleaning up high-altitude debris, handling rodent infestations, and eliminating shadow beasts, which were typically spread through word of mouth over time. Although there were high-definition surveillance cameras installed at the school gate, in a world where beast tamers and ordinary people were distinctly divided, all monitoring systems were directly managed by the Alliance. Even regular police officers needed to apply for access through the local Beast Tamer Association when investigating cases. This left Fang Ming unconcerned about his identity being exposed. Moving quickly enough made it nearly impossible to capture him on camera. Besides, in his possessed state, even if something were caught on video, no one would recognize him. Fang Ming found a secluded corner to return little Cutie and little Qing to his beast space before heading home alone. However, his heart felt heavy, as though weighed down by a stone. He had long sensed it was time to stop taking on one-star bounties, not only because of the low pay, but also due to the growing attention they attracted. The electric aura he revealed during that moment earlier, though lasting only a few seconds, was sure to have been noticed. While ordinary people might not discern its significance, the dazzling lightning was bound to leave an impression. Some elusive but crucial clue lingered in his mind, just out of reach. When he arrived at his doorstep, Fang Ming waited for a while before today's birthday girl, Qingyu, finally showed up. She walked in, dropped her school bag, and immediately grabbed her brother eagerly. "Did you buy the car?" Fang Ming chuckled. "Mom's been practicing driving all afternoon. By now, she's probably a pro. Guess how much the car cost?" "Brother." Qingyu completely ignored his question, her face turning serious as she said, "As long as Mom's happy, the price doesn't matter. I have something way more important to tell you. Did you know? I saw the ghost mask hero today." Her normally quick speech slowed down, and she seemed to radiate an almost sacred aura. Fang Ming nodded slightly and let out a casual, "Oh. He saved me. I almost died." "Brother." Qingwei raised her voice a few notches, frustrated by Fang Ming's indifferent attitude. Despite her outburst, Fang Ming continued to nod absent-mindedly, which only fueled Qingyue's anger. "I saw the phantom mask. Did you not hear me? The incredible phantom mask." She stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes blazing with fury. "Fine, if you don't care about the phantom mask, then listen to this. I almost died. Your own sister almost died. Do you understand that? Your own sister almost died." Qingyue emphasized each word, her tone carrying the weight of an ultimatum. "Since we came from the same womb, I'm giving you one last chance." This time, Fang Ming finally said a few more words. "Oh, really? What a shame." Qingyue froze for a moment before a dangerous, dazzling smile spread across her face, one that was as beautiful as melting ice, but filled with menace. "Nice. And to think, in my most dangerous moment, the first person I thought of was you, Fang Ming. My brain must be filthy." "Art." Before Fang Ming could react, Qingyue lunged at him, determined to teach her unbothered brother a lesson. Since it was her birthday, Fang Ming resigned himself to taking the beating from his fiery younger sister. By dinner time, the family of three sat around the table. Qingyue, considerate as ever, didn't mention the perilous events of the day to their mother. Instead, she occasionally bantered with Fang Ming. Despite her seemingly spoiled and headstrong demeanor, Qingyue was a thoughtful girl. Both siblings understood how hard life had been for their gentle mother since their father went missing. Once a woman who had never experienced hardship under their father's care, she now devoted herself entirely to her children's well-being. Their health and happiness were her everything. When it was time for the birthday cake, Qingyue closed her eyes to make a wish. She murmured her wish softly, but Fang Ming's sharp, independent ears caught every word. He had expected her to wish for something like ace the exams or good health for my brother. To his surprise, the teenage girl's mind was entirely occupied with the hope of seeing the phantom mask again to thank him in person. How ridiculously cliché, Fang Ming thought to himself, rolling his eyes inwardly. But after some reflection, he wondered if it might not be such a bad idea to tell her the truth. After dinner, the night had fully fallen. Fang Ming led Qingyue downstairs, claiming he had a gift for her. Their old, rundown residential complex was in poor condition. Broken streetlights were left unrepaired, and most residents preferred to stroll in the nearby park rather than linger in the dimly lit neighborhood. "What kind of gift is it?" Qingyue asked repeatedly on their way, her curiosity growing with each step. In just 2 minutes, she had already asked over a dozen times. After all, her brother had just bought their mother a fancy Bingshire to Sha watch earlier that day, so as the birthday girl, she naturally had high expectations. "We're here." Fang Ming stopped and pointed to a particularly dark and shadowy area ahead. A few large trees stood ominously nearby, and the surrounding streetlights were broken. The ground was uneven, with patches of upturned soil that would surely turn into a muddy mess after rain. Qingyu's face fell. She had expected something decent, especially since her brother was now quite well off. But the sight in front of her. Qingyue stood in the shadows, her mind drifting to her ideal birthday surprise. A massive container truck slowly emerging from the darkness. its doors thundering open to reveal a dazzling pink sports car gleaming under brilliant lights. Or perhaps, countless figures suddenly appearing around her, holding neon lights, with a strikingly handsome man standing in the center, presenting her with a delicate box containing the evolution watch she had long coveted. But reality was far less forgiving. The dim, damp corner before her eyes barely had enough space to hide a car, let alone accommodate a crowd. There wasn't even a proper streetlight in sight, and the surrounding emptiness was unsettling. Fang Ming, you'd better have a good explanation for this. Qingyue turned around angrily, her words cutting off the moment she saw the scene before her. A ghastly face loomed right in front of her, staring directly at her. Beneath the mask, there seemed to be no solid form, only swirling black mist. The ghostly mech armor, already a dark silver, appeared even more eerie in the dim light. Faint beams of light filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting a ghostly glow over the mist, making it look like a wandering specter. Qingyue froze in place for a full 3 seconds before letting out a scream loud enough to shatter the night sky. Ah, a ghost. Behind the mask, Fang Ming let out a helpless sigh. Wasn't this just a modern-day version of Lord Yes Love of Dragons? She claimed to be the #1 fan of Ghostface Hero, even the president of some Ghostface Hero fan club. Yet now, faced with the real thing, she was scared out of her wits. With a single thought, faint arcs of electricity began to flicker across Fang Ming's body. The sudden flash snapped Qingyue out of her panic. Looking closer, the ghostly figure seemed oddly familiar. A fleeting memory from after school surfaced in her mind. Ghostface Hero? She stammered, then repeated with growing certainty, Ghostface Hero. Recognizing who stood before her, Qingyue's thoughts began to race. Where's my brother? Is this the birthday gift he mentioned? Wait a minute. Ghostface Hero looks quite young. Could he be a student at Benhai City's Beastmaster University? How does Fang Ming know him? Or maybe many Beastmasters already know his true identity. Faced with this legendary hero, the usually headstrong and spoiled girl suddenly became unusually reserved. She wanted to express her gratitude for saving her life today, but found herself too shy to speak. Qingyue stood there hesitating, unsure of how to start. Should she say hi or hello? Should she introduce herself first? Just as she was debating how to ask the ghost mask hero for a photo shoot, he reached out his right hand and ruffled her hair vigorously. The alto familiar gesture stunned Qingyue. She was about to speak, but the words caught in her throat. That head-rubbing motion, it was unmistakably the signature move of a certain annoying someone. Could it be? No way. Qingyue shook her head frantically, trying to banish the absurd thought from her mind. But reality often surprises us. Fang Ming simply removed his abyss mask, revealing the face Qingyue knew so well. Her expression froze instantly, shifting from shock to confusion, then realization, and finally settling into calm acceptance. The whirlwind of emotions was impossible to put into words. Only a series of punctuation marks could truly capture it. After a brief silence, Qingyue quickly came to terms with the truth. The hero who had been protecting the city all along was her own brother, the very figure who had appeared in her mind during her most perilous moments. Her real-life savior. Well, if it was her brother, what was there to be afraid of? Qingyue immediately regained her usual boldness. Can you fly? Take me for a ride in the sky. I can't fly, Fang Ming replied bluntly. Useless, Qingyue retorted mercilessly. Fang Ming looked a bit dejected. This wasn't how he had imagined things would go. He had thought that revealing his identity would leave his sister stunned and moved, making her look up to him from then on. But this was far from his expectations. Carry me like a princess, Qingyue suddenly demanded. What? If you can't fly, at least carry me and run around. Aren't you super fast? No way. Fang Ming refused without hesitation. A sly grin spread across Qingyue's face. No? Want me to tell Mom that you're out here doing dangerous? Before she could finish her sentence, Fang Ming scooped her up, one arm supporting her back and the other under her legs. The next moment, they shot off like an arrow. Even without activating his electric ring or entering full mech mode, his speed was astonishing. Fang Ming deliberately stuck to less crowded paths, zipping through the neighborhood. With the wind roaring past, Qingyue could barely keep her eyes open, catching only blurred glimpses of their surroundings. The powerful acceleration left her both exhilarated and a little tense. Within just a few seconds, they were back at their front door. Happy now? Fang Ming asked. Meh, it was okay, Qingyue replied, her face slightly flushed. But I have one more request. Don't push it. In the Ghost Mask Hero, Fang Ming said, instantly regretting how cheesy it sounded. He had hated the title when he first heard it, and now here he was using it. Qingyue switched to a pleading, sugary tone. Pretty please. This so-called negotiation was really just Qingyue steamrolling him. In the end, Fang Ming had no choice but to agree to her request to do a photo shoot as the Ghost Mask Hero for her to enter the mirror of the World Photography Contest held by the Alliance. The next day was Saturday, and early in the morning, Qingyue dragged Fang Ming out for a photo shoot. Their footsteps covered various parts of the city, overgrown weeds on abandoned construction sites, the desolate spaces under bridges, and the unique charm where steel structures met wild vegetation. From the first rays of sunlight at dawn to the last glow of the setting sun, Qingyue tirelessly pressed the shutter. She excelled at seamlessly blending elements like the cityscape, steel, and light with people and their beasts, creating a distinctive photographic style. With the cooperation of the ghost-faced mecha, her creative process became even smoother. Yes, yes, hold that pose. Qingyue constantly adjusted the composition. A bit more dark energy. Right, step back a little, don't turn your face. Straighten your back. Following her endless stream of instructions, Fang Ming wearily complied, thinking that this was more exhausting than a whole day of bounty hunting. However, every time he struck a cool pose, the system would notify him that he had gained nourishment from his sister, which made it seem worthwhile. On the way back after the shoot, Fang Ming recounted his thrilling bounty hunting experiences to his sister without holding back. Qingyue listened quietly, her expression calm, though her heart was already rippling with emotion. What Fang Ming didn't expect was that from that day on, Qingyue forcibly declared herself as his one and only ghost-face hero assistant. Her terms were clear. You're so busy, let me handle the small stuff. I'll screen your bounties, and in exchange, I get the rights to your likeness, photography, advertising, and branding profits split 50-50. I can also help sell your spoils through an online shop. Fang Ming almost blurted out a curse, but thought better of it. Before he could respond, Qingyue made the decision herself. It's settled. 2 days later, Qingyue, already a rising star in the photography world, received a nomination for the Best Newcomer Award at the Alliance's World of Mirrors photography competition for her Urban Hero series. It became her most cherished birthday gift. Photos of the ghost-face hero caused a sensation in Binhai City, with merchandise springing up like mushrooms after the rain. Qingyue's status in Binhai High School's ghost-face hero information gathering club soared, and she soon took the lead in organizing similar groups at nearby schools. When questioned by the media, Qingyue remained tight-lipped, simply stating that she had coincidentally met the ghost-face hero and persuaded him to cooperate for the shoot. However, as time went on, Fang Ming found himself in an awkward position. To gain nourishment, he had to transform in front of his sister multiple times a day. At first, Qingyue would watch the ghost-face mecha with sparkling eyes, and the system would notify him. Your sister thinks you're very cool, nourishment gained, 105 points. But gradually, the nourishment points dwindled, and the sparkle in her eyes faded day by day. Until today, when Fang Ming wielded the Ghost Slayer blade and activated the electric spirit halo, that light in her eyes finally disappeared completely. Fang Ming stood there, his body perfectly controlling the crackling electricity around him, not a single spark escaping. He gazed at the young girl, Qingyue, who was staring straight back at him without blinking. Time ticked by, but the notification Fang Ming had been eagerly waiting for, add nutrients, never appeared. Seeing the clear look of disdain on Qingyue's face, Fang Ming couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Life had dealt him a harsh blow, and he had no choice but to accept the reality. Qingyue was completely tired of him. Women truly are unpredictable, Fang Ming mused to himself, but he quickly let it go. After all, his little cutie's growth level had already reached 1010. Continuing to feed, it was merely his own wishful thinking, hoping for some special change. The truth proved it was a futile effort. Over the past few days, Qingyue had carefully selected 5 bounty missions for Fang Ming, ranging between 2-star and 3-star difficulty, following her brother's strict guidelines. Her criteria were meticulous, avoiding malls and residential areas to minimize exposure, prioritizing nighttime missions, focusing on combat rather than investigative tasks, and ensuring the rewards were substantial. These missions had been highly rewarding for Fang Ming. Including the bounties and spoils, he had earned over 2.6 million, bringing his WeChat account balance to 2.91 million alliance coins. At this moment, Fang Ming had just completed a bounty mission and was feeding his little cutie perched on his shoulder. Xiaoqing had already been fed and was returned to the beast space. Unlike other beast tamers, Fang Ming's 2 contracted beasts didn't require prolonged slumber in the beast space. Most beast tamers relied on the beast space during the nurturing process. As the beasts slumber, they not only accelerated their growth, but also fundamentally improved their physiques, facilitating future star upgrades and evolutions while providing power feedback to the tamer. But Fang Ming had taken a different path, one built on sheer financial investment. His powerful ghost-face mech had laid the foundation for his early success, and synthesizing star souls had saved him significant evolution material costs. Even more fortunately, both of his contracted beasts possessed devouring abilities, allowing them to grow independently. Just the presence of the cold aura ability had saved him an immeasurable amount of nurturing resources. Yet, even so, in less than 20 days, Fang Ming had spent nearly 30 million. While Xiaoqing had consumed the majority of the investment, the little cutie's appetite was no less voracious. It was worth noting that even ordinary mech beasts were a luxury beyond the reach of many prominent families, and the ghost face mech's maintenance costs were astronomical. By conventional standards, upgrading a mech beast from 2-star to 3-star required nearly 20 million in resources, but for the little cutie, a conservative estimate was 30 million. And that didn't even include the additional costs Fang Ming needed to upgrade his beast space. This is unsustainable. Fang Ming sighed, opening his phone to check the status of his application to join the Wild Blade hunting squad. After more than 20 days, the application was still stuck in pending review. He calculated in his mind that if there was no response in 2 more days, he would try applying to a different squad. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Qinghua. Fang Ming opened it to find a bounty link from the Beast Tamer Association. Disappearance of civilians at the North Suburb Seafood Market. 3-star mission. Reward of 800,000. Immediately taking on the task, Fang Ming carefully reviewed the mission details. Suspected invasion of a 3-star wilderness beast, swamp type. As an experienced beast tamer, he quickly identified a few key points. The word suspected in the mission description often implied a conservative assessment by the Beast Tamer Association, meaning the actual risk might be relatively lower, and the high bounty of 800,000 matched the characteristics of swamp-type beasts. Swamp-type beasts, as part of the nature class, were notoriously troublesome in the wilderness. Once they entered urban areas, they became even more of a headache, prompting most tamers of the same level to avoid them. However, for Fang Ming, equipped with a mecha beast and mastery over lightning, this was his area of expertise. Soon, a taxi carried Fang Ming to the northern outskirts of the city. The Mission City, a sprawling seafood market, had fallen into eerie silence. Located near the wilderness, the market was surrounded only by a few scattered storefronts and narrow concrete roads. Once a bustling hub, the market had become deserted due to recent civilian disappearances and strange occurrences. Deep within the market, in a spacious fish shop created by connecting several storefronts, 3 men with snake-shaped tattoos on the back of their necks were conspiring. These were the infamous Luo brothers Luo Hua, Luo Chong, and Luo Fei. Big brother, it's been 2 days. That guy's not coming, is he? The youngest, Luo Fei, asked impatiently. Fei, how many times are you going to ask? Just wait and see, Luo Hua replied with a frown. Luo Chong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke. Big brother, I've analyzed Ghost Mask's patterns. With his spirit armor, which rivals a mecha beast, he'll definitely be interested in this bounty. The only concern is whether he's seen the mission. Luo Hua nodded. If he doesn't show up within 3 days, the Transcendents might step in. Well, wait 1 more day at most. What's there to be afraid of? Luo Fei scoffed. With the strength of US 3 brothers, even a weaker Transcendent would fall into our trap. Fei, don't underestimate them, Luo Chong warned. The truth was, the Luo brothers were well-known figures in the shadow world. Each of them had reached the peak of 3-star level, working seamlessly together with complementary beast taming abilities. While the combat power of a single 3-star beast tamer capped at 100 significantly lower than even the weakest 4-star tamers 150, their combined efforts allowed them to take on opponents with combat power up to 170. Against the trio's coordinated assault, even a Transcendent would struggle, and any mistake by their opponent would result in a fatal blow. Of course, when facing a more formidable extraordinary being, or someone whose abilities counter theirs, even they wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. The 3 brothers, who had roamed the shadowy underworld for years, each had their strengths. The eldest, Luo Hua, was meticulous and skilled in strategy. The second, Luo Chong, was cautious and never acted recklessly. And the youngest, Luo Fei, appeared brash but was actually deeply calculating. It was their ruthlessness and unity that allowed them to secure their place in the shadowy world. This time, they had meticulously orchestrated a scheme. By brutally murdering civilians and using their beast-controlling powers to create an illusion, they made it appear as though the outskirts of the city had been invaded by swamp-dwelling beasts. Luo Fei's lips curled into a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with cruelty. After making Ghost Mask wait this long, it's about time he gets a taste of suffering. As soon as he shows up, he'll be at our mercy, won't he? Luo Chong rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with anticipation. This score will keep us living the high life for years. Second brother, I heard Ghost Mask has lightning abilities? Luo Fei asked. Impossible, Luo Chong sneered. What do those students know? Ghost Mask's spirit gear clearly has dark attributes. How could he also have lightning abilities, which are directly opposing? Even if he does, it'll just take us a bit more effort. Before Luo Chong's words could fully settle, 2 young 2-star beast tamers hurried in. One of them respectfully reported, Brother Luo, we've thoroughly checked all the arrangements around the perimeter. Everything is foolproof. Well done, Luo Huan nodded in satisfaction. Once this is over, I'll personally recommend you to join the organization. Luo Chong chimed in. You're lucky to have caught my big brother's attention. Getting into the Great Serpent Society isn't easy. The 2 young men beamed with joy. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Brother Luo. Suddenly, a sharp, urgent alarm shattered the calm. Beep, 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 beep. Luo Chang's phone erupted with noise. The smiles on their faces froze instantly as Luo Chang hurriedly silenced the device. Someone had triggered the warning system they had set up around the seafood market, and the intruder had almost immediately breached the second layer of defenses. The speed was alarming. Be careful, it's an extraordinary being, Luo Chang warned in a low voice. At that moment, Fang Ming stood at the center of the seafood market's concrete yard. In his mech suit state, his senses were exceptionally sharp. Scattered bamboo baskets, iron crates, and the lingering stench of fish spoke silently of the once bustling activity here. As he moved through the area, he noticed several odd traces, as if he had triggered some kind of mechanism, though the signs were incredibly subtle. The fleeting beep sound earlier only confirmed his suspicions. Someone's here, Fang Ming muttered, scanning his surroundings warily. Before entering the market, he had already summoned his electric spirit reed. Though its lightning powers had yet to awaken, it remained hidden under the cover of ghostly energy, undetectable by enemies. A beast invasion from the wild? This is more than meets the eye. Fang Ming came to a halt, carefully observing the environment. Meanwhile, in the nearby shadows, 3 pairs of menacing eyes were fixed on his every move. Big brother, it's him. Luo Fei, the third brother, whispered excitedly. The group quickly moved into position as planned, lying in wait in the shadows. Fang Ming stood in the bustling seafood market, his brows furrowed. Since arriving, the swamp anomaly described in the mission briefing had yet to appear. While the association's initial investigations were often rough, the general direction shouldn't have been this far off. Just as he was about to retreat to the outskirts for a better vantage point, a sudden sharp pop echoed through the air. The ground beneath him rippled like water. A massive suction force shot up from below, and in the blink of an eye, the entire scene around him transformed. Shops, walls, and everything else morphed into an immense, dark green swamp. It was as if the entire seafood market had been transported to another dimension. Eerie frog calls echoed faintly in the distance, while countless toxic bubbles surfaced, releasing thick clouds of dark green poisonous mist. In mere moments, the noxious fog engulfed the area, drastically reducing visibility. Not good. Fang Ming's heart sank. Looking down, he saw his legs already sinking into the poisonous swamp up to his calves. Fortunately, his mech suit protected him. Otherwise, an ordinary beast tamer would likely have had their legs corroded by now. Drawing on his knowledge from Beast Taming University and his experience as an evolutionist apprentice, Fang Ming immediately identified his opponent, the swamp poison frog. This rare, dual-attribute beast, aligned with wood and water, had only one skill: toxic swamp world. Luo Hua had managed to tame it purely due to his exceptional natural affinity talent. The swamp poison frog, at the peak of 3-star power, was formidable. Its toxic swamp world skill not only had potent trapping and corrosive properties, but also emitted a deadly toxic gas with hallucinatory effects. Without prior preparation, anyone caught in it would almost certainly perish. The skill's only weakness was the lengthy preparation time required for activation, which was why the Luo brothers always relied on ambush tactics. Seeing the ghost-masked hero trapped in the swamp, the 3 brothers lurking nearby were secretly thrilled. They had never failed under such circumstances. Noticing that the ghost mask seemed to protect against the toxic gas, the experienced eldest brother, Luo Hua, quickly adjusted their strategy. He ordered the poison frog to reduce the gas output and instead increase the swamp's suction force. Fang Ming felt the pull beneath his feet intensify. His brows furrowed, and he immediately channeled ghostly energy to his legs. As an advanced secondary attribute of the dark element, ghostly energy was especially effective against elemental and nature-based abilities. Even against elusive targets, it could deal substantial damage. The toxic swamp continued to tug at him, but dared not encroach upon the area shrouded in ghostly energy. The 2 opposing forces neutralized each other. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Ming pushed off with the tip of his foot, breaking free from the swamp's grip in an instant. Within seconds, he had pinpointed the controller's location nearby. Ghostly energy gathered and solidified beneath his feet, ready to strike. Fang Ming, harnessing the power of his spiritual armor, effortlessly broke free from the poisonous swamp's grip, moving across its deadly surface as if it were solid ground. Though the venomous swamp frogs remained hidden deep within the mire, elusive and hard to find, he had already figured out the solution. Defeating their controller was the key to unraveling this toxic domain. In a flash, his figure transformed into a shadowy blur, covering a distance of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. This sudden move made Luo Hua, the eldest of the Luo brothers, tense for a moment, but he quickly curled his lips into a sinister smile. The enemy's ease in bypassing the swamp was proof of the spiritual armor's formidable power, but this was exactly what Luo Hua had hoped for because he was never alone in this fight. Just as Fang Ming closed in, a thick, green vine as wide as an adult's arm shot out from the depths of the swamp, aiming straight for his legs. The ambush was swift and close too close. Fang Ming barely caught sight of a green blur before his right foot was tightly ensnared by the vine. With a violent tug, the vine dragged him back into the poisonous swamp. Thorn Demon Vine. Fang Ming instantly recognized the creature, his mind racing to assess the situation. Both the swamp frogs and the thorn demon vine were at least at 3-star strength, possibly even at the peak of that level. Such a combination couldn't belong to a single summoner, nor to a transcendent-level expertise if it were. He wouldn't have escaped the swamp's initial trap so easily. A sense of danger finally crept into Fang Ming's heart. This was a meticulously laid trap. The swamp frogs required a long preparation time to unleash their skills, while the thorn demon vine attacked swiftly but moved slowly. Clearly, the enemy had planned every detail. Fang Ming's earlier lightning-fast assault on the beast tamer would not have been caught so easily unless the vine had been lying in ambush along his path. The enemy had deliberately exposed their position to lure him in. Such a tactical setup could easily ensnare even a weaker transcendent being if their abilities were countered. In fact, it was this very strategy that had allowed the Luo brothers to successfully take down a 4-star transcendent in the past, earning their notorious reputation in the shadow world. As the swamp and vine worked together to pull him deeper, Fang Ming sank to his thighs, his gaze turning icy cold. A narrow blade with a blackened sheen, his ghost slayer blade, materialized in his hand, its surface immediately enveloped by an abyssal ghostly aura. He fiercely slashed downward, driving the blade into the swamp to sever the thick vine. Clang! A heavy metallic sound reverberated through the swamp. Fang Ming froze. The strike hadn't fully severed the vine. Ever since his companion, Little Cutie, had evolved, his ghost slayer blade had been unstoppable, cutting down dark demon clouds and shadow king beasts in a single strike. Yet today, this thorn demon vine had only been partially cut. Luo Chong, the second brother, was equally stunned. As a ruthless predator, he knew the strength of their beasts. The thorn demon vine, at the peak of 3-star strength, was not only incredibly fast and powerful, but also extraordinarily resilient, its toughness far surpassing steel. Combined with an enhancement from a fortuitous encounter in the wilderness and Luo Hua's swamp to cushion any attacks, it still had been nearly severed by a single strike. What kind of spiritual weapon is that blade? Luo Chang's mind raced in shock. This was information he hadn't anticipated. After the initial surprise, an even greater greed surged within him. The blade's craftsmanship didn't resemble any of the 7 great spirit blades of the Alliance. Could it be forged using a new blade crafting technique? Or did it have an entirely unique origin? The second and eldest brothers exchanged glances, then both looked toward their youngest sibling, Luo Fei, who was hidden in another position. The 3 brothers shared a silent understanding, their thoughts perfectly aligned. They knew what had to be done, no more holding back. It was time to kill with full force. The second brother quickly pulled out a vibrant green crystal from his chest pocket and skillfully tossed it onto the thorny demon vine that was still connected to him. The moment the crystal touched the vine, it dissolved into specks of green light, spreading rapidly through the plant's tissues. At the same time, the eldest brother produced a glowing blue orb and casually threw it into the churning toxic swamp. These treasures were clearly of great value, as the beasts they empowered immediately exhibited a dramatic surge in energy. A dense green aura emerged from the severed ends of the demon vine, and its injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sensing the shift in the battlefield, Fang Ming quickly retrieved a ghost whale crystal from his storage ring. The crystal dissolved in his palm, transforming into pure energy that flowed into the ghost face mech. The battle entered a strange equilibrium. Fang Ming continuously slashed at the encroaching vines with his blade while channeling ghostly energy to resist the swamp's pull, but the energy depletion was alarming. The ghost face mech was in a dire state. Maintaining its possession mode and the ghost extermination blade consumed a constant stream of energy, while the second skill, Abyss Mask, expended tremendous resources to fend off the swamp's toxic mental assault. Meanwhile, the corrosive nature of the swamp relentlessly eroded the mech's ghost energy shield and mechanical frame. The Luo brothers were also expending significant energy, yet a confident smirk played on their faces, as if victory was assured. Luo Chang finally revealed himself, stepping out of hiding. Ghost Face Warrior. His voice carried an air of arrogance and certainty. We've been waiting here for you for quite some time. Be smart and hand over the spirit gear willingly, and we might just spare your life. Otherwise, he sneered, once we capture you, even death will be a luxury you can't afford. Despite his haughty words, the Luo brothers' positioning and watchful gazes betrayed their extreme caution. After all, no one could confirm whether the Ghost-Face Warrior had a contracted beast. A warrior equipped with a full set of spirit gear would hardly lack a formidable beast companion. Fang Ming ignored the provocation, focusing entirely on the state of the Ghost-Face mech. His 2-star peak mech was struggling against the perfectly coordinated 3-star peak beasts. Without some other means, it seemed escape was impossible today. The energy replenishment could never keep pace with the consumption, and he could only try to delay the inevitable. Once the Ghost-Face mech ran out of energy, his fate would be sealed. The Luo brothers had clearly noticed this as well. They had no intention of prolonging the battle, and instead prepared to end it swiftly, while Fang Ming was pinned down. Suddenly, a bone-chilling growl echoed through the air, followed by a stench far more nauseating than the swamp itself. Fang Ming turned to see a massive canine beast, over 2 meters tall, charging straight at him. Its blood-red maw was slightly open, revealing menacing fangs wreathed in crimson flames. A firefang hyena. What was even more shocking was the faint resemblance of the beast's face to the Luo brothers' features. This was an extremely rare Beastmaster talent, fusion. Through this talent, a Beastmaster could merge with a specific contracted beast, significantly enhancing all attributes. For Beastmasters at 4-star and above, whose own strength was formidable, the power of fusion was nothing short of terrifying. This state not only amplified combat abilities, but also provided protection for the Beastmaster's body. Fang Ming finally realized the truth: it was triplets. The trio's combat strategy was chillingly effective. The toxic swamp controlled the battlefield, the demon vine ambushed and restrained, while the fused firefang hyena delivered the killing blow. Their teamwork was seamless and devastating. But the battle was far from over. At that moment, the eldest brother, Luo Hua, flipped his wrist and produced 2 purple stones. With a light rub, the stones seemed to react to some stimulus, erupting into a flurry of crackling purple lightning. Watching the scene unfold, a smug grin spread across Luo Hua's face. Die! Luo Hua shouted fiercely, his hands swinging forward as 2 dark, ominous stones shot through the air, aimed directly at Fang Ming's vital points. These were thunderstorm stones. Unlike the thunderstones Fang Ming had purchased for Shaoqing at 310,000 each, thunderstorm stones contained highly unstable energy. Though they couldn't be absorbed, they were devastating as weapons, far surpassing the power of standard grenades. A mere touch of external force was enough to trigger an earth-shattering explosion within seconds. At that moment, Fang Ming was fully focused on resisting the poisonous swamp and the binding vines, leaving him no room to dodge. The Luo brothers' eyes gleamed with malice. They had used the same method to kill a 4-star Beastmaster before. With the firefang hyena now in play, they were confident of their victory. Luo Hua's move underscored their cautious approach to eliminating their opponent. A sinister grin spread across the brothers' faces as if they could already see the gruesome scene of the ghost-masked warrior being torn apart by the hyena. Yet, to their surprise, Fang Ming responded with a cryptic smile. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, lightning engulfing the area where Fang Ming stood. The violent shockwave shattered nearby buildings and cleared the poisonous swamp around the blast zone. Luo Chong, the second brother, spat out a mouthful of blood. His contracted beast, the thorn demon vine, had exposed part of its body to the explosion while restraining Fang Ming. Severely injured, it was forced to retreat into the beast's space. With his beast wounded, Luo Chong suffered backlash, leaving him weak and disoriented. In a fused state, the youngest brother, Luo Fei, kept his eyes locked on the blast center, ready to strike at any moment. Years of life-and-death battles had taught the brothers never to underestimate their opponent, no matter the advantage. As the thunderstorm cleared, the thick, ghostly aura dissipated, revealing a silver mechanical figure within. The Luo brothers' expressions changed drastically. Ghost-masked warrior was completely unscathed. What shocked them even more was the thick streak of lightning coiling around his body. It turned out that Fang Ming had activated his electric spirit shield in the nick of time. With the awakening of his electric spirit, the power of lightning surged through him. The thunderstorm stone's electrical energy was nothing more than a drop in the ocean to his 3-star electric spirit, Lu Wei. Is that Thunder Demon Vine? Luo Chong exclaimed in disbelief. The scene before him resembled a rare variant of his contracted Thorn Demon Vine, but the difference in power was worlds apart. Impossible. How can a dark attribute spirit armor coexist with a lightning attribute beast? Luo Chong was even more horrified by the fact that even a true Thunder Demon Vine couldn't remain unscathed in such an intense explosion. What level of spirit armor was this? Bloodshot eyes reflected their growing desperation as the Luo brothers realized the situation had taken a dire turn. Before they could react, Fang Ming's figure transformed into a blur, darting toward the firefang hyena like a streak of lightning. The Ghost Slayer blade descended mercilessly. The Flamefang hyena, a formidable fire-attributed beast known for its incredible agility and biting power, had gained a reputation for its prowess. Yet at this moment, faced with the ferocious onslaught of the Ghostblade warrior, it turned tail and fled without hesitation. At the same time, its companions, the so-called boss and second brother, scattered like startled birds. Their calculations were clear. The opponent's beast, which resembled a Thunder Demon Vine, was undoubtedly defense-oriented. Despite their combined efforts, they couldn't even scratch the Ghostblade warrior, who retaliated effortlessly. Continuing the fight would at best result in a stalemate, and the longer the battle dragged on, the greater the uncertainty of the outcome. Fang Ming observed it all coldly. As a special breed, His 3-star electric spirit reed surpassed the opponent's 2-star Ghostblade mech in every regard, especially its electric spirit aura skill, which could instantly boost the contractor's attributes, making it a rare gem. Once activated, his combat power would double on the spot. Think you can run? The young man's gaze turned icy as he abruptly pushed off the ground, leaving a crater in his wake. In a flash of lightning, he appeared behind the fleeing Fang hyena. With thunderous force, the ghost blade cleaved downward like a bolt from the heavens. The human-like face on the hyena twisted grotesquely as it desperately turned to counterattack, flames surging from its fangs. But against Fang Ming in his full power, such resistance was futile. The ghost blade paused only for a split second before breaking through its defenses, splitting the Fang hyena cleanly in two. The fusion dissolved instantly. A figure separated from the hyena's remains, revealing a deep, gory slash across his chest. Flesh and blood spilled as Luo Fei, the third brother, barely escaped death. Had his reaction been any slower, he would have perished alongside his contracted beast. Third brother, Fei. The cries of the boss and second brother pierced the air as they turned back briefly, already dozens of meters away. They had expected Luo Fei to at least buy them some time, but even the Fang hyena's strongest teeth couldn't withstand a single strike from the Ghostblade warrior. The gap is too big. How is this even 3-star? The two cursed their misjudgment. They had never imagined that this seemingly clownish figure, who spent his time completing minor 1-star missions, could be so terrifying. Now, they were highly suspicious that he was a scion of some powerful family, sent here to train with the battlefield carefully prearranged. Even the Thunderstorm Stone, a devastating weapon, had been prepared in advance. After all, the toxic swamp world of the poison marsh frogs shouldn't have had such an extensive range without the enhancement of some rare artifact. Without daring to linger, the boss and second brother sped up their escape. Fang Ming sneered at the so-called triplet brothers, who abandoned each other in the face of danger. As he prepared to pursue them, he suddenly felt someone grab his leg tightly. The barely conscious Luo Fei used the last of his strength to shout hoarsely, "Brother, take care of our mother." His voice echoed, but no reply came. Fang Ming froze for a moment, caught off guard by this unexpected display of familial sentiment. Yet in that brief hesitation, the other two had vanished into the dense maze of storefronts. TCH. Fang Ming kicked Luo Fei aside. His speed was unmatched. The others couldn't have gotten far. At the very least, he could still capture one of them. His resolve hardened as he recalled the lifeless bodies of innocent civilians inside the nearby buildings. These three had set an ambush for him, using civilians as bait without hesitation. He would not let them escape justice. Just then, from the shadows in another direction, a green streak shot toward him. This time, Fang Ming was genuinely surprised. The Beastmaster who controlled the thorn demon vines had unexpectedly circled back from the side, instead of taking the chance to flee. Even more puzzling, he forcibly awakened the heavily injured thorn demon vines. Such an act was tantamount to courting death. Forcefully awakening a contracted beast could not only fail, but also cause severe damage to both the beast and the master. Even if successful, the summoned creature would be nothing more than a powerless shell. Fang Ming sneered and deliberately allowed the vines to wrap around his body. That amount of strength? Barely worth mentioning. The thunderous power within him could easily shatter it. Sure enough, the severely injured thorn demon vines lost consciousness completely after barely holding on for a second, collapsing to the ground with its charred body rendered useless. But in that fleeting moment, Lao San, Luo Fei, had already been whisked away by the other end of the vine. At the same time, Lao Da, Luo Hua, appeared at the designated spot, his poisonous frog on his shoulder immediately spraying venomous liquid toward Fang Ming. While picking up the weakened Luo Fei, Luo Hua spat out a threat. "Kid, we're from the Serpent Society. If you know what's good for you, let us go, or you'll suffer for it." Fang Ming paused for a moment, finding the whole scenario somewhat amusing. A threat? He dismissed it outright. As for the so-called Serpent Society, he had never heard of it before. However, their coordinated rescue effort was reminiscent of the classic tale of the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. Shaking his head with a sigh, Fang Ming acknowledged the surprising bond between the brothers, but unfortunately for them, they had encountered him. With Fang Ming's ghostly speed and thunderous power, no one of the same star rank could possibly escape unless they had a beast capable of carrying them away in flight. If the two had split up and fled in separate directions, one of them might have had a chance. But now, 2 minutes later, the seafood market gained a few more corpses. The three brothers, along with their swamp poison frog, thorn demon vines, and Fang hyena, all met their end here. Fang Ming stopped recording and immediately uploaded the footage. As 3-star Beastmasters, the brothers' physical bodies were fragile and were all killed by a single punch that ruptured their hearts. Righteousness is often found among the so-called scoundrels. For you, at least I left intact corpses, Fang Ming murmured as he began to clean up the battlefield. Upon searching the bodies, he only found spatial rings. What truly surprised him was discovering 2 trembling young men. To his astonishment, Both were third-year seniors from Binhai City's Beastmaster University, and one of them even appeared to be ranked ninth on the combat power leaderboard, boasting an impressive combat strength of 76. The association's on-site team soon arrived. After handing over the two young men, Fang Ming turned and left. On his way home, he finally realized the source of his earlier sense of unease's outfit. Whether it was the silhouette captured on camera, his appearance during missions, or the widely circulated photo shoots of Qing Yu around Binhai these past couple of days, his image was gradually being exposed to those paying close attention. While people might not immediately associate him with the mecha beast, they would certainly speculate that he was equipped with a full set of spiritual armor. And what did a full set of spiritual armor signify? Even a single piece of 2-star or 3-star spiritual gear, let alone a whole set, would be valuable enough to serve as the finale at an auction. This allure made many mistake Fang Ming for the scion of some powerful family, filling them with both fear and envy. However, Fang Ming understood perfectly well that while he had been lucky enough to fend off 3-star peak experts this time, he wouldn't stand a chance against a transcendent-level opponent in the future. After all, a 3-star spiritual gear set was a significant temptation even for a 5-star Beastmaster, and with his current strength, he was far from being able to contend with a 5-star expert. Returning home, Fang Ming immediately began inventorying his spoils. His mental energy seeped into the 3 spatial rings like fine threads, probing their contents carefully. All 3-star spiritual artifacts. Fang Ming's eyes lit up. As he erased the previous owner's mental imprints, the ring's information flooded his mind. Each ring had a space of 2 meters by 2 meters, with a total capacity of 8 cubic meters. While sorting through the items, Fang Ming reflected on the spiritual artifact system of this world. Based on the fantasy novels he had read in his previous life, spatial storage artifacts were supposed to be exceptionally rare. Yet in this world, spatial storage artifacts were the most common within the same star level. There had to be a reason behind this anomaly. Just these 3 rings alone were worth over 30 million, not to mention the treasures stored within them. Fang Ming carefully removed the items from the rings and arranged them neatly on the long table in his room. Thunderstorm stones, distilled poison frog secretions, a complete set of materials for evolving the thorn demon vine, and even several spatial cores, some of which were of medium grade. These items were not easy to collect, proving that the trio had come well prepared. Half an hour later, the inventory was complete. Unlike the 1-star ring he had previously confiscated, which had been filled with nothing but toilet paper, the contents of these 3 rings displayed a clear purpose. Nearly everything was related to the cultivation, star-raising, and evolution of their contracted beasts, along with some treasures for enhancing Beastmaster spaces. A rough estimate placed the total value at nearly 90 million. This staggering number was a testament to the trio's extraordinary strength. Fang Ming recalled the first 3-star Beastmaster he had defeated, who controlled a dark cloud beast. Compared to these 3, both his wealth and power were far inferior. Each of the brothers had at least a combat power of 90 or above, and when working together, their combined strength could exceed 150. In the Alliance's combat power calculation system, the numbers weren't simply additive. Training identical beasts might not even break 100, but raising complementary beasts that covered each other's weaknesses could cause combat power to skyrocket. However, before reaching 4-star rank, very few would choose to train multiple beasts simultaneously. Such an investment was far less practical than focusing on a single breakthrough. Bang! Just as Fang Ming was engrossed in his spoils, the door was suddenly kicked open. "What are you doing locked up in here in broad daylight?" "Something shady, I bet." Qing Yu barged in unceremoniously, her school uniform hanging loosely on her frame and her backpack nearly slipping down to her hips. She casually tossed her backpack aside and sank into the small sofa nearby. Her long legs crossed gracefully, with her right leg naturally resting on Fang Ming's shoulder. The school uniform pants, already snug due to her slender legs, slid down slightly, revealing a stretch of fair, jade-like skin. Fang Ming was intently counting something when this alto-familiar interruption broke his focus. He turned his head reluctantly, only to be greeted by the sight of her long legs. "Oh, goddess, could you kindly move your divine leg elsewhere?" "Wow, sweet talker. Your words are dripping with venomous honey." Qinghua teased, completely unbothered. "Move it. No, move it." Suddenly, the air froze. Sensing something unusual, Fang Ming turned his gaze only to find Qing Yu's eyes glowing with an almost tangible green light, like 2 beams of a searchlight aimed directly at the stack of cash on the table. Feeling his stare, Qinghua slowly withdrew her leg, though her gaze remained locked on the pile of bills. The green glow shifted to Fang Ming. "Ah." Fang Ming stumbled back a few steps. "This is bad. It's a beast tamer of the animal type with light attributes. The greedy Medusa." Before he could finish, Qinghua had already blinked into existence beside the long table, clutching the stack of Alliance currency in her arms. Her sudden movement knocked several other items off the table onto the floor. "Never seen money before? Getting this excited over tens of thousands." Fang Ming sighed, exasperated. Do you even realize that the stuff you just knocked to the ground, any single one of those is worth more than tens of thousands? It wasn't that Qinghua had never seen money before, but this was her first time seeing so much cash in one place. Overwhelmed by excitement, she quickly stuffed the money into her bag. What are you even going to do with all that cash? The Ghost Mask Hero Information Society needs funding for development, Qinghua replied nonchalantly. That needs funding? Of course, she said with a straight face. We've made a significant breakthrough in uncovering the Ghost Mask Hero's true identity, but we're currently stuck due to limited personnel and equipment. We urgently need financial support. Fang Ming gave her a cold stare. So, how far have you gotten? We've narrowed it down to a few prominent families in Binhai City. Qinghua said confidently, clearly well-rehearsed in her explanation as the club president. You don't even blink when you lie anymore, do you? A high schooler carrying so much cash? Just use mobile payments if you need to buy something. Hand it over. No. Fang Ming reached for her bag, but Qinghua nimbly leapt back, clutching it tightly behind her. She raised her fists, index fingers extended, and began stomping her feet theatrically. Back, 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 back my foot. Hatue, did you just spit? Fake spit. The commotion caught their mother's attention from the kitchen. Fang Ming, are you bullying your sister again? This time, Fang Ming didn't back down. Perhaps it was the courage head gained from his earlier battle with 3 beast tamers. Or maybe he was channeling some inner strength. He straightened his posture. I'm discussing economic issues with Qinghua. Please stay out of it, no meddling in state affairs. The moment those words left his mouth, even Qinghua froze. Whoa, bro, where's this newfound boldness coming from? Their mother smiled faintly and began rummaging through a drawer. Now, where did I put my 40-meter-long broadsword? After dinner, Fang Ming handed over the task of cashing in their earnings to Qinghua. Meanwhile, he logged onto the Beast Tamer Association's official website, using his Ghost Mask Hunter account to check the latest updates on this bounty's progress. Fang Ming frowned as he stared at the data displayed on his hunter card. Name, Ghost Mask rank, 3-star hidden combat power, 98 hidden kills, 3-star Beast Tamers 5, 2-star Beast Tamers, 3 hidden kills. All the data had been updated, yet his combat power rating remained unchanged. Strange, he muttered to himself. In the footage of his latest mission, he had revealed his ghostly thunder ability for the first time. Though unfamiliar with the rules for calculating combat power, his instincts told him that his score should have surpassed the 100-point mark. On the school's combat power rankings, Zhou Xiaojia led with a score of 105. A senior with just one ordinary beast companion had achieved that level. And himself? He had 2 beasts on specialized paths, their abilities complementing each other, with astronomical resources invested in them. There was no reason he couldn't outperform Zhou Xiaojia. It should be around 110, Fang Ming murmured, then smiled wryly. Maybe the evaluators have already clocked out for the day. He opened the official website, found the customer service chat window, and quickly typed a message. Could I get detailed information on the 3 individuals killed in this mission? This wasn't a casual question. The threatening words those 3 brothers had uttered before their deaths were with the Great Serpent Society, had caught his attention, and his usual caution wouldn't allow him to ignore it. As Fang Ming sent his inquiry, in a small conference room at the Beast Tamer Association, 3 people were seated around a table, with a life-sized holographic projection occupying the 4th chair. Old Zhou, what kind of combat power evaluation requires a meeting? I'm on a business trip in Kyoto, and you're making me attend this? The projected figure sounded impatient. The man addressed as Old Zhou was the honorary vice president of the Binhai City Beast Tamer Association, as well as a scholar of beast taming and a senior evaluator, the very person who had initially assessed Fang Ming's combat power. He didn't respond directly, but instead asked meaningfully. Captain Liu, I heard your Transcendent Squad currently has 8 active members, but is still looking for a suitable candidate? That's right, Liu Changkong, the man in the hologram, nodded. If anyone else had spoken to him this way, he wouldn't have bothered to respond. But Old Zhou, as a senior evaluator who had dedicated his life to the association, commanded his respect despite the casual nickname. Still, Liu was puzzled by why the old man had suddenly brought this up. Old Zhou smiled mysteriously and gestured toward the large screen at the front of the room. Take a look. The screen began playing the mission footage that Fang Ming had just uploaded. This video had originally been flagged by subordinates who couldn't make a decision, and Old Zhou had come across it by chance. To be honest, even after watching it once, he was still deeply shaken by its contents. The hunter codenamed Ghost Mask had killed a 3-star beast tamer who controlled the dark cloud of shadows during his very first bounty mission. Old Zhou had personally evaluated his combat power at the time and remembered it vividly. He was also familiar with the subsequent Ghost Mask hero rumors. Everyone within the association knew that the city's beloved hero, the Ghost Mask hero, was none other than their registered bounty hunter, Ghost Mask. Most people didn't pay much attention, viewing him as just an enthusiastic beast tamer who preferred taking on civic missions. Through analysis of his previous mission videos, Old Zhou had deduced that this beast tamer was young, but undeniably skilled. In his eyes, Ghost Mask stood out not least because of his extraordinarily valuable spirit gear. He wasn't particularly awe-inspiring. However, today's combat footage had shown old Zhou something that left him utterly astonished. Elder Zhou summoned the heads of the two combat power evaluation teams to the conference room, and even Lu Chongkong, the captain of the extraordinary squad, attended remotely via holographic projection. Inside the room, the two evaluation team leaders were already seated, well accustomed to these meetings. While complex evaluations were typically supposed to go through them first, Elder Zhou, a highly esteemed senior appraiser, had a habit of roaming around the association's various departments, involving himself in every matter. His vast knowledge and experience made him an invaluable asset, and whenever he intercepted videos like this, it was almost a tradition for him to gather everyone for a discussion. The projection screen lit up, displaying the toxic swamp world. The Luo brothers, a humanoid figure in the projection, said in a grave tone. The Serpent Society members have crossed the line. As the battle footage progressed, the expressions of the three individuals except for Elder Zhou, who had already seen it, shifted dramatically, from solemn to astonished, and finally, to deeply puzzled. When the final scene of Fang Ming severing his heart meridian played, Elder Zhou's lips curved into a slight smile. "Let's hear your thoughts," he said. The middle-aged man was the first to speak, his eyes gleaming with amazement. A 3-star combatant with this level of power in Binhai City? Incredible. The younger leader quickly chimed in. This is already extraordinary combat power, highly versatile, too. Elder Zhou nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the projection with a hint of amusement. Captain Lu, if you're busy, you may leave for now. In the projection, Lu Chongkong was momentarily taken aback. The usually stoic man forced a smile, though his lack of practice made it look rather stiff. Watching the rare sight of the Tide Ghost being put on the spot, the two leaders couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Kidding, just kidding, no matter how busy I am. If you need me, Elder Zhou, I'm at your service. Lu Chongkong quickly reassured him. Good. Elder Zhou nodded in satisfaction before his expression turned serious. What's your assessment of the combat power? The two leaders exchanged a tacit glance. The middle-aged man began his analysis. A full set of 2-star spiritual equipment, dark attribute, with an unknown origin unlike anything seen before in the Alliance. Equipped with a 3-star beast resembling a thunder vine, a rare amplification type that provides the Beastmaster with significant attribute boosts and elemental enhancements. The overall setup has no weaknesses, with attributes that complement each other perfectly. The combat style is cautious, with backup strategies in place, and the individual demonstrates decisive ruthlessness at critical moments. Their combat awareness and mental fortitude are outstanding. I suggest a combat power rating of 150. The younger leader nodded repeatedly in agreement. Lu Chongkong listened silently, though his thoughts had already drifted to the information card Elder Zhou had just sent him. Ghostface, he mused, noticing the brief evaluation and speculation written by Elder Zhou at the bottom of the card. This sly old fox, he thought, clearly prepared well in advance to catch me off guard. But Ghostface is suspected to be very young? Interesting. At that moment, Elder Zhou shook his head, interrupting the two leaders' assessment. Not accurate. Too high. The middle-aged man was stunned. I already adjusted the score downward, considering the lack of growth potential in the spiritual equipment. Elder Zhou replied calmly. Are you certain that's spiritual equipment? Seeing their confusion, he elaborated. First, the performance of that battle blade exceeds the scope of a 2-star set. Its combat power is clearly overflowing. Second, you've underestimated the power of the dark and lightning attribute combination. Third, that mysterious lightning attribute beast exhibited overwhelming dominance from the moment it appeared. Was that its full strength, or does it have more hidden capabilities? Fourth, who in Binhai City could create such a set of equipment? If it wasn't made elsewhere, could it be a mutated armored beast? Or perhaps even a mecha beast? Even Lu Chongkong, who was standing nearby, was stunned by the news, let alone the two supervisors. That can't be true. The middle-aged man instinctively raised his voice. Why are you shouting? It's just a hypothesis. Elder Zhou frowned in displeasure. I think your thinking is even more rigid than this old man's. The middle-aged man scratched his head awkwardly. Of course, I can't compare with you. So what do you think is an appropriate combat strength? Elder Zhou's lips curled slightly. 160, I'd say. As they spoke, a knock on the door interrupted them. After receiving permission, a staff member quickly entered. Team leader, Ghostface is asking for information on the Luo brothers. That's against protocol. Give it to him. Elder Zhou interrupted firmly. His combat strength is already over 150. Treat him as extraordinary. The two supervisors exchanged glances, but said no more. Fang Ming had been waiting for a long time. Just as he was about to give up on the association's response, 2 messages popped up on the official website. It was the first time he had received such messages. Curious, he opened the first one. The Luo brothers? Fang Ming's eyes lit up. While the information wasn't very detailed, it confirmed that they were indeed triplets, all at the peak of 3-star strength. The three he had killed were named Luo Hua, Luo Chong, and Luo Fei. Their beasts and combat capabilities were just as he had expected. However, two specific terms immediately caught his attention: the Serpent Society and the Shadow Realm. Fang Ming's expression grew serious. It was the first time he'd heard of the Shadow Realm. Was it an organization? A criminal syndicate? An underground world? Or perhaps another dimension? The information was vague, making it hard for him to ascertain. But the Serpent Society seemed to be an organization. He recalled the distinctive snake-shaped tattoos on the back of the brothers' necks, clearly a symbol of their affiliation. The second message also piqued his interest. It mentioned that the brothers had a mother who lived in the western part of the city. He thought back to Luo Fei, who had the fusion talent. Despite being gravely wounded and on the verge of death, Luo Fei had clung desperately to Fang Ming's leg, buying time for his brothers to escape while repeatedly shouting, "Take care of our mother." A sudden thought crossed Fang Ming's mind: wanted to meet the mother of these three notorious criminals. Acting on impulse, he didn't even bother to read the second message and immediately set off. A few minutes later, he arrived at a well-maintained neighborhood. Following the address from the information, he quickly located the villa. Night had fallen. It was already 7 p.m. An elderly woman sat alone in the yard in front of the house. The four-story villa behind her was completely dark, as if to save electricity. Only a solitary street lamp cast its glow over the woman, stretching her shadow long and merging it with the massive, dark silhouette of the villa. Together, they resembled two lonely souls leaning on each other. Fang Ming approached quietly. The elderly woman seemed to hear his footsteps and looked up with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. But upon realizing he wasn't the person she was expecting, her gaze quickly dimmed. "Ma'am, are you here all by yourself?" Fang Ming asked softly. The woman looked up again, studying the young man before her. A kind smile spread across her face, though her voice was hoarse. "My 3 sons will be back to visit me in a couple of days." "Young man, do you need something?" "You have 3 sons?" Fang Ming feigned surprise. "What do they do for a living?" The woman seemed delighted to have someone to talk to, her smile deepening. "My sons are all successful businessmen in other cities, very wealthy. Look, young man, this villa, they bought it for me. It's expensive. It's just too big." The old woman's cloudy eyes glimmered with a trace of hope as her trembling voice broke the silence. "But my eldest son said, in a few years, he'll come back to stay with me. He won't wander anymore. By then, this place will feel alive again, and maybe he'll even get to hold a grandchild." Her voice grew weaker, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished. A dazed expression surfaced on her aged face, her lips moving silently, unable to produce any sound. Her unfocused gaze wandered, as though she had drifted into a world of her own, murmuring faintly to herself. Fang Ming stood nearby, a dull ache spreading in his chest. He let out a deep sigh and turned to leave. The old woman would never see her sons again. They had all perished by his hand. Though he knew he had done nothing wrong, a faint sense of oppression clung to him, shadowing his every step. The trials of bloodshed and life-or-death battles had rapidly transformed the boy into a man. Now, Fang Ming's eyes held a depth they had never had before, a maturity forged through survival and the courage to face harsh realities. In his heart, he silently vowed that he would never let his own mother endure the same fate as this old woman, endlessly waiting for a son who would never return. Calming the storm of emotions within, Fang Ming lowered his gaze to check his hunter information panel. Name: Ghostface. Rank: 3-star. Hidden combat power: 160. Hidden kills: 5 3-star beast tamers, 3 2-star beast tamers. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, struggling to believe the numbers on the screen. To put it into perspective, the minimum combat power for a 4-star beast tamer was only 150. This meant that, according to the association's evaluation, he had already reached an extraordinary level of strength. The realization left Fang Ming deep in thought. Ever since Xiaoqing's evolution, he had suspected that his abilities far surpassed those of an average 3-star beast tamer. Pushing aside his musings, Fang Ming opened the last message in his inbox. A long, elaborate letter appeared before him, signed by someone named Tide Ghost. As he read through the detailed text, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and a spark of interest lit up his face. An extraordinary squad. Fang Ming stroked his chin, carefully analyzing the contents of the invitation. It was sent by the Beast Tamer Association of Binhai City, inviting him to join the city's extraordinary squad. The letter outlined the squad structure. Each city's Beast Tamer Association could form one such team, consisting of 9 members, a captain, a vice-captain, and 7 additional members. The extraordinary squad reported directly to the association while overseeing the city's enforcement team. Not only did they receive funding allocated by the Alliance, but they also enjoyed numerous privileges and benefits, such as access to high-level intelligence. Their daily responsibilities were minimal, requiring them to complete association-assigned missions only once every 2 to 3 months. However, in the face of threats like a beast tide or interdimensional invasion, the squad's true value would come to light. Fang Ming didn't hesitate long before deciding to accept the offer. These special privileges and benefits might seem trivial during ordinary times, but in critical situations, they would prove invaluable. More importantly, as the direct superior of the city's enforcement team, the Extraordinary Squad wielded significant authority. In Binhai City's security framework, ordinary police handled civilian affairs, but any cases involving beast tamers fell entirely under the jurisdiction of the enforcement team within the Beast Tamer Association. Even the police had to obtain the enforcement team's approval to access city surveillance. However, due to limited manpower, the enforcement team often transferred particularly challenging or resource-intensive cases into bounty missions. The city's enforcement team, composed of 2-star and 3-star beast tamers, was already quite formidable. However, they occasionally encountered tricky situations. At such times, the extraordinary team would step in to assist. The team consisted of 9 members rotating on duty, with each member facing such tasks only about once every 3 to 4 months. Fang Ming couldn't help but chuckle to himself after hearing this. Tasks of this level were mere routine for him. Take dealing with the Shadow Beast, for instance. While it posed a significant challenge to the enforcement team and required formal procedures to request the extraordinary team's help, for him, it was just another routine bounty task, something he could handle multiple times in a single day. As for the greater responsibilities, like protecting the city and fending off beast tides, Fang Ming saw them as duties he couldn't shirk. After all, Binhai was his home. If the city couldn't be defended, where else could his family possibly escape to? Having thought it through, Fang Ming quickly replied with a message agreeing to join. Within a minute, his phone buzzed had been added to a group chat named Binhai City Extraordinary Team. Driven by curiosity, Fang Ming opened the member list. Including Shadayo and Ghostface, there were exactly 9 members. Seeing these peculiar nicknames, Fang Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. While it's understandable for experts to be eccentric, what kind of name was Shadayo, anyway? Initially, he thought joining the extraordinary team meant he'd become a prominent figure in Binhai City. But looking at the names in the group chat, Fang Ming suddenly felt like he had wandered into a werewolf game chat group by mistake. Was this even legitimate, or some kind of telecom scam? Despite his disdain for this childish group chat, Fang Ming decided to introduce himself to better integrate into the team. However, the chat remained eerily silent, with no one responding. Just as he began to feel awkward, someone finally broke the silence, making Fang Ming nearly tear up with relief. At least someone acknowledged him. "Student," someone in the group asked. Then came another suffocating silence, as if no one was willing to give the captain any face. "Idiot," someone suddenly blurted out. Meanwhile, in a hotel room in Kyoto City, Lu Changkong leaned back on the bed, having just turned off his phone. He was in an exceptionally good mood. The Binhai City Extraordinary Team was finally fully staffed. Ever since a member had tragically died in the wilderness half a year ago, they had been searching for a suitable replacement. Joining the Extraordinary Team wasn't something just any extraordinary individual could do. A 5-star beast tamer would naturally qualify, but even a 4-star tamer needed a combat power of at least 200 along with significant potential for growth. Fang Ming, however, was an exception. Although his combat power was only 160, he was still only a 3-star beast tamer. Such talent was incredibly rare in Binhai City. While Elder Zhou had mentioned that the young man with the codename Ghostface was likely a local of Binhai, Lu Changkong had sent the invitation message with only a tentative hope. Deep down, he still believed this mysterious Ghostface was more likely an outsider, possibly a secret heir cultivated by a powerful family like the Yi clan. To Lu Changkong's surprise, the other party readily agreed to join the extraordinary squad. What shocked him even more was that Guamian claimed to be a current student at the Beast Taming University. This revelation sparked a thought in Lu Changkong's mind. Having a student with such capabilities from Beast Taming University was an unexpected bonus. He quickly ran through the list of top experts on the university's combat rankings in his head, but was certain that Guamian was not among them. Initially, Lu Changkong considered using his connections to dig into Guamian's background through the Coastal Beast Tamer Association. However, he dismissed the idea wasn't proper protocol, and pulling strings would be too much trouble. Regardless, with Guamian's addition to the team, he could finally relinquish the demeaning role of city enforcement squad captain. Meanwhile, after returning to his room, Fang Ming immediately began inventorying his latest and most significant loot, the space cores. He carefully laid out 12 low-grade and 5 mid-grade space cores on the table, estimating their total value to be close to 5 million. These treasures were crucial for enhancing his strength, and Fang Ming always adhered to the principle of use it if you can. He wasted no time and began absorbing the energy from the space cores, channeling spiritual power, purifying impurities, and drawing in spatial energy. As his beast taming space gradually strengthened, Fang Ming's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Using such a large number of space cores at once only confirmed a suspicion he had long harbored. His beast taming space seemed fundamentally different from others. Ordinarily, for a 3-star beast tamer to advance to 4 stars, the greatest bottleneck lay in enhancing their beast taming space. Without sufficient aptitude, No amount of time or resources would make a difference. Take the Luo brothers. For instance, they possessed considerable wealth, but remained stuck at the peak of 3 stars. Even for those with the necessary aptitude, advancing required an enormous amount of resources, which was an unattainable dream for most 3-star beast tamers living paycheck to paycheck. Given the number of space cores Fang Ming had absorbed so far, any other talented 3-star beast tamer would have already broken through to 4 stars. Yet, while his beast taming space had indeed grown significantly stronger, it was still far from reaching the 4-star level. Moreover, he noticed that low-grade space cores were becoming almost ineffective. This anomaly reminded Fang Ming of the relationship between beast taming space and innate talent. The stronger the beast taming talent, the greater the corresponding spatial potential. With his starry eye being an exceptionally powerful beast taming talent, it was natural that his beast taming space would have far greater potential than most, requiring more resources to break through. However, this didn't trouble Fang Ming. After all, his greatest strength lay in his ability to pour resources into boosting his power. The next evening, Fang Ming's WeChat balance once again reached 24 million. He had successfully liquidated most of the 90 million worth of loot, keeping only a 3-star spatial ring valued at 10 million for himself, as the rest of the items were of little use to him. The business at the Demon Slayer shop was exceptionally booming. Thanks to the efficient operations of the Naughty Network, nearly half of the items Qingyu had listed the previous night were sold within a single day. She also helped Fang Ming locate and place an order for 2 Phantom King foxes. However, just moments ago, the siblings had a disagreement over something. Qingyu wanted a spatial artifact, but Fang Ming firmly refused her request. As the shop manager, Qingyu had become quite familiar with the field of beast tamers over the past few weeks. She knew that while ordinary people didn't have a beast taming space or their own unique spiritual power, they could still manipulate spatial artifacts using spiritual source stones. In fact, there were even specially designed models on the market for non-tamers, which could be controlled with fingerprints or passwords technology that had already become highly advanced. Of course, these custom-made spatial artifacts were more expensive than regular ones. A standard 1-star spatial ring was worth around 2 million, while a custom version would cost roughly 3 million. To ordinary people, this was undoubtedly a hefty price, but for Fang Ming's current financial standing, it was manageable. However, Fang Ming's refusal stemmed entirely from concerns about safety. His sister was lively and loved showing off, and a ring worth 3 million would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. While Fang Ming was strong, he was still only one person and couldn't protect his sister at all times. Moreover, Qingyu was still a high school student. How could she justify using a spatial ring to store her textbooks? After careful consideration, Fang Ming only agreed to consider buying the ring if Qingyu performed well in her college entrance exams. Faced with her brother's stubbornness, Qingyu realized she couldn't change his mind and stormed off to her room to study, leaving behind an indignant, "Just you wait." The next morning, Fang Ming was preparing to head to Beast City. With his balance nearing 30 million, he had almost saved up enough for the milk powder needed to help his little cutie evolve to the next level. However, his plans were interrupted by a private message on the association's official website. An interview with the Wild Blade Squad. Fang Ming was a little surprised. He remembered submitting an application to join the team on the day he registered as a hunter, but nearly a month had passed without any response. Back then, he had been a mere 1-star novice beast tamer with nothing else to his name, and he had assumed he had been rejected. In this world, both extraordinary teams and hunting squads placed great emphasis on the privacy of their members. Team members could use code names and keep their real identities confidential. The Wild Blade team could only contact Ghostface through internal messages. Fang Ming stared at his phone screen, frowning slightly. 7:30 at Moe's Steamed Buns? The location seemed too casual, as if they were planning to have breakfast while conducting the interview. Luckily, he was used to waking up early. Otherwise, receiving a notification at 7 o'clock for a 7:30 interview would have been cutting it too close. Moe's Steamed Buns was well known in Binhai City, but it was a standalone shop. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi, Fang Ming gave the driver the destination and immediately pulled out his phone to start researching information about wilderness hunting. Despite already possessing extraordinary combat abilities, he had never ventured outside the city. Joining the Wild Blade team was a perfect opportunity to explore the world beyond. The low-star bounties in the city no longer excited him. It was time to expand into new territories. 20 minutes later, in a private room on the second floor of Moe's Steamed Buns, 3 young people and a middle-aged man wearing a black mask sat upright at the table. Among them was Bai Susu, a girl Fang Ming had once saved. Yanzi, bringing in a 2-star beast master just doesn't feel right, said Yuan Qi, a burly man with muscles so thick they seemed ready to burst through his clothes, especially his massive arms that barely fit at his sides. As the leader of Wild Blade, he was particularly cautious about selecting team members. His wife, Sun Yan, who was sipping soy milk beside him, set down her cup and said softly, "Our team hasn't gone hunting in a long time, and we're planning to venture deeper this time. Having a beast master will definitely be helpful." Although her appearance was plain, her snow-white skin left a lasting impression. This couple had met in Wild Blade a decade ago, and after years of fighting side by side, they had tied the knot. Fine, Yuan Shi said in a deep voice. But let's be clear's only here to do grunt work, and his share of the spoils will be less. If he doesn't agree, don't blame me for rejecting him. Whatever you say, brother Yuan. Sun Yin replied with a smile. Hunting teams usually consisted of 4 members, with the possibility of adding one agile ordinary person to handle miscellaneous tasks. The wilderness was fraught with danger, and team members needed to stay fully alert. This was where the extra person came in to collect spoils, treat injuries, set up traps, and prepare meals. Although it was highly perilous for an ordinary person to venture into the wilderness, as long as the team had the capacity, they would ensure the person's safety. However, in critical situations, survival would be left to fate. Such high risks naturally came with significant rewards. Wild Blade's distribution rule was 25 for each team member. If an ordinary person was brought along, each member would contribute one of their share to them. For an ordinary person, receiving a 4 share was already quite lucrative. Fang Ming's father had made his fortune this way years ago. It's fine. It's fine. The man in the black mask suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse yet gentle. I can give up some of my share for him. After all, a beast master can contribute more than an ordinary person. We're a team, and teamwork is important. That's not fair, Brother Zheng. You shouldn't have to sacrifice your share, Sun Yin said, glancing at her husband. Exactly, old Zheng. You're too much of a nice guy. Heh, it's no big deal really, the masked man replied, waving his hand dismissively. Throughout the entire conversation, a young woman in her early 20s sat silently in the corner, saying nothing. Dressed in a black combat uniform, Bai Suzy exuded an aura of confidence and determination. A long blade with a striking blue and black pattern was slung diagonally across her back, its sheath resembling the blending of ink and water, clearly no ordinary weapon. The 3 others present were well aware of her inability to communicate normally and tacitly refrained from speaking to her. Yet, their occasional glances in her direction carried a trace of awe and respect. As the newest member of the team, Bai Suzy had only ventured out with them twice, but her strength was unquestionable, ranked 3rd on the combat leaderboard of Binhai City's Beastmaster University, with a combat rating of 97. It was her remarkable prowess that gave the couple the confidence to delve deeper into their explorations. For Bai Suzy, whether it was Beastmaster competitions or wild hunts, they were merely opportunities to engage in combat. She cared little about the distribution ratio. Otherwise, with her abilities, demanding more than 30 would have been entirely reasonable. As they spoke, the door to the private room swung open, and a young, handsome man entered, carrying a plate of fried dumplings and chewing on half of one. His arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. In an era where beastmasters held extraordinary status, it was surprising to see someone so young choose such a perilous path in the wilderness. The others exchanged glances between Fang Ming and Bai Suzy, seemingly marveling at the intense competition among students these days. The moment Fang Ming stepped in, he recognized Bai Suzy, whom he had once saved. However, he was certain she wouldn't recognize him. Surveying the room, he quickly realized that the others were all beastmasters and likely members of the Wild Blade team. Uncomfortable in social situations with strangers, he quietly found a seat and continued eating his dumplings. Ghost Mask, Yuan Qi frowned slightly. Aside from Bai Suzy, he generally disliked overly young team members. In his view, those who achieved the rank of 2-star Beastmaster at such a young age tended to be arrogant and inexperienced, prone to faltering in critical moments. Yes. Hello, everyone, Fang Ming replied, his tone flat and somewhat awkward as he swallowed his food. Sun Yin couldn't help but laugh, amused by the boy's slightly endearing demeanor. So young Yuri, a student at Beastmaster University, right? Do you know Bai Suzy? She wiped the corner of her mouth where some soy milk had dripped and gestured toward the black-clad girl. Yeah, she's a senior in her 3rd year. I've heard of her. Fang Ming nodded, pretending it was their first meeting. Meanwhile, the usually impassive Bai Suzy showed a rare flicker of emotion. She found the boy inexplicably familiar, but couldn't quite place where she had seen him before. Ghost Mask, Yuan Qi said sternly, his tone leaving no room for argument. If you want to join our team, let me make a few things clear up front. Our team is already complete. We were originally looking for a regular person to accompany us. Considering your status as a 2-star Beastmaster, it'll offer you an 8 share, but you'll need to handle some of the more menial tasks. Without waiting for Fang Ming's response, he added, judging by your hunter profile, this should be your first time venturing out, correct? Don't underestimate the importance of these tasks. Gaining experience in a relatively safe manner is always a good starting point. The hunting plan this time would take them deep into the wilderness. Yuan Qi's gaze lingered on Fang Ming for a moment, his tone carrying a hint of probing. If we encounter a situation that requires your skills, the distribution ratio will naturally increase. However, once we're in the wild, you must follow my commands. Fang Ming listened quietly, his expression calm. He had already planned to join an experienced team to build up his own knowledge. As for the distribution ratio, he had his own thoughts it wouldn't matter much, as he intended to act solo once he became familiar with the environment. After all, how much could he gain by sticking with a team of non-extraordinary individuals? Seeing Fang Ming agree so readily, the team exchanged surprised glances. Offering only 8 to a 2-star beast tamer seemed a bit disrespectful. However, considering he might only be doing menial tasks, giving him more didn't seem fair to the team. Eventually, the man in the black mask was the first to speak, voluntarily offering 2 of his own share to Fang Ming. Fang Ming accepted the gesture graciously. This act subtly improved the team's perception of him strong, but without the arrogance typical of young people. Next came the introductions. Fang Ming thought there was no need to hide, and directly gave his real name. Through the conversation, he developed a clearer understanding of the team. The leader, Yuan Shi, was the founder of the Wild Blade team. His beast companion was a 3-star Hurricane Twin Hammer Beast, a wind elemental weapon beast known for its strength. His wife, Sun Yin, controlled a 3-star White Flame Fire Spirit. The man in the black mask, Zheng Yuanfei, reportedly wore it to conceal scars, and none of his teammates had ever seen his face. His beast companion was a 2-star Armored Crocodile Turtle, adept at defense. With over a decade of hunting experience, Zheng was highly familiar with the wilderness terrain around Binhai City. Calm and unselfish, he left a favorable impression on Fang Ming. Lastly, there was Bai Susu, whose partner was a 3-star Lightning Falcon. To Fang Ming's surprise, Sun Yin revealed that Bai Susu was a practitioner of the body flow technique and even wielded a 1-star spirit weapon, the Ink Blade. Though Fang Ming had saved her before, he knew little about her, except that she ranked 3rd on the combat rankings. Then again, he had never paid much attention to those rankings. Body flow was a relatively niche path among beast tamers. While it was more common in the military, civilian beast tamers rarely chose it. Yuan Shi's beast was a weapon beast evolved from a primitive mechanical beast, but Bai Susu was different. She had chosen a spirit weapon, essentially giving her an additional 3-star beast companion compared to Yuan Shi. Of course, in terms of raw power, the 3-star Hurricane Twin Hammer Beast outclassed the 1-star Ink Blade. Once body flow practitioners broke into the extraordinary realm, their own strength would leap significantly, and their combat power would grow exponentially. At the 4-star level and beyond, body flow beast tamers often had an edge over more traditional paths. With a high-quality spirit weapon, they became even deadlier. Strictly speaking, Fang Ming's mecha beast could also be considered a part of the body flow category. During the conversation, Fang Ming also learned that Bai Susu was skilled in a family-inherited sword technique, which was quite powerful. As for himself, Fang Ming deliberately kept the existence of his Ghostface mecha hidden and only showcased Xiaoqing. He enlarged the electric spirit reed to its full size, activating its electric aura but suppressing its power, making it look like a slightly mutated 2-star Thundervine. This display left the team satisfied. After all, the Thundervine, as a defensive lightning-type beast, at least ensured Fang Ming had decent self-protection capabilities. The meeting, which doubled as an interview for the new recruit and a pre-hunt discussion, concluded on a friendly note. After agreeing to meet at dawn the next day, the group dispersed. Fang Ming was quite pleased with his choice of team. On one hand, Wild Blade's overall strength was among the best of the hunting teams, and on the other, the members were easy to get along with. Although Yuan Shi's initial tone had been a bit blunt, Fang Ming found him to be reasonable upon further interaction. As the group descended the stairs together, Sun Yin suddenly leaned toward Fang Ming and whispered, "Fang Ming? Ghostface. Are you a fan of the Ghostface hero?" Fang Ming froze for a moment, his brows slightly furrowed. Had the other party figured something out from his hunter codename, Ghostface? Sun Yin noticed his dazed expression and curled her lips into a smug smile. Leaning down as if teasing a child, she said, "Let me tell you, a secret Ghostface hero is in our squad." Ghostface hero? Just a cheap clown trying to grab attention. Yuan Shi interjected coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. Watching their backs as they walked away, Fang Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Tricks like this might intrigue a newcomer, but playing such games in front of the real deal was nothing short of laughable. After a hearty meal, Fang Ming rose and left the small eatery. Just then, a young girl emerged from the kitchen of the breakfast shop. Her forehead glistened with tiny beads of sweat, and there was a faint smudge of black soot at the corner of her mouth. She watched Fang Ming's lean figure as he walked away, a flicker of confusion in her eyes, as if she had seen him somewhere before. "Mo Yin, things are about done here. Head upstairs and tidy up." "Got it." The girl responded promptly and threw herself into her work. Leaving behind Mo's dumpling shop, Fang Ming made his way directly to Beast City in Binhai. He already had a clear idea of the treasures needed for his little companion's star upgrade. Though the requirements weren't as stringent as for evolution, the unique nature of his mecha beast made the prices staggeringly high. Typically, advancing from 2-star to 3-star alone would cost 20 million a year just for basic upkeep, 30 million to reach the 2-star limit, and another 20 million for the upgrade materials. By the time you reached the 3-star or 4-star stages, the expenses became astronomical. And this was assuming no failures, just the bare minimum budget. Fang Ming navigated the nurturing zone with practiced ease. This time, he didn't see the salesgirl named Xiao Yin from his last visit, and he politely declined the enthusiastic assistance of the on-duty manager, opting to search for the items himself. After a thorough discussion with the little companion perched on his shoulder, Fang Ming finalized the list of treasures, primarily dark attribute items, supplemented with a few metallic, spiritual, and other attributes. This combination perfectly matched the needs of the ghost-faced mecha. The list included abyss crystals, ghostly whale crystals, intermediate metal spirits, shadow stones, black demon blood, and mental origin stones, covering aspects like devouring, ghost energy, metal, shadow, and spirit. The total came to 30.12 million. If not for a payment that had just come through that morning, he might not have been able to afford it. It was undoubtedly the happiest moment in his little companion's life. It continuously sent waves of excitement through their mental bond, expressing a feast of fish and meat sentiment that left Fang Ming both amused and exasperated. What kind of fish and meat costs millions per meal? Could you cut your dad some slack? Fang Ming said helplessly. Still unsatisfied, the little companion began eyeing thunderstones and electric turtle relics. Oh, come on. Are you jealous of Xiaoqing now? Fang Ming teased. That's a timed evolution process, it's not the same. Why does he get it first, you ask? I told you, it's on a deadline. Yes, you're the only one. There's no other little darling like you. What? Failed and want another feast? Why don't you head to Dunhuang and count the murals while you're at it? As the playful banter continued between man and ghost, Fang Ming settled the bill and stored all the treasures in his 3-star spatial ring with an 8 cubic meter capacity. Under the admiring gazes of the staff, Fang Ming quickly left the cultivation area. Beast Taming City's vastness was akin to a labyrinth. Holding a directional sign, he wandered around the second floor for quite some time before finally locating the section dedicated to hunting supplies. A dazzling array of products came into view. While the wilderness backpacks boasted impressive storage capabilities, they were unnecessary for Fang Ming, who already had a spatial ring. Instead, the spirit suppression series of equipment caught his attention: spirit suppression locks, spirit suppression rings, and spirit suppression covers. These tools, designed to prevent beasts from recovering their mental and physical strength, were essential for capturing wild beasts. Although the Wilderness Blade Squad would never expect a mere errand boy to prepare such gear, Fang Ming figured it wouldn't hurt to plan ahead, especially since he had an 8 cubic meter spatial ring. With that thought, he began selecting various auxiliary artifacts. Warning devices, trackers, locators, and markers. Though seemingly ordinary, these functions could often save lives in the wilderness at critical moments. Fang Ming was admittedly a novice when it came to such equipment, having only skimmed through some information on the ride over. But wealth brings confidence. Without hesitation, he picked the most expensive advanced auxiliary artifacts items even the squad would hesitate to purchase. After a round of shopping, over 3 million yuan was spent in the blink of an eye, and his account balance was once again zero. Just as Fang Ming was about to try his luck in the mechanical section of the beast taming area, his phone chimed twice in quick succession. Ding. 610,000 yuan has been credited to your account. Ding. 140,000 yuan has been credited to your account. Fang Ming raised an eyebrow smugly. A few days ago, he had taken down 3 wealthy 3-star peak beast tamers, seizing spoils worth over 90 million yuan. Aside from keeping one spatial ring, he had sold off nearly 80 million yuan worth of equipment in less than 2 days. Now, just as he spent all his money, payments were rolling in again. He practically walked with a spring in his step. With this in mind, Fang Ming immediately messaged Qing Yu on WeChat, urging her to continue purchasing Phantom King foxes. The 2 he ordered a few days ago still hadn't arrived, and they were clearly not enough. He also added 2 5-star beast species to the list. While the resale profit margins on these weren't as small as the Phantom King foxes, mere tens of thousands, they were still decent choices. With money not being an issue, stockpiling star souls always presented opportunities for profit. In truth, Qing Yu didn't need to monitor the market personally. Mischief Network would automatically push notifications for marked beasts. However, the stubborn girl had a personality just as petty as ghost-faced mecha. Qing Yu, I'm busy. Fang Ming, really? Qing Yu, really? Fang Ming sent a picture of a spatial artifact. This ring looks quite nice. Qing Yu. Fang Ming. I'm at Beast Taming City, checking out spatial artifacts for regular folks. A bit pricey, still deciding. Qing Yu. Brother, I accidentally deleted our chat history. Could you repeat what you just said? Fang Ming. Qing Yu. Got it, bro? Already on it. Fang Ming. Can you not be so materialistic? Qing Yu. Got it, bro? Already on it. Closing his phone, Fang Ming muttered to himself. I mean, I was only considering it. I never said I'd buy it right now. That's not really lying to a kid, is it? Fang Ming strode into the mechanical division, and the scene before him was awe-inspiring. Countless robots were arranged in neat rows, as if he had stepped into a world of the future. From basic weapon beasts to intricate armor beasts, and even practical household beasts, the dazzling array of mechanical creations was overwhelming. In the exhibition area, the one-star primitive mechanical beasts occupied the largest display space. These highly cost-effective entry-level mechanical beasts could often be purchased for less than 100,000. Many budget-conscious individuals would opt to buy them and gradually nurture them into household beasts. Although this process required time, it was far cheaper than directly purchasing a fully developed household beast. The unique evolutionary traits of primitive mechanical beasts have long been a focal point of academic research. Their initial evolution is significantly easier compared to other types of contracted beasts, a phenomenon that has driven countless evolutionists to study them fervently, hoping to apply this trait to more powerful beasts. Unfortunately, it remains an unsolved mystery to this day. Fang Ming came here with the hope of finding a hidden gem, though he wasn't overly optimistic. His previous visits had yielded nothing, despite exhausting his mental energy. Activating his Beastmaster talent, the Starry Eye, he swiftly scanned row after row of primitive mechanical beasts, with countless data panels flashing before his eyes. Suddenly, his movements halted. He hadn't even scanned halfway through when he noticed something unusual. Name primitive mechanical beast. Attribute none. Species level 1 star. Growth level 1 star 110. Condition healthy. Skills none. Evolution paths. Household beast 98. Weapon beast 1. Armor beast 1. Mechanical forging spirit master unique. Fang Ming immediately approached this particular primitive mechanical beast for a closer inspection. From its appearance, it was indistinguishable from others of the same category, and its status panel seemed normal. However, the mechanical forging spirit master, as a unique evolution path, made his heart race. Could this unheard-of evolution direction be related to the legendary forging spirit masters? Without hesitation, Fang Ming made the payment and completed the contract ceremony on the spot. This became his third contracted beast. However, as soon as he placed it into his beast space, an unusual situation occurred. The primitive mechanical beast immediately entered a state of hibernation. Fang Ming frowned slightly. He knew very well that ordinary sleep and hibernation were two entirely different concepts. In a normal sleep state, a contracted beast could interact with its master, grow together, and recover energy quickly. Hibernation, on the other hand, was an unpredictable state where the beast would fall into an indefinite slumber, and the time of awakening was entirely up to chance. To date, no researcher had been able to identify the factors linking hibernation and awakening. This reminded Fang Ming of a peculiar pattern. Contracted beasts with unique or special evolution paths often exhibited unusual traits. His little cutie was a case of malignant mutation, with both appearance and behavior deviating from the norm. Shaoqing remained in a perpetual pseudo-overdrive state. Now, this seemingly ordinary primitive mechanical beast had fallen into hibernation immediately after forming a contract. Fang Ming shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it for now. What exactly this unprecedented mechanical forging spirit master was remained a mystery. He just hoped it wouldn't end up like little cutie and insatiable, complaining freeloader. With this, Fang Ming now had 3 contracted beasts, which made him quite an outlier among 3-star beast masters. After all, very few could simultaneously cultivate 2 beasts to the 3-star limit. Those with such talent would have long since broken through to the transcendent realm. In the world of beast tamers, talent determines the upper limit of growth. For most gifted beast tamers, even when cultivating a second beast at the 3-star stage, they can typically only raise it to around 2 stars due to the capacity limitations of their beast space. However, Fang Ming was an exception. At this moment, his 3 beasts each had distinctive traits. The ghost-faced mech had reached the 2-star limit. The electric spirit reed had just crossed into the 3-star threshold, and the primal mech beast remained at the early 1-star stage. Such a lineup was already extraordinary in the eyes of most people. Even more remarkable was Fang Ming's beast space, which far surpassed the capacity of those at his level. Despite absorbing a large amount of space cores, it still showed no signs of saturation. Even so, Fang Ming did not allow himself to relax. He deeply understood the rules of beast cultivation. Approaching the space limit made any further improvements to contracted beasts increasingly difficult. It was like a room with limited space. The more people it held, the more crowded it became. What originally cost 20 million to achieve evolution might require an additional 2 million under these conditions. Therefore, expanding his beast space became an urgent priority. Fang Ming couldn't help but think of an extreme example. If a 5-star beast tamer were to dissolve all their contracts and use the vast 5-star beast space to nurture a low-star beast, the beast might not even need external feeding. Simply sleeping within the space would allow it to continuously break through. With a hunting trip planned for tomorrow, Fang Ming had already made up his mind. After this wilderness expedition concluded, and he converted the spoils from the mischievous network into cash, he would decisively invest tens of millions of alliance coins to purchase space cores. On the taxi ride home, Fang Ming's thoughts shifted to the primal mech beast. Though this type of beast appeared numerous and weak on the surface, it held untold potential. From weapon beasts to armor beasts, and even mech beasts, its evolutionary branches were far more diverse than other types. Not to mention unique evolutionary paths like the ghost-faced mech or the mechanical forge master. This made Fang Ming wonder, could there be some astonishing secret hidden within the small body of the primal mech beast? As Fang Ming pondered, subtle changes were occurring within his beast space. The unique star soul cluster was being drawn to the slumbering primal mech beast. The two gradually approached each other, and the primal mech beast unconsciously began to absorb the power of the stars. Back at his empty home, Fang Ming immediately summoned the ghost-faced mech. The little creature looked at him expectantly, as if it already knew what was about to happen. Sure enough, when over 30 million worth of precious resources poured in, combined with the nourishing effects of the cold aura, the little one successfully advanced its star level. Ghost-faced mech. Attribute, dark. Species level, 5 stars. Growth level, 3 stars 110. Status, healthy. Skills. 1. Mech possession. Possesses the contractor, forming a mech. 2. Abyssal mask. Resists mental attacks and can mimic facial appearances. 3. Blade of Oblivion. Condenses an energy battle blade. 4. Cold aura. Converts others' perception of you as cold into growth nutrients for the contracted beast. Evolution path. Seeing the results, Fang Ming let out a sigh of relief. Had the significant investment of resources failed to achieve the star-level breakthrough, he might have been driven to despair. Fang Ming stared at the enormous sum displayed in his account, silently calculating in his mind. The 90 million yuan in spoils was certainly impressive, but for a beastmaster, there were countless expenses to consider. Windfalls like this were rare and couldn't be relied upon as a regular occurrence. His thoughts drifted to the regression service offered by his Demon Slayer studio. Despite the time that had passed, no one had shown interest in the service. Perhaps it was due to a lack of market demand, or maybe it was a matter of trust. I need to establish a proper business channel as soon as possible, Fang Ming thought to himself. Otherwise, I'll eventually burn through my resources. His gaze landed on the small creature in front of him, a newly star-ranked beast. Fang Ming carefully examined it. Its appearance hadn't changed much, but its aura of ghostly energy had grown denser, with faint traces of red light flickering deep within. Mecha fusion. Fang Ming decisively activated the skill. Instantly, the little creature merged with him, and a surge of immense power coursed through his body. Although he was just moving around at home, performing some basic stretches akin to calisthenics, the enhanced strength was unmistakable. Such was the allure of beast cultivation. Each star rank advancement brought a noticeable leap in power. Fang Ming estimated his combat strength had increased by at least 10 points, though he wasn't entirely familiar with the exact calculation system. That afternoon, a piece of news sent shockwaves through Beastmaster University. 2 male students were suddenly expelled, and the school remained tight-lipped about the reasons. Such severe punishment was exceedingly rare at the elite university, and the administration wouldn't have taken such action unless the evidence was irrefutable. As a member of the extraordinary squad, Fang Ming had already learned of the incident through an official notification before the school's announcement. This was the value of the information-sharing mechanism. Even without the notification, he could have guessed the 2 individuals were the young men he had apprehended at the seafood market a few days prior, one of whom was Xie Jianyun, ranked 9th in the school. Thinking about their involvement in that bloody incident, Fang Ming shook his head. If ordinary people had committed such crimes, they would surely face the death penalty. Yet, as beastmasters, even with conclusive evidence, the punishment was merely expulsion, perhaps with some additional penalties. This was the harsh reality of their world. Strength ruled, and the weak were prey to the strong. Fang Ming suddenly became curious. Did the extraordinary squad know his true identity? Logically, since even the school's combat ranking system could synchronize information, it should be even easier for the squad. But to his surprise, neither the squad nor the Coastal City Beastmaster Association had any knowledge of who he really was. Of course, not just anyone could join the extraordinary squad. The system automatically synchronized various details about Ghostface, and only those meeting the criteria were allowed to join. For individuals with sensitive identities, the system would outright deny access. However, this review process was limited to qualification checks. To uncover detailed information about Ghostface, one would need to approach the Alliance Beastmaster headquarters. The news of the annual auction gala hosted by the Yi Group swept through various channels like a storm by evening. On the tree-lined paths of Coastal City's Royal Beast University, students strolled in small groups, eagerly discussing the grand event. Will your family be attending this time? Of course, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get in. I heard the entry requirements are really strict. You either need a combat power of 90 or 30 million in cash to qualify. Yeah, it's pretty exclusive. They say the Yi family has been preparing for half a year and might be inviting some big names. The most exciting part is the auction items. Beast companions capable of carrying passengers and star souls are on the list. Conversations like these buzzed throughout the circles of beast tamers in Coastal City. Meanwhile, on the 33rd floor of a skyscraper in the city, inside a tastefully decorated office, a blend of black and silver tones created an understated yet mysterious luxury. The most striking presence in the room, however, was the woman standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Yi Shuangling, the heiress of the Yi family. Dressed in a tailored black suit and skirt, her delicate features were accentuated by light makeup, and her upright posture exuded an air of elegance. Yet, on closer inspection, a faint weariness shadowed her refined profile, and traces of worry seemed to linger beneath her fair complexion. A soft knock broke the silence. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Yi Shuangling brushed aside a strand of hair from her forehead, her gaze sharpening instantly. The door opened to reveal Yin Xiaoyan, a petite young woman who was slightly shorter than Yi Shuangling. Both appeared to be in their early 20s. Xiaoyan, it's you. Yi Shuangling's expression relaxed as she saw who it was. She moved to the sofa and took a seat. Yin Xiaoyan smiled and handed her a report. Miss, hey, race this week's trend analysis. Yi Shuangling took it and began reading attentively. Demon Slayer? Sounds familiar. Miss, have you forgotten? A while back, I used the company account to snag a perfect quality howling wolf from this small shop on Mischief Network. I even reported it to you then. In just a few weeks, they've sold so many different types of perfect grade beasts. That's rather unusual. Yi Shuangling frowned slightly, deep in thought. Exactly, Yin Xiaoyan added. This shop is newly opened, but they keep selling perfect grade beasts and a large quantity of beast-related treasures. It feels like they're dealing in spoils of battle. What's more, a significant portion of their inventory is high-end. Just yesterday, they listed 2 3-star spatial rings at once. Yi Shuangling continued to study the detailed information on the report. Besides the sales data of the Demon Slayer shop, there was public information about the Demon Slayer studio. Its founder, Fang Ming, was an apprentice evolutionist and a 3-star bounty hunter known as Ghostface. The numbers in the section on kill stats caught her attention. They even offer devolution services? That's unheard of. Yi Shuangling straightened up, her interest in this small shop in Coastal City growing. Miss, when it comes to perfect grade beast sources, there might be a few others within the alliance. But in our Coastal City, this shop is truly one of a kind. This could be a rare opportunity for our platform. Yi Shuangling nodded slightly, her slender fingers gently tapping on the desk. Try reaching out to them. If that doesn't work, buy out everything left in their store to show our sincerity. She turned to her assistant. Xiaoyan, I want you to go in person. Offer them the best deal we can. We must bring them over. Yes, miss. Yin Xiaoyan was about to leave, but was stopped. Wait. Yi Shuangling rubbed her slightly throbbing temples, seemingly changing her mind. Never mind, Xiaoyan. I'll go myself. I could use the walk. Yin Xiaoyan looked at her with a trace of concern in her eyes, gazing at the stunningly beautiful, yet overworked woman before her. Shuangling, go ahead then. It'll be good for you to get some fresh air. You can't bear everything on your own. Some things need to be shared. Yi Shuangling's lips curved into a faint smile as she waved her hand dismissively. I'll handle it now. You take a break. With that, the young woman swiftly left the office. At the same time, outside the gates of Binhai High School, students were streaming out as classes ended for the day. Qingwei lazily strolled out of the school, a backpack slung over her shoulder, and habitually opened the mischievous network app on her phone. She wasn't too worried about her business. Her shop's prices were slightly lower than market rates. The quality of the products was excellent, and with mischievous network specializing in premium beast taming supplies, the after-sales service was top-notch. Rarely did anything require her personal attention. But this time, Qingyue's gaze froze on her phone screen. In just 1 hour, her shop's inventory, nearly 20 million units, had been completely cleared out. Every single item was purchased by the same account. Even more surprising, the buyer had left a message requesting a meeting. Such sincerity? After hanging up her sister's call, Fang Ming was also taken aback. Although a 20 million yuan order wouldn't be a loss even if resold, the gesture of sincerity was hard to ignore. Since the launch of the Demon Slayer shop, there had been no shortage of similar collaboration offers, but Fang Ming had always ignored them. This time, however, he had a change of heart, partly due to his growing strength and the official status of his extraordinary team. He dialed the number left in the message, and they quickly arranged to meet at his home. Fang Ming knew that with such a significant purchase, the other party was likely a powerful company that had already done their homework on the Demon Slayer shop. Sure enough, when he suggested meeting at his home, they agreed without even asking for the address. Miss, the meeting with Fang Ming has been set for 6 p.m. at his home. Peony Garden, Building 7, Unit 1, Apartment 602, the assistant reported. Yi Shuangling frowned slightly. Have you looked into Fang Ming's background? Who's the trainer behind him? We couldn't find any information about a trainer. As for his background, Fang Ming appears to be a blank slate. The only connection we discovered is that he had a close relationship with a mentor in a lab, but that mentor has since left Binhai. The detailed report has been sent to your phone. All right, understood. As the evening sky turned crimson with the sunset, a graceful and elegant woman appeared in the old residential area, standing out starkly against her surroundings. She stopped in front of apartment 602 and gently knocked on the door. The door quickly opened, revealing a young, adorable face. In that instant, both Yi Shuangling and Qin Wei were momentarily stunned. Yi Shuangling hadn't expected the person answering the door to be such a sweet and charming little girl. Qin Wei, Fang Ming's younger sister, stood at the doorway, staring in astonishment at the visitor before her. As a student just stepping into the world of business, she had always assumed that those coming to discuss deals would be teams in sharp suits or elegantly dressed PR professionals. But Yi Shuangling completely shattered her expectations. Wearing a slightly fitted cartoon print t-shirt paired with vibrant denim shorts, her fair skin accentuated her swan-like neck. There was a blend of natural freshness and refined elegance in her demeanor that left Qin Yue momentarily entranced. Hello, please come in." Qin Yue stammered, her voice faltering. It was the first time she had ever encountered someone so striking. Yi Shuangling gracefully extended her right hand. "You must be Qin Yue. I'm Yi Shuangling. Nice to meet you." After the brief introductions, everyone took their seats. Yi Shuangling quickly got straight to the point with Fang Ming. "For now, I can't guarantee it completely, but soon, the supply of perfect quality products will stabilize," Fang Ming said confidently. Yi Shuangling's eyes lit up. 10 per month. Fang Ming shook his head. 8. 6. He still shook his head. Yi Shuangling frowned slightly. If the quantity was any lower, the value of the deal would significantly diminish. 15 per month, Fang Ming said calmly, revealing an astonishing number. He had already calculated that he could cultivate one every 2 days. What? Yi Shuangling abruptly stood up, then quickly realized her overreaction and sat back down. She had tentatively mentioned 10, but her actual expectation was no more than 7 or 8. Achieving perfect quality was incredibly challenging, and any method to improve the success rate was a closely guarded secret. Most breeders focused on nurturing and evolving beasts, leaving perfect specimens to chance rare and hard to come by. Establishing a stable system for producing perfect specimens was virtually unheard of within the entire alliance. Yi Shuangling speculated that Fang Ming's source likely came from his mentor, Jiang Xieying. It wasn't uncommon for powerful forces in the capital to discreetly channel resources through smaller cities like Benhai. However, given the non-public nature of such channels, the scale shouldn't be this large. 15? That amounted to a monthly transaction value of nearly 40 million. This was precisely the kind of channel her platform desperately needed. What intrigued her even more was the question of how such a large supply was being produced. Was the breeding base in Benhai? And who was in charge? Regaining her composure, Yi Shuangling asked, "Can you confirm the general category of the perfect specimens? We'll primarily focus on 3-star phantom foxes, though there will be other species in the initial stages." "Oh, phantom foxes." Yi Shuangling's eyes sparkled. Among 3-star species, phantom foxes had excellent market demand and commanded high prices. Unlike her brother's 5-star king fox breeding base, which, despite its higher grade, suffered from exorbitant costs and poor market reception, teetering on the brink of losses. No wonder the family had handed that hot potato to her scapegoat brother. "So, are you planning for a large-scale purchase?" Fang Ming asked, thinking that if the other party offered a higher price, it would benefit him by further narrowing the pricing gap. Yi Shuangling smiled and shook her head. "Fang Ming, I'm not here to buy your perfect specimens." She paused, noticing the puzzled look on Fang Ming's face, and then pulled out a virtual contract on her phone, handing it over. Fang Ming accepted the phone, curiosity flashing in his eyes as he read the screen. Lingmao Mall A-level partnership agreement. Fang Ming lowered his head, browsing through the Lingmao Mall agreement on his phone. Qing Wei leaned in, resting her chin on her brother's shoulder, reading along word by word. The name, Lingmao Mall, was not unfamiliar to Fang Ming. As an emerging shopping platform, it had carved out an exceptionally unique niche. If Taoxia Network, which specialized in beast taming supplies, was considered high-end, then Lingmao Mall was perched at the pinnacle, exclusively dealt in the finest of the fine. For instance, when it came to spatial artifacts, the platform offered nothing below 2-star quality. Complementing its premium offerings was an exceptionally comprehensive service system and after-sales support. For Lingmao Mall, channel management was the core of its operating philosophy. On a platform catering to high-end clientele, premium channel resources were key to retaining customers. The terms of this agreement were exceptionally generous, featuring low commission rates and service standards far surpassing those of Taoxia Network. "We at Lingmao Mall rarely offer agreements," Ye Shuling said as she noticed Fang Ming had almost finished reading. "We primarily work with crate agreements. This is the best deal we can provide, so please consider it carefully." Fang Ming handed the phone back expressionlessly, saying only, "Got it." Qing Yue, understanding the situation, behaved especially well in front of others, giving her brother the respect he deserved. Ye Shuling felt a twinge of disappointment. This young man seemed to be just as she had anticipated, incapable of making a decision and possibly unable to fully grasp the advantages of the agreement. After exchanging WeChat contacts, she sent over an electronic version of the agreement along with the company profile and prepared to leave. Yet a lingering question gnawed at her. A channel of this caliber must be backed by a formidable team of cultivators. Why, then, was someone who appeared so unremarkable serving as its representative? Fang Ming. She couldn't resist asking before leaving. If possible, I'd like to meet your team of cultivators. Lingmao Mall is truly sincere about this partnership. Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback. What team of cultivators? Then a faint smile tugged at his lips. This was exactly the impression he wanted to create. A mysterious and powerful demon slayer studio, with himself acting as its agent. When the time was right, he would reveal all the secrets to the world. Our cultivators probably won't meet you, Fang Ming replied after a brief pause, carefully observing her expression. Sure enough, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yeshuling's face. But this agreement, he added nonchalantly, can be signed right now. All right, then I won't disturb you any further. Please notify us as soon as. Yeshuling began her polite farewell reflexively, but then froze mid-sentence as she realized what Fang Ming had just said. It could be signed? She thought she must have misheard. While she had assumed Fang Ming had some sort of backing, she had figured he was merely a middleman, someone who could at best pass the agreement along to the decision-makers behind the scenes. Based on their earlier analysis, this was likely just one branch of a larger, discreetly operated network in the capital or another major power, not something openly managed. Her visit today had been little more than a shot in the dark. But this young man was saying the agreement could be signed directly? And judging by his demeanor, he wasn't joking. Knight Shuangling instinctively glanced around, her gaze sweeping past Luo Hui, who was tidying up the fruit platter, then shifting to Qingwen nearby, and finally landing on the face of the handsome young man in front of her. This was the first time she had seriously studied Fang Minga Level 3 Beastmaster, an apprentice evolutionist, and the founder of the Ghost Slayer studio. This seemingly ordinary young man seemed to harbor secrets beyond what met the eye. The moment the electronic signature was finalized, the agreement officially came into effect. This contract not only detailed the specifics of opening a specialty store in the Spirit Cat Mall, but also established the studio as the mall's sole supplier of 3-star perfect-grade beasts. With a stable monthly supply of 15 perfect-grade beasts and the mall's focused promotional efforts, this unique store was set to become a new flagship attraction for the platform. Throughout the negotiation, Fang Ming's professionalism left Knight Shuangling astonished. He was intimately familiar with every detail of running a small store, making decisions with precision and confidence, as if everything was under his control. This feeling of being outmaneuvered unsettled Hera, stark contrast to her usual dominance over situations. For Fang Ming, this agreement fit perfectly into his plans. By utilizing 5-star beast downgrades every 2 days in conjunction with the reverse application of the Eye of the Stars, he could produce 15-star soul clusters in a month, eventually synthesizing them into 3-star souls. Even after accounting for the platform's commission, the profits were substantial. Driving her limited edition Bencher saw, Knight Shuangling pondered over the enigmatic young man as she headed toward the office building where her company was located. As the heir to the Yi Group, the largest family in Binhai City, she had borne the weight of immense expectations since childhood. Despite being a woman, she had always competed fiercely with her half-brother, who was 2 years older. Their relationship had never been harmonious. To prove her worth to the family, she had poured her efforts into founding Spirit Cat Mall. Through aggressive investments and external financing, she had achieved some success. However, as the business expanded, the lack of channel resources had become a bottleneck restricting the platform's growth. The office in the building wasn't large, but it was well equipped and had become a more familiar haven to her than the family estate. Tonight, an important event awaited her. Her beast was about to evolve. If the evolution followed the planned path, her combat power would see a qualitative leap, elevating her status within the family. Although the success rate of this evolution route was not high, she had made thorough preparations. All that was left now was to pray. It was past 8 in the evening at Fang Ming's home. Fang Ming cast a casual glance, and one of the Phantom King foxes immediately began to regress. Its form shrank, its energy weakened, and finally, it fell into a deep slumber. At the same time, within his Beastmaster space, a new Starlight Soul orb quietly took shape. Fang Ming frowned slightly. He noticed that the original orb in the space had shifted from its position and was now closely attached to the dormant mechanical beast they called Old 3. Even more surprising, the orb seemed to be slowly shrinking, as if being absorbed bit by Old 3. Could it be that the Starlight Soul orb can repair something in a dormant state? Fang Ming pondered thoughtfully. Meanwhile, another Phantom King fox curled up inside the transparent spirit-suppressing enclosure, trembling uncontrollably. If not for the specialized enclosure that restricted its movements and energy, it would have fled long ago. It stared at Fang Ming in terror. This human was terrifying. Just a single glance had caused its kin to regress. This was completely different from what they had heard before coming here. Stories of signing contracts, growing stronger together, reaching the pinnacle. Nothing but lies. Why are you shaking? Fang Ming chuckled lightly. A 3-star perfect Phantom Fox has way more potential than trash like you, even if you're 5-star. Of course, the frightened Phantom King Fox had no idea what he was saying. The next morning, at the break of dawn, the air was damp, and dew still clung to the ground. After a quick roadside breakfast, Fang Ming made his way to the rendezvous point where he was to meet the Wild Blade Squad. They planned to enter the wilderness through the eastern city exit. Fang Ming arrived early. Before long, the other team members showed up, and the 5 of them prepared to set off. Bai Susu and Fang Ming didn't carry wilderness backpacks, but at least Bai Susu had her ink-patterned blade strapped to her back. Dressed in black combat gear with a sharp, determined look in her eyes, she seemed ready for battle. And Fang Ming? He was empty-handed, looking as if he were heading out on a leisurely outing. His bright yellow t-shirt, emblazoned with a celebrity's face, stood out glaringly, drawing helpless glances from his teammates. We know you and Bai Susu both have spatial rings, but could you at least try not to look like you're going on a picnic? And do you even realize how conspicuous that yellow t-shirt is in the wilderness? Noticing their reactions, Fang Ming remained unfazed. This shirt? My mom bought it for me. I've got a whole stack of the same design. I just grabbed one at random. If you guys think it looks good, I can get you all one later. No one paid attention to the seemingly carefree young man. The squad quickly ventured into the wilderness, and it felt as if they'd stepped into an entirely different world, a stark contrast to the concrete jungle of the city, now replaced by a wild and untamed realm. Ahead lay a winding road that forked off toward different cities in the distance. This area was regularly patrolled by Beastmaster Association members, who cleared out any unwelcome beasts in the vicinity, making it the safest zone for hunting squads. Under the guidance of Zhang Yuanfei, a middle-aged man familiar with the terrain, the group advanced purposefully along the road. Fang Ming looked around, a mix of curiosity and excitement in his eyes. As far as the eye could see stretched an endless expanse of grassland. At first glance, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the African savannas from his memories of his past life. The scenery before them was far more vibrant and lively than the previous grasslands, with an increasingly complex terrain. Grasslands, forests, mountains, and streams intertwined like a vast, meticulously woven masterpiece of nature. In the distance, a towering snow-capped mountain pierced through the clouds, standing silently like a white deity guarding the horizon. Along the way, numerous wild beasts could be seen, mostly ranging from 1 to 2 stars in rank. These creatures either hid in the grass or behind trees, cautiously observing the group from afar, with not a single one daring to approach the road. An hour later, Zhang Yuanfei suddenly stopped and carefully surveyed the surroundings. All right, everyone, this should be the place. We need to leave the road now, he announced. Hearing this, the group immediately summoned their respective contracted beasts. While the 1 and 2-star wild beasts encountered on the road posed little threat, stepping off this safe path would mean facing numerous beasts in the wilderness, coupled with limited visibility, which greatly increased the danger. For the first time, Fang Ming got a good look at his companion's contracted beasts. Yuan Shi's 3-star Hurricane dual hammers, though not particularly outstanding among weapon-type beasts, perfectly complemented his burly physique. Years of practice with hammer techniques had allowed this pair of weapons to unleash extraordinary power. In front of Sun Yin floated a small, infant-sized cluster of white flames, her 3-star White Flame Spirit, an elemental beast adept at healing. Zhang Yuanfei summoned his 2-star thick-shelled crocodile turtle. However, its roar and gait struck Fang Ming as peculiar. It lacked any signs of mutation, which was highly unusual. Fang Ming made a mental note to himself. This middle-aged man, wearing an ordinary black mask, exuded an unervingly steady presence. Bai Susu, as cold and aloof as ever, summoned her 3-star Lightning Falcon with a flash of light near her neck. The falcon, no larger than a palm, had pale gray feathers faintly crackling with deep blue electric arcs. Fang Ming silently assessed the lineup. Apart from Sun Yan's relatively rare flame spirit, the rest seemed fairly ordinary. If his teammates knew what he was thinking, they'd likely scold him for being overly modest. After all, the Wild Blade Squad's lineup was already quite impressive, with a well-rounded balance of offense, defense, and support. Noticing that Fang Ming had yet to summon his Thunder Vine, the group exchanged curious glances but refrained from commenting. After walking a bit further, Sun Yin couldn't hold back any longer. Fang Ming, you'd better summon your contracted beast. We'll protect you, but danger can arise at any time in the wilderness. Having an extra means of defense is always better. Your Thunder Vine might even react faster than you, she advised. Fang Ming nodded sincerely. Thank you, Sister Yin. I understand. The team pressed on, maintaining their basic formation. Yuan Shi led the way, while Bai Susu maneuvered at the rear and sides, ready for combat. Sun Yin provided support, and Zhang Yuanfei stayed close to protect both Sun Yin and Fang Ming. This was their standard setup for handling typical situations. Before long, the way the group looked at Fang Ming began to change. At their age, and it being their first time venturing into the wilderness. How could they be so reckless? Sun Yin frowned at Fang Ming, silently shaking her head. Just moments ago, he had agreed so readily, yet now the Thunder Vine was nowhere to be found. She scrutinized Fang Ming's entire body. Could he have hidden it in his clothes? As a two-star beast tamer, the team had already offered him 10 of the spoils, which was quite generous. Yet this kid showed no ambition, not even the most basic sense of danger. Sun Yin said no more, but made a mental note. This boy, despite possessing a spatial ring and the Thunder Vine, with its impressive mutation traits, clearly comes from a well-off family and has decent talent. But unfortunately, he's hopelessly unmotivated. Once this mission is over, he'll need to discuss with my husband about removing him from the team. What Sun Yin didn't know was that Fang Ming had already summoned his electric spirit reed back when they left Binhai. At this moment, the little creature, Xiao Qing, was cleverly adjusting its form, coiling around his waist like a belt, perfectly concealed beneath his clothing. Old Zheng, are you sure about the route? Yuan Shi asked. There's no mistake. I came here years ago, and the terrain hasn't changed much, Old Zheng replied. He was about to say more when suddenly, a faint gust of wind, carrying a slight fishy odor, swept through the air. From the grass, a green figure as thick as a finger and half a meter long shot out like an arrow, aiming straight for Fang Ming's throat. The sudden attack was so swift that even Sun Yin, standing right next to Fang Ming, could only manage a startled cry. Instinctively, she commanded her white flame fire spirit to intercept, but it was already too late. Fang Ming's pupils contracted green venom serpent. With physical abilities far surpassing those of an ordinary 3-star beast tamer, he could clearly make out the serpent's crimson tongue flicking between its slender, venomous fangs. Just as he was about to make a move, he abruptly restrained himself. Because only a few steps away, the middle-aged man had already anticipated the danger. The moment the green venom serpent emerged, he commanded his thick-shelled crocodile turtle to unleash its turtle shield. A massive translucent shield, 2 meters square, materialized in front of Fang Ming, its surface covered with countless earthy yellow tortoiseshell patterns. The green venom serpent couldn't avoid it and collided with the shield. The patterns converged at the point of impact, emitting a muffled sound. The serpent recoiled in pain, its movement momentarily stalled. That fleeting moment was all it took. A shadow flashed by, and a spirit-forged blade carved an arc resembling a crescent moon. Where the blade passed, light and shadow intertwined, emanating a chilling, killing intent. Clanked blade returned to its sheath in one fluid motion, as smooth as flowing water. The green venom serpent's vital spot was severed cleanly, the cut as smooth as a mirror. An unknown green liquid began to drip slowly from the wound. A single strike to slay the beast. Fang Ming looked toward the black-clad girl, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. What was even more impressive was that throughout the entire encounter, the lightning falcon perched on her shoulder hadn't moved an inch. After all, this was a 3-star green venom serpent. Although it wasn't a true jiao, the name green venom jiao alone hinted at its extraordinary nature. Despite its small size, it was an extremely dangerous beast, renowned for its lethal venom and lightning-fast movements. It excelled in stealth and could strike with the speed of a flash. Once hit, even a 4-star beast master, with their superhuman constitution, would struggle to withstand its poison. Without timely treatment, the consequences could be dire. For beast masters below 4-star, it posed an even deadlier threat without expensive antidotes or special treasures. Death was almost certain. Bai Susu seized the moment when the green venom jiao's attack was blocked by the shield of the alligator turtle, striking down with her blade with impeccable precision. This single strike was a testament to her prowess as a top-tier 3-star beast master. Her reaction speed, sharp judgment, and accuracy were nothing short of perfect. Even Fang Ming, who might have reacted faster, could never achieve such a clean kill. Striking the jiao's critical weak spot was the only way to ensure an instant kill. Hitting any other part would neither sever its body nor deliver a fatal blow. Such precision and swordsmanship could only come from years of relentless practice. Bai Susu truly lived up to her reputation as a master of the physical combat style. Watch out! Bai Susu shouted a warning without turning her head, continuing forward without hesitation. A green venom jiao and its 3-star. Sun Yin exclaimed in shock. They had barely left the road when they encountered such a dangerous beast. Fortunately, Zheng Yuanfei had reacted swiftly, using his shield to block the deadly strike. Otherwise, Fang Ming would have been killed on the spot. Yet, Fang Ming seemed oblivious to how close he had come to death. After casually thanking Zheng Yuanfei, he naively went to handle the corpse of the green venom jiao. Even in death, the green venom jiao's venom remained highly hazardous. Despite being inexperienced, Fang Ming quickly adapted and completed the entire extraction process with surprising efficiency. Watching him work, the team members couldn't help but think, this rookie is surprisingly capable. For a first-timer handling such a venomous creature, he had done quite well. Seeing the young man's relaxed expression, as if saying, all done, let's move on, the others could only shake their heads. What a carefree attitude didn't his Beastmaster Academy teach him how terrifying the green venom Jiao was. As they moved forward, the team's vigilance noticeably increased. Being seasoned hunters, they were highly superstitious. Encountering such a rare and dangerous beast so soon after leaving the road seemed like an ominous sign, hinting that the journey ahead would be fraught with peril. Except for Zheng Yuanfei, this route was new to everyone. Their destination was the outskirts of the 5-star hunting zone known as the Devil's Eye. Even the outermost region carried a small but real risk of a total wipeout for their team. A single mistake could lead to casualties. Yet, it was precisely such dangerous places that were most suitable for a team of their level to train and grow. Only in these challenging environments could the rewards of hunting be maximized. Staying in safe zones out of fear of danger would be no different from retiring to a comfortable city life, taking low-star bounty missions, or bureaucratic jobs. While such a life could be 100 times more comfortable than that of ordinary people, for beast masters and their beasts, avoiding life and death trials would make it nearly impossible to surpass their limits. No matter how many resources they had, stagnation would make it increasingly difficult to advance to higher star levels or achieve evolution. For most beastmasters, obtaining resources through combat and hunting was the most cost-effective way to nurture their contracted beasts. Of course, this required extraordinary courage and determination. It was not for the faint-hearted. During the rest of their journey, the team encountered occasional attacks, but they were from insignificant 1- or 2-star beasts, far less dangerous than the green venom Jiao. 2 hours later, the team arrived at a spot where a stream met a patch of greenery. A gentle breeze rippled the water's surface, reflecting the silhouettes of the Wilderness Blade Squad. Aside from some dirt-stained clothing, the group didn't look too disheveled, though the continuous traveling and skirmishes had left their breathing slightly labored. Fang Ming, while not participating in combat, had quickly picked up various support tasks, essential skills he would need for future solo hunts. Before long, the vegetation ahead began to thin, and their view gradually opened up. "There it is," Zheng Yuanfei said, crouching beside his massive alligator turtle, which was about the size of a small car. He patted his old comrade's sturdy shell and gazed into the distance. Following his line of sight, the others saw the outline of a forest clearly visible about a kilometer away. The distant forest appeared unusually tall and dense, unlike any they had encountered before. The news that passing through this forest would lead to the Eye of the Demon sent a shiver through the group. Bai Susu's black combat boots sank into the soft earth, leaving distinct imprints on the yellow-green carpet of fallen leaves. She frowned as she gazed down, the layers of leaves piled high, bearing silent witness to countless cycles of life and decay in this land. The team had barely ventured a few meters into the forest when the world suddenly darkened. The branches and leaves wove together into an impenetrable canopy, blocking out sunlight entirely. Only a few massive leaves allowed faint rays of light to filter through, their veins clearly visible, resembling glowing green lanterns overhead. Combined with the dim flames of Sun Yan's white flame spirit, the light barely pierced the oppressive gloom. "Be careful, this is a 3-star hunting zone." Zheng Yuanfei's warning was almost unnecessary. In such an eerie and silent environment, everyone's nerves were already stretched taut. Yet, Fang Ming's expression betrayed a hint of anticipation. This was precisely the allure of wild hunting. The thrill of exploring the unknown and the pursuit of rewards while teetering between fear and life-threatening danger. With visibility at an all-time low, the team advanced cautiously and slowly. According to Zheng Yuanfei, although this unnamed forest spanned the entire area, it wasn't particularly deep. If all went well, they could traverse it in just over 2 hours. Half an hour later, the group began to adapt to their surroundings, quickening their pace slightly. Apart from the occasional scavenger insects, the area was eerily quiet. While this wasn't uncommon, wandering through a 3-star hunting zone without encountering a wild beast wasn't unheard of. Fang Ming's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Had already sensed it. For the past few minutes, more than one something had been following them. As they ventured further, the scene above grew increasingly unsettling. A black serpent, as thick as a human thigh, slithered silently among the branches. From an aerial view, one would see countless such serpents converging toward the same direction. Their numbers were growing, and they had even begun abandoning their efforts to conceal their movements. Occasionally, massive shadows darted across the glowing leaves overhead, causing Yuan Qi to break into a cold sweat. His hands gripped his hammer tightly. Though they had encountered plenty of snake-like creatures as thick as tree trunks before, the persistent rustling of branches all around hinted at an unprecedented level of danger. The team was forced to tighten their formation. Sun Yan's white flame spirit floated about a meter above their heads, expending energy to enlarge its form in hopes of illuminating a wider area. Yet, against the overwhelming darkness, this faint light seemed pitifully insignificant, barely managing to light up a small patch above them. The stark contrast in light and shadow made the surrounding area appear increasingly eerie and ominous. Bai Susu slowed her steps, gripping her ink-colored blade in preparation. On her shoulder, the lightning falcon let out sharp warning cries, its wings flickering with streaks of electricity, while its eyes glowed with a ghostly blue light. Damn it! Have we stirred up a nest of snakes today? Yuan Qi shouted sharply. Lao Zheng, we can't keep moving everyone. Prepare to fight here. Before his words had fully settled, countless pitch-black giant snakes cascaded down from the tree trunks 10 meters away like a living waterfall, forming an impenetrable living wall around them in an instant. Deceptive serpents. The group finally saw the true form of the beasts encircling them. These pack-hunting creatures were thick-bodied, entirely black and scaleless. Not only were they incredibly strong, but they could also release an ominous dark mist to distort the environment and disorient their prey. The violent activity of the snake swarm caused leaves and branches to fall from above, allowing sunlight to filter through the gaps and illuminate a chilling sight. 10 meters away, the encircling wall of deceptive serpents was packed tightly together, some coiled, some hanging, some crouching, and some standing upright. They flicked their foul-smelling tongues and fixed their eerie yellow eyes on the group. Judging by their size, every single one was at least 2-star level, with several reaching 3-star. We're going to die, Yuan Qi whispered grimly. For the Wilderness Blade Squad, this was truly a desperate situation. Forget the entire swarm, even a single 2-star deceptive serpent would be a deadly challenge for Yuan Qi to handle alone. Bai Susu, for all her strength, would struggle to slice through the massive body of just one of these beasts, let alone contend with several 3-star threats. Prepare to escape. Sun Yan, surprisingly calmer than her husband, quickly devised a plan. Listen up, everyone. Deceptive serpents are strong, but they aren't fast. They will release their dark mist to disorient us. Our only chance is to scatter and break through their encirclement. She turned to Fang Ming. Summon your Thunder Vine immediately. No heroics, just protect yourself. Remember, lightning can dispel the darkness. Hold on to my hand and follow Yuan Qi and me as we break out. Finally, she addressed the others. Lao Zheng, survive. Susu, see you in Binhai. Everyone nodded silently, acknowledging that this was their best chance of survival. Once the snake swarm launched its attack, the dark mist would instantly engulf the area, reducing visibility to 0 and obliterating any sense of direction. A single misstep could separate even the closest pair in moments. Bai Susu, being the strongest and aided by her lightning falcon, had the highest chance of surviving a solo escape. Taking others along would only slow her down. Zheng Yuanfei, though skilled in defense, could only shield against attacks from one direction with his tortoise shield. Facing an assault from all sides, he could barely protect himself, let alone others. The most vulnerable were Sun Yan and Fang Ming. Fortunately, the White Flame Spirit could attach itself to the Gale Twin Hammers, forming their ultimate combat mode, the White Flame Gale Hammer. When the White Flame Spirit and the Gale Twin Hammer Beast were connected, the couple could sense each other's location even in the disorienting mist. Meanwhile, Fang Ming's Thunder Element Beast could partially dispel the dark mist, making him a natural fit for the breakout team with Yuan Qi and Sun Yan. However, in Sun Yan's heart, she knew that aside from Bai Susu, survival was almost hopeless for the others. The sheer number of snakes meant that anyone who got entangled or injured would face certain death. They had ventured deep into the forest, surrounded by dense woods, with no chance of retreating to the grasslands anytime soon. Yuan Qi and Sun Yan exchanged a glance, their faces revealing a calm and resigned smile. 10 years of marriage, no children, and their bond forged in this wilderness now. They were ready to face death together. In this final moment, they chose to stand side by side, determined to fight to the death even if there was only the slimmest chance of survival. Fang Ming, stay close, Yuan Qi said, patting Fang Ming's shoulder with a steady voice. Don't be afraid. My wife and I will die before you do. Bai Susu silently drew the ink-black blade from her back, her slender, jade-like fingers brushing over the cold, gleaming surface. Her gaze was unwavering as she stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Yuan Qi and Sun Yan. Her crisp voice carried a resolute tone. Thank you for your care. We stand together. Before her words had fully landed, a fierce and unyielding fighting spirit surged from her. Sun Yan's eyes reddened as she watched the scene. Although they hadn't known each other long, this usually quiet girl had already moved her deeply. The stark contrast between Bai Susu's battlefield valor and her usual reticence left a lasting impression. At this moment, Bai Susu could have chosen to break away alone, yet she decided to stand with them. Perhaps this was the source of her inner strength, her fearlessness in battle and her defiance of death. Old Zheng, Yuan Qi suddenly laughed. If we're all going to die, let me see your scar. I don't want to fail to recognize you in the underworld. All right, Zheng Yuanfei replied in a low voice, slowly removing his black mask. Beneath it was the unremarkable face of a middle-aged man, save for the prominent scar that ran from just under his right eye to the left corner of his mouth. Under the dim light, the scar twisted grotesquely, like a coiled, deceitful serpent. So it's real? I thought you were making it up. Yuan Qi burst out laughing. Zheng Yuanfei, hearing this, curled his lips into a faint, enigmatic smile. Just then, the sharp sound of clapping broke the tense atmosphere. Everyone. Fang Ming's voice was unexpectedly calm, as if the treacherous serpents eyeing them were merely students in his classroom. The group looked at the newcomer to the wilderness in astonishment, unable to comprehend how he could remain so composed. After all, even seasoned beast tamers could only achieve such calm after countless brushes with death. Relax, everyone. We're not going to die. Fang Ming's tone was light, carrying a hint of amusement. Fang Ming. Sun Yan frowned at him, a sliver of hope creeping into her heart despite her rational mind telling her it was nearly impossible. Fang Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. Sister Yan, didn't you say the ghost-faced warrior is in our squad? A heavy atmosphere of despair hung over the group, but Fang Ming suddenly flashed a sly smile. Spreading his hands, he glanced at everyone present. Even without the ghost mask hero, we've got someone right here who can easily get us out of this mess. As he spoke, his gaze landed meaningfully on the scar-faced man a few steps away. At the same time, he quickly whispered to Bai Susu, "Don't let him escape." Zheng Yuanfei's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing this. He shot Fang Ming a venomous glare before bolting away like an arrow released from a bow. The sudden burst of speed was a stark contrast to his earlier image as a defensive two-star beastmaster. However, Bai Susu reacted even faster. Although she didn't fully understand Fang Ming's hint at first, the moment Zheng Yuanfei made his move, she instantly grasped the situation. Since they were already close, it only took her 2 or 3 steps to catch up. Her ink-black blade was now firmly pressed against Zheng Yuanfei's neck. At the same time, the thick-shelled crocodile turtle was suddenly engulfed by an eerie black mist. The group watched in astonishment as a massive serpent slowly emerged from the fog. Its head alone was the size of an average person, and its enormous body seemed to stretch endlessly as it slithered out of the darkness. What was even more shocking was the reaction of the surrounding deceitful snakes. Upon seeing the giant serpent, they all instinctively lowered their bodies, and the hissing symphony that had filled the air moments ago abruptly fell silent. Fang Ming activated his starry eye, and a silvery glow flickered in his gaze. Deceptive King Serpent. Attributes, Dark. Species level, 5-star. Growth level, 3-star, 910. Status, Deceptive Weakness. Skills. Dark Mist releases black gas to create a fog. Deceptive Eye can mimic any low-star beastmaster it has seen before. Evolution Path. When Fang Ming called out the name, Deceptive King Serpent, the team snapped out of their shock, staring in disbelief at the colossal creature before them. It was the true form of the thick-shelled crocodile turtle they had seen earlier. Among the deceitful snake swarms, the appearance of a king beast was exceedingly rare. The Deceptive King Serpent, however, was renowned in academic circles far beyond ordinary king beasts due to its unique, deceptive eye ability. Scholars had dubbed this skill the King Serpent's Eye, a power capable of flawlessly replicating not only a target's appearance, but also its skills with uncanny precision. When did you figure it out? Zheng Yuanfei asked calmly, despite the blade pressed against his throat. I started suspecting when we left the highway, Fang Ming replied. At first, it was the strange way it moved. What confirmed it for me, though, was noticing traces of dark attributes mixed into its crocodile turtle shield. Pair that with the surrounding snake swarm, and the answer became obvious. Who are you really? Just an apprentice evolutionist with a bit of knowledge in this field. Zheng Yuanfei suddenly burst into a crazed laugh. How I didn't expect to fall into your hands. But it doesn't matter. His eyes swept around, his expression growing more twisted. This is my territory. You're the third team to come here, and I've already buried 2 others. None of you are leaving this place alive. Unless, he grinned wickedly. Hand over everything you have, and I might just let you live. Zheng Yuanfei. Sun Yan shouted sternly, gripping her weapon tightly. Your life is in our hands. Don't try anything reckless. Zheng Yuanfei's lips twisted into a grim smile. Ha! His voice dripped with mockery. Sun Yan, I was planning to stop. Those first 2 squads were nothing but deceitful trash. They deserve to die. You and your husband, on the other hand, are deeply devoted to each other. I almost respected that. His eyes suddenly glinted with greed. But then Bai Susu joined the picture. Her spatial ring, that 1-star spirit armor. I've killed so many, yet never gotten anything like that. Why should a little girl have it all to herself? He turned to Fang Ming, his gaze blazing with madness. And you, Fang Ming, someone as useless and unambitious as you, how do you deserve a spatial ring? I've fought tooth and nail for 40 years and still can't get past 3 stars. This world is unfair. So I'll just take what I want. Yuan Qi watched his former comrade in silence, a chill creeping through his heart. The realization that such a venomous snake had been by his side all along made his blood run cold. At that moment, he understood when faced with life and death, everyone harbors a hidden serpent of deceit, waiting for the moment their mask slips. Old Zheng. Yuan Qi sighed softly, shaking his head. Zheng Yuanfei proposed. You can escort me to the edge of the forest. By then, even if I turn on you, you'll have a chance to escape. Yuan Shi was about to agree when Fang Ming raised a hand to stop him. He looked at Zheng Yuanfei, a cold smirk on his lips. Why should we? Then kill me. Let's die together. Zheng Yuanfei roared. All right, then we'll kill you. Fang Ming replied decisively. Bai Susu froze, her blade trembling slightly in the air. Wait, stop. Zheng Yuanfei panicked. Don't kill me. If you do, you'll all die too. Fang Ming let out a cold laugh. What's wrong? Weren't you just threatening to die together? You're nearly at the 3-star limit, yet you pretended to be 2-star. If we hadn't already fallen into your trap, you'd never have shown your true colors, right? He took a step closer. People like you fear death the most. Do you really have the guts for mutual destruction? A trace of sharp insight flashed in his eyes. Besides, when a wolf king dies, the pack goes into chaos. But when a snake king dies, the nest retreats. You know that better than anyone, don't you? Sun Yin watched Fang Ming's calm and strategic demeanor, her eyes brimming with admiration. Fang Ming stepped forward again, an overwhelming aura of menace enveloping Zheng Yuanfei. Fang Ming, let's talk. Before he could finish, lightning crackled around Fang Ming, as if he were a god of thunder. He pressed his palm lightly against Zheng Yuanfei's chest. The scar-faced man's eyes widened in disbelief before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Fang Ming, is he? Yuan Shi asked in shock. His heart vein is severed. Fang Ming replied flatly, as if it were nothing but a trivial matter. No time to hesitate. The king cobra was never particularly strong, and after disguising itself, it would experience a brief period of weakness. Now, it was also suffering the backlash from its master's death. Fang Ming shouted a warning as he quickly deactivated his electric spirit awakening. Glancing down at his short-sleeved shirt, he felt a wave of relief. If he hadn't stopped in time, the shirt would have been scorched by the electricity. Thinking about the scolding he'd likely get from his mom when he got home, he made a mental note. Next time, bring a few good battle outfits. Hearing his words, the others snapped out of their daze. Yuan Shi and his wife, seasoned from years of wilderness training, were the first to act, followed closely by Bai Susu, who launched her attack without hesitation. In this life-and-death moment, everyone gave it their all. The white flame hurricane hammer streaked through the air with a pale blue glow, the lightning falcon transformed into a zigzagging bolt of lightning, and the ink blade unleashed a wave of blue-black energy that surged like a tidal wave. Bai Susu and the lightning falcon's attack struck the king cobra's head first. Lightning and water element energy collided violently in the confined space, causing the entire area to tremble. Fang Ming marveled at the power of this combo attack. The combat strength must have surpassed 110. Of course, such a desperate move could only be used once in a short time. The lightning falcon had expended nearly all its energy and fell into a weakened state after using its thunder conversion skill, but the results were undeniably impressive. The massive king cobra, as big as a small hill, had the flesh on its head instantly vaporized, leaving behind a fractured, barely holding skeletal structure. Considering that a snake's skull is typically the hardest part of its body, this strike was lethal. This outcome was within Fang Ming's expectations. While the king cobra was renowned for its unique abilities, its actual combat strength was not particularly high. Even this one, cultivated to near 3-star peak, was no match in its dual weakened state, both from its simulated disguise weakness and the backlash from its master's death. In fact, Yuan Shi alone could have taken it down. The only concern was preventing it from escaping back to the snake swarm. Fang Ming nodded in satisfaction. Not only had he kept his clothes intact, but he also managed to avoid exposing his full strength in front of the unfamiliar Yuan couple. Still, the fact that the group chose to stand by him and face danger together moved him deeply. It was true only in life-and-death moments could one truly see a person's character. Just like Zheng Yuanfei, who had revealed his true nature after all these years of acquaintance. As the king cobra fell, the snake swarm scattered instantly. The battlefield was littered with fallen leaves shaken loose by the snake's movements. A thick beam of sunlight pierced through the area cleared by the explosion, illuminating the normally dark and shadowy region with countless fragmented rays of light. Zheng Yuanfei's body lay there, partially covered by several large leaves, resembling a simple funeral. His face still bore an expression of disbelief, as if a hazy memory was drifting toward reincarnation. Memories surged like a relentless tide. The young Zheng Yuanfei bore a gruesome scar on his face, a permanent mark left by the beast tide and a testament to losing all his loved ones. In those years, he endured the ridicule of others. Even after awakening his spatial talent, its low grade made him the subject of constant mockery. He trembled during his first kill, was paralyzed with fear when he wandered into the forest, forged a bond with a juvenile king serpent, and witnessed the annihilation of his team. Whether they had helped him or mocked him, all his former teammates now rested eternally in the same place. Fang Ming looked down at the corpses on the ground and shook his head lightly. Such was the fate of ordinary beast tamers. Money was always the greatest shackle, barely enough to afford basic resources, let alone the exorbitantly expensive spatial artifacts worth millions. Even someone like Bai Susu, who had inherited her family's wealth, was an object of envy for many. To Zheng Yuanfei, the spatial rings owned by Fang Ming and Bai Susu must have been filled with unimaginable riches, representing his only hope of breaking through the extraordinary barrier. The irony was that just yesterday, Zheng Yuanfei had generously shared 2 of his earnings with Fang Ming. Along the way, everyone seemed to wear a mask. The seemingly most honest person turned out to be full of lies. The couple who outwardly disdained Fang Ming extended a helping hand in moments of crisis, and the girl who appeared slow-witted turned out to be the sharpest in battle. Human nature was so complex that not even the eye of the stars could unravel it. Only in life-and-death situations could the truth be glimpsed. Fang Ming, thank you. Sun Yin stood with her hands on her hips, her expression sincere and filled with genuine appreciation. Brother Fang, you saved both of our lives. Yuan Qi, who had just returned from the brink of death, now regarded Fang Ming with newfound admiration. If you ever need anything, just let us know. From now on, we're friends. Brother Yuan, Sister Yin, you're too kind, Fang Ming replied humbly. I merely offered some advice. You were the ones who truly fought. Without you, no amount of foresight would have saved me. I may not be particularly skilled, but as an apprentice evolutionist, I might be of some help. Feel free to reach out to me anytime. Standing nearby, Bai Susu seemed lost in thought. She recalled the recent rumors buzzing around school, the 4th combatant, unknown strength, relying on women, a fake realm, temporary power. These whispers painted a picture of Fang Ming that was entirely different from the man before her. Just moments ago, his seemingly casual strike had precisely severed Zheng Yuanfei's heart. As the master of a lightning falcon, Bai Susu was intimately familiar with the nature of lightning. She had clearly sensed the fleeting thunder that coursed through Fang Ming's body, pervasive, yet leaving his clothes unscathed. The intensity of lightning could be roughly gauged by its color, with purple denoting the extraordinary realm. Despite her 3-star lightning falcon nearing its limit, it could only achieve a deep blue hue. Yet the lightning that flickered across Fang Ming's body was unmistakably deep blue as well. Of course, she was unaware that the electric spirit reed, a rare and exceptional path, had already reached the purple lightning level. Fang Ming had deliberately suppressed its aura, even concealing its color. A 2-star thundervine? The truth behind it was undoubtedly far more complicated than it appeared. Bai Susu curled her lips, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Lies, conveniently mutated to strengthen lightning attributes? That's at least a 3-star starting point, she thought to herself. Men are all liars, she concluded. Fang Ming and Zheng Yuanfei were just 2 sides of the same coin. The slight goodwill she had developed for Fang Ming instantly turned into contempt. Perhaps because she was accustomed to being around ostentatious figures like Zhou Xiaojia, this deliberate concealment of strength felt particularly off-putting to her. She had initially planned to approach and offer her thanks after all. If Fang Ming hadn't seen through the deception of the eye of fraud, her chances of survival would have been slim to none. But just as she was about to step forward, the small flash falcon perched on her shoulder, weakened from releasing lightning, suddenly jolted as if startled by something. Its entire body trembled before it leapt up in alarm. Its tiny bird face was twisted in terror, its features scrunched up as it let out frantic cries. Don't go! Don't go! Scary! Too scary! Bai Susu was momentarily speechless at Little Flash's reaction. This lightning falcon had been her companion since childhood, a gift from her parents before their passing. The 2 had grown up depending on each other. Because of this bond, she had never considered replacing it with a stronger contract beast, and instead chose to progress down the path of body fusion alongside it. Typically, Little Flash was as fearless as she was, so its strange behavior today left her puzzled. After all, wasn't it just a smug, deceitful pretty boy standing over there? Was there really a need to be this terrified? Fang Ming seemed to sense something and turned his head toward Bai Susu, his gaze sweeping over the lightning falcon on her shoulder with a playful glint. His lips moved slightly, as if mouthing the words, "Relax, I won't eat you for now." Chirp! Little Flash let out a sharp cry and immediately darted behind Bai Susu's neck, trembling as its tiny wings peeked out, visibly shaking. Fang Ming, what did you do to Little Flash? Bai Susu instantly assumed a defensive stance, her tone sharp and accusatory. Fang Ming was momentarily at a loss for words, looking slightly embarrassed. He had intended to reassure Little Flash, but it seemed his approach needed some serious rethinking. At the same time, Fang Ming communicated telepathically with Xiaoqing. That's an ally. What's an ally? Like the relationship between you and me. You're my master, though. Just don't eat it. Got it. From now on, you're not allowed to use your devouring ability without my permission. Understood. Okay. Fang Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, silently relieved. If he hadn't reacted quickly, Xiaoqing might have flown out and devoured Little Flash right then and there. This devouring wasn't just ordinary consumption, it was a mysterious power that could convert beasts with similar attributes into growth nutrients. Xiaoqing, being a dual attribute beast of lightning and wood, had the ability to devour any wood attribute beast. However, its preference leaned heavily toward lightning attribute ones. In its current weakened state, the lightning falcon must have seemed like the perfect growth supplement to Xiaoqing's naive, instinct-driven mind. Once the devouring power was triggered, the targeted beast would immediately feel an overwhelming sense of dread and oppression. Even the battle-hardened little flash was reduced to such a state. If it had been at full strength, it might not have been so easily intimidated. However, as a 3-star species, the lightning falcon was inherently suppressed by the 5-star Xiaoqing. That said, Fang Ming couldn't help but feel satisfied with Xiaoqing. At least this one wasn't as unruly as Xiao Qiai. Xiaoqing was obedient and sweet, always responding with got it, or okay. It wasn't picky about food, either ate whatever was given and never whined when it wasn't. Under Fang Ming's fatherly gaze, Xiaoqing shrank its form, winding itself back around his waist and hiding beneath his clothes. Fang Ming, meanwhile, didn't let his minor victory distract him from the task at hand. He cheerfully resumed dealing with the corpse of the Fraud King snake. This is quite a treasure. The group gazed at the corpse of the Deception King snake lying on the ground, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Its value alive was immeasurable, but even in death, every part of its body held significant research potential. The team quickly sprang into action, dividing tasks to clean up the battlefield. Zheng Yuanfei's belongings were meticulously collected, naturally considered spoils of war. In this perilous world, no one felt any guilt about claiming the possessions of a traitor. The loss of a companion was always a sensitive subject. Some teams chose to bury the fallen on the spot. Others returned their belongings to family, but most claimed them for themselves. People as loyal and sentimental as Yuan Qi and his wife were indeed rare. The redistribution of rewards was swiftly agreed upon, an even split of 25 for each of the 4 members. Although they had lost Zheng Yuanfei, a defensive force, Fang Ming's Thundervine, with its lightning attribute defensive capabilities, could be adjusted to allow the group to continue their journey without issue. If needed, he'll step in. He'll make sure to protect Sister Yin at all costs, Fang Ming declared with conviction. Sun Yin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yuan Qi looked at the young man helplessly, having already figured out his personality. Fang Ming was sharp enough to see through the deception eye's tricks and ruthless enough to strike with precision, severing heartlines with practiced ease. But that was the extent of it. For a 2-star beastmaster, he certainly had a knack for boasting. Only Bai Susu didn't find it strange. In her view, Fang Ming's abilities far exceeded what one would expect from a 2-star thick-shelled crocodile turtle. After a brief rest, the team set off again. This forest appeared to be the territory of the deception snake swarm, yet the journey ahead was surprisingly smooth. Not a single deception snake appeared, and even other wild beasts seemed to have vanished. Despite the eerie calm, the group remained vigilant, advancing in a tightly knit formation. An hour and a half later, the dense woods began to thin, and the oppressive darkness gradually lifted. Suddenly, sunlight broke through the canopy, scattering golden rays. The group squinted, adjusting to the brightness, and the landscape opened up before Thema vast lake came into view. Unlike the pale tones of ordinary lakes, this water glimmered with a pure, icy blue hue, resembling an enormous sapphire. Is this the Devil's Eye? The group murmured in awe. Known as the most notorious killing lake in the 5-star hunting zone, its infamous reputation preceded it. Yet, seeing it in person, the deep blue waters exuded a tranquil, mesmerizing beauty. Crossing a narrow, damp stretch of grassland, they could now take in the lake's full expanse. It's enormous, Fang Ming exclaimed. From above, the lake's elongated shape indeed resembled a narrow, watchful eye. At the center of the Devil's Eye Lake, a swirling red light radiated outward in an eerie pattern. The group stood at the narrowest point of the lake, near the corner of its eye. Even from there, their gaze could only faintly discern the distant, enclosed outline of the lake, a testament to its astonishing size. The deep blue surface of the lake stretched vast and boundless, and in the far-off center, it seemed as though a perpetual black hole resided. Its immense pull caused massive ripples on the lake, rotating counterclockwise in a mesmerizing and awe-inspiring display. According to available information, the core region of the Devil's Eye was home to a large number of 4-star water-type wild beasts, with even the occasional appearance of powerful 5-star creatures. This was the primary reason it was classified as a 5-star hunting zone. Along the lake's edges, however, 3-star beasts were more commonly found. The corner of the lake where the group was currently located bordered an unnamed forest, making it one of the least populated areas for wild beasts. While relatively safe during the day, rare 3-star and higher beasts often emerged at night. These rare beasts were precisely the group's main targets for this trip. Additionally, if luck was on their side, they might come across fragments of black devil stones drifting from the lake center. Despite the dangers, many skilled beast tamers ventured into the core region in search of the precious devil stones. Red devil stones, primarily found in the core area, were worth 20 million each. Black devil stones, which were more widely distributed, sold for 8 million apiece. As for stone fragments, regardless of color, their value was 1/10 that of a complete stone. In the peripheral area where the group was stationed, a lucky encounter might yield a black devil stone fragment worth 800,000 within a day or two. While not an extraordinary gain, it was still a welcome bonus. After briefly admiring the breathtaking scenery, the group promptly began setting up camp. This was their first visit, and they planned to stay for 2 to 3 days to familiarize themselves with the environment. Their strategy was to remain hidden during the day and venture out at night, allowing them to both hunt beasts and search for devilstone fragments. If all went as planned, the profits from this trip to the Devil's Eye could reach 7 to 8 times their usual earnings from wilderness hunting. Throughout the afternoon, everyone stayed vigilant around the campsite, avoiding any contact with the lake water. Beneath the calm, deep blue surface lay unknown dangers that even Fang Ming's keen eyesight could not penetrate. As Fang Ming gazed at the magnificent lake, he couldn't help but imagine. If one day he became strong enough, he would build a small grass hut by the shore, facing the deep blue waters, and spend his days basking in the warmth of spring and the bloom of flowers. Just as he was lost in this serene daydream, he felt a light tap on his head. Turning around, he saw Sun Yin smiling at him. Ever since the Zheng Yuanfei incident, the couple had grown noticeably closer to him, treating him almost like a younger family member they could playfully tease. Fang Ming understood that this was their way of expressing trust and acceptance, so he quietly embraced it. Fang Ming, do you want a wife or not? Sun Yin suddenly asked with a mischievous grin. Fang Ming stared at Sun Yin in shock, frowning involuntarily. Do I look like I'm at the age to be looking for a wife? He waved his hand dismissively. Too young. Haven't even tasted the joys of a woman. My cousin back home is already well seasoned. Sun Yin, seeing his reluctant expression, pursed her lips and muttered under her breath as she turned to leave. The lakeside was unusually tranquil that afternoon. Though they were on high alert, not a single beast had appeared the entire day. As the sky began to darken, the group's vigilance gradually waned. After setting up several warning devices, they gathered in small groups by the lake, waiting for the demon stone fragments to fall into their trap. This feels amazing. Yuan Shi leaned against a mossy rock, sighing contentedly. If only every day could be like this. Wake up, sit by the lake, and casually rake in 800,000, maybe a million. Bai Susu sat quietly not far away, her gaze distant as she seemed to lose herself in the fleeting serenity of the moment. Yeah, if only there were no danger, Sun Yin chimed in with a smile, casting a glance at Bai Susu. What do you think, Susu? She didn't expect any response from the slow Toriact girl. Just then, Fang Ming approached, brimming with excitement as he shared his grand vision of building a residence here once he became invincible. Yuan Shi and his wife's eyes lit up, and the three of them launched into an enthusiastic discussion. Starting with simple straw huts, they moved on to sturdy tile houses, then luxurious villas, and finally ended up envisioning a sprawling farmstead. Yeah, the sudden, clear voice startled everyone. It took them a moment to realize it was Bai Susu answering Sun Yan's question from 3 minutes ago. They all couldn't help but smile. Even Fang Ming, who had already been briefed on by Susu's peculiarities by Yuan Qi and his wife, marveled at the wonders of creation. As night fell and the group finished their meal, the warning devices suddenly emitted a sharp alert. 3-star bladehorn deer. 2 of them. Yuan Qi whispered excitedly. They've come to drink water. The group quickly took their positions, holding their breath in anticipation. Luck was on their side, as one of the bladehorn deer stepped into the 7-lock radiant array. 7 beams of light in different colors shot up from the ground, converging above the deer's head to form a radiant, multicolored cage. This advanced trap-type spiritual device was originally Zheng Yuanfei's specialty, but Yuan Qi was now in charge of it. From its placement to the arrangement of the formation, every detail was meticulously calculated. It was highly effective in restraining and suppressing the energy bursts of beasts below 2 stars, but its effectiveness diminished significantly against 3-star beasts or higher. Go! Yuan Qi commanded, charging forward with his twin hammers engulfed in white flames. He knew the 7-lock radiant array wouldn't hold the bladehorn deer for long. Sure enough, just as he reached it, the deer's razor-sharp antlers shredded the light cage into fragments, scattering countless shimmering particles into the air. The knife-horn deer was just about to let out a triumphant roar when massive twin hammers, engulfed in blue-white flames and accompanied by a terrifying gust, came hurtling down from above. The air shrieked as it was torn apart by the force of the hammer's descent. Despite having just shattered the 7-lock spirit array, the knife-horn deer had no time to dodge. Its eyes flashed with ferocity as the silvery blade-like horns on its head flared with brilliance, and it braced itself to meet the hammer's heat. Boom! A cloud of dust instantly enveloped the battlefield. At the same time, Bai Sushi was locked in combat with another knife-horn deer. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yuan Qi delivered several heavy blows with his hammer, leaving the first knife-horn deer battered and pinned to the ground. Fang Ming, quick on his feet, pulled out a 3-star spirit lock, and swiftly clamped it onto the deer's neck. Click! The crisp sound of the lock snapping shut echoed. The knife-horned deer seemed to lose all its strength, collapsing limply to the ground. The first knife-horned deer was successfully captured. However, the second knife-horned deer, using its incredible speed and agility, managed to break through by Sushu and Yuan Chi's encirclement, disappearing into the dense forest. This wasn't entirely unexpected after all. The knife-horned deer was one of the finest 3-star spirit beasts. If the first one hadn't stepped into a trap and been subdued in time, capturing it alive would have been nearly impossible. Avoiding injury to themselves, preventing the beast's escape, and ensuring it wasn't critically harmed to preserve its value, such a task was fraught with challenges. Half an hour later, the 7-lock spirit array proved its worth once again, helping the team capture a Blackfoot falcon. A distant relative of the flash falcon, this creature was valued at around 1.2 million on the market. As night fell, the most significant prize of the day emerged: a mutated white-pawed burst bear. This colossal, 3-star ultimate-level beast not only had quadruple-enhanced limbs, but was also a perfect specimen. Standing over 3 meters tall, one of its arms was more than twice the width of Fang Ming's waist. Its combat power exceeded 110, far surpassing by Success abilities. Fortunately, the ferocious beast appeared to be in a mysteriously weakened state. When it stepped into the 7-lock spirit array, the team seized the opportunity and launched a coordinated assault. Despite Bai Sushu and Yuan Chi suffering internal injuries from the bear's ferocious attacks, with their clothes torn by its sharp claws, they ultimately succeeded in subduing it. A rare, perfect white-pawed burst bear with quadruple limb enhancements like this could easily fetch 7 to 8 million at auction. It was far more desirable than a typical 5-star beast after all. For most beast tamers, investing in a highly practical, top-tier 3-star beast was far more rewarding than chasing an unattainable 5-star one. The entire team could hardly contain their excitement, especially Yuan Chi and his wife. The capture of this mutated white-pawed burst bear alone was worth 2 to 3 of their regular hunting expeditions. When it comes to wilderness hunting, every expedition is fraught with unpredictable dangers. Even a skilled team like the Wild Blade Squad dares not let their guard down. On a typical hunt, with some luck, they might capture 4 or 5 3-star beasts, each selling for around 700,000 to 800,000. Adding the sale of valuable parts from the deceased beasts, the total income rarely exceeds 4 million. After splitting the earnings among the 4 members, each would only take home around 800,000 to 900,000. And this is before deducting the costs of energy consumption for traps and other expenses. If they were unfortunate enough to encounter a high-risk creature like a green venom jiao, losing teammates would be all too common. Worse still, running into a minor beast tide could spell total annihilation. Yet, for resources and the opportunity to temper themselves in the face of life and death, they resolutely tread this perilous path. At the moment, the healing flames of the white flame spirit flickered through the camp, showcasing its invaluable utility as a wilderness survival tool. Bai Susu and Yuan Chi's external injuries healed rapidly, their shaken internal organs stabilized, and even their spirits were visibly uplifted. Near the edge of the camp, 3 subdued beasts, a bird, a deer, and a bear, hung their heads low. Under the suppression of the spirit taming technique, their usual ferocity had been quelled. Though they still had the strength to escape, Yuan Chi had already issued a stern warning. Behave, and you'll find a good master in the future. Try to flee, and you'll end up dismembered and sold for parts. These 3-star beasts, with their considerable intelligence, clearly understood the implications and now lay obediently curled up in place. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. The team instinctively looked up, seeing thick clouds rolling in and obscuring the once clear moonlight. Although rain at this hour wasn't unusual, it meant their hunting plans for the night would have to be abandoned. In rainy conditions, wild beasts wouldn't venture to the lakeside for water. On the bright side, this allowed them to reduce the number of people needed for night watch. After enhancing the setup of their alerting artifacts, the team retreated to their tents. As a support-type beast, the White Flame Spirit primarily boosted Sun Yan's mental and sensory abilities, which made her slightly less physically resilient than her teammates and in greater need of rest. That said, her constitution far exceeded that of an ordinary person, allowing her to go a day or 2 without sleep if necessary. Thus, night watch rotations were always handled with unspoken understanding and without complaints. While the camp fell into silence, an ominous disturbance stirred 1 or 2 kilometers away by the lakeshore. In the forest, countless humanoid creatures over 2 meters tall, covered in dark red fur, were in pursuit of something. Their crimson eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light in the darkness, all fixed intently on the lake. There, amidst the eerie blue glow of the demon's eye, a strikingly vivid roseate radiance pulsed, unnervingly distinct against the darkness. The distance made it impossible to discern its true form, but it was easy to tell it was moving along the ripples of the lake. It was a red demon stone, a rare treasure found at the outermost edges of the eye of the demon. Drifting slowly with the gentle waves, it was about to reach the shore right where the camp of the Wild Blade was situated. A mass of dark figures crowded the shoreline. Though they longed to claim the demon's stone, they were wary of the lake and could only pace anxiously along the edge, occasionally stepping forward cautiously before retreating. In the camp, Sun Yin sat cross-legged beside the white-pawed explosive bear. "Hey, little bear, why are your paws so thick? Does it make bathroom trips tricky? Do you ever get it on your hands?" Her mouth kept running with questions, but her sharp eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Warning artifacts were placed around the camp, but for precision, their range had not been extended too far. The white-pawed explosive bear drooped its eyelids lazily, completely ignoring the chatterbox beside it. Suddenly, a strange and eerie bird cry echoed from the distance. Inside one of the tents, a boy in a short-sleeved shirt snapped his eyes open. Although Fang Ming hadn't detected anything unusual, the little green creature at his waist had already sounded an alert. Multiple unknown entities were approaching. Fang Ming quickly pulled open the tent flap, locking eyes with the equally alert Sun Yin. The white-pawed explosive bear immediately stood upright, its gaze fixed on the sparse woods with a trace of unease in its eyes. Sun Yin promptly raised the alarm, and Yuan Shi and Bai Susu arrived in haste. "What's happening?" Yuan Shi asked urgently. "A large group of something is closing in." Fang Ming had barely finished speaking before the warning artifacts emitted a piercing hum. In the next instant, the sound of rushing wind howled from all directions. They were surrounded. A nauseating stench filled the air, hitting Fang Ming so hard, he almost vomited on the spot. "Shit, it's the stench apes." Yuan Shi's voice trembled. Sun Yan's face turned pale. "Brother Yuan, if it comes to it, kill me." She knew all too well the horrors that awaited women captured by the stench apes. Bai Susu drew her ink blade, cold sweat dotting her forehead. Compared to the deceptive snake swarm they had faced before, the stench ape horde was a true nightmare. Fine rain began to fall from the sky, the patter of droplets on leaves masking the sound of the rushing wind. 20 meters away, an overwhelming tide of massive dark shadows emerged from the treetops, branches, and forest floor, merging into a single, menacing wave. The horde was eerily silent, save for countless pairs of blood-red eyes glowing in the darkness, radiating primal savagery and brutality. The Xingxing, as its name suggests, is a gorilla-like beast reeking of blood and decay. This merciless creature takes pleasure in consuming live prey and harbors a morbid fascination with rotting corpses. Its methods of dealing with captured humans are particularly cruel, starting with non-lethal bites. It devours half of its prey before tossing the victim into mud to rot slowly. The most horrifying part is that the victims often remain conscious throughout the entire ordeal. If a woman falls into their hands, her fate is even more unspeakable. "All 3-star," Fang Ming said solemnly, his brows furrowed. While individual 3-star Xingxing are not particularly powerful, their strength lies in their overwhelming numbers. What makes them even more troublesome is their natural inclination to live in groups, with their king always among them. This is in stark contrast to the deceptive serpent clusters, which function independently even without a leader and rarely gather in large numbers. The king of the Xingxing clan, the Ultra Xingxingis, an even more terrifying 5-star species. It possesses not only peak strength and agility, but also an insatiable bloodlust. The evolution from a Xingxing to an Ultra Xingxing is a monumental leap. Among the vast array of 5-star species, the Ultra Xingxing holds a place of unrivaled supremacy. A fully cultivated 3-star Ultra Xingxing can easily surpass a combat power of 110, making it a match for even the formidable 4-legged, perfect breed Whitefoot burst bear standing before them. What rotten luck! First the serpent swarm, now a pack of Xingxingwi. Not just throw in a foolin' beast tide while you're at it. Yuan Shi snapped, unable to suppress his frustration at the cruel hand fate had dealt him. Just when they had finally made some progress, they were now forced to face a life-or-death trial. Surprisingly, Sun Yin remained calm amidst the growing tension. "Everyone, the Xingxing are highly intelligent. For them to mobilize their entire group like this, there must be a specific purpose. We may have just happened to block their path. I suggest we focus on defense and attack only when there's an opportunity. If we make ourselves too difficult to deal with, they might decide we're not worth the effort and retreat. This could be our only chance at survival." Fang Ming nodded silently, impressed by Sun Yan's ability to stay rational and analyze the situation under pressure. If he refrained from using his true strength, this might indeed be their sole hope for survival today. The rain intensified in an instant. In the distance, a bolt of lightning tore through the night sky, briefly illuminating the entire campsite. Countless shadowy figures were revealed, their true forms laid bare, gnashing fangs and sinewy muscles brimming with explosive power. Boom! The delayed roar of thunder announced the arrival of their king. The horde of shadows parted suddenly, creating a narrow path. From within, a humanoid figure emerged. Its height, physique, and gait were eerily similar to those of an adult human, as if it were merely a passerby strolling through the rain. The Ultra Xingxing. Although the group had mentally prepared themselves, witnessing this creature in person was an entirely different experience. This being, having shed its primitive traits and the hunched posture of the Xingxing, now stood upright like a human. Its evolution had reached such an advanced stage that despair gripped their hearts even tighter. Would a creature as formidable as this truly spare them? With a combat power of 110, it could annihilate the entire team effortlessly, without even needing assistance from its subordinates. The fate of the team now hung entirely on the whim of this creature. Even the 3 captured beasts they had with them crouched on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Deep within their genetic memory lay an instinctual fear of this species, a terror passed down from ancestors who had been devoured alive in a blood-soaked past. At that moment, the figure-like being slowly extended its left hand and gently placed it on the trunk of a large tree beside it. The swarm of blood-scented creatures on the tree scattered instantly, like startled birds. The muscles in its left hand tensed like steel, and its 5 fingers pierced effortlessly into the tree trunk, as if through thin paper. This towering tree, requiring 3 people to encircle its base and standing 7 or 8 meters tall, was uprooted with a single hand. The ground cracked, soil crumbled, vegetation flew, and gravel scattered, leaving the area within a dozen meters in chaos. Thick roots were forcibly torn from the hard earth, sending a shower of debris into the air. The surrounding creatures, struck by the flying stones, let out brief cries before falling silent, not daring even to lick their wounds. Such was the ironclad discipline under the rule of the super blood ape. Around this small, slender figure stood members of its kind, each twice its size, all exuding extreme reverence. Its body was covered in jet black fur, signifying an extraordinary status. The massive tree in its hands seemed weightless, like a plastic toy. Whoosh! A gust of wind, carrying sheets of rain, roared through the air. The tree was hurled like a javelin, carving a thick shadow through the sky. Everyone's hearts sank, and they instinctively scattered. Boom! The spot where they had been standing was instantly gouged into a deep trench. The nearby tents were torn to shreds, and the ground bore a straight, jagged mark surrounded by splintered wood. A few of them couldn't help but swallow nervously, including by Susu. Just moments ago, she had been considering whether the close proximity of the super blood ape might allow her and Xiaoshan to execute a combination attack and find an opening. But witnessing the devastating power of that casual throw, her hope sank to rock bottom. The sheer physical strength was utterly terrifying. Fang Ming's starry eye revealed, Super Blood Ape, Fire Species, Level 5 Star, Growth Level 3, Star 1010, Status, Healthy. What was most shocking was that it had no skills whatsoever. Yet this purity made it even more frightening. Its combat power of 110 came entirely from the perfect synergy of its physical body, strength, and agility. The Super Blood Ape's lips curled into a sinister smile, its eyes filled with mockery. It glanced briefly at the nearby dark blue lake, where a faint rose-colored glow shimmered, then turned its gaze toward the team, its eyes growing increasingly ferocious. The torrential rain poured down, as if forming an invisible barrier between the team and the Super Blood Ape. The surroundings fell silent, save for the sound of raindrops striking the ground. The aura radiating from the slender figure was suffocating, carrying the stench of blood, the chill of killing intent, the weight of battle, and the shadow of death. With a sudden burst of force, the Super Blood Ape's legs drove into the ground, causing it to collapse instantly. Boom! Unlike by Susu's light and agile movements, its charge was filled with raw violence and oppressive power, completely ignoring air resistance and crushing everything with brute force. In a blink, it appeared in the midst of the 4-person team. A simple and direct punch was aimed straight at Yuan Qi on the left. "I'm not afraid of you." In the face of imminent danger, Yuan Qi became even calmer, unleashing unprecedented strength. Wielding 2 white flame gale hammers, he swung them in a sweeping arc, one high and one low. Bang! The clash of forces was deafening. The Super Blood Ape stood motionless, while Yuan Qi was sent flying like a broken kite, slamming heavily into a tree trunk over 10 meters away. Crack! The trunk split instantly. Yuan Qi spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes dimming. Under the overwhelming pressure of absolute power, his palms turned blue and purple, his hand bones cracked, and the webbing between his fingers was completely torn apart. Both hammers fell to the ground beside him. At that moment, countless dark-red humanoid monsters over 2 meters tall loomed near, their foul breath blowing directly onto Yuan Qi's face. The scene was engulfed in silence. No one dared to make a reckless move. All eyes were fixed on the king, awaiting his command. The white flame spirit attached to the twin hammers was shattered by the earth-shaking punch, its fiery apparition dimming significantly, clearly suffering a heavy blow. The Ultra Simian stood motionless in place. Although Yuan Qi, with the help of the white flame spirit, unleashed nearly 95 of his combat strength, the attack only caused the beast a fleeting moment of discomfort, its body stiffening for an instant. Bai Susu keenly seized this fleeting opportunity. She understood that combination techniques required maintaining the right distance. Not only would being too close weaken their power, but it could also endanger herself. With a swift motion, her ink blade slashed through the air, its edge blending seamlessly into the night, striking like a bolt of lightning straight toward the ultra simient's vulnerable throat. Simultaneously, the lightning falcon transformed into a streak of electric blue, hurtling like an arrow toward the beast's blood-red eyes. Sun Yan held her breath, her gaze fixed on by Susu's assault. This was the sliver of hope she and her husband had risked everything to create. Though Bai Susu's combat strength hovered around 100, falling short of the ultra simient's 110, a strike to a critical point could still turn the tide. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the ultra simian relied on its extraordinary agility to step back just in time, narrowly avoiding the lethal blade. However, the lightning-fast strike proved impossible to completely evade. A piercing screech tore through the night. The ultra simient's left eye was instantly reduced to a bloody crater, with charred edges from the electric impact. The excruciating pain fully awakened its berserk nature. Its left hand shot out like a flash, grabbing the lightning falcon just as it completed its attack, while its right fist swung toward the black-clad girl at close range. Xiaoshan, Bai Susu cried out in alarm, but the force of the approaching punch left her no choice but to defend. She raised her ink blade vertically to block the attack. The blade collided with the steel-like fist, producing an ear-splitting metallic clang. Even as she desperately redirected the force, the hasty block sent Bai Susu staggering backward, her feet carving deep grooves into the ground. The ink blade emitted a mournful hum, clearly pushed to its limits. The ultra simian, now half-blinded, was consumed with rage. It did not fear pain, but rather felt humiliated. Earlier, standing amidst the four humans had been a display of absolute confidence. To it, humans below the extraordinary level were nothing more than ants. Yet today, it had been blinded by a mere bird. While these humans had indeed surprised it, that was as far as its respect went. It resolved to crush the bird-wielding woman within 3 punches. Its left hand tightened abruptly, determined to crush the lightning falcon into pulp. At this critical moment, Xiaoshan let out a weak cry and activated its thunder transformation technique. A bolt of lightning exploded in the ultra simient's palm, reducing its hand to a bloodied, charred mess. Had it not tensed its muscles in time, its entire hand might have been blown off. In the next instant, Xiaoshan, now a faint spark of electricity, weakly landed on Bai Susu's shoulder. Its gray feathers were tattered, its bird-like face pale as paper. It was utterly spent. Without hesitation, Bai Susu activated a formation, sending it back into the beast-taming space for recovery. Turning her head slightly, she gazed at the eerie blue waters not far away. The surface of Demon's Eye Lake appeared calm, but beneath it lurked deadly dangers. Even the fierce Xingxing creatures dared not cross it lightly to claim the red demon stone. Bai Susu and Sun Yan exchanged a hopeless glance. Staying on the shore meant certain death, but venturing into the lake might offer a slim chance of survival. If they were to die, they would do so with dignity, never falling into the hands of the Xingxing. At that moment, 2 mocking cries suddenly pierced through the rainy night. Gee! Gee! 2 black figures emerged slowly from the Xingxing horde. They were identical in size and posture to the previous over-Xingxing. Sun Yan's eyes widened in terror, and Bai Susu's gaze at the lakeside turned utterly despairing. 3 over-Xingxing, 2 of which now blocked the path to the Demon's Eye. The torrential rain poured down even harder, drenching the entire team. Bai Susu's black hair clung to her head, her long lashes heavy with water, and the rain blurred any remaining hope. Damn it! We've stirred up a hornet's nest again. Yuan Qi cursed loudly, the blood at the corner of his mouth washed away by the rain. Since death seemed inevitable, he let loose his anger. A group boasting 3 over-Xingxing was the undisputed ruler of this region. Without intervention from an extraordinary being, no one could hope to challenge them. Even 4-star wild beastmasters avoided provoking them. So why had they mobilized their entire force to hunt them down at the edge of the territory? So terrifying! Fang Ming exclaimed while pinching his nose in disgust. Even in the downpour, the wretched stench of the Xingxing was overpowering. Leaning against a tree trunk, Yuan Qi, too tired to move, shouted across a dozen meters to Fang Ming. Brother Fang, don't be scared. Remember to take your own life first, or you'll regret it. Ha! The 3 over-Xingxing seemed to communicate silently. The injured one grew even more ferocious, and its blinded eye seemed to burn with a crimson flame. Just as Death's scythe was about to fall, a weary sigh broke the silence. So terrifying. Do I really have no choice but to make a move? Thunder Spirit, awaken, Fang Ming muttered under his breath. The electric reed at his waist swelled instantly, coiling around his body in shape. With crackling sounds, the power of lightning grew even wilder under the storm's influence, and purple electric arcs danced like countless thunderous serpents around him. Sun Yin and the others were dumbfounded, while Bai Susu was so shocked she couldn't speak. That was unmistakably a thunder demon vine, and a rare purple one at that. Indeed, Fang Ming's electric spirit, Lu Wei Ruo, when fully unleashed, could already exhibit the terrifying power of purple lightning even at the 3-star stage. This was the true horror of his unique path. In the pouring rain, Fang Ming's figure vanished in an instant, transforming into a streak of purple lightning that shot forward at incredible speed. A faint purple trail flickered and disappeared in the rain-soaked air. The injured ultrasonic ape's remaining pupil contracted violently as it saw a figure rapidly closing in. In a flash, flames surged in the ultrasonic ape's eyes as it swung a ferocious straight punch, its fist engulfed in searing flames. Fang Ming charged forward instead of retreating, meeting the attack with a punch of his own. The moment their fists collided, red and purple light exploded in a deafening blast after a brief silence. So strong. Yuan Shi's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he fixed his gaze on the center of the clash. The outcome seemed unfavorable for Fang Ming while the ultrasonic ape only took a single step back to stabilize itself. Fang Ming was forced to retreat 4 steps before barely regaining his footing. What immense strength, Fang Ming thought to himself. Though Shaoqing had just reached the 3-star level and was still far from its peak, Fang Ming estimated its combat power to be around 105. Shaking his slightly numb right hand, he reflected, with the power of lightning enhancing my speed, I could rely on that advantage, but today, I don't feel like competing in speed. Ultrasonic ape? Interesting. Fang Ming smirked. Mecha fusion. With the sharp crackle of electricity and a metallic clank, the Ghostface mecha materialized. However, Fang Ming only allowed the mecha to fuse with his legs, unwilling to reveal too many of his trump cards. The legs, already stronger than the arms, now had the added enhancement of the mecha more than enough for the task. Meanwhile, the other 2 ultrasonic apes, which had been holding their positions, exchanged a glance of surprise. The previously unremarkable human had turned out to be the strongest of the group. Yet, in their eyes, his strength was still far from threatening. The injured ultrasonic ape was clearly enraged. To be repeatedly thwarted by what it considered weak humans beneath the extraordinary level was an insult it could no longer tolerate. It could not even remember the last time it had been forced backward in direct combat. Letting out an infuriated roar, it lunged forward, throwing another powerful straight punch toward Fang Ming. Good timing, Fang Ming shouted, surging forward once more. This time, he countered the punch with a fierce whip kick. The perfect coordination of a 3-star Beastmaster was on full display as power flowed seamlessly through his torso and hips, channeling into his leg like an unstoppable torrent. His foot, shrouded in a layer of shadowy black energy, further amplified his strength. Boom. The explosion that followed was even more intense than before. From the red and purple burst of light, a wisp of faint black mist rose into the air. The ultrasonic ape let out a cry of pain. Its fist felt as though it had struck an unyielding steel plate in unnatural solidity no human body could possess. In the next moment, an overwhelming force surged through the point of impact, engulfing its entire being. Like a ragdoll, it was sent hurtling backward, tearing through the rain-soaked air. Thud! The ultrasonic ape crashed heavily into a tree some 10 meters away, right next to Yuan Shi. The impact was so powerful that the entire tree snapped and toppled to the ground with a resounding crash. Blood spurted from the ultrasonic ape's mouth as it lay in agony, its internal organs severely damaged. Its right arm hung limp and unresponsive, while its breath weakened rapidly. Now, man and beast leaned against the shattered tree trunk in identical poses, mere inches apart. Their eyes met briefly, and in that exchange, the victor was unmistakably clear. Yuan Shi curled his lips into a mocking smile. Beside him, Bai Susu was completely stunned. As a seasoned warrior known for her sharp instincts, she found herself mentally frozen by Fang Ming's astonishing strike. She understood all too well the difficulty of improving one's strength. Her own struggle to break past a score of 98 was proof of that. For a single Beastmaster, a score of 110 was nearly the human limit. Yet Fang Ming's extraordinary kick had utterly shattered her understanding of what was possible. Could he be like Zheng Yuanfi, a hidden king of the Ultra Simian? Bai Susu pondered. After all, no ordinary person could possibly reach that level. The remaining 2 Ultra Simians immediately grew alert. Despite their exceptional intelligence, they couldn't comprehend how one of their own had been incapacitated by a single human kick. A primal sense of danger surged within them, prompting a guttural roar to signal the rest of their clan to retreat. Fang Ming's lips curled into a faint smile, but a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. I'm not done yet. The presence of the Ghostface mech that had bonded with him stirred his mind, unleashing an unprecedented bloodlust. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, his gaze turned razor-sharp, and his entire being radiated a chilling aura of lethal intent. Boom! The boy's figure vanished in a flash of lightning, streaking through the rain like a violet bolt, heading straight for the Ultra Simian clan. With another equally ferocious kick, the second Ultra Simian was sent flying. The third one leapt high into the air, launching a devastating punch downward. The force of its attack roared through the air, flattening the remaining grass and trees around Fang Ming into the earth. Unfazed, Fang Ming used the recoil from his previous kick to execute a graceful half-spin, meeting the oncoming attack with a powerful side kick. Boom! The third Ultra Simian, finding no leverage midair, was instantly sent hurtling away, transformed into a streak of light wrapped in electric sparks, vanishing into the pitch-black night. Fang Ming landed and calmly collected himself, as if he had done nothing out of the ordinary. He glanced briefly in the direction of the team before disappearing into the storm once more, his figure a flash of lightning. Yuan Shi, Sun Yan, and Bai Susu watched Fang Ming's retreating silhouette with awe in their eyes. Bai Susu, in particular, found the figure oddly familiar, though she couldn't recall where she had seen it before. A system prompt appeared. The group thinks you're so cool and aloof. Yuan Shi thinks you're cold and composed, converting 121 points of energy. Sun Yan thinks you're cold and composed, converting 133 points of energy. Bai Susu thinks you're cold and composed, converting 165 points of energy. The aftermath of the battle gradually faded into the distance. The cacophony of crashes, explosions, and roars merged with the sound of the relentless downpour. In the rain-soaked night, faint violet flashes illuminated the horizon near the dark blue lake, painting a grim symphony of carnage. The rain intensified, as though the heavens sought to release every last drop in one torrential outpour. The three teammates leaned on each other for support, silently enduring their injuries as they waited. As time passed, their worry deepened. The sounds of battle had long ceased, leaving them uncertain whether it had been drowned out by the storm or if the battlefield had shifted elsewhere. Fang Ming is just one person. He couldn't possibly. Yuan Shi began, but Sun Yan quickly interrupted him, cutting off the ominous speculation. Yet, her own unease lingered. After all, no one could explain the origin of Fang Ming's incredible kick, nor could they be sure how long that power would last. At this moment, the seemingly frail boy was facing the entire Ultra Simian clan alone. Susu, are you sure Fang Ming is your classmate? You're a second-year student at your school? Yuan Shi's tone carried a hint of mockery. Bai Susu didn't reply. Instead, she silently sheathed her ink-colored longsword. Standing tall and composed, her rain-soaked combat uniform clung to her delicate figure. Her deep, unwavering gaze looked into the distance, but all she could see was the shroud of night, the path ahead obscured. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed soft, deliberate, and growing closer. Bai Susu quickly brushed her soaked bangs away from her forehead, turning sharply toward the source of the sound. At that moment, a blinding lightning bolt split the sky, illuminating the entire night. Thunder rumbled from the distant clouds, and the torrential rain poured down like a curtain, almost completely veiling her vision. Through the haze, a slim figure emerged from the darkness. It was a young man, his body still crackling faintly with residual streaks of lightning, their energy dissipating yet exuding an undeniable aura of power. A faint, enigmatic smile played on his lips, and a flicker of violet electricity flashed briefly in his eyes. Are you okay? Fang Ming, little brother. The three voices of surprise and joy rang out almost simultaneously. The boy before them was unscathed, though his bare form was somewhat startling. Fortunately, thick lightning-charged reeds had coiled around him just in time, modestly covering the critical areas. Sun Yan was the first to recover, muttering under her breath, "What a little rascal," before quickly turning her head away. Yuan Shi, on the other hand, burst into hearty laughter, praising his younger comrade's carefree spirit. Bai Susu, still caught in her shock, couldn't tear her eyes away from Fang Ming. His perfectly sculpted physique, the ideal balance of muscle, combined with his handsome, fair features and the lingering violet sparks, it was hard to look away. Only after the rush of battle began to fade did Fang Ming realize his predicament. With an awkward yelp, he darted behind a large tree for cover. Thankfully, his spatial ring contained a change of clothes. At that exact moment, the downpour ceased abruptly. The air was filled with the crisp freshness of rain, broken only by the faint rustling sounds of Fang Ming dressing behind the tree. Yuan Shi and Sun Yan exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with awe. Unbelievable. Yuan Shi marveled aloud. Incredible. Sun Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Fang Ming quickly dressed himself, walking out with an air of calmness as if the young man who had just been fighting bare-chested wasn't him. He silently berated himself. Careless. I thought it was just a spring outing, but I still couldn't avoid a fight. The first thing I need to do when I get back to Benhai City is to buy a combat suit, he calculated silently. Especially some undergarments. If I have to fight in the city and my outer clothes get destroyed, at least I'll have a smart tank top to cover myself. He paused for a moment. As for wearing underwear on the outside, forget it, I'll decide later. At this moment, Xiao Qing had transformed into a belt wrapped around his waist. When Fang Ming was changing earlier, he had fed it a thunderstone worth 300,000. No wonder they say war burns money, he thought to himself. Just this small skirmish cost me 300,000. Although there were more cost-effective energy supplements available, Fang Ming had always been one to spend lavishly. Besides, in the wilderness, saving time equates to increased safety. Of course, these were just excuses he made for himself. The real reason was that Xiaoqing was too picky, just like how little Cutie quickly grew disinterested in the dim shadow husk. Xiaoqing also looked down on low-grade lightning attribute treasures. These creatures with unique evolutionary paths are really hard to please. Fang Ming suddenly remembered the dormant beast in his beast space and couldn't help but shiver. If that one wakes up, it gnaws on star soul orbs even while sleeping. What would it demand when awake? Master, I want to eat the falcon. Xiaoqing, having digested the thunder stone, began clamoring for more. Fang Ming's forehead twitched. Eat the falcon? More like you're out to snatch bamboo shoots. Steam bamboo shoots. They're companions. Got it. However, this did remind Fang Ming to find an opportunity to test Xiaoqing's devouring ability. Fang Ming, are you hurt? Sun Yin was the first to approach and express concern. She had already treated the injuries of Yuan Qi and Bai Susu. Yuan Qi's wounds were severe, including torn skin at the base of his thumb and fractured metacarpal bones, but the healing fire had repaired the external injuries. However, his internal injuries were significant, and even the white flame fire spirit couldn't fully heal them. Fortunately, he could still move without issue, and most of his combat strength had returned. I'm fine. How's brother Yuan? Fang Ming turned to look at Yuan Qi, who seemed relaxed. Brother Fang, with my wife around. Even if you were dead, she'd bring you back to life. Yuan Qi laughed heartily, patting his chest and throwing in some flattery. Sun Yin covered her mouth with a laugh, giving her husband a playful glare filled with tenderness. It's not that miraculous. Don't listen to his nonsense. Seeing that Fang Ming was indeed unharmed, she let out a sigh of relief and prepared to withdraw the fire spirit as the array's light dimmed. Though the white flame fire spirit hadn't directly joined the battle, its energy consumption was immense. It had repeatedly merged with the hurricane twin hammer beast, been scattered by the super abyssal ape's attack, and frequently healed the group's injuries. By now, it was utterly drained. What was once a raging flame was now reduced to a faint flicker. Noticing this, Fang Ming flipped his palm to reveal a dark red gemstone the size of a baby's fist and handed it to Sun Yin. Sister Yin, take this to help the fire spirit recover. Sun Yin was momentarily stunned, amused by his straightforward phrasing. Then, curiosity got the better of her as she asked, what is this? Yuan Qi, standing nearby, widened his bloodshot eyes in disbelief as he stared at Fang Ming. Bro, you took down all the ultra-red apes. Fang Ming's lips curved into a faint smile, the adrenaline from the battle still coursing through him. What else did you expect? At this moment, after an exhilarating fight, he had begun to acknowledge the efforts of the group before him. The icy exterior he usually wore was starting to melt, revealing the vitality and spirit of a young man. What? Sun Yin exclaimed in shock. To her and the others, it seemed inconceivable. At most, Fang Ming might have driven the apes away. After all, even if he could kick one of the ultra-red apes flying, it only proved his strength. To claim he had wiped them all out sounded utterly insane. The Thunder Demon Vine was indeed formidable, but its energy was finite. Against an entire pack of ultra-red apes, especially if they had decided to flee, it shouldn't have been so easy to annihilate them completely. Sun Yan's reasoning wasn't without merit. If Fang Ming hadn't unleashed the Ghost Slayer blade at the last moment, 2 of the ultra-red apes might have escaped unscathed. Heh, just lucky, Fang Ming said, scratching his head with feigned humility. Sun Yan's gaze fell on the dark red gem in Fang Ming's hand. Is that the eye of one of those things? Fang Ming gave a slight nod in confirmation. I can't take this. Sun Yan refused firmly. The team's agreement was that each member would receive 25 of the loot, but this was something Fang Ming had obtained entirely on his own. It was his personal trophy. Besides, their lives had been saved by Fang Ming. How could she possibly accept his spoils? Without hesitation, Fang Ming tossed the gem to Sun Yan. Sister Yan, don't take advantage of a rookie like me. First, without your initial strike, I wouldn't have been able to take down the first ultra-red ape so easily. Second, you all got injured in the process. Third, we're still out here in the wilderness. The team's recovery is the top priority. What if we encounter more danger later? Sun Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. Fang Ming's reasoning was sound, but using an ultra-red ape's eye to replenish energy? One of those could sell for over 800,000. That was far too extravagant. She had some fire elixirs and fire crystal fragments with her, but they were hardly sufficient for her white flame spirit, which had been heavily drained and injured. Seeing her hesitation, Fang Ming chuckled. Sister Yan, I've read the Wilderness Survival Handbook. Immediate spoils should go to those who've suffered losses. Hurry up and feed it. Sun Yan no longer hesitated and allowed her white flame spirit to absorb the hardened dark red gem, the ultra-red ape's eye. The spirit, seemingly never having experienced such a high-grade supplement before, danced with excitement, growing more solid and vibrant. By the time it had fully absorbed the gem, its size had noticeably increased, reaching the peak of 3-star strength. Taking the next step means reaching the extraordinary. This step is as challenging as climbing to the heavens, especially for a 3-star species like the white flame fire spirit. To advance further, it must first undergo evolution. The fire spirit danced lightly in Sun Yan's palm, radiating a warm glow, as though celebrating its growth. It had already reached the 3-star limit, and this breakthrough was utterly unexpected. In the life-and-death battle just moments ago, the white flame fire spirit had sensed its master's despair. When it fused with the twin hammers for a powerful strike, it expended all its energy. This extreme effort was what allowed it to achieve an advancement that would normally require millions in resources. Sun Yin gazed at the fire spirit without uttering any words of gratitude at this moment. Words seemed unnecessary. She understood that the future of this young man before her had already surpassed anything they could have imagined. Perhaps years down the line, she would recount to others. Fang Ming was once a member of the Wild Blade. Brother Fang, Yuan Shi approached quietly, resting his muscular arm on Fang Ming's shoulder and lowering his voice. Your strength is terrifying. Who exactly are you? Fang Ming glanced at Yuan Shi's biceps, which were larger than his own head, and stiffened, cold sweat forming on his forehead. I am just Fang Ming. Combat power? Never measured. Not treating me as a brother, huh? I am. But seriously, I've never measured it. Otherwise, I'd have been famous back in school. Yuan Shi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Liar. You could have measured it outside and then kept it hidden. Fang Ming sighed internally. This big guy was unexpectedly sharp. I swear I won't tell anyone. Just me. Yuan Shi solemnly raised 3 fingers in an oath. 118. Fang Ming casually blurted out a number. Really? Really? Honey, I got it. Yuan Shi immediately let go of Fang Ming and cheerfully rushed over to Sun Yan. That kid's combat power is 118. Fang Ming watched helplessly, thinking, so much for just you knowing. Are you a dog? Yuan Shi's loud voice caught the attention of Bai Susu, who wasn't far away. The young woman had changed into a clean combat uniform, her face still carrying traces of moisture. Under the rain-cleared moonlight, she looked particularly cool and composed. She observed Fang Ming curiously, as though trying to unravel this mystery. After all, Bai Susu's combat power of 98 already placed her at the top of Binhai City's Beast Taming University, consistently ranking first on the leaderboards. But 118? That was simply absurd. Yet, she had witnessed Fang Ming's battle firsthand. Unless, those super blood apes were hired actors? Fang Ming. Bai Susu suddenly spoke. Have we met before? Not at school, I mean. Fang Ming froze, inwardly marveling at how sharp a woman's intuition could be. The couple, who had been chatting, also stopped in surprise after knowing Bai Susu for months and hunting together several times. This was the first time she had spoken up voluntarily. Met before? Not at school. What kind of meeting? What kind? Yuan Shi's curiosity ignited like a raging fire, his gaze darting between the two as he tried to decipher their expressions. At that moment, a faint glow suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. What's that? Sun Yan, facing the lake, was the first to notice. The group turned to look, spotting something floating on the eerily blue surface of the lake. In the darkness of the night, the radiant magenta glow stood out strikingly. Red devil stone fragment? Fang Ming squinted his eyes, observing closely. No, this isn't a fragment. The group had done their homework on the Devil's Eye beforehand. From books and online resources, they learned that while devil stones emitted their own light, the glow from fragments was extremely dim and could never shine so brightly. On the lake's surface, the magenta light moved swiftly toward the shore, following the ripples. Due to the constant suction frequency at the center of the Devil's Eye, the further from the center, the faster the ripples traveled caused by the expanding area of the waves. Within just a few minutes, the light's source, which had been dozens of meters away, was now close to the shore. The group finally got a clear view. It was a magenta crystal no larger than the first joint of an adult's finger. So pretty. Sun Yan's face was filled with wonder and admiration. Is this the Red Devil Stone? Fang Ming was equally stunned. Though he had seen many rare treasures in labs and in Beastmaster City, it was his first time encountering something so breathtakingly beautiful like a magenta star that had fallen to Earth. No wonder the entire Ultra Blood Ape clan mobilized, Fang Ming muttered, realization dawning on him. Sun Yan's analysis was spot on there after the Red Devil Stone, and our team just happened to be in their way. A complete Red Devil Stone drifting so far to the outer regions and appearing right in their camp area. Was this luck or misfortune? If it had been a weaker team, they might have already become a meal for the Blood Apes. Without strength, even the best luck is meaningless. We've struck gold. Yuan Shi shouted excitedly, rushing to the lakeside and scooping up the crystal in one swift motion. The rest of the group immediately tensed, preparing for a fight. Thankfully, nothing happened. Perhaps their location was too far from the Devil's Eye's core, and the beasts within hadn't noticed. Yuan Shi held the crystal in his hands, unable to suppress his laughter. Sun Yan's face lit up with excitement, and even Bai Suxin, who usually didn't care much about money, showed a hint of a smile. While she wasn't one to fuss over small sums, 20 million wasn't a trivial amount. If they were lucky and combined it with her savings, it might just be enough to purchase a 2-star spirit-forged battle blade, a crucial weapon for someone like her, who specialized in combat with her physical body. This isn't good. We need to leave here now. Sun Yin suddenly whispered urgently. The group immediately grew alert. After all, this was the Devil's Eye, a monster's lair. Wild beasts above 4 stars weren't uncommon in the surrounding terrain. The Ultra Blood Ape clan might just be the closest group, but who knew how many other beasts might be drawn by the Red Devil Stone's aura? It was already 11 p.m. Though their camp still had scattered belongings and some outer warning devices hadn't been retrieved, there was no time to worry about those. Yuan Shi only had enough time to dismantle and pack up the more valuable 7-lock spirit array. The team quickly retreated toward an unnamed forest not far away. Keep moving, don't stop. They'll be 20 seconds behind you. Fang Ming suddenly veered off, his body crackling with lightning as he appeared in an instant before the heavily injured Ultra Blood Ape, slumped against a tree. The Ultra Blood Ape's gaze was ferocious, its eyes filled with a savage intensity as it let out a hoarse roar. Fang Ming stared at the beast with an expressionless face, his left foot slowly lifting before stomping down heavily. Boom. The entire body of the Ultra Blood Ape was instantly crushed into the ground, its chest collapsing inward. Taking advantage of its inability to resist, Fang Ming's right hand formed a claw, swiftly reaching down and pulling up. With the sound of tearing flesh and tissue, a crimson eyeball was forcibly yanked out, still attached to blood vessels and viscous tissue. Too bad there's only one left, Fang Ming remarked, glancing at the creature's other charred eye, Sakita, result of an earlier attack by the Lightning Falcon. The other team members paused in unison, their lips twitching slightly. They had initially entertained the idea of capturing the beast alive, but upon witnessing Fang Ming's skilled harvesting technique, that thought vanished without a trace. After all, with the level of spirit-sealing artifacts they carried, there was no way to effectively subdue a beast of this caliber. If the suppression failed on the way back, everyone except Fang Ming would face lethal danger. Moreover, the sudden appearance of the Red Demon Stone earlier had made the situation even more dire. No wonder he's rated at a combat power of 118, the group mused silently. Even gouging out an eye looks as casual as picking a bun off a plate. The extracted eyeball quickly hardened after being removed. Fang Ming chuckled lightly and stored it in his spatial ring. Glancing down at the now barely breathing Ultra Blood Ape, he said calmly, "You're a 5-star species. Don't die so soon, you still have a purpose." Before his words had fully settled, the young man's eyes lit up with a star-like brilliance, a pale blue halo rotating counterclockwise. Starry eyes, reverse activation. The Ultra Blood Ape could only let out a desperate wail in its heart. Not only had its last remaining eye been taken, but something far worse was happening. It was being forcibly devolved. Its once proud black fur, a symbol of nobility and strength, was fading into a dull red. Its muscles and skin were withering and sagging. It was losing even the identity of being an Ultra Blood Ape. The night wind howled through the desolate battlefield, now empty of all life. Only tattered scraps of tent fabric hung from fallen branches, fluttering in the wind. At 4:50 a.m., inside the immigration hall at the eastern exit of Binhai City, a temporary hub for those entering and leaving the wilderness, Fang Ming's group of 4 was busy tallying their spoils in a private compartment. Although the Wild Blade Squad had no designated collector for loot, Bai Sushu often ended up safeguarding most items due to her spatial ring. Of course, Yuan Shi and others also carried some smaller items in their wilderness backpacks. At the moment, the couple was enthusiastically sorting through their respective hauls. In contrast, Fang Ming's spoils were the simplest, just 4 Ultra Blood Ape eyes. After all, he had previously only been responsible for menial tasks and had just joined the team, so he hadn't earned their trust yet. Every time they collected an item, Fang Ming would immediately hand it over to Bai Susu for safekeeping. Now, the room was filled with an overwhelming array of loot. The neatly folded snakeskin of the Deception King snake lay stacked in a corner. The sheer volume of it was astonishing. Along the way, they had also gathered a large quantity of rare spiritual herbs and fruits, long extinct in the nearby regions, all carefully picked and stored. 5 newly captured beasts lay listlessly to the side: 2 wind wolves, a deer, a falcon, and a bear, all of them common 3-star species with a market value of around 700,000 each. After tallying up all their gains, the rough estimate of the total value exceeded 39 million. Among the haul, the Red Demon Stone alone accounted for 20 million, making it the most valuable find of the trip. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Fang Ming. Their meaning unmistakable. It was up to him to decide how to distribute the spoils. At this point, Yuan Shi and the others didn't dare to mention the prior agreement of splitting the loot, with each member taking 25. Without Fang Ming, they wouldn't have even survived the encounter with the Deception King snake, let alone obtain the Demon Stone. Besides, Sun Yin had already used up 1 Ultra Crimson Eye earlier. "I'll take the Red Demon Stone." The rest is yours to divide, Fang Ming said bluntly. In most hunting teams, someone in his position could easily claim 80 of the total earnings. No way, we can't take advantage of you like that. Yuan Shi immediately protested. Exactly, Fang Ming, you're still a student, and your family isn't wealthy. Even though you're strong, you need resources to grow stronger. Sun Yin chimed in. Just as Fang Ming was about to respond, Yuan Shi interrupted again. Brother Fang, with your abilities, I bet you've spent everything you have on improving your strength. But, he said, casting a meaningful glance at Bai Susu. At your age, you also need to buy clothes and weapons for your girlfriend, and maybe some food for her beasts like thunderstones or something, right? He winked knowingly, his expression full of insinuation. Fang Ming was speechless. The implication was way too obvious. He noticed Bai Susu nodding along, apparently unaware that she was part of the conversation. Still, the usually quiet girl seemed to have changed a little. On their way back from the Demon's Eye, while she still didn't talk much, she had begun to react to her surroundings, occasionally nodding to participate in conversations. Are these the thunderstones you're talking about? Fang Ming asked innocently, flipping his hand to reveal a handful of blue-purple stones. Yes, that's them. How do you have so many? Where did you? Yuan Shi's words abruptly stopped as Fang Ming tossed one of the thunderstones into the air. With a sharp crack, the air was pierced by lightning. A purple shadow darted out from Fang Ming's waist, snatching the stone with precision before swiftly retreating back into his clothing. Before anyone could react, Fang Ming tossed a second stone, then a third. These things aren't that great. My contract beasts just treat them as snacks. Fang Ming stood there, a faint, indifferent smile playing on his lips. At last, he had found the perfect moment to show off. Well, this is a good chance to reward Xiaoqing and brag a little, Fang Ming thought to himself. It's not illegal anyway. And who told them to say I'm broke? As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of everyone present became a spectacle to behold. Sun Yan couldn't help but let out a curse, while Yuan Shi slammed the table and exclaimed, You filthy rich guy? Damn, you're outrageous. Even Bai Susu, who was usually gentle and composed, couldn't resist complaining. The snacks you're talking about are treasures I wouldn't even use to nurture Xiaoshan. Amid the playful scolding, a trace of emotion flickered in Yuan Shi and his wife's eyes. They understood clearly that Fang Ming was using this gesture to tell them, I'm not short on money, so you don't need to give me extra profit. For a beastmaster, funds were the bedrock of strength. This hunt, despite having no one at the transcendent level in the team, yielded nearly 40 million. Such a gain was almost unthinkable, even for a team led by a 4-star beastmaster. The perfect quadrupedal mutation of the Whitefoot explosive bear and the Red Devil Stone were nothing short of a windfall, accounting for the majority of the earnings. What's more, the Eye of the Demon region was fraught with danger. If not for the Ultra Carnage primate horde being lured to the outskirts by the Devil Stone, they wouldn't have dared to venture into that area. Going deeper could have led to encounters with wild beasts at the transcendent level, with disastrous consequences. This level of fortune was likely a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. In the end, the team agreed on a profit-sharing plan. Fang Ming would only take the Red Devil Stone, while the remaining 19 million would be split among the other 3, with Yuan Shi handling the sale thanks to his experience. The arrangement left everyone satisfied. For Yuan Shi and his wife, this unexpected windfall was enough to upgrade their Hurricane Twin Hammer Beast to the 3-star limit and still leave ample funds for evolution. Bai Susu, on the other hand, finally saw hope of purchasing a 2-star Spirit-Forged Battle Blade. Fang Ming held the fingernail-sized Red Devil Stone, gently rubbing its surface. It'd make a nice necklace. The reason he chose this stone was that, while waiting for his teammates to pack up, he had looked up a little-known fact on his phone. Besides being a top-tier material for nurturing and evolving beasts, this treasure could slightly aid ordinary people in awakening a beast space. Though this trait seemed almost useless after all, who would gamble on such a tiny chance of awakening with a material worth 20 million and comparable to a star soul? To Fang Ming, it represented a rare opportunity. After the distribution, Fang Ming specifically reminded the others to keep his strength a secret. Yuan Shi and his wife, being independent beastmasters with no backing, naturally wouldn't risk offending him. Bai Susu, however, stood silently on the side, her expression unreadable but her eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. Fang Ming assumed she had drifted into one of her usual dazes, unaware that the young woman had already made up her mind. She had to tell teacher Tang about this. How could the Beastmaster team from Binhai City University miss out on such a powerhouse in this year's Golden League? Brother Fang, until we meet again. Wait a moment. Fang Ming suddenly called out to Yuan Shi and Sun Yan, who were about to leave. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. I have a studio. Would you two like to join? A studio? Sun Yan frowned slightly. Exactly. Fang Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. A studio can also have hunting teams under it, right? This statement immediately piqued the couple's interest. They knew very well that with the strength Fang Ming had displayed, it was unlikely he would continue hunting with the Wild Blade team for long. If they missed this opportunity, they might only maintain a superficial connection with him in the future. The chance to establish a long-term relationship through the studio was too good to pass up. What's the name? Sun Yan asked eagerly. Demon Slayer. Fang Ming replied with a grin. It's quite similar to your team's name. Seems like fate, doesn't it? He quickly pulled out his phone and sent the studio's detailed information to the Wild Blade team group chat. Demon Slayer Studio. Members, 2. Founder, Fang Ming. Roles, Evolution Apprentice, Slayer, Ghost Mask, 3-star Bounty Hunter. Associated shops, 1 Taba Online Store, 1 Lingmao Mall Store. Kill record, 5 3-star Beastmasters, 3 2-star Beastmasters. The group carefully read through the information, their expressions varied. Although the studio was small, Fang Ming single-handedly carried multiple roles, and the startling kill record undeniably showcased his prowess. What stood out even more was the Lingmao Mall store that exclusively sold a 3-star perfect grade item, hinting at powerful backing behind Fang Ming. We're in. Yuan Qi agreed almost without hesitation, and Sun Yan quickly nodded in agreement. Fang Ming turned to Bai Susu. Without a moment's thought, the young woman declared, "Count me in." The ghost mask mentioned in the studio information brought back memories for Bai Susu of that shadowy figure at Moe's Pancakes, the terrifying ghost mask, and the crisp, clear voice. Could it really be him? After finalizing the details of joining the studio, the group parted ways. At 5:30 in the morning, Fang Ming sat in front of a well-known fried dumpling shop in the eastern part of the city. 30 fried dumplings, 3 boiled eggs, and 2 bowls of savory soy milk were neatly arranged on the wooden table. At this hour, the city was just waking up. A faint aroma of cooking oil lingered in the air, and the gentle rays of the rising sun bathed the streets in warmth. Fang Ming savored this rare moment of peace. The stark contrast between the bloody and brutal wilderness and the bustling, lively city made him especially cherish these simple pleasures. He thought of the motto of the Beastmaster University: fight to protect the ordinary, and die for the lands of mankind. These words were not just a slogan, but a mission for every Beastmaster. They were the foundation of the city's continued peace and stability. Back when Fang Ming first awakened his beast taming space and entered Binhai City's Beast Taming University, he felt a bit puzzled by the oath recited during the entrance ceremony. Standing in the solemn auditorium and mechanically repeating the words alongside other freshmen, he even thought the ceremony was overly grand for college students in their 20s, more befitting of a military pledge. However, it wasn't until he witnessed the suffocating scene in the wilderness with his own eyes, swarms of deceptive snakes slithering across the ground, ferocious blood apes lurking in the shadows, and countless demon eyes glinting in the darkness, that he truly understood humanity's precarious position. In this world, humans were the vulnerable ones. Awakening the beast taming space wasn't just about gaining power. It was about taking on the responsibility of protecting humanity. Gathering his thoughts, Fang Ming softly called forth his ghost face mecha. The dark, small mechanical beast landed steadily on his shoulder as soon as it appeared. Fang Ming then took out a ghost cry crystal and handed it to the little creature. After all, it had contributed significantly in the previous battle and certainly deserved a reward. Amusingly, while enjoying its snack worth tens of thousands, the ghost face mecha didn't forget to playfully kick at Xiaoqing's front end with its tiny feet. This playful interaction between the two beasts brought a warm smile to Fang Ming's face. He silently assessed their conditions, feeling a surge of contentment. This trip had been quite fruitful. His main battle beast, Xiaoqing, had reached a growth level of 210 after being well-fed following its intense confrontation with a super blood ape. Meanwhile, the little cutie, though only temporarily assisting by attaching itself to Fang Ming's foot, had gained over 400 nourishment points thanks to the cold aura boost, also reaching a growth level of 210. The progress of both beasts significantly enhanced the overall strength of his ghostly thunder combination. At 8 in the morning, Fang Ming casually strolled into a sizable jewelry store. "Welcome." A female staff member in uniform quickly approached him, her face radiating a sincere smile. "Hello, sir, how can I assist you?" Her demeanor was professional and enthusiastic, showing no sign of disdain despite Fang Ming's casual attire. "I'm just looking around," Fang Ming replied casually, his gaze already wandering over the display cases. "Of course, feel free to call me if you need anything." The staff member gestured politely before stepping back to her station, quietly chatting with a colleague while occasionally sneaking glances at Fang Ming with a faint blush on her cheeks. After a round of browsing, Fang Ming's attention was drawn to a silver pendant necklace. He looked up at the same staff member, and their eyes met. The girl quickly averted her gaze in a fluster, but then composed herself and jogged over to him. "Would you like me to take a closer look for you, sir?" Fang Ming nodded and pointed to the display case. "Could you take this one out for me?" "Of course." The staff member skillfully retrieved the necklace and handed it to Fang Ming while explaining its details. After examining it closely, Fang Ming was quite pleased with the design. The necklace was entirely silver white, youthful, and modern in style. The most striking feature was a blue gemstone encased in a palm-shaped groove. "He'll take it." It's priced at 120,000. They'll wrap it up for you right away. The staff member couldn't hide her excitement. It was her first time encountering such a decisive customer. Wait, Fang Ming suddenly said, pulling out a rose-colored gemstone. Can you customize it here? The staff member froze momentarily before resuming her professional smile. Of course, we have skilled artisans on site. Fang Ming nodded slightly, the rose-colored gemstone in his hand shimmering with a strange light under the store's illumination. Replace the original one with this. The unexpected request left the staff member momentarily stunned, standing there in surprise. The stunning beauty of the red devil stone left everyone in the room speechless. The gemstone emitted a noble, roseate glow, radiating its own light without the need for any external illumination, as if an eternal flame burned within. The jewelry store staff gathered around, marveling at the gem, something they had never encountered before, even in this well-established store in the coastal city. A woman in her 40s or 50s, dressed in luxurious attire, was also drawn to the scene. A regular customer of the store and a passionate jewelry enthusiast, her eyes sparkled with intense desire the moment she saw the red devil stone. How much is it? I'll take it, the woman exclaimed impatiently, already imagining the envious looks from her friends when she wore this necklace out. Fang Ming ignored her eagerness and instead turned to the store clerk. Can you make it? Yes, we can. We can start right away. The female clerk nodded repeatedly. Take me to your craftsman. I have some additional requests. Of course. Please follow me. The middle-aged woman, seeing Fang Ming disregard her, anxiously grabbed his arm. Young man, sell me this gemstone. I'll pay double. Fang Ming chuckled lightly. Ma'am, do you even know what this is before offering double? Fine, I'll give you a discount 10 off, 36 million. He always kept an open mind. After all, she might truly be a super rich lady. 36 million, the woman stammered in disbelief. The red devil stone, original price, 20 million, Fang Ming said calmly, then gestured for the clerk to lead the way. As the crowd remained in shock, the clerk led Fang Ming toward the workshop, silently speculating. This must be a beastmaster's treasure, right? She sneaked a glance at the young man, her curiosity about his true identity growing. 10 minutes later, Fang Ming paid 120,000 and left the jewelry store. Behind him, the entire staff, including the craftsmen, lined up in formation, offering a deep bow with hands crossed over their chests, the highest gesture of respect for their most esteemed customers. This was because Fang Ming had gifted the replaced blue sapphire, valued at 80,000 to 90,000, to the staff to share, giving each of them an extra month's worth of wages. Fang Ming was in high spirits, pleased with the modified design. He named the new necklace Devil's Eye, instructing the craftsman to encase the devil stone in a special transparent material, tempering its brilliance into a subdued roseate glow. As he described it, it was low-key yet luxurious. On his way back in a taxi, Fang Ming received a notification from the Beastmaster Association. He opened it to find an application from the Wild Blade Squad to join. Despite it being only 8:30 in the morning, the association staff had already processed the request. Fang Ming immediately approved it, and the page refreshed, updating the details for the Demon Slayer studio. In the studio interface, the names Yuan Qi, Sun Yan, and Bai Susu were neatly listed under the members section. The original Blades of the Wild was gone, replaced by Demon Slayer Hunting Squad. The kill statistics had also changed, showing that the three had officially recorded Beastmaster kills certified by the association during city bounties. Fang Ming looked at everything and couldn't help but smile. His studio was no longer a one-man show. From now on, the achievements of all members would be consolidated here. When he opened the door to his home, the house was empty. His younger sister had already gone to school, and the newly purchased garage downstairs was vacant. Clearly, his mother had driven out. Fang Ming took out his phone and sent 2 messages to his family to let them know he was safe. Before heading into the wild this time, he had decided to inform his family after much contemplation. Even though he knew it would worry them, honesty was necessary. With a ding, his phone lit up immediately. Fang Ming eagerly opened it, only to read, "I'm practicing dance, won't be back for lunch. There's leftover food from last night in the kitchen, finish it, don't waste it." Got it, you're so noisy. Fang Ming sighed and put his phone away. After a moment of thought, he decided to stop by Beastmaster University. He hadn't been there much lately. After a quick shower and changing into his school uniform, Fang Ming arrived early at the classroom. A lecture on beast mastery was about to begin, and he casually chose a seat in the middle. The tiered classroom quickly filled with students. Although Fang Ming wasn't particularly close to his classmates due to living off campus and often being in the lab, many people still recognized him. Here and there, he overheard whispers about him and Jiang Xieying, but it was no longer a hot topic. With finals approaching, most students were focused on the upcoming assessments, occasionally discussing the night group's auction gala. This reminded Fang Ming that the cooldown for his Starry Eyes regression had shortened to just over 20 hours. Originally, he had planned to regress it every 2 days to give his mental energy some rest, but now it seemed he needed to speed up the process to store star energy for Lao San's evolution. As for the auction, Perhaps he could use the Demon Slayer hunting squad, named to participate. After classes ended for the day, Fang Ming ran into a few familiar classmates, along with some girls who seemed to have a liking for him. They expressed regret over his departure from Lab Number 7 and subtly probed about his relationship with Jiang Xieying and his brief appearance on the rankings. Fang Ming responded candidly, saying he had discovered a knack for combat and was preparing to switch paths. Of course, no one believed this explanation. To them, Fang Ming, a one-star beastmaster with only a primitive mechanical beast would have even obtained a contracted beast without Jiang Xieying's help. The idea of him pursuing a combat-oriented path seemed less plausible than him leveraging his looks for attention. Even if you're pursuing the combat route, do you realize what the number 7 laboratory represents? Are you really willing to quit? Someone questioned. A certified evolver holds a much higher status than an ordinary beast tamer. The classroom buzzed with chatter, as many debated over Fang Ming's decision to leave the lab. Especially now, with Jiang Xieying also having resigned, the situation seemed particularly suspicious. Of course, the girls who were already captivated by Fang Ming's looks didn't care about any of this. In their eyes, Fang Ming was the perfect eye candy. His sole responsibility was to maintain his stunning appearance. Watching the scene unfold, Fang Ming shook his head helplessly. These days, telling the truth often earned disbelief. Still, he didn't bother explaining himself. After all, to someone like him, with abilities far beyond his peers who hadn't even reached 3-star levels, they all seemed like mere children. At 5 p.m., the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Fang Ming walked out of the campus alone, feeling quite relaxed. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his mindset was particularly mature. Returning to the lively, youthful atmosphere of school after surviving the dangers of the wilderness created a stark contrast that he found oddly comforting. The rumors and gossip floating around were nothing more than the harmless curiosity of teenagers. Their emotions, admiration, envy, dislike were also plainly written on their faces. Compared to dealing with someone like Zheng Yuanfei, this was infinitely easier. During dinner, his mother finally showed some concern about his wilderness expedition. Was it dangerous? Were you hurt? Not dangerous at all, Fang Ming replied, his enthusiasm growing as he began to vividly recount his adventure. There was a little green snake that tried to bite me, but I dealt with it with one kick. Then we came across a group of snakes, the largest as thick as my thigh, and we took it down with a single slash. Oh, and we caught a cute little 4-legged snow white bear. But the most thrilling part was running into a group of gorillas. They love punching people. Luckily, we had blades with us, and they decided we weren't playing fair, so they ran off. That sounds terrifying, Luo Hui exclaimed in awe. Right? Super scary, huh? Fang Ming playfully agreed. His younger sister, Qingyue, who had been sulking earlier, was now completely engrossed in his story. Her cheeks puffed up as she forgot to swallow her food. Fang Ming glanced at her, and she immediately turned her head away, letting out a little huff as she continued chewing, pretending she wasn't listening. Noticing her reaction, Fang Ming couldn't help but chuckle. With a sigh, he teased, "Ah, seems like someone isn't interested in my story." Qingyue let out another haughty hum, thinking to herself, "Serves you right for not buying me a spatial artifact. I'm ignoring you. Take that." Seeing her stubbornness, Fang Ming's smile deepened. Slowly, he reached into his chest pocket and pulled out a custom-made demon's eye. The shimmering crimson glow immediately caught the attention of the 2 women at the table. "Well then, I guess I'll just give this to someone else," Fang Ming said deliberately. "Wait. No. Is that for me? Brother, is it for me? Is it for Qingyue?" she shouted excitedly. Fang Ming stopped teasing and handed the necklace over. Qingyue instantly leapt up, threw her arms around his neck, and planted a loud kiss on his cheek. This was the spatial artifact she had been dreaming of. Even though it wasn't a ring, the necklace was just as good, so beautiful and thoughtful. Her big brother really had put in the effort. But her excitement didn't last long. After fiddling with it for a while, her expression gradually dimmed. "Brother, where's the switch?" "Huh? Switch?" Fang Ming was dumbfounded. "Are you kidding me? This isn't a spatial artifact. You've been obsessing over spatial artifacts so much that you're starting to imagine things. Real ones, whether they're rings, necklaces, or bracelets, have obvious markers. Do you know how dangerous it would be for a high schooler like you to casually wear one? Especially someone who loves to show off like you. This isn't a spatial artifact." Qingyue froze. "Of course not," Fang Ming replied with mock sarcasm. "Well, it's pretty, but it can't store anything," she complained. Fang Ming rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "Do you have any idea how much this thing is worth? It could buy you several spatial artifacts. What exactly do you plan to store? Or are you just looking for an excuse to show off?" Fang Ming stared at the red demon stone in his hand, pondering silently. If word got out that such a treasure was hanging around the neck of an ordinary high school girl, it would undoubtedly attract a lot of attention. After all, it wasn't only incredibly valuable, but also exceptionally exquisite in appearance. "This is something Sister Sun Yin specifically asked me to bring you," Fang Ming said thoughtfully. Seeing that Qing Yu didn't react much, he added, "I heard it's especially good for a girl's skin, so you should keep it with you all the time." Really? Upon hearing the words, good for the skin, Qing Yu's eyes lit up. Fang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief at her response, but worried she might not take it seriously enough. He quickly added, this is a family heirloom from Sister Yen. You mustn't lose it. All right, all right. Qing Yu replied with a cheerful smile. Tell Sister Yen I said thank you. Watching her reaction, Fang Ming fell into deep thought. He remembered how Qing Yu used to be an absolute beauty enthusiast, always treasuring pretty jewelry. But now, she seemed strangely fixated on spatial artifacts. Lately, he had been so preoccupied with improving his own abilities that he hadn't paid much attention to his younger sister. Could she be in love? But what does being in love have to do with spatial artifacts? Stranger still, she had recently become unusually money-conscious, frequently stuffing cash into her backpack and coming up with excuses like, the Ghost Mask Information Society needs operational funds. It seemed like he needed to find some time to understand what was going on with her. After all, the college entrance exams were approaching, and he couldn't let her get distracted by other matters. As for the demon's eye, if it could help her awaken a beast taming space, that would be ideal. Having 2 beast tamers in the family would truly be a blessing. However, the chances of that happening were slim, so Fang Ming chose not to mention it further to avoid disappointing his sister. After dinner, Qing Yu put on the necklace, feeling quite pleased with herself. But when she saw Fang Ming approaching, she deliberately put on a dissatisfied expression. What's with the sour face? Fang Ming teased with a grin. I want to kill someone. Oh, go ahead, give it a try. Qing Yu ignored him, focusing intently on her phone screen. You're going to break your phone at this rate. What are you doing? Nothing, she replied without looking up. Do you really want a spatial artifact that badly? Yep. All right then. Really? Thanks, bro. Qing Yu's face instantly lit up with joy. Just kidding, Fang Ming said calmly. Qing Yu went back to tapping her phone. What are you doing anyway? Downloading the Anti-Fraud Center app. Before 7 p.m. that evening, Fang Ming successfully devolved another Phantom King Fox. It had been exactly 20 hours since he last devolved the Ultra Carnage Ape, and the cooldown for the Starry Eye had just ended. At this moment, 3-star soul light clusters floated in his beast taming space, while the one previously absorbed by his third beast had disappeared. Fang Ming immediately checked on the status of his third beast and found that it had transitioned from hibernation to a healthy state. Its recovery speed was astonishing, just a few days to fully recover from hibernation. The effects of the star soul light cluster were truly remarkable. This could potentially be a groundbreaking academic discovery. Of course, these light clusters seemed to be unique to Fang Ming. Whether the star souls themselves had similar restorative effects remained unknown. After all, treasures were not always interchangeable, and what the light clusters could achieve might not necessarily apply to the fused star souls. It's highly unlikely. Otherwise, researchers would have discovered and published it by now. A glint of excitement flashed in Fang Ming's eyes, and his heart was filled with anticipation. He was only 2 light spheres away from fusing with his star soul, and the evolution of Old 3 was set for noon the day after tomorrow. The attribute panel of the mechanical spirit forging master was something he couldn't wait to explore. The next morning, sunlight bathed the campus of Beast Taming University. Carrying his backpack, Fang Ming walked leisurely along the tree-lined path. With finals approaching, he knew that beyond achieving passing grades, he needed to make an impression on a few key professors to avoid losing points on daily performance evaluations. However, at this moment, his thoughts were more focused on the upcoming evolution of the mechanical spirit forging master. Once that was done, he had already planned to venture alone into the unknown wilderness. Compared to city bounties, that untamed land was where he could truly unleash his full combat potential. As his thoughts wandered, a soft female voice brought him back to reality. Fang Ming, you're heading to class. Looking up, he saw a girl in a neatly pressed school uniform. Her round face carried a hint of innocent sight, was a senior who often greeted him. Although Fang Ming couldn't recall her name, he nodded slightly with a brief and prepared to continue walking. Wait. The girl summoned her courage, perhaps spurred on by her impending graduation. Her cheeks flushed slightly, making her look even more endearing. Fang Ming stopped and turned to her, his tone less cold than usual. What's up? In the sunlight, his chiseled yet gentle profile made the girl's heart race. After graduation, am planning to move to Z City. Can I add you on WeChat? Sure. Fang Ming agreed readily, his straightforward response catching the girl off guard. To him, students at Beast Taming University were all elite members of the Alliance. Having more friends meant more connections, so there was no reason to refuse. Just as the girl was about to scan his QR code, an angry male voice suddenly interrupted. Xiao Nuomi. A tall figure abruptly stepped between them, roughly knocking the girl's phone away. Fang Ming instinctively took a step back, easily avoiding the intrusion. Xiao Nuomi. Why would you want to add someone like him on WeChat? Brother. The girl immediately shrank back, blushing as she lowered her head. Fang Ming chuckled softly. Another cliched scene. But this time, it was a sibling relationship, which made it somewhat acceptable. He recognized the brash, young man Xiao Yang. ranked 6th on the combat power leaderboard with a strength rating of 81. Not wanting to cause trouble, Fang Ming turned to leave, but Xiaoyang barked, "Stop right there. You're Fang Ming, right? The pretty boy who relies on women." Xiaoyang's tone was dripping with disdain. Seeing Fang Ming's expression grow colder, he pressed on. "What's the matter? Can't admit it? You've already turned Lab 7 into a cesspool. My sister is off limits to someone like you, so drop those disgusting thoughts. You worthless showpiece." Fang Ming narrowed his eyes, and the air around him grew tense. "You can call me a showpiece, but don't put the word worthless in front of it." Despite his words, he suppressed the urge to retaliate. After all, it was just an impulsive young man spouting nonsense. As long as no insult was directed at Professor Jiang, it wasn't worth escalating. Xiaoyang had long harbored a grudge against Fang Ming, for no other reason than the fact that his sister, Xiao Nuonyuo, had a crush on this guy. As a fiercely protective brother, he couldn't tolerate his sister falling for someone like Fang Ming. At this moment, he was already scheming in his mind, determined to find a way to completely crush Fang Ming's ambitions. Fighting on school grounds was strictly against the rules, everyone knew that. Standing at the center of the crowd, Xiao Yang's eyes gleamed with calculated intent. As long as Fang Ming made the first move, he would have every reason to teach this guy, who he found utterly insufferable, a lesson. Seeing Fang Ming remain calm and composed, Xiao Yang sneered and turned up the heat with his taunts. "I heard you quit the lab to pursue a combat career." He deliberately dragged out his words, laughing mockingly. "Huh, I bet it's because your mentor left, and you couldn't keep up? Looks like you've got a real talent for freeloading, much more reliable than whatever combat skills you claim to have." By now, a large crowd of students had silently gathered around. Xiao Nuomi's stunning looks, Xiao Yang's reputation as a campus figure, and Fang Ming's status as a perennial gossip magnet made the tension between the three impossible to ignore. Whispers rippled through the crowd. What's going on between Fang Ming and Xiao Yang? Who knows, but this is gonna be good. Fang Ming spread his hands lightly, inwardly lamenting that being good-looking was indeed a double-edged sword. He couldn't be bothered with Xiao Yang's provocations and turned to leave. As for the freeloading accusation, honestly, pulling off such a high-level act that required both charm and emotional intelligence, well, only someone like him could do it so flawlessly. Xiao Yang's observation wasn't entirely off the mark, but one couldn't be too smug about it. Still, it's a bit embarrassing for you to praise me in front of everyone like this. Fang Ming. Xiao Yang's anger flared when he saw Fang Ming not only remain unfazed, but even appear shy. "You've got to be kidding me. Are you actually proud of this?" Gritting his teeth, he decided to play his final card. "Aren't you ranked 4th in combat? I challenge you. You can't refuse." Fang Ming paused, recalling the rules of the Beast Tamer University. Indeed, anyone ranked lower in the top 10 combat rankings could issue an unrefusable challenge to someone ranked higher. "Fair enough," Fang Ming nodded thoughtfully, then casually added, "Too bad it doesn't apply to me. I'm no longer in the top 10. Sorry, I don't have time to play games with kids." The crowd erupted into boos. "You were the 4th-ranked fighter, even if everyone knows it was thanks to Jiang Xieying. Sure, your contract beast from the lab might have declined in capability due to issues with your beast taming space and talent, but as long as its star level hasn't completely plummeted, it shouldn't be that weak, right? And now you're too scared to accept a challenge." "Fang Ming really is all looks and no substance," someone shouted from the crowd. Xiaoyang burst into laughter. "Fang Ming, you're the biggest coward I've ever met." But just as he finished speaking, a flash of malice crossed his eyes. Today he was determined to teach this guy a lesson for daring to mess with his sister. Even if it meant facing school punishment, it would be worth it. Besides, with his combat skills, even if he seriously injured Fang Ming, it wouldn't be a big deal. Strong people always had privileges. Without warning, Xiaoyang moved. His towering figure sliced through the air with palpable force, closing in on Fang Ming in an instant. He swung a vicious slap, putting all his strength into it, aiming to turn Fang Ming's pretty face into a swollen mess. Fang Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. "You really went for it, huh?" He sighed, a trace of helplessness in his tone. "I was just about to show off a little, but it seems I won't even need to lift a finger." A dark silhouette appeared beside Xiao Yang in a flash, and a terrifying whoosh cut through the air. Bang! Xiao Yang was struck square in the face by a brutal roundhouse kick, sending him flying through the air before crashing heavily into the crowd. The onlookers scattered like a tidal wave, gasping in shock. The crowd dispersed quickly like a receding tide, maintaining a safe distance. "By Susu. It's by Susu." A wave of astonished murmurs erupted among the onlookers. The legendary figure who always donned a combat uniform at school if not for the spatial ring. Everyone would suspect she might even carry her signature inkwash blade to class. With a swift and decisive high whip kick, Bai Susu sent Xiaoyang flying. The crowd whispered among themselves, "Why did she attack Xiaoyang? That kick was so cool. Could it be? Bai Susu likes Fang Ming too." Retracting her leg, Bai Susu stood firm and turned toward Fang Ming. Her face, usually as cold as ice, now bore a rare and faint smile. Fang Ming. Su, what are you doing here? Why, Su, what are you doing? Chao Yang's venomous shout came from the crowd, his voice muffled, yet filled with fury. A boy with a face swollen like a pig stumbled out, drawing muffled laughter from a few girls. The sixth-ranked fighter on the combat leaderboard, who had intended to teach a pretty boy a lesson for his sister, had instead provoked the formidable by susurrally a self-inflicted disaster. Brother, Xiao Nuomi hurried forward to help him, only to be shoved aside by Chao Yang. The kick had clearly done significant damage. His face burned with numbness, stars danced before his eyes, and he wobbled unsteadily on his feet. After finally regaining his balance, he glared at the pair standing before him, his eyes blazing with rage, though he dared not act recklessly. A combat power rating of 97 was no joke, and he knew all too well the disparity of strength when Bai Susu relied solely on her physical prowess without summoning her beast companions. I was saving you, Bai Susu said calmly, still in her battle-ready stance. What? You were saving me? Chao Yang shouted back, his voice tinged with grievance and confusion. Pathetic. Bai Susu spat out the word, then turned and walked away. The crowd instinctively parted, leaving a clear path for the girl in black, no one daring to block her way. Fang Ming watched her retreating figure, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes, followed by a glance of sympathy toward Chao Yang. He had only intended to slap the guy, nowhere near as ruthless as Bai Susu's approach. Did she see him as a bloodthirsty killer? Was she worried that if he made a move, he might have ended Chao Yang's life? Fang Ming, just you wait. Chao Yang gritted his teeth. I'm interning with the enforcement team now, and my brother is the deputy captain. As long as you're in Benhai, your days are numbered. Chao Yang's joined the enforcement team? Impressive. Interning even before graduation's got a bright future ahead. With his combat power, he's already top tier in the enforcement team. Plus, with his brother being the deputy captain, entering the team must have been a breeze. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and Chao Yang's expression improved slightly. Landing an internship in such a powerful department before graduating was indeed a point of pride. He had only received the qualification yesterday and was eager to show off today if not for being beaten into a swollen mess. This would have been his moment to shine. The enforcement team, huh? Sounds intimidating. Aren't they directly under our extraordinary squad? Fang Ming muttered to himself, then turned and walked away. At 3 p.m., after the cool down of the Eye of the Stars, Fang Ming returned home and completed another round of regression. He received 4 5-star beast companions he had ordered online and arranged them in his room. Surveying the increasingly cramped space, Fang Ming once again entertained the idea of buying a new house. The next morning, Fang Ming didn't go to school, but headed straight for Beastmaster City. He wandered between various shops, carefully selecting rare materials needed to nurture his primitive mechanical beast. Before long, he had gathered everything he needed. Back home, Fang Ming found his mother, Luo Hui, busy in the kitchen. He began discussing the idea of moving to a new house. Mom, we need to find a bigger place, preferably a standalone villa, he said, helping her sort vegetables. The price doesn't matter as much as having a quiet location with a private courtyard. Luo Hui paused briefly, clearly not enthusiastic about the suggestion. While chopping vegetables, she replied, We've lived in this house for so many years, moving would be such a hassle. Besides, all that money could be better spent on improving your abilities. Seeing this, Fang Ming quickly adopted a mysterious and profound expression. Mom, do you know? For a strong person, cultivating the heart is the first priority. If I can't even provide a big house for my family, it'll weigh on my mind and hinder my progress in the future. He exuded an inexplicable aura of divine righteousness. This is a truth I only realized after becoming a 3-star beastmaster. Fang Qingyue, his younger sister, who was munching on potato chips nearby, couldn't help but roll her eyes. If she hadn't recently learned about beastmasters, she might have been fooled by this cultivation rhetoric. However, considering that she also wanted to live in a big villa, she decided to stay silent and let her brother save face. Ultimately, Luo Hui was swayed by her son's devotion and agreed to the idea of moving. After lunch, the cooldown for Fang Ming's starry eye ability finally ended. He wasted no time. First, he regressed a juvenile Phantom King Fox, and then 5 glowing orbs began to merge within his Beastmaster space, forming a pale blue star soul that emitted a hazy radiance. Without hesitation, Fang Ming summoned his third companion, a 1-star primitive mechanical beast. The barely awake creature was suddenly buried under a pile of rare nurturing materials, leaving it utterly dumbfounded. Fang Ming entered a frenzy of feeding. These materials, which he considered a small expense, began rapidly transforming the mechanical beast's body. In less than half an hour, its growth level skyrocketed from 110 to 1010. As it contentedly rubbed its round belly and looked at Fang Ming with admiration, a star soul nearly the size of its head suddenly landed on its face. Evolution commenced instantly. Fang Ming activated his starry eye to lock its evolution path as mechanical forged spirit. The process was astonishingly fast. The mechanical beast's body expanded rapidly, soon reaching Fang Ming's chest height. Its entire form gleamed with a dark golden metallic sheen, and its pair of mechanical arms grew as thick as pillars, resembling a seasoned blacksmith. Fang Ming used his starry eye to inspect the details. Name, Mechanical Forged Spirit. Attribute, Celestial Species. Level, 5 stars. Growth level, 2 stars 110. Status, Healthy. Skills, Lone Moon Flame. A mid-grade spiritual flame ideal for forging spiritual artifacts. Starfire Hammer. A hammer imbued with primordial energy. Lifebound Forged Spirit. Starloom Forged Spirit Technique. Talent Sharing. Shares forging abilities with the contractor. Evolution Path. Fang Ming stood frozen in place, his eyes fixed on the system panel in front of him, momentarily at a loss for words. This wasn't just an ordinary painlet, was nothing short of a treasure bestowed by the heavens. Mid-tier spirit, flame solitary moon flame. Just the sight of these words made his heart race. Over the past couple of days, he had scoured every piece of information he could find online about mechanical spirit forging masters. As the name implied, spirit forging masters specialized in crafting spiritual artifacts. The sheer variety and wide-ranging applications of these artifacts had left him dazzled, from trap-type spiritual tools like the 7-star Spirit Lock Array to functional ones used for early warnings, marking, tracking, and locking targets. And let's not even mention the priceless spiritual gear and weapons. Spiritual gear could enhance attributes and came with incredible built-in abilities, while spiritual weapons, like the Inkblade, were worth a fortune. And at the very foundation of it all was fire. A high-quality flame source not only made forging more efficient, but was also the most prized asset of a spirit forging master. Flame sources were inherently rare, and the treasures required to sustain their burning were exorbitantly expensive. From what he knew, even many 4-star spirit forging masters were still using low-tier spirit flames. This alone underscored just how precious the solitary moon flame truly was. As for the stellar hammer, while he didn't know much about this forging tool, just hearing its name was enough to ignite his imagination. But the most thrilling part was the innate spirit forging skill, stellar spirit forging technique. According to the system, this skill required a 3-star rank to unlock. Without hesitation, Fang Ming immediately recalled his third beast into the beast space and headed straight for the beast city in Binhai. How could he delay such a golden opportunity? A brand new spirit forging technique, a brand new set of toolset was just a matter of reaching 3 stars. A few million? Who cared? He'd throw money at it. While he was at it, he'd also stock up on everything he'd need in the future. Half an hour later, Fang Ming was already standing inside the beast city in Binhai. Sir, this is really all we have at the moment, a sales assistant said apologetically. She recognized this handsome young man last time. He had been served by Mo Yin, a VIP gold card holder who had spent 20 to 30 million in one go. However, since Mo Yin had left the job for personal reasons, it was now her turn to assist him. Fang Ming had selected a large number of treasures and materials from the stellar and metal sections, covering everything from nurturing and upgrading to spirit forging and energy infusion. However, treasures with stellar attributes were already rare, and spirit forging materials were even harder to come by. Even in a store as well stocked as this beast city, it was difficult to gather everything he needed in one go. Sir, we can quickly arrange for items to be transferred from other cities, the sales assistant hurriedly assured him. No need. He'll check elsewhere. Ring it up. Of course, right this way. After completing the transaction, Fang Ming left swiftly. The sales assistant watched his departing figure, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and let out a long breath of relief. Customers like him were rare. He walked in with a clear list, knew exactly what he wanted, and decisively purchased whatever caught his eye, seemingly indifferent to the price. While this was undoubtedly a good thing for a sales assistant, it also put a lot of pressure on her. What made her feel even more uneasy was the peculiar figure accompanying Fang Ming, a dwarf dressed in an oversized pajama-like outfit, with their entire head and face concealed by a hat and mask. The sight was undeniably strange. How rich can someone be? Are we even living in the same world? This is terrifying, she muttered under her breath. The figure was clearly not that of a child. Its arms were so thick and muscular that they stretched the fabric of the pajamas taut, yet it stood at a mere height of about 1.4 meters. The exposed skin shimmered with an eerie dark golden glow, and every step it took was accompanied by a metallic clanking sound, which sent chills down anyone's spine. No wonder the sales assistant had looked so terrified. Such a physique was unheard of among known mechanical beasts. None of the evolved types of primitive mechanical beasts had ever exhibited this form. Even household mechanical beasts retained the shapes of various appliances. The cuties, while having evolved into humanoid forms, still resembled their primitive mechanical beast counterparts, often taking the appearance of small robots. Even mutated types maintained a petite frame. This burly yet short humanoid mechanical beast was entirely unprecedented. To allow the mechanical forging spirit to select materials on its own, Fang Ming had no choice but to take it outside. To avoid drawing too much attention, He hastily dressed it in one of his own sets of pajamas and found a ghostly mask from Qing Yu's room to cover its face. As they stood by the roadside waiting for a ride, Fang Ming glanced at the eerie dwarf beside him, clad in oversized pajamas and wearing a mask. He couldn't help but fall into deep though the really needed to find time to order a properly tailored outfit for the forging master. After leaving Beast City, Fang Ming headed straight to several spiritual artifact shops in the city center with his newly named forging master. The name had just come to him recently. This mechanical forging spirit, as a unique evolution variant, not only possessed intelligence on par with the cuties, but could also clearly express its needs through telepathic communication. What pleased Fang Ming the most was its calm and composed demeanor, exuding the aura of an old blacksmith. That was what inspired him to give it the name Forging Master. Although this beast city was smaller in scale compared to Binhai City, it was more specialized, offering a comprehensive range of materials needed for forging spirits. After purchasing all the missing items on his list from several spiritual artifact shops, Fang Ming finally managed to gather everything he needed. The last stop involved 3 shops owned by the same proprietor, who happened to be present. At checkout, the owner offered Fang Ming a generous 30% discount. This preferential treatment stemmed not only from Fang Ming's large purchase volume, but also from the rapport he had built with the owner. A while back, during his frenzy of completing city bounty missions, Fang Ming had solved a theft case at the spiritual artifact shop, helping the owner recover stolen materials. At the time, he hadn't been using his mech suit or revealing his identity as the ghostly masked hero, which allowed him to establish a friendly connection with the owner. From noon until 4 in the afternoon, after hours of running around, Fang Ming was drenched in sweat but felt an unusual exhilaration. Watching his WeChat balance plummet from over 40 million to less than 6 million, he couldn't help but sigh. Spending money feels so good. No wonder people say shopping is the cure for a bad mood. Reflecting on the past month or so, from the cuties evolving to the present day, he had lost track of how much he had invested. Just the loot from the triplets alone was worth over 90 million, and now it was all gone. Fang Ming thought smugly to himself that even the direct descendants of the prestigious families in the capital probably couldn't match his spending power over the past month, let alone the largest Yi family in Binhai City. Fang Ming stopped his pointless overthinking, got up, and locked the door. Immediately, a flash of light from a magic formation lit up the room, and the figure of Master Forge reappeared. What followed was an overwhelming cascade of precious materials. Thousand forged silver shimmering with metallic brilliance, meteoric iron glowing faintly red, low-grade starlight crystal refracting specks of starlight, along with uranium titanium alloy, mistweave gold, night glow dew, and other rare treasures, all piling up before Master Forge one by one. Master, just this afternoon, I was still a 1-star 110 primitive mechanical beast. Now, before dinner, I've gone through 1-star, 1-star saturation, and even hyper-evolved to 2-star. And now, before I've even settled into 2-star, you want me to advance again. Master Forge grumbled internally while accepting the extravagant offerings. As a beast with ambition, shouldn't I be honing my combat skills at each stage? Hearing this complaint through their psychic connection, Fang Ming wasted no time and flicked Master Forge on the head, sending it stumbling forward. You useless blacksmith, honing what combat skills? Hurry up and swallow it all. Once you hit 3-star, they'll send you straight to the forge. You can call me a blacksmith, but please don't add useless, Master Forge replied earnestly, while resolutely gulping down a chunk of starlight crystal. Watching this, Fang Ming sighed inwardly. As expected, the insufferable traits of mechanical beasts with special origins were deeply ingrained. Whether evolving into a ghostly mech or a mechanical forged spirit, it didn't change their nature. At this moment, he couldn't help but miss Xiaoking's simplicity and filial piety. As the feeding continued, the dark golden hue of Master Forge's body grew brighter, and its arm muscles became more defined. Half an hour later, a burst of golden light erupted, heralding the birth of a 3-star mechanical forged spirit. Although its size hadn't changed much, its overall physique became more streamlined, as if forged from the purest gold, and its arms exuded an undeniable sense of power. Before Fang Ming could take a closer look, Master Forge suddenly raised both hands as if gripping something. Accompanied by a faint spatial ripple, a semi-transparent starlight hammer materialized in its grasp. The hammer was imposing, with the handle alone measuring nearly 1.5 meters, taller than Master Forge itself. The hammerhead was enveloped in a soft blue starlight, with countless intricate patterns flowing across its surface. Fang Ming nodded in satisfaction, smiling. This pure golden body paired with the radiant starlight hammer was certainly worth the investment. However, in the next moment, Master Forge unexpectedly raised the giant hammer and swung it directly at Fang Ming's head. What the heck? Are you rebelling? After all I've done for you, you want to smash me into pieces? Fang Ming was about to dodge, but suddenly felt a peculiar psychic wave. His expression turned strange, and he froze in place. The hammer passed through Fang Ming's body, only to be swiftly lifted again. The strike, though seemingly fierce, left behind a faint trace of starlight energy as it entered and exited his form. As it turned out, Master Forge instinctively felt this would benefit Fang Ming, even if it couldn't explain why. But as an evolutionist, especially one who had studied under Jiang Xieying, Fang Ming immediately understood this was a precursor to a rare innate ability, something only powerful species occasionally exhibited. Jiang Xieying's heavenly dream mirror originates from this unique trait, the reflective cocoon formed when the water mirage butterfly uses its third skill, chrysalis transformation, which signifies a precursor to innate talent. Based on this discovery, Jiang Xieying deduced that apart from evolving into the water mirage king butterfly and the phantom phoenix butterfly, the water mirage butterfly also has a third, mirror-related special evolution path. The Forge Master had an instinctive sense of this change, though he couldn't fully articulate it. This vague premonition perfectly aligns with the characteristics of an innate talent precursor, indicating that the mechanical forge spirit may awaken a special ability called Forge Body during its next evolution or star upgrade. This is unbelievable, Fang Ming thought to himself, quickly reminding himself to stay cautious. It might end up being something entirely different. Besides, it's clear that this ability isn't usable at the current stage. The heavy hammer strike just now not only dimmed the phantom of the starry hammer significantly, but also failed to improve Fang Ming's physical condition. All right, stop hitting me. Save some energy for forging. The Forge Master immediately understood his master's intentions. The starry hammer in his hand swiftly shifted from its ethereal state to its forging form. The intricate runes vanished, the starlight receded, and the massive hammer turned pitch black. Now that looks more like a blacksmith's tool. Before Fang Ming could finish speaking, the giant hammer came crashing down with a roar. Are you kidding me? Fang Ming exclaimed in shock, relieved that the hammer wasn't aimed at him. Stop! But it was too late. The overly enthusiastic Forge Master had already smashed Fang Ming's old single bed, which he had slept on for years, into splinters. If he hadn't held back slightly at the last moment upon hearing his master's shout, the floor might have been destroyed too. Looking at the mess before him, Fang Ming was on the verge of tears. He lamented inwardly, wondering how he could have thought the Forge Master was steady and reliable just moments ago. Was this his way of suggesting they should buy a new house and get rid of the old furniture? You tell me, where am I supposed to sleep tonight? What's worse was that the overly excited Forge Master was now eyeing the load-bearing wall with his hammer, ready to strike. Is he trying to evolve into a renovation expert? Fang Ming sighed helplessly, quickly dressing the Forge Master in pajamas, putting a mask on him, and strictly forbidding him from summoning the starry hammer without permission. After that, Fang Ming headed out again to the Beastmaster Association in Binhai City. During the taxi ride, through his conversation with the Forge Master, he finally pieced together some key details. The fourth skill of the mechanical forge spirit, talent sharing, could transfer the Forge Master's forging techniques and experience to the contractor. However, it seemed to require a specific medium. Based on the Forge Master's vague description, Fang Ming deduced that the medium was likely a spirit crystal, a seemingly worthless item to most people but invaluable to a select few. Fang Ming searched the official website of Binhai City's Beastmaster Guild and found that there might not be a single spirit crystal in the entire city. No rush, we'll take things one step at a time. As for the Starry Forge art, as the name suggests, it's a technique capable of forging the Starry set. The complete Starry set consists of 7 pieces: a forehead guard, earrings, battle boots, bracers, a treasured blade, battle armor, and wings. A spirit armor set primarily designed for female users. Among these, the battle armor and wings require the mechanical forge spirit to reach 4 stars to craft. This is incredible. Fang Ming was awestruck by the potential of the equipment set. As Fang Ming delved deeper into the field of spirit forging, he grew increasingly aware of the extraordinary nature of the Xinglong set. Before him unfolded a grand tapestry of spirit forging where even a single piece of spirit equipment was a rare treasure. A complete set was an unparalleled rarity. Each piece not only enhanced basic attributes, but also came with unique abilities. When these abilities complemented the base attributes, they formed the perfect synergy. The Xinglong set was precisely such a pure and powerful creation. It embodied the power of the Star Dragon, offering the purest augmentation of strength attributes, making it the pinnacle of spirit artifacts for physical combat. Even more astonishing, the 7-piece set included a spirit weapon, a revolutionary feat in the current field of spirit forging. Weapons, primarily designed for offense, required entirely different and far more complex forging techniques compared to regular spirit equipment to challenge magnitudes greater. Across the entire alliance, no other set had successfully integrated a corresponding weapon. Beyond the spirit weapon, the Xinglong wings, which could be forged after reaching the 4-star level, were a dream for countless beast tamers. Flight, though seemingly a simple ability, was an unattainable goal for most tamers throughout their lives. It was said that only beast tamers at the 6-star level could achieve flight through their own power. Otherwise, one would need either a rideable flying beast or a flight-enabled piece of spirit equipment, both equally rare and elusive. Fang Ming soon arrived at the association and used his credentials as a forger to secure hunter qualifications for the mechanical spirit forger, officially bringing him into the Ghost Blade workshop. Initially, Fang Ming planned for the forger to directly take the spirit forger certification exam. As a mechanical spirit forger, he possessed the ability to craft spirit equipment matching his star level, which meant he could forge Xinglong sets below the 3-star level, a clear indicator of 3-star spirit forger expertise. In fact, if someone claimed he was a pseudo-5-star forger, many would believe it. The reasoning was simple. Crafting a set was vastly more challenging than forging a single piece of spirit equipment, often requiring mastery 2-star levels higher. A 3-star forger could only craft 3-star single pieces and 1-star sets. A 4-star master could forge 4-star single pieces and 2-star sets. Only at the 5-star level could a forger create 5-star single pieces and 3-star sets, earning the title of Grandmaster. The weight of the Grandmaster title was immense. To understand its significance, consider this. A set could elevate its user's combat power by 1-star level above the set's rating. In other words, an ordinary individual wearing a 3-star set could achieve combat strength equivalent to 150, rivaling even the weakest transcendence. Bridging the gap between ordinary individuals and transcendence, this was the terrifying power of a spirit forging Grandmaster. Of course, even a 5-star Grandmaster required an enormous amount of resources and time to craft a 3-star set. Originally, Fang Ming intended for the forger to first obtain official certification as a 1-star spirit forger, which would enhance the workshop's reputation. Even in Binhai City, where the strongest spirit forgers were only 3-star, they held unparalleled prestige. A 1-star spirit forger might seem modest, but they were highly sought after by various factions. However, Fang Ming soon learned that spirit forger exams were not available on demand. They were held at fixed times each month, and candidates had to pass numerous preliminary tests before the formal exam. Unbothered, Fang Ming rented a standard spirit forging room at the association. While there were more advanced options, they only offered better flames and larger spaces, which were unnecessary for the forger. The standard room cost 10,000 per day, with energy consumption billed separately. Fang Ming prepaid for 10 days, with adjustments for unused time, and placed a 300,000 deposit. Shortly after, a staff member led Fang Ming and the short-statured forger to the 11th spirit forging room in the association's underground facility. After a brief introduction to the room's features and safety guidelines, the staff left. Fang Ming closed the heavy iron door and, with a wave of his hand, spread 14 million worth of spirit forging materials across the adjacent workbench. Is this enough? Fang Ming confirmed. More than enough, the forger replied with a steady nod. These materials are sufficient to forge 5 pieces of the set, excluding the Xinglong armor and wings. For the forger, who had mastered Xinglong forging techniques, the required quantities of each material were clear. As for mistakes or wastage, for a mechanical spirit forger, such concerns were non-existent. Begin. At the moment Fang Ming issued the command, the blacksmith's eyes suddenly emitted an extraordinary gleam. His demeanor transformed instantly, as if he had become isolated from the world, merging solely with the space around the forging platform. The pitch-black starlight hammer materialized in his palm, its massive form emanating an oppressive aura that seemed to weigh down even the surrounding air. On the gray-white forging platform, a golden flame abruptly ignited, its flames steady and unmoving, like a frozen crescent moon. Fang Ming, having no expertise in forging, watched for a moment before quietly stepping away. He recalled the blacksmith's words. Crafting a set of 5 pieces would take an entire week. To ensure success, he had not only prepared ample forging materials, but also stocked up on energy treasures to sustain the mechanical blacksmith through the intense workload. After all, for a mechanical smith, every forging session was akin to a grueling battle. Swinging the massive hammer and maintaining mid-tier spiritual flames demanded an enormous amount of energy. After setting the blacksmith up in forge room number 11, Fang Ming left. The underground forging chambers of the Beastmaster Association boasted the highest levels of security and confidentiality. Should anyone manage to infiltrate this place, it would spell grave danger for the entire Binhai city. Returning home, Fang Ming tidied up his wrecked room. Once the cleaning lady and the workers installing his new bed had left, he was about to log into Mischief Network and Spirit Cat Mall to manage his shop. But just then, the Supernatural Squad group chat for Binhai City suddenly became lively. The werewolf is back as of noon, Loli announced in the group. Werewolf, we've been waiting for you. Back and didn't report to me first? You mutt, Tide Ghost quickly followed up. Can't tell the difference between a dog and a wolf. Werewolf retorted. Werewolf Gidge, did you bring a gift for Sister Xingha? Xingha chimed in. Ha ha ha. Well ha ha. Xingha, you don't know. This mission was super dangerous. Your werewolf brother barely made it back alive. Xingha is considerate and won't ask for a gift. But Xing's little hammer is itching for action. Alright, This mutt wouldn't survive a single hammer blow. Everyone, assemble at the base tomorrow morning at 9. Tide Ghost issued a directive. The group fell silent, except for Ghostface, who replied with a got it, only to quickly retract the message. Noticing this, Fang Ming followed suit and replied with a got it, but immediately reconsidered. He realized that every time the captain tried to assert authority, everyone ignored him. Catching on, he promptly withdrew his message, earning Lola's approval. Nice reflexes on the retraction, little brother, Xinghe remarked. An interesting newcomer, Clown commented. Big sis likes him, Nightfire added. Tide Ghost responded in confusion. Fang Ming was both surprised and delighted, not expecting the silent squad members to be paying attention. What he didn't know was that the squad had already planned to gather soon, not just to meet the newcomer, but also to rotate assignments and discuss other matters. Captain Lu Chongkong had coordinated the schedule with everyone beforehand, and since most members were in the city tonight, they were naturally watching the group chat closely. The next morning, after finishing his breakfast, Fang Ming headed straight to room 11 of the forging hall. Pushing the door open, he saw the blacksmith swinging his hammer, fully focused on striking a piece of metal. Each strike resonated with a clear, melodic sound akin to a dragon's roar. Faint blue dragon-shaped shadows occasionally flickered around the hammer and the metal, showcasing the profound intricacies of the Xinglong forging technique. After confirming that everything was in order, Fang Ming quietly left. At 8:50 a.m., a taxi pulled up in front of the Binhai Tower. Fang Ming, dressed in a sleek black combat uniform, stepped out of the vehicle. For this first meeting, he had deliberately chosen formal attire. Looking up, he was greeted by the sight of the towering skyscraper, its sharp silhouette piercing the clouds. Standing at an imposing 39 stories tall, the building was an awe-inspiring sight. However, this was no ordinary tower. Approved by the Binhai City Housing and Urban Development Bureau, each floor was nearly double the height of a standard office building, bringing the total height close to 300 meters. As a government-owned property, the tower had extremely stringent entry requirements. Without substantial financial resources or significant social standing, renting an office here was nothing short of a pipe dream. Fang Ming vaguely recalled that the headquarters of Lingmao Mall was also located on one of the upper floors of this building. He double-checked the address from the WeChat group announcement. Floors 37, 38, and 39 of Binhai Tower, the headquarters of the Extraordinary Task Force. As he was about to step into the lobby on the first floor, two men stopped him. Sir, please scan your identification here. It was evident that this young man was visiting for the first time. Following their instructions, Fang Ming scanned the identity QR code of the Extraordinary Task Force at the scanner. Beep! With a soft sound, the scanner flashed green, and a robotic voice announced, "S-level access granted." The glass door slid open in response. The two security personnel were stunned. Although the sound was faint, it was loud enough for them, standing nearby, to hear it clearly. A young man in his early 20s, even dressed in an expensive combat uniform, didn't seem particularly remarkable. In their experience, most visitors were company employees or low-ranking beast tamers, typically holding level access, allowing them to access only the lower 20 floors. Level access was already rare, permitting entry above the 20th floor. A level access, which allowed access to floors above 30, was even more uncommon. As for level access, it was virtually unheard of. As ordinary one-star beast tamer security guards, they had no idea what lay on the top floors. Hearing the notification, Fang Ming realized that this must indeed be a very high-level access after all. The Extraordinary Task Force was the strongest fighting force in Binhai City. He casually opened his phone and set it to silent mode to avoid drawing attention during future entries. Under the awed gazes of the two security guards, Fang Ming walked into the lobby and selected the nearest elevator. As the elevator doors slowly closed, he pressed the button for the 37th floor, only to find that it remained dim and unresponsive. Just as he was puzzling over this, a jade-like hand stopped the metal doors from closing. "Excuse me, I'm in a hurry to get in." A clear, crisp female voice rang out at the elevator entrance. Fang Ming turned his head, startled. That voice sounded all too familiar. Fang Ming. The girl stepped into the elevator and immediately recognized the young man in front of her. Clad in a sleek black combat suit, expertly tailored and fitting perfectly, he caught Yi Shuangling's attention for a moment longer than she intended. The mysterious studio's coastal agent, the young beast tamer, the sharp-witted shop owner. These identities flashed through her mind, overlapping with the figure before her, sparking even more curiosity. Yi. Fang Ming stammered, struggling to recall her full name. He could only remember her surname. Yi Shuangling. Her tone turned icy in an instant, and she narrowed her eyes slightly, forming a dangerous curve. "Just a few days without seeing me, and you only remember my surname? Impressive, really impressive." Already in a sour mood due to issues with her contracted beast, running into this guy only made things worse. Yi Shuangling thought to herself, "I had such a deep impression of you, and even a bit of goodwill. What a waste." "Yeah, what a coincidence." She forced a smile through gritted teeth. "Where's shopkeeper Fang headed? Why aren't you pressing the elevator button?" Fang Ming could tell she was upset, but her natural beauty and innate elegance made even her irritation look charming. With the experience of 2 lifetimes and extraordinary strength, his mindset had long matured. To him, Yi Xuangling was just a young girl, and he suddenly felt like teasing her. "Oh, how do you know I'm a shopkeeper?" Fang Ming feigned surprise. "But really, don't shout things like that next time. It's kind of embarrassing." "Huh? Why is it embarrassing?" Yi Xuangling was momentarily confused. Fang Ming leaned in slightly and lowered his voice. "You see, my shop is in Lingmao Mall. You know about it, right? That new low-end platform that keeps poaching others' business." Yi Xuangling broke into a smile, one so dazzling it looked like she might draw her sword at any moment. She had seen through Fang Ming's playful teasing. "That's right, our platform specializes in picking up trash," she retorted, emphasizing the word trash with a sharp bite. "By the way, shopkeeper Fang, why haven't you pressed the button yet? Planning to visit our mall's headquarters?" As she spoke, she verified her fingerprint at the sensor and pressed the button for the 33rd floor, casting a provocative glance at Fang Ming. Lingmao Mall, a prominent local company in the coastal city, was sizable. Thanks to the Yi family's influence, it had secured the rare A-level access rights to establish its headquarters on the 33rd floor of the Binhai Tower. Normally, Yi Xuangling wouldn't boast about it, but today she couldn't help but look forward to seeing what would happen. She doubted Fang Ming could go any higher than her. Judging by his demeanor, it was likely his first time here, and he probably hadn't even encountered advanced elevators requiring verification before. "Let's see you act smug now. Look down on Lingmao, will you?" Humph. Fang Ming immediately understood her intention. Indeed, he had only ever used ordinary elevators where you simply pressed the floor number. This kind that required verification was new to him. Pulling out his phone, he scanned his extraordinary squad identity QR code at the sensor. He chose silent mode, so there was no sound, only a flash of green light indicating successful verification. "You really have access? I thought you might have sneaked in." Yi Xuangling was surprised. "Which floor are you heading to? Hurry up and press it, or the elevator's going up without you." Yi Xuangling spoke with deliberate sarcasm, seeking to retaliate against Fang Ming. Her sharp gaze was as piercing as a blade. Though her mind remained exceptionally clear, she had pinpointed the location of the Demon Slayer studio. It was right here, within this coastal skyscraper. The mysterious evolver behind Fang Ming, or perhaps the entire team, had to be hiding here. As a covert extension of Kyoto's influence in this region, they would undoubtedly adopt a low-profile approach. They would steer clear of the A-level restricted floors, and even avoid the B-level ones. Most likely, they were concealed in the ordinary areas below the 20th floor. Inside the elevator, Yi Xuangling's slender fingers pressed the button for the 33rd floor, and the car ascended smoothly. She discreetly observed Fang Ming, only to notice that he never pressed any floor button. Fang Ming had his calculations. His store was still thriving on the platform, offering him decent perks. Earlier, his offhand joke had clearly irritated her, so now was not the time to act tough. If she thought he lacked access, pressing the button for the 37th floor might scare her to death. Better to go with the flow and let this young lady feel victorious for once. He scratched his head on purpose, feigning an innocent demeanor, his eyes filled with apparent curiosity about the 33rd floor. This little act, however, failed to amuse Yi Xuangling. Instead, her expression grew increasingly peculiar. As a shrewd woman, she could see through his pretense but couldn't fathom where he got the confidence to put on such an act. The elevator soon reached the 33rd floor. "Care to come in for a visit?" Yi Xuangling asked with a haughty smile on her lips. "No, I have other things to do," Fang Ming replied, his tone suddenly turning cold. The playful man who had teased her moments ago seemed to vanish entirely. The joke had been a fleeting whim. At his core, he remained indifferent to strangers. It was like the old saying, flip the script the moment the game was over. This brief elevator ride had been more than enough time for him to shift gears. Yi Xuangling froze, sensing that Fang Ming now regarded her as if she were invisible. It was an utter dismissal, starkly contrasting with the man who had been laughing and chatting just seconds ago. She bit her lip in frustration, silently cursing him. Scumbag. This man was clearly adept at toying with emotions, alternating between warmth and coldness, a master manipulator of the heart. But Yi Xuangling was no naive girl easily swayed by such tactics. Fang Ming, oblivious to the misunderstanding brewing in her mind, unknowingly left an impression of calculated callousness. Yet her assumption wasn't entirely baseless. His abrupt shift from curiosity to aloofness, coupled with his striking appearance, fit the textbook definition of a player. Yi Xuangling, seasoned as she was, had never encountered someone who could execute this game so naturally. Her thoughts raced. No wonder this seemingly insignificant figure had access to the studio's headquarters. By all accounts, someone of his stature should only be a puppet, riding on Jiang Xieying's coattails to gain favor with the powers behind the scenes. He shouldn't have had any authority over the studio's core operations, let alone unrestricted access to its main base, a move that would only increase the risk of exposure. And yet, here he was, able to secure a perfect 3-star product placement in the Lingmao Mall and casually enter the studio's headquarters in the coastal skyscraper. The puzzle that had once seemed unsolvable now clicked into place. There had to be a powerful woman in the studio who had fallen for him. This freeloader of a pretty boy? Yi Shuangling, confident in her deductions, felt she had seamlessly connected the dots. Unfortunately, her version of the truth couldn't have been further from reality. Poor Fang Ming, unwittingly burdened with the label of a shameless gigolo. The metallic door slid shut as Yi Shuangling stood motionless at the 33rd floor elevator lobby. She was determined to find out which floor this so-called scumbag would head to next. Although people might come and go in the elevator, it was generally predictable. Yi Shuangling stood in front of the elevator doors, her eyes fixed on the floor display screen, fingers subconsciously tapping against the marble wall. Miss. The meeting later, her assistant, Yin Xiaoyan, called out from behind. Later, Yi Shuangling raised a hand to cut her off, her gaze never leaving the rapidly changing numbers. 34th floor, 35th floor. The numbers continued to climb, and Yi Shuangling's frown deepened. Fang Ming, that idiot, why was he going up? Unless he got in and didn't press a button in time, letting someone from an upper floor take over. Acting so secretive. Afraid he'll find out where your studio is? Is that necessary? She muttered through gritted teeth. Normally, she wouldn't lose her composure like this, but the recent string of troubles was too overwhelming. Family pressure, issues with the mall, the stalling evolution of her contracted beast. Each problem felt like a boulder weighing down on her chest. 36th floor, 37th floor. The numbers finally stopped. Yi Shuangling's pupils contracted sharply. The extraordinary squad's base? As a frequent visitor to Binhai Tower, she knew all too well that the 37th floor was a highly restricted area requiring level clearance. Could Fang Ming have encountered a member of the squad? Better if that fool messed up and got slapped to death by someone, she scoffed coldly, her eyes glued to the display. 5 minutes passed, and the elevator didn't move an inch. Miss, the meeting is waiting for you. Yin Xiaoyan softly reminded her. Shut up. Another 5 minutes passed. Yi Shuangling's fingers had already left a shallow dent in the wall from her tapping. This didn't make sense. Fang Ming was definitely in the elevator, so why had it been stuck on the 37th floor for so long? Even though the morning rush was over and the other elevators in the building were sufficient, there was no way Fang Ming had access to the 37th floor. A bold thought flashed through her mind. He must still be in the elevator. Yi Shuangling abruptly pressed the elevator button. The numbers quickly descended from 37 to 33. The metal doors slid open, slowly revealing nothing but an empty space. Why? Yi Shuangling murmured. Why is he gone? Meanwhile, Fang Ming, having completed the integration of his mech's faceplate and donned a ghostly mask, was striding steadily down the dim, spacious corridor of the 37th floor, heading toward its distant end. The massive black metal door, shimmering faintly, slid open soundlessly as the scanner activated. Fang Ming stood at the entrance, took a deep breath, and stepped into the vast room before him. To his surprise, there was no oppressive aura or intimidating display, only a few curious glances cast in his direction. Scanning the room, he noted that there were 6 others present besides himself. Based on the expected number, 2 more had yet to arrive. As he took in his surroundings, he suddenly felt a gentle tug on the hem of his combat uniform. Are you the ghost-masked big brother? Looking down, he saw a little girl barely reaching his chest, gazing up at him. She was barefoot, her chubby face dotted with crumbs from some pastry. She wore a yellow-green gradient ruffled dress, her Klein blue bobbed hair falling neatly to her shoulders. On either side of her head, she sported crystal-like horn decorations. One of her hands clutched an exquisite pastry she had taken from a nearby shelf, while her other milk-stained hand was tugging at Fang Ming's freshly issued combat uniform. Fang Ming glanced at his now-stained uniform and sighed inwardly. For a moment, he seemed to forget that everyone here was extraordinary in some way. He instinctively said, "Little one, where are your parents? Walking around barefoot like this might make you catch a cold." As he spoke, he reached out and gently ruffled the girl's fluffy short hair. Gulp! The sound of collective swallowing echoed around the room. At the circular table ahead, a middle-aged man with an eye patch suddenly gripped the handles of the 2 blue-bladed swords strapped to his back. The air grew tense and heavy. "Big brother, do you want to share this cake with Xinghe? You can't get this kind of treat outside." The little girl's innocent voice broke the tension. The others visibly relaxed, with the one-eyed man releasing his swords and wiping away non-existent sweat. Suddenly, a strange, enchanting laugh like the tinkling of silver bells echoed throughout the room. Fang Ming turned toward the sound, but saw no one. In the next instant, he felt a soft breath against his ear. His entire body tensed, pupils dilating, every hair standing on end. A delicate finger traced lightly along his neck, gentle, yet carrying the unspoken threat of imminent danger. Though his instincts told him there was no real harm, Fang Ming fought to suppress his fear as he tried to turn around. Just as he was about to move, the presence behind him vanished. His vision blurred momentarily, and when he refocused, a slender figure was already perched casually on the edge of the circular table in front of him. It was a figure almost beyond description, a square-jawed face wearing black-framed glasses, a neatly trimmed light stubble, yet dressed in a custom-made pink girl's dress, complete with white stockings and towering heels. The stark contrast between the slender build and the mature, masculine face was jarring. In an instant, Fang Ming realized who this was. This was the so-called, peculiarly good-tempered, perverted lowly everyone in the group Chad had mentioned. He had learned a bit about his teammates during their online conversations, but he had never imagined that the infamous lowly would look like this. Everything about their soft voice, petite frame, and attire clashed violently with the middle-aged uncle's face beneath it all. The sheer incongruity of the image left Fang Ming feeling a mixture of discomfort and aversion. "Handsome boy, you've got some guts," the lowly said, elegantly crossing their legs and fixing their gaze on Fang Ming. "Not just anyone can touch Xing's head, you know. Even the captain wouldn't dare." Fang Ming suppressed his discomfort, awkwardly scratching his head. What was that about not touching her head? Well, it was already done, and nothing seemed to have happened. Besides, Xing had even invited him to have some pastries, didn't she? Clearly, this weirdo was just bluffing. Despite his inner grumbles, Fang Ming still felt a lingering unease towards the eerie figure who had managed to silently approach him from behind. He glanced around the room. Apart from Xinghe and the young girl, there were 3 men and 1 woman. Among them, a young man around Fang Ming's age was giving him a gloomy stare. The others remained silent, but offered him polite, friendly smiles. Fang Ming nodded back courteously and quietly stepped to the side. At that moment, the metallic door suddenly burst open with a thunderous sound. Amidst a hearty, boisterous laugh, a towering figure strode confidently out of the darkness. Each step seemed powerful enough to shake the ground, and his entire presence exuded a ferocious, beast-like intensity. The sheer force of his aura was so overwhelming that even a super beast might seem like a mere monkey at his mercy. Fang Ming frowned slightly, taking deep breaths to adjust to the oppressive atmosphere. So this is the legendary werewolf? Impressive, he thought to himself, marveling at the sheer dominance radiating from the figure. This aura far surpassed that of the earlier weirdo, bold, commanding, and undeniably heroic. He looked every bit like an unparalleled warrior. However, as the werewolf scanned the room, he noticed that everyone seemed preoccupied, paying him no attention. A hint of disappointment flickered across his face. But when he spotted a boy wearing a ghostly mask watching him with awe, his spirits instantly lifted. With a sudden leap into the air, he executed an extravagant mid-air spin and landed firmly in a dramatic stance, spreading his arms wide as he loudly declared, "You're Wolf King." Unmatched and wild. Fang Ming. Well, there goes the image. He could barely resist the urge to find a hole for this Wolf King to crawl into. Supernatural? Mysterious expert? A guardian dedicating his life to the city? With this level of theatrics? Fang Ming glanced around between the underage girl, the cross-dressing guy, and this overly dramatic werewolf. Thankfully, the others seemed somewhat normal. "Little wolf, you're here, hee hee." Xing had chirped in her sweet, childlike voice, munching on a piece of crystal green pastry. The werewolf, thrilled to finally get some acknowledgement, was about to stride over for a chat when Xing's sudden cold tone froze him in his tracks. "Stop." Xing's chubby little hand pointed directly at him. The werewolf instantly looked flustered. "Sister Xinghe, it's Mayor Werewolf, big brother." Expressionless, Xinghe licked the cream off her fingers and said flatly, "But little wolf, you were late today, by 1 minute." The werewolf's words faltered, his eyes wide with panic as he frantically leapt backward. Fang Ming was baffled, but then he noticed a golden hexagram array materializing beside Xinghe. His gaze sharpened. Level 5 spatial magic. Judging by the intensity of the golden glow, it was nearing level 6. This seemingly innocent little girl was actually a level 5 beast summoner. Buzz. The air trembled, and a massive silver axe materialized out of nowhere, its handle plunging straight into the ground. Fang Ming stared in shock at the colossal weapon, larger than a small car, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. What shocked him even more was the appearance of the axe's wielder Xinghe. Her petite frame stood in stark contrast to the gigantic weapon. Her chubby little hands couldn't completely grip the thick handle, yet an invisible force seemed to bind the weapon firmly to her palms. A terrifying aura erupted from Xinghe, spiraling skyward like a tornado. Her skirt fluttered violently in the turbulent air, her silver eyes gleamed with an intimidating light, and her shoulder-length blue hair whipped wildly around her. Her bare feet seemed to be the source of her power, and the specially reinforced ground within a 3-meter radius cracked like a spiderweb. The werewolf had nowhere left to retreat, his back pressed tightly against a metal door. Hastily, he summoned a golden hexagram magic circle, preparing to call forth his contract beast within this level 4 spatial zone. However, Xing's figure vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Fang Ming's vision blurred as he strained to locate Xinghe, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't track her. Suddenly, a streak of silver light descended from above, like a cascade of stars pouring from the night sky. The massive axe, imbued with terrifying power, came crashing down. Space itself seemed to freeze in that moment. The werewolf's summoning circle shattered instantly, his attempt completely thwarted. Just as Fang Ming thought he was about to witness a massacre, the one-eyed man seated at the far end of the round table moved. With a resigned shake of his head, he stood and unsheathed two aqua-blue blades from his back. Before Fang Ming's eyes could even adjust, the man was already beneath the axe's blade. With a simple yet unyielding stance, he raised his twin swords to block the strike. In the instant the weapons collided, the blades sank slightly under the pressure, but flawlessly dispersed all the force. With a resounding clang, the massive axe halted midair, as if suspended in a vacuum. No energy leaked, no air stirred. All right, Xinghe, were you really planning to kill the little wolf? The man's tone was calm, tinged with a hint of reproach. At his words, Xinghe immediately withdrew the giant axe, her imposing aura dissipating completely. Her silver eyes reverted to a harmless black, and she instantly returned to her innocent demeanor. Captain, why are you scolding Xinghe? Xinghe was just trying to scare the little wolf, not actually kill him, she said pitifully before throwing herself into the arms of a quiet woman nearby. Sister Yawa, Xinghe feels so wronged. The little wolf messed up my hair, and now the captain is scolding me. Wah, she wailed as the woman gently patted her back, her gaze full of reproach directed at both the werewolf and the captain. The werewolf, once so arrogant, now cowered in the corner like a frightened husky. Upon hearing Xinghe claim she wasn't actually going to kill him, he shuddered, his face a mix of fear and confusion, especially at the accusation of messing up her hair. He was utterly bewildered. He wouldn't dare touch Xing's hair, not in a million years. Sure, he had a wild streak, but he wasn't suicidal. Fang Ming stood to the side, a stiff smile plastered on his face, his back drenched in cold sweat. He finally understood why everyone said, "Never touch Xing's hair." It wasn't a joke. As for why the werewolf had been blamed for it, perhaps it was because Fang Ming himself was too handsome, or maybe he was receiving some leniency as the newcomer. What left Fang Ming most awestruck, however, was the captain, Chao Gui, and his seemingly effortless block. Beneath that calm and unassuming movement lay an extraordinary mastery of speed, strength, and control, completely neutralizing the terrifying force of the strike. Without that intervention, the entire room would likely have been reduced to rubble. Xinghe, little sister, you shouldn't bully the puppy all the time. A sweet, childlike voice suddenly chimed in, incongruously coming from a square-jawed face. It's rare to have someone lively around. Don't make things boring. Okay, Lolita. Xinghe replied obediently, her soft, childish tone filled with deference to the speaker. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause abruptly interrupted the scene. Chao Gui sheathed his twin blades and returned to the head of the round table, motioning for everyone to gather. All right, everyone's here. Take a seat, it'll keep this brief. The atmosphere at the roundtable meeting was beyond Fang Ming's expectations. Those aggressive keyboard warriors who had been so loud online now sat quietly around the table, as if summoned by Chao Gui, each behaving with an unusual sense of order. Fang Ming's gaze fell to the seat at the far end of the tablia, particularly conspicuous chair reserved for him. Its high back was intricately carved with the character 9, and below it, the words Ghost Mask stood out prominently. With two rhythmic claps from Chao Gui, the room was instantly plunged into darkness. Only a circular array of spotlights above illuminated the figures around the round table, creating a stark contrast between light and shadow. The sudden shift in atmosphere made Fang Ming instinctively straighten his back. Hey! The werewolf to his left nudged Fang Ming with an elbow and leaned in to whisper, "Pretty classy, huh?" Feeling that strong sense of belonging yet, Fang Ming nodded solemnly in response, which only made the werewolf more excited. Bro, I felt the same way my first time at one of these gatherings. But now I've grown up. This kind of gimmick meant to fool rookies doesn't even faze me anymore. Fang Ming silently grumbled to himself. Why does that sound so smug? Like I'm some gullible kid falling for a cheap trick. At that moment, a separate crimson light enveloped the head of the table, highlighting Chao Gui's figure with an air of solemnity. Ladies and gentlemen, Chao Gui announced, the most elite and mysterious roundtable meeting in Binhai City officially begins. This overly dramatic opening line instantly shattered Fang Ming's fleeting immersion in the scene. Little did he know, this was a deliberate touch by Chao Gui, tailored for newcomers after all. Most rookies joining the extraordinary squad were idealistic and passionate youths. Who could have guessed that Fang Ming was a seasoned veteran, armed with memories of a past life, with a combined age of over 40 and a mind as sharp as a scalpel? Ironically, the werewolf himself had once been a prime example of so overwhelmed by the theatrics and dialogue during his first meeting that he transformed on the spot in a burst of excitement. Chao Gui scanned the room, his gaze finally landing on Fang Ming. Seated in position number 9 is our new member, Ghost Mask, a 3-star beast tamer with a combat power of 160. As a bounty hunter, he has taken down 5 3-star beast tamers and 3 2-star beast tamers. This record drew the attention of everyone present. Although they had already heard rumors online, hearing the number stated aloud was still astonishing. To become extraordinary was already a rarity, and reaching 5-star status marked someone as a true powerhouse. But to achieve a combat power of 160 at the 3-star level? That defied common sense. It meant his strength had already been recognized by the association as surpassing the weakest extraordinary individuals, who barely reached a combat power of 150. The gap between 3-star and 4-star was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Such strength could be described as a mortal capable of slaying gods. In the current highest-level competition below the extraordinary, the Golden League participants included top graduates from beast taming universities across cities, eligible independent teams, and the elite heirs of major families and corporations. On this stage, teeming with talent, the most dazzling top-tier competitors were hailed as supernovas. To become a supernova, one must achieve a combat power of 110, a threshold that deters many geniuses. Even Zhou Xiaojia, the Onsenatacade prodigy of Binhai City's Beastmaster University, only reached a combat power of 105. That seemingly small gap of 5 points becomes an insurmountable chasm at higher levels of combat power, leaving Zhou Xiaojia far from meeting the supernova standard. This is precisely why Fang Ming's astonishing combat power of 160 is so remarkable. He possesses ghostly thunder, dual special types, the ability to enhance his physical attributes twice over, and even the power to devour and fuse opposing attributes, essentially a character that feels like a bug in a game. His strength alone was enough to make Xinghe refrain from retaliating when he ruffled her hair, not simply because of his handsome face that might have endeared him to the young girl, but because his power commanded such respect and awe. Qiao Gui turned to Fang Ming, his gaze soft as he spoke. Ghostface, most of our team members don't hide their identities. Their real names are recorded in the team information. Once you join, they'll be able to access the hidden parts of your hunter data, but your true identity remains unknown to me. Fang Ming nodded, fully understanding Qiao Gui's intent. On one hand, he was explaining how he knew Fang Ming's combat power and kill stats. On the other, he was subtly probing about his real identity. Everyone present waited quietly for his response. After all, for someone as young as him to keep his identity concealed under such circumstances seemed increasingly inappropriate. However, Fang Ming only paused for a moment and thought before responding with a faint smile. He had already considered this question. Initially, he worried that his identity might be synced and accessible like it was at Beastmaster University, but it appeared that wasn't the case here. With that in mind, he decided to maintain his aura of mystery. As someone accustomed to thinking like a scholar, he always prepared for the worst-case scenario. After all, everyone here had the capability to kill him. In the absence of deeper understanding of the group, caution was the wisest choice. Qiao Gui observed Fang Ming's reaction, a smile playing on his lips. From the moment Fang Ming entered, Qiao Gui had been closely watching the young prodigy. Even the seemingly casual act of ruffling Xing's hair appeared, in Qiao Gui's eyes, to be a calculated move to test the team's reactions. If Fang Ming knew the captain had interpreted it that way, he might have offered a wry smile and explained that he hadn't thought that deeply about it, had simply assumed someone had brought their child along. Despite many extraordinary individuals revealing their identities, this young man chose to remain silent. He carried pride, but it was buried deep within him. He had passion, but it was tempered by reason. Such a temperament reminded Qiao Gui of a spirited youth from years past. Xiaoqi. Subconsciously, Qiao Gui touched the black cloth covering his lost left eye, feeling a faint ache in a long-buried memory. With a flick of his wrist, Qiao Gui produced a neatly folded set of clothing and slid it across the massive round table, stopping perfectly in front of Fang Ming. The Abyss Cloak and Sun Moon set are your team uniform. Keep them safe, he said calmly. Fang Ming accepted the jet black cloak and form-fitting attire, immediately noticing the unique, unfamiliar texture of the material. The chest bore the team's distinctive Sun Moon emblem, a blood-red blade piercing through the sun and moon, symbolizing their mission to protect regardless of day or night. You're not required to wear it regularly, but this is the latest beast tech innovation from the Alliance, Qiao Gui added. Compared to the combat suit you're wearing now, this is on a completely different level. Special occasions? Fang Ming asked, curious. A flicker of meaning passed through Qiao Gui's deep gaze. You'll understand in time. He then turned to the group. The most important thing in a team is unity and trust. Before our new member makes his oath, let's take a moment to introduce ourselves. He'll go first. Tide Ghost, the leader of the Extraordinary Squad 1. This name slowly unfolded in Fang Ming's mind. Lu Chongkong, 33 years old, a 5-star beastmaster and the squad captain. His contracted beast was the Eye of Range, and his weapons were a pair of 5-star tide blades. The Eye of Range. Fang Ming's pupils constricted, and his heart skipped a beat. This was a top-tier space attribute beast. He instinctively glanced at Tide Ghost's eyes, but only saw a pair of ordinary black pupils. However, in that brief moment of eye contact, Fang Ming felt a peculiar sense of distance, as if the space between them was stretching endlessly. The strange sensation only faded after he shifted his gaze away. As a newcomer, Fang Ming restrained the urge to activate his starry eye. Not only was the other party powerful, but he was also Fang Ming's captain. Recklessly probing him would clearly be impolite. Moreover, the activation of the starry eye wasn't without traces, especially when directly observing others it would be easily noticed. His gaze shifted to the two water-blue long blades behind Tide Ghost. These were the legendary spiritual weapons forged with the Tide forging technique, one of the 7 great forging arts. 2 5-star weapons, their value was immeasurable. Next, the other team members began introducing themselves. Lowly, Position 3, real name Lolita, a 27-year-old 5-star beastmaster specializing in defense. Her contracted beasts were the Pink Inyang Tower and the Hardened Beast. Xinghe, Position 4, real name Gmo Rushin, also 27, another 5-star beastmaster specializing in attack. She wielded the Galaxy Great Axe and the Mused Spirit Cloud. Nightfire and Judge introduced themselves in turn, followed by Werewolf, the Position 7 member, a 4-star beastmaster specializing in roaming. As for Position 8, Sand Sculpture, he only said, "Check my WeChat profile." Fang Ming quickly processed the information. Among the 9-member squad, there were 5 5-star beastmasters in astonishingly powerful lineup. Although the vice captain, Clown, was absent, the gathered team members alone painted an impressive picture. At this moment, all eyes turned to Fang Ming. Without hesitation, he introduced himself. Ghostface, Position 9 of the Extraordinary Squad, 20 years old, 3-star beastmaster, currently an intern. He briefly explained that he was a student at Binhai City Beastmaster University, someone who spoke little and disliked socializing. He also openly disclosed his 2 contracted beasts, Ghostface Mecha and Electric Reed. In front of these elites, hiding anything would only seem ridiculous. They weren't on the same level as Tang, Yi or Yuan Kijivan time. They would surely notice the unique traits of his mecha possession and electric awakening. Excessive secrecy would not only come off as arrogant, but also hinder teamwork. Caution was important, but it shouldn't cross into extremity. A glimmer of sharpness flashed through Tide Ghost's single eye. Old Joe's prophecy had come true. A mecha beast, an exceptionally rare beast capable of battling across star levels. And it was a completely unprecedented type. As for the electric reed, though unfamiliar by name, it seemed to match the lightning vine-like creature he had seen before. 2 unique beasts. No wonder this young man possessed such combat potential. The combination of ghost and electricity, with their opposing attributes, only made it more intriguing. The other squad members looked at Fang Ming with curiosity, anticipation, and even a hint of admiration. This young talent with boundless potential was undoubtedly a genius belonging to Binhai. Ghostface, Tide Ghost said in a deep voice, "Leave your vow." Lu Changkong's deep voice resonated through the roundtable meeting room. This was the final step to join the extraordinary team, and also the most important ceremony. "We will stand with you." Before the words had fully settled, all the team members, except Fang Ming, rose in unison. Their black cloaks unfurled behind them, and the sun and moon insignias on their chests shimmered faintly. Fang Ming froze for a moment, then quickly stood as well. All eyes were fixed solemnly on Lu Changkong. In perfect harmony, they placed their right hands over their left chests, palms pressing firmly against the sun and moon insignias. Determination gleamed in Lu Changkong's single eye as he spoke. "Beneath our palms, within the insignia of the sun and moon, lies the sword that pierces through them both, symbolizing our beating hearts. For the protection of the ordinary, we fight. For the lands of humanity, we are willing to die." The unified oath echoed throughout the meeting room, its resonance lingering long after the words were spoken. Fang Ming had recited this simple pledge on his first day at Binhai City's Beast Taming University. But now, after experiencing life and death, standing at this round table under the interplay of light and shadow, the words carried a weight he had never felt before. These upright figures were the strongest force in Binhai, the city's indomitable wall, guarding the people within. The oath concluded, and everyone took their seats. However, the solemn atmosphere was soon shattered. "Ouch!" The petite girl tugged at the cloak around her neck. "Captain, this strap is so tight it's choking my swan-like neck." The judge sighed. "Guys, try not to die too soon, or we'll have to go through this whole ceremony again with the next recruit." "Hey, Wolf," Xinghe chuckled. "Did you put your uniform on backward? Why is your zipper at the back?" Fang Ming stared in disbelief at the sudden shift in tone. Just moments ago, he had been immersed in the gravity of the moment, and now these people were casually bickering. Lu Changkong, unfazed, turned to the petite girl seated in position 3. "How's the progress on Dimension 071's mission? Can you and Judge handle it?" "Ugh, it's that stiff, boring guy again. So dull." She rolled her eyes dramatically and lightly tapped Lu Changkong's hand with her slender finger. Despite heavy losses, it went smoothly enough. "Is our dear captain worried about little old me?" Cold sweat immediately broke out on Lu Changkong's forehead. "A ghost face, why don't you and Loli go familiarize yourselves with the base?" "Oh, the adorable new recruit sitting across from us. Loli would be delighted. Quickly changing the subject, Lu Chongkong addressed the group. Everyone knows the rotation plan, so I won't repeat it. With Ghostface joining, we'll need to adjust roles. He turned to Fang Ming. The city enforcement team in Binhai is now under your command. Do your best. Huh? Fang Ming looked utterly confused. What do you mean, under my command? It's decided, Lu Chongkong declared hastily, as if afraid Fang Ming might resist. Ghostface is still in school and won't participate in regular rotations. Until graduation, he'll remain on secondary response duty. Meeting adjourned. If there's anything else, they'll discuss it individually. The group exchanged sympathetic glances at Fang Ming. Assigning Loli to help him get familiar with the base? That was bound to be trouble. Yet Fang Ming remained blissfully unaware, his expression innocent. All right, thank you, Captain. The massive room returned to its lively chatter. Fang Ming followed closely behind Luo Li, stepping through another door into a brightly lit corridor. A giant floor-to-ceiling window came into view, offering a breathtaking panorama of the coastal city's nightscape. Standing at this unprecedented height, Fang Ming gazed out at the city he had lived in for 20 years. The crisscrossing streets resembled a galaxy of stars, dotted with countless lights from homes and buildings. Skyscrapers stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a dense, glittering skyline. His gaze gradually shifted upward, beyond the dazzling lights, toward the vast darkness in the distance, the uncharted wilderness, inaccessible to ordinary people. It's dark, isn't it? Luo Li's voice came softly from beside him. At some point, she had moved to stand next to him, her eyes fixed on the same patch of darkness. You're quite remarkable, Ghostface, she murmured. Fang Ming turned to her, puzzled. Luo Li chuckled lightly, her tone calm and steady. Facing the darkness, yet keeping light in your heart. With that, she turned and walked away. Fang Ming quickly followed, mulling over her words as they walked. This person, with her peculiar demeanor and speech, seemed far more profound than she appeared on the surface. Luo Li led Fang Ming through various luxurious functional areas, a fully equipped cafeteria, a professional-grade training room, an opulent swimming pool, a meticulously maintained garden, an entertainment-packed KTV and bar. Every facility was outfitted with top-tier equipment and staffed by expert maintenance personnel. Why bother going home? Living here would be perfect, Fang Ming muttered to himself in awe. Little Ghostface, Luo Li said, pointing to a room ahead. This is the team's command center. Its authority even outranks the city government by half a level. Fang Ming glanced at the wall covered in surveillance screens and nodded silently. By now, he was gradually getting used to Luo Li's unique style of dress and speech. Passing through a side door in the command center and down another corridor, they arrived at an enormous space comparable to a school gymnasium. Luo Li explained that what appeared to be the 37th, 38th, and 39th floors had actually been combined into a single level, accessible only from the 37th floor. This is a specially designed combat arena, Luo Li explained. Everything here has been reinforced to an extraordinary degree. Without power beyond the extraordinary level, it's impossible to cause any damage. Luo Li walked to the center of the hall, sitting cross-legged on the floor. She patted the spot beside her, motioning for Fang Ming to sit down as well. Little Ghostface, do you have any questions? Fang Ming nodded. What did the captain mean by rotations? And what's the deal with my secondary response level and the enforcement team? You're quite impatient, aren't you? Luo Li teased, covering her mouth with a laugh. Asking so many questions at once, how is anyone supposed to remember them all? Seeing Fang Ming's embarrassed smile, Luo Li dropped the playful tone and spoke seriously. Every city's extraordinary team is tasked with protecting the city. But as extraordinary individuals, we all need to grow stronger, and we have many responsibilities. It's impossible for us to stay in the city at all times. The rotation system is an inevitable choice for the Binhai Extraordinary Squad. Fang Ming stood in the meeting room, listening intently as Lori explained the specifics of the three-tier response system. His brows furrowed slightly as he seemed deep in thought. We operate under a three-tier response system, Lori began, holding up 3 fingers. Apart from the captain and vice-captain, the other 7 members are divided into 3 response levels. She lowered 1 finger. The first-tier response involves 2 members, who are responsible for staying at the base. They are not allowed to enter any dimensional rifts and must maintain 24-hour communication accessibility while assisting the city's law enforcement in handling various issues. She lowered another finger. The second-tier response also involves 2 members, whose activity range is limited to the ring-shaped area formed by Binhai and the 3 surrounding cities. They are required to conduct regular patrols in the wilderness around the city to prevent abnormal gatherings of wild beasts. When entering low-level dimensional rifts, they must carry a one-time use interdimensional communication artifact. She added, although these artifacts are expensive, our warehouse has sufficient reserves, and you can pick one up anytime. Finally, she lowered the last finger. The third-tier response members have relatively more freedom and face almost no restrictions. However, her tone turned serious. If they wish to stay long-term in same level or higher level dimensional rifts, They must report to the base and carry an interdimensional communication artifact. After all, she locked eyes with Fang Ming. Protecting the city is our squad's top priority. When needed, you must return immediately. Fang Ming nodded earnestly, showing his approval of the system. The three-tier response rotates every 6 months, Lori continued. I was previously in the 3rd tier and am now in the 1st tier. As for you, she glanced at Fang Ming. The captain has specifically arranged for you to remain in the 2nd tier permanently, without participating in the rotation for now. Fang Ming expressed his understanding. As a student, he rarely left Binhai, let alone ventured into dimensional rifts. To be honest, his understanding of dimensional rifts was still vague. Only knew that Binhai City's Beast Taming University had a beginner-level dimensional rift called the Starry Secret Realm. This arrangement wouldn't affect his studies and would free up a 2nd-tier responder, making it the most suitable plan. As for the law enforcement team, Lori suddenly gave a mischievous smile. That's a bit of a Hedekino one wants that job. Seeing Fang Ming's puzzled expression, she explained, although the extraordinary squad operates relatively independently, we are still under the jurisdiction of the Beast Tamer Association. You are now a senior member of the Binhai City Beast Tamer Association and also the primary person responsible for the law enforcement team. The tasks they can't handle will require you to coordinate with the 1st-tier responders. All sorts of operations, personnel matters, and logistics will need your approval. She sighed. Even in the 3rd-tier response, this responsibility could prevent you from focusing on dimensional rifts or leaving Binhai. This role used to belong to Xiao Qi. After his death, it was temporarily handled by the Tide Ghost, but now it's being passed to you, the young and energetic newcomer. You should visit the law enforcement team's office on the 31st floor someday. Got it, Fang Ming replied briefly. Any other questions? Fang Ming immediately fired off a series of questions. Why does the captain have only one eye? One was taken. Why is that guy called Shidayo so cold? He hates the Tide Ghost. Why? Because the captain raised him. And he still hates him? It's complicated. Is Xinghe a child? Older than you? How can you suddenly appear behind me? You'll find out soon. Why was the captain surrounded by red light during the roundtable meeting? The red symbolizes responsibility. You'll understand someday. Why didn't the clown show up? Faced with Fang Ming's relentless questioning, Laura's eyes gradually narrowed. You're asking too many questions. Let's get to the main topic. The main topic? Fang Ming looked confused. The coldness in Laura's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a hint of ambiguous playfulness. She let out a seductive laugh. Hee little ghost face. I've been waiting for this moment. Fang Ming shuddered, every hair on his body standing on end as a chilling sensation surged from the soles of his feet. He leapt backward in terror, retreating step by step until his back hit the wall of the combat hall. His voice trembled as he stammered, "Don't do this. I'll call for help." The young woman rose gracefully, the sharp clicks of her white stiletto heels echoing crisply on the specially designed floor. Tap, tap, tap. Each step seemed to sync with the pounding of Fang Ming's heart. An invisible, powerful aura surrounded her like an unbreakable cocoon. Ghostface, the only reason you're allowed to join us is because of your talent. Her voice suddenly shifted, becoming deep and masculine, laced with a chilling undercurrent of menace. But talent is the hardest thing to live up to. In my eyes, you're nothing more than a lucky waste of space. She continued. Tide Ghost suggested guiding you down the path of body flow, but I think you're completely unworthy. Hearing this, Fang Ming's gaze turned icy and resolute. He straightened his back and replied in a calm tone. Trying to provoke me? It's useless. Whether I'm worthy or not isn't for you to decide. Huh. The young woman suddenly burst into laughter, her demeanor once again turning seductive and teasing. Oh, little brother, you're so fierce I'm saying this for your own good, you know. The body flow path isn't something just anyone can take. If you mess it up, it could cost you your life. The final words exploded in Fang Ming's ears like a lion's roar. The terrifying aura enveloped him entirely, locking him in place. Meanwhile, in another room within the headquarters of the extraordinary squad, 6 team members lounged around. Some leaned against the sofa, others slouched in chairs, their eyes fixed on a massive screen filled with static interference. She hasn't even unleashed her full aura, but it's far more refined than before. Even the Alliance's most advanced surveillance equipment is being disrupted, Nightfire said, his deep, magnetic voice tinged with admiration. Lolita and her dramatic antics, always scaring the rookies. Not as bold and straightforward as me, the Great Wolf, he declared with a smirk. TCH, says the guy who got his but handed to him during rookie training. Sandsculpt replied mockingly. Hey, that was Xiao Qi. Wolf's retort abruptly stopped as he glanced toward Tide Ghost and fell silent. Xiao Qi was a taboo topic for the captain, the only member of the squad to have died in action since Tide Ghost took command of the Coastal City's extraordinary team. Half an hour later, back in the combat hall. Ghostface, I'm disappointed, Lolita said coldly, staring down at Fang Ming, who was kneeling on the ground, utterly drained. He gasped for air, his strength completely depleted. Despite his physical capabilities, he had spent the last 30 minutes within a 3-meter-wide circle, unable to even brush the hem of her pink dress. Come on, little brother, show me that ridiculous talent of yours, she taunted, her voice dripping with disdain. Fang Ming ignored her. He understood this was a test. If he failed, even if he joined the team, he would never earn their respect. Your talent is high, but your combat ability is lacking. The future? Who cares about your future? Fang Ming's limbs felt as heavy as lead. His mind was foggy, his vision blurred, and even his spiritual sea was suppressed by some overwhelming force. Struggling, he lifted his head to see a pair of slender legs clad in white stockings, so close yet impossibly out of reach. This half-hour had shattered everything Fang Ming thought he knew. The task seemed simple, touch Lolita, but her viscous aura had trapped him, rendering him completely immobilized. Under the constraint of the energy field, Fang Ming's movements slowed by half a beat, each action resembling a struggle through quicksand. In this narrow space, even without summoning his beast companion, he still couldn't reach the agile figure of the young girl. Her movements were light and graceful, sometimes drifting like autumn leaves, other times striking like a pouncing leopard. Fang Ming tried various strategies, even feigning exhaustion to launch a sudden attack, but all he earned was her bell-like laughter. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and the girl's figure vanished. That familiar sensation engulfed the meeting room again as a warm breath grazed Fang Ming's ear, and slender fingers slowly traced the line of his neck. Now do you understand why? Little brother, life and death lie at the whim of others. Anger and humiliation surged within Fang Ming. At that moment, the eye from the void within his beast space silently activated, releasing a pale blue radiance. With a thunderous roar, the power of the starry eye surged into Fang Ming's mental sea, shattering the restraints that bound him in an instant. The oppressive energy field dissipated abruptly, and Fang Ming felt a sudden lightness. Without hesitation, he let out a low growl and threw himself with all his strength toward the girl behind him. What the hell is this? A werewolf exclaimed in another room. The middle-aged man with the single eye showed a glimmer of interest. The energy field was broken? Impossible. Ghostface had something hidden after all. Interesting. On the large screen, the girl froze for a moment, her chest heaving irregularly. The snow-like interference on the monitor disappeared completely, and Fang Ming's fingers brushed her shoulder only to grasp at thin air. The girl had already darted to his side, patting her chest with a teasing smile. So dangerous, little brother, you're so naughty. You almost scared me to death. The unusual activation of the starry eye had nearly drained Fang Ming's mental sea. Coupled with extreme physical exhaustion, his vision went dark, and he collapsed unconscious. A man in pink knelt on one knee, gently cradling Fang Ming in his arms. Heavy footsteps approached, and a pair of black combat boots came into view behind him. You're really ruthless, came the voice of Chao Gui. The girl stood and lifted Fang Ming into her arms, turning to Chao Gui. What, Captain? Feeling sorry for him. How did your energy field get broken? The mental bond was severed. Do you know what caused it? I don't know. It's a strange feeling, as if that power came from somewhere deeper than the mental sea. A glint flickered in Chao Gui's single eye. Beast taming talent. Maybe. So, will you handle it yourself next? Sure. The girl handed Fang Ming over to Chao Gui, speaking softly. Be gentle. Don't wake the kid. His mental sea is exhausted. He won't wake. Besides, was this really necessary? Chao Gui replied, taking Fang Ming. The girl removed her pink outer coat and lightly draped it over Fang Ming, leaving a single word, necessary, before turning and walking away. Watching her swaying figure, Lu Chongkong smiled faintly and shook his head. That one. In a specialized training room, Fang Ming lay quietly on the cold floor, a pink jacket draped over him. Suddenly, the young man's eyes snapped open, and he sat up swiftly. As his consciousness returned, he recalled the mysterious power surge from the eye of the star's eruption earlier, which had nearly drained his mental energy. Yet now, apart from a faint, dissipating metallic taste in his mouth, he felt no discomfort. In the contrary, he was unusually energized. Awake! A familiar voice came from behind. The grade mental potion worked well, didn't it? Fang Ming turned to see none other than Chao Gui. Instantly, he leapt to his feet, realizing that after a brief rest, his stamina had been fully restored. Captain, just call me Chao Gui when we're off duty, Lu Chongkong said with a casual wave. Fang Ming nodded in agreement, his gaze unintentionally falling on the pink jacket lying on the floor. The garment looked oddly familiar, wasn't it that man's? Then he remembered the young girl. How long had he been unconscious? What had happened while he was out? A horrifying thought crossed his mind, sending a chill down his spine. Hastily, he checked his combat suit. After confirming that his gear was intact, Fang Ming exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Ahem. Lu Chongkong cleared his throat dramatically, feigning a stern demeanor while inwardly cursing. What kind of nonsense is this kid thinking about? Captain, where are we? The training room. Oh, Fang Ming replied, then immediately asked, The ghost mask on your facius that your contract beast? Yes. I've seen the combat footage of you and the Luo brothers. The ghost mask mecha and electric spirit reed are both types that enhance physical stats, right? Correct. 3-star limit. Entry level. A flicker of surprise crossed Chao Gui's face. Such a power boost, and it wasn't even at its limit? Show me your full strength. Let's see what you've got. All right. Ghostly thunder. Fang Ming called out, his voice low yet firm. A formation materialized, revealing a silver, triangular pattern glowing in the air. The mercury-like sheen reflected his Faribo-Viverage 3-star Beast Tamer's spatial capabilities. The boy now stood shrouded in a swirling mix of ghostly energy and electricity, two conflicting elements coexisting in an eerie harmony, radiating an intense, yet chaotic aura. Is that all? Lu Changkong's expression turned dismissive. Fang Ming, sensing a deeper meaning in the remark, seemed to grasp something. Energy quickly gathered in his hands, forming a straight blade streaked with black and crimson. The blood-red edge pulsed with dark, ghostly energy, far more potent than the aura surrounding him. Interesting. A beast-taming skill, huh? With his expertise in swordsmanship, Lu Changkong immediately recognized that the weapon wasn't summoned from a spatial ring. This had puzzled him when watching the combat footage, but witnessing the blade's formation firsthand left no doubt. Good blade, Lu Changkong remarked softly. Does it have a name? Fang Ming gave a slight nod. It's called Ghost Slayer. A strange smile crept across Lu Changkong's face. Ghost Slayer, huh? Nice name. Too bad it's wasted in your hands. He glanced at the radiant figure of Fang Ming in his transformed state and beckoned with his finger. Come at me. Fang Ming froze for a moment, silently grumbling. Again? What's the deal with this guy? Seeing his hesitation, Lu Changkong suddenly roared. If you're my brother, hit me. Internally cursing, Fang Ming muttered to himself. Fine. You want me to hit you? First, one guy made me chase him around for half an hour. Now, another one wants me to attack him. Is this some kind of joke? Crackle. Fang Ming's legs surged with power, and with a flash of lightning, he vanished from where he stood. The Tide Ghost and Fang Ming were only a step apart when the chilling gleam of the Ghost Slayer blade shot toward Lu Changkong's head. Fang Ming had already gone all out, yet Lu Changkong remained completely motionless, hadn't even activated a single formation. Something's off, Fang Ming muttered, his brow furrowing. Earlier, during his battle with Luo Li, Lu Changkong hadn't summoned his beast, and now, even with Fang Ming's body enveloped in ghostly energy and thunder, their power levels were worlds apart. At most, a 5-star Beastmaster could barely match that level of strength. How could anyone possibly take on the Ghost Slayer blade with mere flesh and blood? But as the captain of the Transcendent Squad, Lu Changkong was no ordinary individual. He wouldn't make such a suicidal move. In the blink of an eye, the blood-hued blade swept down in a sharp arc. Flash! The blade sliced straight through Lu Changkong's body. At the very moment the attack landed, the Tide Ghost's form flickered strangely, as if it were a computer-generated illusion. What's going on? Fang Ming's eyes widened. Some kind of special ability? Or is it like the Star Hammer, able to switch into a virtual form? Impressive, the Tide Ghost asked, raising an eyebrow. Somewhat, Fang Ming admitted with a nod. Short-sighted. Is this some kind of magic trick? The Tide Ghost was speechless. Then what is it? This is the essence of the body flow technique, the Tide Ghost explained. Dodging at a speed so extreme and mastering control over your own body to such a peak that it creates this kind of optical illusion. Purely through dodging? That's impressive. Finally, Lu Changkong smiled with satisfaction. When Luo Li made contact with you earlier, did you feel dissatisfied? Did you think that the body of a 5-star Beastmaster would naturally be far superior to yours? Fang Ming nodded slightly. You were wrong, Lu Changkong said seriously. Neither Luo Li nor I have used anything beyond the physical strength comparable to yours. Even the pressure Luo Li exerted on you came entirely from her body. These words left Fang Ming utterly stunned. While his body was somewhat stronger than an average 3-star Beastmaster due to the boost from 2 special contracts, he was still at a 3-star level, far weaker than the physical prowess of a Transcendent. Yet, such a physique could reach Luo Li's and the Tide Ghost's level? Of course, reaching someone like Luo Li's level isn't possible without exceptional talent and years of rigorous training. Lu Changkong continued. As for my level, well, good luck achieving that in your next lifetime. Keep bragging, Fang Ming retorted, unbothered. Even though your own skills are lackluster, your 2 contracted beasts are actually quite suitable for the body flow technique, the Tide Ghost said smugly. Want to learn? I could begrudgingly guide you. Fang Ming didn't respond immediately. Though he wasn't offended by Lu Changkong's condescending tone, this decision was undeniably significant, and he needed time to think it through. Ghostface, you're strong indeed among those below the Transcendent level, the Tide Ghost said seriously. But this world is far vaster than what you've seen. Your current advantage lies in relying on 2 powerful beasts. To put it bluntly, it's mostly luck. Beyond the Transcendent level, who isn't a genius? As your physical strength improves, your current edge will only diminish. Fang Ming nodded. He vaguely understood these principles before, but had never given them much thought. Now, reminded by the tide ghost, he suddenly realized that this future might not be as distant as he had assumed. Is the body flow technique really that powerful? Fang Ming asked softly. Chao Gui's lips curved into a faint smile, and a glimmer of wisdom flashed in his eye. Every school of thought has its own unique traits, but the most powerful beast master I've ever seen belongs to the original body stream. Fang Ming's eyes lit up. How powerful? Chao Gui's single eye narrowed slightly as he pointed into the distance. Do you see that snowy mountain in the wilderness? Fang Ming nodded. That mountain was unforgettable, standing tall on the distant horizon, piercing the clouds, like a divine white titan. With a single slash, the mountain was split in two, top to bottom, the cut smooth as a mirror. Lu Changkong's voice was deliberate, filled with longing. What? Fang Ming gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. The strength of an original body stream master was utterly terrifying. So, do you want to walk this path or not? I do. Good. Lu Changkong turned away, discreetly wiping sweat from his brow. He thought to himself, getting someone into the original body stream is something people beg for, and this kid hesitated until I had to coax and exaggerate. As for splitting a mountain with a blade, just a bit of harmless bragging. What Lu Changkong didn't realize was that the image he casually fabricated had taken root deep in the boy's heart, becoming a goal he would chase for the rest of his life. The original body stream encompasses countless elements, from physical refinement to aura control. I'll teach you gradually. But for now, there are two things you must prioritize. Captain, please tell me. Fang Ming replied respectfully. First, make money. The original body stream requires immense resources. Without money, don't even think about practicing it. You'll have to figure this out yourself. Since you can afford to maintain a mecha beast, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for you. Fang Ming was at a loss for words. Second, choose your weapon. You've been using the Demon Slayer blade up until now, but that's just rudimentary slashing. The weapon that truly suits you might not even be a blade. A weapon is just a tool. Can I just train with multiple? Fang Ming thought reluctantly, still attached to his Demon Slayer. Train with multiple? Lu Changkong sneered. Do you think compatibility means you don't need to train? Fang Ming, the path of the original body stream is not an easy one. Talent and perseverance are both essential. Only by finding the weapon that truly resonates with you and dedicating yourself entirely can you hope to succeed. The original body stream itself is extreme. Without pursuing perfection, you'll end up mediocre. If that's the case, you might as well not walk this path at all. I understand. Fang Ming nodded solemnly. Enough talk. Let's get started. Lu Changkong walked to the weapon rack and pulled out a straight iron blade, tossing it to Fang Ming. Fang Ming caught it with his right hand and carefully examined it. The blade's design and weight were similar to the Demon Slayer blade, and it felt reasonably comfortable in his grip. AI. Yes. A metallic female voice answered promptly. Activate blade technique training mode. Understood. Blade technique training mode. Default level 5, starting in 10 seconds. Please prepare. As soon as the AI finished speaking, the training room dimmed abruptly. The walls and ceiling shifted with smooth mechanical sounds, revealing fist-sized, dark cavities as black metal rings rotated into position. Ghostface, cut down every ball that comes at you. The blade is the king of all weapons. Show me your skill with it. Got it. Fang Ming's expression turned serious as he assumed a combat stance. Whoosh. A black sphere the size of an egg shot out from a cavity on his right, flying past his waist at a speed of 10 meters per second. At that speed, it was clearly visible to Fang Ming. Slash. Fang Ming swung his blade quickly. However, the sphere continued on its path, completely unscathed. An awkward silence filled the room. Lu Changkong. Fang Ming, embarrassed, muttered. That was a mistake. A second black sphere shot out swiftly from the hole on the left. Fang Ming's eyes were sharp and focused, his hands gripping the refined steel blade tightly, determined to redeem his earlier failure. The blade sliced through the air, leaving a streak of silvery light as it aimed for the sphere. With a dull thud, the blade barely grazed the surface of the sphere, missing its mark once again. Lu Changkong was about to speak when a third sphere came whistling down from above. In the training room, the frequency of the black spheres being launched increased rapidly, with 2 or 3 spheres now shooting out simultaneously from different directions. This level of intensity should have been no challenge for Fang Ming's keen reflexes, yet he could only watch as the spheres narrowly missed the edge of his blade. He felt he was so close to hitting them, yet always fell just short. After 30 seconds, the lights in the training room brightened, and the system's voice announced, training complete. Duration, 30 seconds. Module 5 spheres launched, 108. Hits, 11. Accuracy, 10.2. Please keep improving. Fang Ming's posture said it all. His hands were clasped behind his back, the refined steel blade tapping unconsciously against his spine. One foot rested lightly on the ground, as though he wanted to drill a hole in the floor. His chin was pressed against his chest, and his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Had never felt so humiliated in his entire life. Lu Changkong shook his head silently. He hadn't expected Fang Ming's compatibility with the blade to be so poor. He had thought Head found a promising protege to carry on his legacy. Now, however, his concern deepened. If the issue stemmed from underdeveloped cerebellar function, this wouldn't just be a problem with wielding a Bladino weapon would be effective for him. If that were the case, pursuing a body-focused combat style would be entirely counterproductive. Fang Ming confided his frustration to Lu Chongkong. He explained that when fighting people or apes in the past, the large size of the targets made minor inaccuracies negligible. But facing these small spheres, he realized how poor his precision truly was. He felt as though he could hit the target, but the blade always landed just a fraction off. It was like how an average person feels after spinning in place thinking they're walking straight, but actually staggering off course. Don't worry about it too much, Lu Chongkong tried to reassure him. If the blade doesn't work, we'll switch to a hammer, something that can take out a whole area with one swing. He trailed off mid-sentence, his single eye suddenly freezing on the scattered spheres on the floor, some of which were already being collected by the cleaning droids. He rubbed his eye and leaned in to confirm what he was seeing. Ghost pattern, Lu Chongkong suddenly exclaimed. You said you felt like you were hitting the targets, but they always seemed just slightly off, right? Yes. And the ones you did hit? I don't know. It just felt like I could hit them, and I did. Probably just luck, Fang Ming replied nervously, confused by the captain's sudden intensity. Spatial imbalance, could it be single-weapon spatial imbalance? Lu Chongkong murmured to himself. He had noticed that the 11 spheres that Fang Ming had successfully split in half weren't randomly distributed. They had all come from the same specific angle of one particular hole. Was this just coincidence, or? Lu Chongkong's eyes burned with newfound determination as he looked at Fang Ming. Without hesitation, he grabbed another identical refined steel blade and tossed it to him. Hold one in each hand. Let's go again. Ding! A crisp notification sound echoed. Training complete. Duration, 30 seconds. Module 5 launched 108 balls, 76 hits. Accuracy, 70.4. The mechanical voice reverberated through the training room. Lu Chongkong clenched his fist with a sudden motion, his eyes gleaming with irrepressible excitement. Beside him, Fang Ming wore a puzzled expression. This training session felt no different from the first. He could clearly track each ball and react swiftly, yet some balls inexplicably veered off course. The leap from 11 hits to 76 filled him with quiet joy. It seemed that, like the captain, he was indeed better suited for dual blades. Fang Ming looked at Lu Chongkong with eager anticipation, waiting for a glance of approval. However, Lu Chongkong's earlier excitement had already faded, replaced by a calm intensity. His single eye occasionally glimmered like a fleeting light in endless darkness. Fang Ming again. Got it. Fang Ming responded decisively. Lu Chongkong flipped his hand, producing a 20-centimeter-long green bamboo segment, and lightly tossed it into the air. Fang Ming swiftly brought his dual blades together in his left hand while catching the bamboo with his right. It felt dense and smooth like jade, with a unique elasticity, heavier than a steel blade by several degrees. It must be a part of some kind of bamboo beast, Fang Ming surmised. Bite it, Lu Chongkong instructed suddenly. Huh. Fang Ming hesitated, eyeing the 2 rows of clear teeth marks on the bamboo. They're mine, Lu Chongkong said nonchalantly. Don't worry, they're from years ago. It's clean. Fang Ming silently turned the bamboo around to avoid the teeth marks and bit down with a crisp clack. Begin, Lu Chongkong commanded. MHM. Fang Ming mumbled, still unclear about the captain's intentions, but choosing to comply. The lights in the training room dimmed again. 10 seconds later, black balls shot out rapidly from straight ahead. Fang Ming instinctively bent his knees slightly, planting himself firmly as his dual blades tilted forward in preparation. In that moment, he suddenly felt the dual blades in his hands and the bamboo in his mouth forming a strange triangular structure, locking onto the moving balls with precision. Under Lu Chongkong's watchful gaze, the boy's demeanor transformed the instant the balls were launched. His gaze turned sharp as an eagle's, his stance as steady as a mountain. A faint aura began to emanate from his body, distorting the air around him. The corners of Fang Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Swish! Both blades swept inward in a horizontal slash, leaving twin streaks of silver light across a black ball. The ball momentarily froze midair before splitting neatly into 3 layers from top to bottom. Lu Chongkong observed in silence, his tightly clenched fists trembling ever so slightly. 30 seconds later, the mechanical voice returned. Training complete. Duration, 30 seconds. Module 5 launched 108 balls, 108 hits. Accuracy, 100. Please select a higher difficulty. All of them. Fang Ming couldn't believe it. He had been fully immersed in a unique state, where the dual blades and bamboo seemed to form a vast, intangible triangle encompassing his entire space. In that state, every object's position, speed, and trajectory were crystal clear, and even the arc of his blade strikes was under precise control. A triangular spatial sense. The perfect talent for that blade technicite has emerged. Lu Chongkong thought to himself. Captain, is this bamboo a spiritual artifact? Fang Ming asked curiously. Fang Ming felt a sense of doubt as his gaze fell on the section of the five-star snow bamboo. Its effect far surpassed that of an ordinary spiritual weapon, yet it was clearly just a piece of snow bamboo. Just as he was about to ask, Lu Changkong waved his hand to cut him off. You are well suited for a certain blade technique. What blade technique? Fang Ming asked eagerly. A deep glint flashed through Lu Changkong's single eye, as if he could see through the walls of the training room. The strongest blade technique. Fang Ming's eyes lit up with excitement. I want to learn it. Not so fast. Your blade skills are still too weak, Lu Changkong replied, causing the young man to feel a bit dejected. But then he added, when summer break comes, I'll take you on a journey. To where? Lu Changkong looked at the boy, still youthful and full of innocence, and said each word with weight, to train. All right. Fang Ming agreed without hesitation. The ancient and mysterious term stirred an inexplicable longing in his heart. Seeing the light in the boy's eyes, Lu Changkong's mind drifted back 20 years. He had been 13 then, standing at the foot of the snowy mountains. His master had carried him on his back, and the old man's weathered voice still echoed, Child, will you train with me? The memory shifted to the mountain's peak, where the figure of a young girl in green appeared. Changkongage, you've lost again, hee hee. Her laughter, crisp like wind chimes, brought a sharp pain to Lu Changkong's chest. Forcing himself out of the memory, he spoke in a low voice, Goamian, from today onward, you'll practice only one strike. As he spoke, he retrieved a sheathed, finely forged iron blade from the weapon rack. Fang Ming instinctively stepped back a few paces, holding his breath as he observed. Lu Changkong slowly closed his single eye, and a chaotic gust of air suddenly swept through the training room. His black combat uniform fluttered noisily in the wind. The moment he opened his eye and gripped the blade's hilt, Fang Ming felt as though the heavens and earth converged upon this man. With a seemingly simple diagonal slash, the ordinary iron blade in Lu Changkong's hand shone with dazzling brilliance. A silver crescent arced through the air, its resonance lingering. Sheathing the blade, Lu Changkong tossed it to Fang Ming. From today on, it's yours. All right, I'll train hard. Fang Ming vowed. You're mistaken. Lu Changkong shook his head. This strike isn't about training, it's about endurance. Seeing Fang Ming's confusion, he elaborated. What is blade technique? Below the transcendent level, there are countless schools, each with its own style. But beyond the transcendent level, it all comes down to two words, speed and precision. That's the essence of blade technique progression. The higher the level, the smaller, faster, and more numerous the targets you must hit. Captain, what's the highest level? Fang Ming asked. 33 levels, Lu Changkong replied with a smile. Anything below 5 levels is just the basics. After that, each level becomes exponentially harder. At level 20, you've reached perfection, and a 3-star expert can use it to slay the transcendent. What about after level 20? Fang Ming pressed. Every 3 levels beyond that marks a new realm, Wind Realm, where the blade strikes as the wind rises, Shadow Realm, where shadows fall and light flashes, and Moon Realm, like the moon reflected on water. At level 29, the blade technique reaches its ultimate perfection. Beyond that lies the heavenly blade realm. Fang Ming stood in the training room, completely stunned by the sight before him. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and a longing for the unknown, a glimmer of hope that Lu Changkong couldn't ignore. Why endure? Fang Ming returned to the question that had been troubling him. Lu Changkong's voice was steady and powerful. You have exceptional talent and precision, but what you need to refine now is your blade speed. He paused briefly before continuing. Some people try to enhance their blade speed by recklessly practicing tens of thousands of strikes daily from the start. While this can work, it's far too impatient. To truly break through the limits of blade speed, the most important thing is willpower. Willpower? Fang Ming asked, puzzled. That's right, willpower, or you could call it belief. It's just as crucial in energy field control, Lu Changkong said with a penetrating gaze. From today onward, whenever you have time, mimic the motion of the strike I just demonstrated. But remember, absolutely no striking. No striking. Fang Ming frowned slightly, clearly confused by the request. Exactly, endure. Lu Changkong's voice suddenly grew louder. In your mind, obsess over striking, the crazier the better, until it drives you mad. To crave but restrain, to desire yet control, that is the way to mastery. A flash of understanding lit up Fang Ming's eyes. Captain, is this about tempering my willpower? Not bad, kid. You're catching on. Lu Changkong raised a thumb in approval. Fang Ming scratched his head sheepishly, secretly pleased with himself for being so quick-witted. That's it for today, Lu Changkong said abruptly, his tone turning somber as he waved Fang Ming off. As Fang Ming turned to leave, Lu Changkong's voice called out from behind him. Oh, by the way, members of the Transcendent Squad can apply for family protection. Do you need it? Fang Ming froze for a moment before his face lit up with excitement. The form has already been sent to the group chat. Just fill it out and send it back to me. You can go now. Fang Ming nodded and left, closing the door behind him. Once Fang Ming's footsteps faded down the hallway, A slender figure emerged from the shadows in the corner of the training room. Bending down, she picked up a neatly folded pink jacket and gently dusted it off. My, Chaos Ghost, you're so mean, the figure teased playfully. You wouldn't even let me touch you, Eju, but you let that handsome boy bite down on it. Do you really look down on me that much? If you had his talent, I'd let you bite it too, Lu Changkong replied with a sidelong glance at the young woman, who was dressed in a Lolita outfit. Ugh, you're awful, she exclaimed, feigning bashfulness as she lightly punched Lu Changkong's chest. Then, her expression turned serious. Are you trying to teach him that thing, even the one you couldn't master? Watch your words. I clearly made it past the basics. The triangular spatial sense, she said with a sigh. You've really found a gem this time. If it were me, I probably would have missed it. Of course, the judgment of someone at the lunar stage is no joke, Lu Changkong replied confidently. The Lolitas soon left, leaving Lu Changkong alone in deep thought. After a long while, he finally made up his mind and dialed a number. Xiao Kong. A raspy yet delighted voice came from the other end of the line. Uncle Yen, it's me, Lu Changkong said in a low voice. How have you been? Changkong, come visit when you have time. I might not have the time. You stubborn kid. Last time you came to Kyoto for business, you didn't even visit me or your teacher. Uncle Yen, I'm sorry. It's been 10 years, Changkong. It's time to move on. Silence stretched between them on the call. All right, I won't nag anymore. You must have a reason for calling, right? Lu Changkong picked up his phone and dialed a familiar number. Uncle Yen, I'd like to trouble you to forge 2 tide blades. Oh, did they break? A concerned voice came from the other end of the line. No, Lu Changkong glanced at the 2 5-star tide blades in his hand. They're as pristine as the day you handed them to me. The voice on the other end sounded satisfied. How many stars? 3 stars. Do you need them urgently? No rush, just before the students' summer vacation starts. All right, I'll get someone to deliver them to you once they're done. Thank you, Uncle Yen. About the money. Enough, don't mention it. Uncle Yen interrupted. This little bit of money is nothing to me. Just come visit me when you have time, you brat. Lu Changkong was silent for a few seconds. All right. At the top floor of the Kyoto Forgers Guild, in a spacious room, a man in his 50s who had just hung up the phone fell into deep thought. 3-star tide blades? Has Changkong taken on a disciple? He leaned back on the sofa, speaking to himself. As part of the tradition in their lineage, a master would prepare new blades for their disciple. However, in Lu Changkong's case, it had become 2 blades instead of 1. Hopefully, this will help him open up. The man stood up, a faint smile on his lips. 3-star tide blades? It's been ages since I made something so simple. I'll add a little something extra. With that, he turned and headed toward the forging room. Meanwhile, on the 33rd floor of the Coastal Tower, inside the headquarters of Spirit Cat Mall, Yi Shuangling was meticulously preparing tea with an elaborate tea set. Suddenly, her delicate hand trembled, causing the pale green liquid in the cup to spill over. Setting the tea tools aside, she turned to Yin Xiaoyan, who was busy organizing documents nearby. Xiaoyan, contact the Demon Slayer workshop for me. Miss? Yin Xiaoyan paused her work. Don't they handle regression services? Just try. All right, I'll contact them right away. Yin Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment before asking. But, is this reliable? Yi Shuangling shook her head. There's something about Fang Ming that we don't know. My beast couldn't evolve into the spirit type. Spirit Cat's 4th round of financing hit a snag, and now there's trouble with the family. She sighed. I can't find any other support right now. Maybe the forces behind Fang Ming are an opportunity, no matter how slim. I have to try. At the same time, Fang Ming had just exited the Coastal Tower. Although he was supposed to head to the 31st floor to hand over work at the enforcement team headquarters, he decided to head home first to complete a regression, considering that the cooldown for the Eye of the Stars had ended hours ago. In the elevator, he had already filled out the form sent by Lu Changkong. Protected individuals could only be immediate family members, Luo Hui and Fang Qinghua. This meant his true identity would inevitably be revealed, but he didn't care much. He had simply asked the captain to keep it confidential. Lu Changkong readily agreed, and even reminded him, you can trust everyone on the team. This meeting left Fang Ming with a good impression of the extraordinary team. Aside from the cold and aloof sand sculpture, the others were friendly. When he fainted, the petite girl had even thoughtfully folded his jacket, and the one-eyed tide ghost had shown him particular patience. Fang Ming was used to hiding himself in front of strong individuals, but he wasn't so stubborn as to forego protecting his family just to keep his identity a secret. According to the form, the protection would be handled by the Alliance military, with carefully selected, trustworthy personnel. The protection would be carried out discreetly, without disrupting his family's daily lives. Even Fang Ming himself wouldn't know the identities of the protectors. Just as he was about to hail a cab, his phone chimed with a crisp notification. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was an internal message from the association's official website. Opening it, his eyes lit up. Finally, some work. Someone had accepted a job from the Demon Slayer workshop on the association's website regression. Fang Ming quickly dialed the number left by the other party. On the other end of the line, a clear and crisp female voice answered, carrying a hint of caution. She explained that due to doubts about the so-called regression service, she was unwilling to let the beast out of her sight and had rented an evolution room at the association. What are the species level and growth level? Fang Ming asked directly. A 3-star wind shadow deer, she replied. Wind shadow deer. Fang Ming's eyes lit up, and he felt a surge of excitement. As a 5-star species, the wind shadow deer could provide him with a star soul light orb. Even better, its 3-star growth level was within the range of his regression ability. If it were a 4-star wind shadow deer, he wouldn't have been able to handle it. When can we start? What's the cost? She asked. Right now? We'll discuss the details in person. All right. The conversation ended decisively on both sides. Fang Ming calculated the situation. This deal was like a windfall. He could earn a substantial fee in just a few minutes and gain a star soul light orb in the process. It was a win-win. This way, he wouldn't even need to return home to use the Phantom King Fox to create the light orb. He could head straight to the Beastmaster Association. However, he quickly realized a problem. He couldn't reveal his true identity while handling regression services. After all, this ability shouldn't logically exist in his skill set. Maintaining the mystery surrounding his studio was crucial for many of his future plans. After a moment's thought, Fang Ming came up with a solution. He went to a mall across the street and bought a hoodie to replace his black combat uniform. He also donned a black baseball cap to obscure his face. As a member of the Transcendent Squad, this level of disguise was sufficient without drawing unnecessary attention. Bin High Tower, 33rd floor, he murmured. Miss, this number really belongs to Fang Ming. Yi Shuangling's eyes sparkled with excitement. He's personally handling the business? Let's go check it out. 15 minutes later, they arrived in front of Evolution Room 19 on the 6th floor of the Bin High Beastmaster Association. Hello, are you from Ghost Extinction? Yin Xiaoyan greeted the man in the hoodie with a smile, extending her right hand. Fang Ming ignored her gesture and simply pressed the brim of his cap lower. In a deep voice, he asked, Where is it? Yin Xiaoyan withdrew her hand, her brows furrowing slightly. It's inside. Let's discuss the price first. Go ahead, Fang Ming replied confidently. He laid out his terms with certainty. Wind shadow deer, 5-star species, 3-star growth level, a rare breed. A single no-damage regression costs 1 million. If you specify a regression route, that's an additional 1 million. This is the base price. If it results in a perfect variant, the base price triples. Deal. Yi Shuangling and Yin Xiaoyan exchanged a glance. A price of 1 million was within their expectations. After all, the no-damage regression technique was exceedingly rare. However, the mention of a specified route was unexpected. While not as shocking as specifying an evolution route, it was still impressive. If it could truly be achieved, the additional 1 million would be well worth it. It was important to note that when a wind shadow deer regressed, its final form was often unpredictable. They had come here with a let's see what happens attitude. As for the perfect variant, they were relieved the other party only said if it could be achieved rather than guaranteeing it. Otherwise, Yi Shuangling might have assumed it was a scam and immediately dragged Yin Xiaoyan away. What they didn't know was that Fang Ming had proposed this condition because he was entirely confident it would result in a perfect variant. If he hadn't mentioned the price up front, he would have been at a huge loss. Specified route, angelic deer spirit, Yin Xiaoyan declared. Understood. Fang Ming nodded. If the regression fails or the beast suffers damage, how do you handle it? Yin Xiaoyan asked, locking eyes with the other party, her tone probing. For any form of failure, our studio offers triple compensation. The other party's response was firm and decisive. This promise made Yin Xiaoyan's eyes light up. To make such a guarantee, one had to either possess exceptional skills or be playing with fire. After all, in the beast evolution industry, whether it was enhancing evolution routes or handling special cases, most studios required clients to bear the risks themselves. This was precisely why the regression service offered by Demon Slayer Studio had gone unnoticed for so long. Soon, the two parties completed a simple service agreement on the association's official website. Without another word, Fang Ming pushed open the door to Evolution Room 19 and slammed it shut with a heavy bang. Yin Xiaoyan stood outside, curling her lips slightly. Although they had agreed earlier that observation was not allowed, she could only wait outside. Just then, a figure emerged quietly from around the corner of the hallway dressed in the same oversized hoodie and baseball cap. Yin Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh. Shuangling, your taste in disguises is remarkably similar to that guy's. Yi Shuangling remained unbothered, wrinkling her delicate nose as she asked, Is it him? Not sure, Yin Xiaoyan replied, shaking her head. The photo doesn't show a clear face, but the person is obviously very young. I think it's unlikely that the evolution master of Demon Slayer Studio is this young. So it's probably Fang Ming. At that moment, Fang Ming was fully focused on his work. On the evolution platform lay a wind shadow deer, its dark red antlers tipped with faint traces of green wind energy. Activating the star eye in reverse mode, two regression routes immediately appeared. Greenfoot Bloodhorn Deer 67. Angelic spirit deer 33. This must have originally been an angelic spirit deer, Fang Ming deduced. After all, the greenfoot bloodhorn deer was too ordinary, with an extremely low probability of evolving into a windshadow deer. On the other hand, angelic spirit deer was inherently rare, and its three evolutionary forms windshadow deer, light shadow deer, and sprite fawn were all exceptional. If it had evolved from a greenfoot bloodhorn deer, it would have been an extraordinary stroke of luck, and no one would consider regressing it. A few minutes later, a petite angelic spirit deer lay quietly on the evolution platform, temporarily asleep. Fang Ming gained another star soul orb in his beast space. After waiting another half hour, he gently picked up the angelic spirit deer and stepped out of the room. Are you the family member? The operation was a success. Fang Ming joked cheerfully as he handed the deer to Yin Xiaoyan, who was still dressed in her professional attire. After all, gaining a new soul orb and earning 6 million was indeed a cause for celebration. Yin Xiaoyan carefully took the deer. Before she could respond to the young man's playful remark, a girl dressed in a hoodie and baseball cap, just like earlier, suddenly walked toward them. As she passed by Fang Ming, she abruptly lunged into him. The distance was close, but Fang Ming had been prepared. Instinctively, he sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding Yi Shuangling's charge. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met. It's you? Fang Ming's face was filled with astonishment. Indeed, it's you. Yi Shuangling's lips curved into a meaningful smile. She took the sleeping Lu Ling from Yin Xiaoyan's arms, her slender fingers gently brushing over the little beast's soft fur. As its contract master, she could clearly sense the creature's condition: calm, peaceful, healthy. Everything was unusually perfect. Her gaze sparkled with an intense curiosity as she fixed her eyes on Fang Ming. Fang Ming, you actually know how to do this? Yi Shuangling asked with a playful smile. Since he had been recognized, Fang Ming no longer hid his identity and simply removed his hat. Yi? Oh, what a coincidence. My name is Yi Shuangling. The girl's expression darkened. Shopkeeper Fang, please remember it properly. Not necessarily, Fang Ming replied indifferently. Yi Shuangling's chest rose and fell as she suppressed her irritation. Is there anything wrong with the little deer? Wrong? Well, there is a minor issue, but it touches on the very foundation of beast taming. What? Yi Shuangling exclaimed in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Ming began to lecture her. What kind of contract master are you? Can't you show a bit more care for your beast? You couldn't even notice while holding it. Hearing this, both Yi Shuangling and Yin Xiaoyan looked down to examine Lu Ling. This, could it be? A perfect species. The sharp cry echoed down the corridor. It was no wonder Yi Shuangling had overlooked it earlier. Seeing the little deer safe and sound, and even regressed to an angel Lu Ling, had already filled her with joy. The possibility of it being a perfect species had never crossed her mind. Miss Yi, your original beast was an angel Lu Ling, wasn't it? Were you dissatisfied with the evolved Fengying Lu? Fang Ming continued, taking the opportunity to promote his services. When its growth reaches full maturity, you can come to us at Ghost Extinction. We have the most professional evolutionist team. Don't try to handle it on your own. You're already a 3-star beast tamer. Act your age. Oh, and it's triple the price. Don't forget to leave a good review. With that, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Who's immature? Yi Shuangling stomped her foot in frustration, glaring at Fang Ming's retreating figure. Miss, a perfect Lu Ling. What incredible luck. Yin Xiaoyan said with a cheerful smile, sharing in her master's joy. Luck? Yi Shuangling's eyes flashed with determination. As a 3-star beast tamer who had developed Lingmao Mall to such a scale almost entirely without relying on her family, her intelligence was unquestionable. Xiaoyan, use some means. I want detailed information about Fang Ming, including his family. Understood, miss. With a flash of silver light, Yi Shuangling retrieved the angel Lu Ling into her beast taming space, a sly smile playing on her lips. The founder of a workshop, authorized to sign high-level agreements, responsible for business negotiations, capable of consistently providing 3-star perfect quality phantom foxes, personally regressing a Fengying Lu, specifying its evolution path, creating a perfect Lu Ling, and disappearing from the 37th floor elevator of the Binhai building. All these pieces of information intertwined in her mind. Though many details remained unclear, a picture was beginning to form. Who exactly is he? Meanwhile, Fang Ming received the alliance coins transferred by the association. After deducting the minuscule commission paid by the client, his full 6 million was intact. Technology really is the ultimate productivity tool. So much easier than fighting and killing. Fang Ming thought cheerfully. Fang Ming chuckled at the comment. This Lingmao general manager was certainly an interesting character. He tried hard to recall her name. Yi Yi. Eventually, he gave up. Forget it. Just knowing her surname is polite enough. Meanwhile, the golden hues of the setting sun streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling window, casting a warm glow over a luxurious office. Standing by the window was a fair-skinned young woman, Yi Shuangling. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, miss. Yin Xiaoyan entered the room, reporting her findings. It's strange. Even with increased resources, we found even less than before. Information about his family is completely inaccessible. Interesting. Yi Shuangling smiled faintly, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. But it makes sense. If Fang Ming were just an ordinary puppet, there wouldn't be such measures. It seems someone high up in Binhai is protecting his information. She murmured quietly to herself. The supernatural squad? What exactly is the connection between Fang Ming and the supernatural squad? However, miss, based on the previous information, I managed to uncover some leads. I've sent them to your phone. Good. After Yin Xiaoyan left, Yi Shuangling moved away from the window, sinking slowly into a black leather sofa. She opened her phone to check the information. His mother enjoys dancing. The next afternoon at 4 o'clock, in the open space in front of the cultural palace, a vibrant figure handed over a water bottle. Sister Hui, have some water. You silly girl. Luo Hui took the bottle with a smile. I could be old enough to be your mother, yet you call me Sister Hui? Hee hee. Yi Shuangling sat down beside Luo Hui. That's because you look so young. The simplest flattery often worked the best, and Luo Hui lit up with joy. This was Luo Hui's favorite spot to spend time every day, aside from going home to cook dinner for her kids. She loved dancing, but with age, high-difficulty moves were no longer feasible. So, she often joined peers here for some square dancing. Yi Shuangling's youthful presence naturally drew curiosity during her first appearance, but as there were no age restrictions, she quickly won everyone over with her good looks, polite demeanor, and quick learning. Luo Hui, in particular, took a liking to her. Auntie, I'm heading out now, Yi Shuangling said casually as she watched Luo Hui pack up her things. The fresh shrimp at Xinhu Market will be gone if I'm late. Xinhu Market? Luo Hui paused. Wasn't that the market near her neighborhood? Xiao Yi, at your age, you know about Xinhu's fresh shrimp? Do you cook for yourself? Yes, I don't live with my parents. I stay at the company and like to cook my own dinners. Luo Hui's eyes lit up. Meeting such a thoughtful and capable young woman, she immediately invited Yi Shuangling to come home and cook together. At 5 in the evening, Qinghua hadn't returned home yet. Fang Ming, after stopping by at noon to handle the regression task, had spent the entire day running around. He visited the Spirit Forge Master in the association's underground forging room and trained with the supernatural squad at their base. In the training room, he faced a dummy wearing a clown mask, forcing himself to suppress the urge to strike. The garishly colored, grotesque mask seemed to mock his incompetence. Come on, hit me. Why aren't you attacking? If you're a man, give me your best shot. Lu Changkong had gone out of his way to add the mask to the dummy. While this training method was bizarre and torturous, Fang Ming would rather spend an entire day swinging his blade than endure this mental torment. At a little past 5, he dragged his weary body back home. A pair of unfamiliar sneakers at the door immediately caught his attention. Yi Shuangling stood in the room, her gaze falling on a pair of small women's shoes on the floor. The size was clearly for a woman, yet they weren't Qingyue's. She frowned slightly. How could there be a stranger's shoes in her home? Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Yi Shuangling was busy cooking alongside Aunt Luo. She had already skillfully prepared a few of her signature dishes. Xiao Yi, Aunt Luo said warmly, I'll make one last dish, spare ribs, my son's favorite. You can't help with this one. Go take a break. All right, Yi Shuangling replied, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. This was the moment she had been waiting for. Leaving the cramped kitchen, she carefully surveyed her surroundings and quickly focused on Fang Ming's room. Standing before the half-open door, she hesitated for a moment. I'm not stealing anything. I just want to know more about him. I'm not in the wrong. I'm a good person, she reassured herself before pushing the door open. The room was small but tidy, with minimal furniture that gave it a clean and refreshing feel. If she had come a day earlier, she would have seen the place overrun with phantom foxes. Fortunately, Fang Ming had recently bought a large garage downstairs and converted it into a beast taming room. However, it seemed the space was still insufficient, as he planned to buy a few more garages to store degraded materials and outputs before his mother finalized the villa purchase. Looking around, she noticed a few childhood photos of Fang Ming and his family hanging on the wall, along with an artistic photo of Qingyue dressed as a ghost-faced warrior. Just as she thought there was nothing else to explore, her eyes landed on an old computer tucked in a corner behind the door. She powered it on password protection. Browsing through it quickly, she found very little content. Just as she was about to give up, the browser history caught her attention. Tips for wilderness hunting, overview of coastal wilderness terrain, classification of spiritual tools, overview of spirit gear, spirit forging levels, the 7-blade forging techniques, extraordinary teams, all of it seemed quite serious. But then, how to act cool and look aloof. Yi Shuangling couldn't help but smirk. Her impression of Fang Ming shifted instantly. So all that aloof attitude is just an act? This is hilarious. But kind of cute, too. However, her smile froze in the next second. The most recent search from yesterday read, how to remember the names of ugly people. Yi Shuangling's eye twitched, and a surge of anger bubbled within her. Is it too late to poison the food? Fang Ming, you're something else, she fumed through gritted teeth. Suddenly bang. The door swung open forcefully, slamming into Yi Shuangling, who had just closed the computer. You. She turned around angrily, only to see Fang Ming standing at the doorway, which made her even more furious. Yi. Yi. Fang Ming stammered. Huh. What a coincidence, it's you again. Idiot. You forgot my name after just meeting yesterday? And can't you open the door more gently? Yi Shuangling snapped. Why should I? What are you doing in my room? Fang Ming shot back. Yi Shuangling was momentarily speechless, knowing she was in the wrong. Aunt Luo brought me over, so I was just looking around. Looking around includes messing with my computer? Fang Ming's sharp eyes immediately caught on. Who cares about your lousy computer? Yi Shuangling muttered, trying to slip past him. But he blocked her with one arm. Yi Shuangling, don't take me for a fool, Fang Ming said, his tone dropping. If you have something to say, come to me directly. Stay away from my family. Fang Ming's tone suddenly turned cold. He stared at Yi Shuangling in front of him. Although he didn't sense any malice, the warning in his demeanor was unmistakable. I didn't. Yi Shuangling retorted stubbornly, ducking nimbly under Fang Ming's arm, which was propped against the wall, and slipping away. Inwardly, she muttered to herself. He obviously knows my name yet pretends not to. Fang Ming watched Yi Shuangling's figure as she walked toward the kitchen and couldn't help but shake his head. What exactly is this woman up to? Soon, a table full of delicious dishes was laid out. When Fang Ming learned that half of them were made by Yi Shuangling herself, he raised an eyebrow. What surprised him even more was how genuinely tasty the food was. Even if she's trying to get close to me, putting in this much effort is commendable, Fang Ming thought to himself, noticing that his mother seemed to have taken quite a liking to Yi Shuangling. Yi Shuangling, on the other hand, was all smiles, addressing his mother affectionately as Auntie and Qingyue, while completely ignoring Fang Ming. Qingyue had recognized Yi Shuangling the moment she walked in and reminded Luo Huiso this was the general manager of Lingmao Mall who had visited their home for a business discussion some days ago. Because Yi Shuangling's appearance had been different both times, and Luo Hui had felt it inappropriate to meddle in matters involving beast tamers, she hadn't paid much attention to the young woman and failed to recognize her at first. When Luo Hui learned that Yi Shuangling had intentionally approached her son, she wasn't the least bit displeased. On the contrary, she was delighted. To her, this was clearly a girl who liked her son and was trying her best to win over her future mother-in-law. Beautiful, capable, and well-mannered, and she even managed a business. So what if she was 2 or 3 years older than Fang Ming? Look at how shy she was, not even daring to speak to him. What a wonderful girl. The more Luo Hui looked at her, the more satisfied she became, constantly piling food onto Yi Shuangling's plate. Fang Ming, watching from the side, could only shake his head. She's selling herself, and my mom's even helping her count the money, he thought. Still, after multiple interactions, Fang Ming had formed a fairly good impression of this woman who was a few years older than him. By now, he had a pretty good idea of her intentions. Joining Lingmao Mall, the elevator encounter, the devolved wind-shadowed deer. Anyone with a bit of intelligence could piece together that Fang Ming was no ordinary person, at least someone of significance in the enigmatic Ghost Slayer studio. She's here for the studio, Fang Ming thought as he ate, already understanding her motives. He didn't mind, though. The studio needed to grow, and any assistance was welcome. In fact, after the devolving task yesterday, Fang Ming had used the Extraordinary Squad's channels to investigate Yi Shuangling. On the surface, she was the general manager, but in reality, she was the founder of Lingmao Mall, holding more than 60 of its shares and retaining complete decision-making power even after several rounds of funding. More importantly, she had another identity. She was the legitimate daughter of the Yi family, the most influential family in Binhai. A local powerhouse, huh? Fang Ming mused. The surname Yi was common, so he hadn't initially connected her to the Yi family. The Yi group was a massive force, so why would someone of Yi Shuangling's status go to such lengths to approach him? There was only one answer. She must have discovered his connection to Jiang Xieying and wanted to use him to gain access to Ghost Slayer Studio and, through it, establish ties with the influential forces in Kyoto. A scheming woman, Fang Ming concluded. After the meal, Yi Shuangling's resentment toward Fang Ming had lessened considerably. The two of them sat on the sofa and finally got down to business. I'm with the Yi group, Yi Shuangling began. I know. In 2 weeks, the Yi group is hosting an auction gala. Will Ghost Slayer Studio be attending? They'll be there. That's not what I meant. I know what you mean. Fang Ming interrupted her, his tone calm. You want Ghost Slayer to provide valuable products or services as auction items and partner with Lingmao Mall for this event. Exactly. Yi Shuangling stared at him in surprise. She had spent so much time preparing her pitch, only for this man to use her junior to sum it up in a single sentence. Fang Ming maintained control of the conversation, his tone carrying a subtle pressure. What's in it for me? Yi Shuangling smiled faintly, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in her eyes. We'll waive all auction fees. Fang Ming's eyes lit up as he quickly calculated the substantial amount this would save. However, he soon shook his head. Yi Shuangling immediately added, the biggest advantage is that we, the Lingmao group, can draw attention away from Gaimi and shift the focus of the outside world. Isn't that exactly what you need? Her tone was filled with confidence. Fang Ming gave a knowing smile. Dealing with smart people always made things easier. His biggest concern was that once the Xinglong set and Xinghuan items appeared at the auction, they would become the target of various factions, inevitably drawing unwanted attention. While he wasn't overly fearful, keeping a low profile was always preferable. Using Ling Mao, particularly leveraging Yi Xuangling, the direct descendant of the Yi family, as an intermediary, was undoubtedly the best choice for the moment. Besides, he could sense genuine goodwill from her. And, your cooking is truly delicious, Fang Ming said sincerely. The two quickly reached an agreement. After leaving Fang Ming's home, Yi Xuangling was in an exceptionally good mood. She felt proud of her sharp judgment. Gaimi studio was undoubtedly backed by a major force in Kyoto and needed proper cover. This collaboration might bring a turning point for Lingmao Mall, not only enhancing its reputation, but also improving the market evaluation of Lingmao within the alliance, providing a potential solution for the challenges of the upcoming fourth round of financing. However, her good mood was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected phone call. Sis, the Wanghu base suffered heavy losses this quarter. You have to help me, came the hesitant voice of Yi Liangkai on the other end. Yi Xuangling immediately felt a headache coming on. Gambling again? Sis, I couldn't help it. Who knew my luck would be so bad? Her brother replied, his voice full of grievance. Ask the family for help. I don't have money. Yi Xuangling snapped. Sis, I wouldn't dare ask the family. How about you get married already? Your fiancé likes you, doesn't he? And he's rich. What fiancé? Get lost. Yi Xuangling furiously hung up, running a hand through her hair in frustration. The family heavily favored males, channeling resources to her half-brother, while her biological younger brother was so irresponsible. Although the Wanghu base wasn't a mainstream industry, it had a solid foundation. With proper management, it could significantly support Lingmao, but Yi Liangkai, a pampered playboy, was squandering its potential. Suddenly, an idea flickered in her mind. Phantom Wanghu. The next morning, Fang Ming's family had just finished breakfast. Mom, bro, I'm off. Qingyue shouldered her backpack, slipped on her sneakers, and dashed out the door. Fang Ming's eyes glimmered. Mom, I'm heading out too. Go ahead, be safe. Luo Hui reminded him, while continuing with her chores. Fang Ming kept his distance, quietly tailing Qingyue. He was determined to find out what this little girl had been up to lately. First, she was snatching up cash. Then she insisted on getting a spatial artifact, and she had been leaving the house unusually early. Qingyue had never been this diligent before. Apart from her passion for photography, she used to do everything at the last minute, even heading to school. With Fang Ming's skills, it was easy to avoid being noticed by Qingyue. Dressed in her school uniform, the girl walked along with a calm demeanor, but her route started to deviate from the path to school. It was still early, and after passing through a few quiet streets, Qingyue stopped at a street vendor selling pancakes. There was nothing out of the ordinary. She simply bought 2 pancakes. However, Fang Ming couldn't help but frown. With his sharp eyes, he clearly saw something unusual: a small row of vial-like objects hidden beneath the pancakes. They shimmered faintly with a silvery glow, partially obscured by her hand. Fang Ming couldn't be sure what they were. Qingyue chatted naturally with the vendor, her behavior completely unremarkable, and then headed off in another direction. While eating one of the pancakes, she casually slipped the mysterious items into her school pants pocket with practiced ease. It was clear this wasn't her first time doing this. Fang Ming felt a pang of worry and guilt. How could his sister have secrets like this right under his nose? If it turned out to be something bad, how was he supposed to handle it? Qingyue had always been headstrong, but Fang Ming knew deep down she was a thoughtful and caring girl. She might tease and pick on him, but it was her way of showing reliance on her older brother. This became even more apparent after their father disappeared, a time when their mother had also become more indulgent toward Qingyue. Despite earning over 100,000 yuan through her photography, Qingyue never spent a penny on herself. Yet, when Fang Ming needed help, she gave him everything she had without hesitation. Lately, her unusual behavior had not escaped Fang Ming's notice, but he hadn't paid it much attention until now. Maybe he had always assumed Qingyue wouldn't hide anything from him. But the reality, lost in self-reproach, Fang Ming followed Qingyue as she made her way into a cluster of crowded, run-down buildings. This area was on the outskirts of Binhai City's western district, a place often referred to privately as the city's slums. The low, dilapidated buildings bore dark streaks from years of rain and the scars of time. In the maze of narrow, haphazard alleys, Qingyue navigated with ease. Before long, she pushed open the door of a somewhat newer wooden house and disappeared from Fang Ming's view. He stopped at the slightly ajar door, his eyes filled with curiosity and concern. Inside a dimly lit room, a voice greeted her. Qingyue, you're here. The speaker was a teenage boy, not particularly handsome, but with a resolute look in his eyes. Qingyue is here, Qingyue Ejia is here. Another voice chimed in. Qingyue Mai, someone else murmured. More voices followed, some from the elderly, some from middle-aged adults, and some from children. All of them were either lying down or propped up on beds, with the exception of the boy who had first spoken. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed through the room. A small puddle of silvery liquid splattered across the rough concrete floor. An elderly woman with graying hair had been trying to sit up and reach out to greet Qing Yu, but she accidentally knocked over a vial from her bedside table. Nai Shua. Qing Yu hurried over to support the elderly woman, helping her sit upright. The old woman, however, looked down at the broken vial with a pained expression. The mood in the room grew heavy, a faint sense of despair settling over everyone. Qing Yu, the old woman said in a frail voice. How many times have I told you not to come back here? She paused before continuing, her tone filled with sorrow. I told you not to come back. As Qing Yu stepped into the hospital room, a young man immediately approached her, crouching down by the bedside. With a grave expression, he said, You don't need to get involved in this. Your brother has a bright future at the Beast Taming University, and you're about to take your college entrance exams. This isn't good for either of you. In response to his admonition, Qing Wen merely gave a faint smile. It was only when her brother was mentioned, and the possibility of implicating him arose, that a flicker of hesitation and worry crossed her eyes. In a soft voice, she said, It's okay. I'm just an ordinary student with a small target on my back. Nothing will happen to me for now. As she spoke, she deftly opened her backpack and pulled out a set of syringes, only 12 this time, a clear sign that the control over the flowing silver serum had tightened. She quickly distributed the syringes to everyone in the room. Qingwei, the young man's voice turned especially stern. This is the last time. We've all agreed no matter how much you try to help us in the future, we won't accept it. We'd rather die than put you at risk. The others in the room nodded silently, evidently sharing in this collective decision. You all. Qing Yu's voice suddenly choked up. It'll be fine, really. Even if I can't take the college entrance exams, I can still make a living with photography. My brother, he's strong, he'll be okay. Her voice grew fainter as she spoke, her confidence wavering. Though she knew her brother was the enigmatic ghost-masked warrior, she couldn't ignore the fact that his strength seemed insignificant against the colossal force of the U Corporation. In her mind, Qingwei was still planning ahead, graduate with good grades, then find a way to acquire a spatial artifact from her brother. That would make smuggling flowing silver serum much more efficient. Yet, the tens of thousands of yuan her family had already poured into this cause had barely made a dent. The people in the room were all ALS patients, suffering from a terminal disease that progressively paralyzed their entire bodies. The only treatment capable of slowing the disease was the flowing silver serum, a diluted and enhanced extract derived from the flowing silver essence produced by 5-star flowing silver guardians. However, in Binhai, the U Corporation monopolized the distribution of this serum, rebranding it as Tianyu Flowing Silver Serum, and inflating its price from a few hundred yuan per dose in other regions to tens of thousands locally. ALS patients required an injection every 2 to 3 days to prevent their condition from worsening. For ordinary families, this cost was astronomical, and even an occasional injection could only delay death. The only person in the room who could still move freely was a young man named Feng Jie, a 3-star beast tamer. To have reached this level at his age was a testament to his remarkable talent, especially since he had achieved it on his own without attending Beast Taming University. Feng Jie's mother had succumbed to ALS before he awakened his beast taming space. After his awakening, he went to great lengths to contract a hydrogen peroxide spirit, a 3-star beast species. While this creature could evolve into either a heavy water spirit or a light water spirit, its most valuable potential lay in its rare third evolutionary pathless than a 1% chance of becoming a 5-star flowing silver guardian. Fate seemed to favor Feng Jie, as he succeeded. But this was far from the end of the story. Among the nearly 100 ALS patients in Binhai, the people in this room were just a small fraction. The output of a single flowing silver guardian was nowhere near enough to meet the needs of them all. The production of flowing silver essence is not without cost. Even for Fang Ming, it is hard to sustain. More importantly, this unauthorized production severely undermines the Yu family's market in this field. Whether it's illegal manufacturing or purchasing from the outer city, both actions violate the alliance's laws. One is counterfeiting, the other is smuggling. In this dilapidated shack, over a dozen people crowded into the dimly lit space. A thin boy, around 12 or 13 years old, let his arms hang weakly at his sides, yet still wore a warm smile as he spoke to Qingwei. It's useless. You just haven't been targeted yet. Even with a spatial artifact, you can't evade their searches. Besides, you can't keep helping us forever. Sacrificing your future and your brothers for a group of people like us, who are on the brink of death, it weighs heavily on our hearts. Seeing a child so young speak so calmly about life and death, and still be so considerate of others, Qing Yu's eyes grew misty. It was this group of people, who retained their kindness despite their suffering, that had moved her during a chance encounter while photographing over half a month ago, compelling her to lend a helping hand. Just then, the wooden door creaked open. Who's there? Feng Jie leapt alertly to the door, while the others turned their anxious gazes toward it. Fang Ming stepped in slowly, his eyes scanning the cramped and dim refuge. Brother. Qingyue gasped in surprise, instinctively covering her mouth. The group began murmuring among themselves. They all knew Qingyu's brother was a beast tamer, and the aid funds from a few days ago had come from him. Considering Feng Jie's unique situation, everyone understood that even a beast tamer wasn't wealthy. With a stern expression, Fang Ming strode over to his sister, raising his hand as if to strike. Qingyue shrank her head, not daring to look at him or dodge, thinking that perhaps taking a hit would ease his anger. However, what she received instead was a warm and firm embrace. Qingyue, Fang Ming called softly. Yes? Qingyue looked up to meet her brother's gaze. You've grown up. Those simple words of affirmation made Qingyue burst into tears. At that moment, she was certain that her choice had been the right one. Laws of the alliance, counterfeiting, smuggling, none of it mattered. Her brother's approval was all that counted in her heart. However, Fang Ming said sternly, "You're not to keep things from me again, understood?" Yes, Qingyue replied obediently. In the conversation that followed, Fang Ming learned the full details of the situation and, for the first time, heard about ALS, this rare and devastating illness. From today onward, Fang Qingyue will not be coming here anymore, Fang Ming declared, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling firmly on his sister. His tone left no room for argument. You need to focus on your studies. But Qingyue began to protest. No buts. Fang Ming's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Feng Jie stepped forward, a serene smile on his face. Qingyue, your brother is right. We've been groping through endless darkness, unable to see any hope. You've been like a faint beam of light, bringing us warmth. Thank you. With that, he bowed deeply to the siblings. Everyone in the room, whether lying down or sitting, lowered their heads in heartfelt gratitude. Watching his tearful sister, Fang Ming smiled and patted Feng Jie on the shoulder. You've misunderstood. What I meant is, from now on, this will be my responsibility. What? He's coming? Brother. Whispers rippled through the room. Fang Ming raised his hand slightly, signaling for everyone to quiet down, his gaze settling on the astonished young man. What's your name? Feng Jie. The boy straightened his back and answered firmly. Feng Jie, we're both 3-star beast tamers. What you can do, I can do as well, Fang Ming said calmly. But, Feng Jie took a step forward anxiously. I'm doing this for my mother. Fang Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. I'm doing this for my sister. It's her wish. What he didn't say aloud was that it was also a promise he had made to himself, a vow to protect the ordinary. These frail and vulnerable people in front of him were the very embodiment of the ordinary. Thinking about the atrocities committed by the Yu clan, Fang Ming's eyes narrowed as a cold glint flashed through them. Tianyu flowing silver serum? Such bloody and vile methods, they were utterly unforgivable. Under Fang Ming's urging, Qingyue prepared to leave. Though she had left home early, she was now on the verge of being late for school. Just as she was about to step out, Fang Ming's brow suddenly furrowed. Many footsteps were rapidly approaching, surrounding their house. Each step was steady and powerful, clearly not from ordinary people. Really? Mobilizing so many beast tamers for a bunch of frail and elderly people. Fang Ming's expression remained unchanged. He knew he could escape, but the people inside the house couldn't. Feng Jie also quickly noticed the unusual situation and shouted anxiously. This is bad. Get out of here. Qingyue, Fang Ming, you need to leave now. As a 3-star beast tamer, as long as he wasn't caught, he would be fine. But if captured, with charges like smuggling, forgery, and resisting arrest stacked against him, his contracted beast could be destroyed, and that would truly cut off everyone's lifeline. With his rare and powerful flowing silver guardian, Feng Jie could indeed make a difficult escape if he went all out. As for the other frail and elderly, they were already near death. At most, their existing serums would be confiscated. But if Fang Ming and his sister were caught, given the Yu clan's ruthless ways, they could both be expelled from school. Ha ha, think you can escape? A loud laugh echoed as the wooden door shattered with a bang. A middle-aged man in a dark green uniform of the enforcement team strode in. Feng Jie, we meet again. The enforcement team? Gao Ming, you can't stop me. Feng Jie immediately summoned his flowing silver guardian. A mercury-like humanoid spirit materialized out of thin air, standing protectively by his side. You've been slippery, boy, slipping through my fingers several times. But today, you're not getting away. Gao Ming's face was full of confidence. Feng Jie could sense 5 other presences surrounding the house. Besides Gao Mingjit was the second squad of the enforcement team. He had fought them before and knew the squad consisted of 5 members, 2 3-star beast tamers and 3 2-star beast tamers. While they didn't have particularly strong control-type beasts, they weren't a significant threat to him with his flowing silver guardian. But today, why was there an additional presence? A sense of unease crept into his heart. Fang Ming silently stepped back to the side. He was curious to see how the enforcement team carried out their so-called justice. At that moment, dark, shadowy grids silently emerged on the dilapidated walls of the small house, resembling a massive spider web that covered every direction, leaving no gaps. What is this? Feng Jie's expression turned to shock and fear. Though he was highly talented, his lack of education left him with gaps in his knowledge. In an instant, an eerie spiderweb pattern spread across the walls of the small cabin, covering every inch with a dense, intricate weave. Feng Jie stared at the sudden phenomenon, struggling to determine what kind of beast-taming skill this could be. Fang Ming, however, narrowed his eyes with interest, as if he had already recognized the signature ability. Flowing silver, Feng Jie commanded sharply. The flowing silver guard by his side transformed into a streak of silvery light and darted toward the door. Gao Ming stepped aside unhurriedly, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. Alarm bells rang in Feng Jie's mind, but he had no time to hesitate, charging toward the exit right behind his flowing silver guard. At that moment, the spiderwebs covering the cabin suddenly came to life. Chirp, chirp. With a chilling sound of flesh being compressed and twisted, the dark, massive web emerged from the walls, sealing off the doorway as well. The flowing silver guard raised its right fist high, gathering an immense force of water. The surface of its fist shimmered with a dazzling silver glow. Boom! With a forceful punch, it struck the spiderweb at the door, a blow powerful enough to flatten the entire cabin. Yet, the web only dented momentarily before springing back like taut steel wires, leaving behind wisps of strange black mist on the guard's fist. Hiss! The sound of corrosion was sharp and piercing, but the flowing silver guard quickly deployed its internal mercury to dissolve the black mist completely. Feng Jie was secretly alarmed. His flowing silver guard had already reached 3-star mid-tier. While its strength lay in defense and entanglement, the sheer power of that punch was remarkable. Yet, the web remained unyielding. Had it been a flesh-and-blood beast, the corrosive black mist would have reduced it to nothing but bones. As despair crept into Feng Jie's heart, the wall to his right began to writhe like a living creature. A young man, wrapped in spiderwebs, emerged directly through the wall and appeared before them. It's him, after all, Fang Ming chuckled softly. Chaoyang, ranked 6th in combat strength at Binhai City Beast Taming University, with a combat value of 81. The same guy who got beaten to a pulp by Susu a few days ago. He recovered pretty quickly. Though Fang Ming was known for keeping to himself at school, he was still somewhat familiar with the top 10 names on the combat rankings. Chaoyang's beast was the Shadow Fang Spider, a dark attribute creature no larger than a baby's fist. While not considered top tier, Chaoyang had raised it to 3-star hider, a rare achievement for someone his age. Such success couldn't simply be attributed to the resources provided by his brother in the enforcement team. It also required extraordinary talent. Captain Gao, as per your instructions, the shadow web has been fully deployed. There's no escape for them now. Chaoyang reported respectfully to Gao Ming. As one of the 2 vice-captains of the enforcement team and the leader of the 2nd squad, Gao Ming was Chaoyang's direct superior. Although the other vice-captain was Chaoyang's elder brother, Chao Fei, Chaoyang had always been careful not to rely on that connection in a place like the enforcement team, understanding the importance of navigating relationships tactfully. Excellent. Gao Ming nodded in satisfaction. With Chaoyang, a 3-star high-tier Shadow Fang Spider Tamer, on their side, the team now had a powerful control specialist, making battles of this level far easier. Even though there was some rivalry between him and Chao Fei, Gao Ming couldn't deny his appreciation for Chaoyang, who was adept at reading the room and acting accordingly. Turning to Feng Jie, Gao Ming spoke with confidence. Feng Jie, the shadow web's power is doubled with the support of the walls. There's no escape for you today. Surrender quietly and save everyone unnecessary trouble. Feng Jie hesitated, his expression conflicted, before recalling his flowing silver guard. Seeing this, Gao Ming exchanged a pleased glance with Chaoyang. Understanding the signal, Chaoyang stepped forward, ready to place the enforcement team's spirit-restraining cuffs on Feng Jie. Just then, a clear voice rang out abruptly. So, you're Gao Ming, the leader of the 2nd squad of the enforcement team? Who are you? Gao Ming stared warily at the young man in front of him, whose expression carried an inexplicable hint of amusement. Fang Ming ignored his question entirely and spoke directly. Contract Beast, Blazing Flame Lion, 3-star limit, Beast Master Talent, Flame Enhancement, Combat Power 95. He stated each word as if reading from a dossier. That describes you, doesn't it? Gao Ming's brows furrowed instantly. While this information wasn't top secret, it was only circulated within certain circles. For a complete stranger to know it so thoroughly and to speak with such a condescending tone was deeply unsettling. At that moment, Chaoyang quickly stepped up beside Gao Ming and lowered his voice. Captain Gao, that's Fang Ming. He's the one who caused me to get injured by Susu, that pretty boy. It turned out Chaoyang had already spotted Fang Ming through the shadow web, but, preoccupied with their mission and mindful of Gao Ming's presence, had refrained from acting rashly. A flicker of thought crossed Gao Ming's eyes. As the leader of the 2nd team, he was well acquainted with the details of the counterfeit and smuggling case involving Tianyu flowing silver. He had been using this case as a means to outmaneuver the 3rd team in their internal competition while currying favor with the Yu family. Bringing Qiao Yang along this time was a strategic move to ensure the fugitive Wind Tribulation wouldn't escape again. However, the sensitive nature of the mission made him reluctant to stir up unnecessary trouble. Ordinary lawbreakers could be dealt with at his discretion, but Beastmasters were a different story. Entangling with them could lead to significant complications. And this young man's peculiar behavior only deepened his unease. Fang Ming, is it? I'll give you one chance, leave now, Gao Ming said, suppressing his irritation. Oh, and what if I refuse? Fang Ming countered. Gao Ming's expression turned icy. Kid, this is a counterfeit and smuggling case involving beast technology. If you want to meddle, you'd better consider whether you're qualified to handle it. Fang Ming, Qiao Yang chimed in. Captain Gao is already being lenient. Don't push it. A beast master contracted with a flowing silver guardian used for counterfeiting, along with a few criminals. Are you really willing to risk getting expelled from school over this? The faint smile on Fang Ming's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a cold, steely tone. Just ordinary people, huh? Heh. Let me ask you, esteemed members of the 2nd Enforcement Team, most of you graduated from the Beast Masters University, didn't you? Do you still remember the oath you swore when you enrolled? Gao Ming's frown deepened. It wasn't because of any oath had long since discarded such sentiments, but rather because he hadn't expected Fang Ming to be so persistent. Qiao Yang, on the other hand, froze, his face changing as he instinctively took a step back, unable to muster another word. Fang Ming, Gao Ming. Fang Ming's sharp voice suddenly interrupted the other party. His gaze was as piercing as a blade. Let me ask you, are you protecting the ordinary or exploiting them? Are you the law enforcement of Binhai or the enforcers of the Yu family? Arrest him. Gao Ming erupted in fury. These were the very accusations he dreaded the most. For a mere student from Binhai University to voice such words, it was impossible to execute him outright. But the consequences of letting these words spread could be catastrophic. In an instant, for hidden presences stationed around the small room converged rapidly. Qiao Yang's figure flickered as he withdrew to the wall, where a black web enveloped him and merged seamlessly into the surface. The eerie web shimmered with an unsettling black-purple glow. Fang Ming, however, revealed a faint, enigmatic smile. Starting today, the city's law enforcement team will no longer intervene in any cases related to Tianyu's silver element. His tone carried an undeniable authority. Feng Jie stood frozen, utterly baffled by the scene. He couldn't comprehend why Qingyue's brother was risking his life to utter such inexplicable words. Fang Ming, what gives you the right to say such things? Qiao Yang's voice echoed from all directions. The city's law enforcement is not something you can challenge. My right. A flash of silver glinted, and a ghostly mask suddenly appeared over Fang Ming's face. Group leader Gao, do you recognize me? The moment Gao Ming saw that mask, his entire body trembled violently. A chilling dread shot up from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. That sinister aura, those unfathomably dark eyes, and the overpowering chaos and murderous intent, it was unmistakable. This was the same figure he had scrutinized in photos over the past 2 days, the new top-ranking authority, the true mastermind behind the law enforcement team. This was not something that could be imitated. Only the 3 team leaders were privy to this secret. In that instant, Gao Ming realized the magnitude of the horror he had provoked. No task from the Yu family could compare to the peril of offending the ghost mask. My lord, I didn't realize you were here. Gao Ming immediately dropped to one knee, his tone filled with reverence. Leave, Fang Ming commanded coldly. Yes, withdraw. Quickly, the shadowy web dissipated in an instant, and Qiao Yang led his team away in haste, his heart filled with shock and confusion. As a newcomer, he had never heard of the title top-ranking authority, nor could he fathom why Fang Ming could instill such fear in a law enforcement team that even major families sought to curry favor with. The remaining members of the second team exchanged uneasy glances, deeply worried about the consequences of having offended such a formidable figure. Meanwhile, Feng Jie, Qingyue, and the others inside the room were utterly stunned, rendered speechless by the sudden and dramatic turn of events. She recognized the face of the ghost mask hero, but the Fang Ming before her now seemed to surpass all her expectations. Just as Feng Jie was about to speak, Fang Ming raised his hand slightly, signaling her to stop. He scanned the group in the room, his voice calm, yet commanding. Starting today, the enforcement team will no longer interfere with your affairs. However, since this involves the Alliance's laws, I urge all of you to keep a low profile. The crowd nodded in agreement, their gazes toward the young man filled with awe. Such capability was far beyond what an ordinary person could possess. For them, this signified the ability to procure flowing silver solution from other cities and meant Feng Jie no longer needed to live in hiding. Gratitude filled the faces of everyone in the room, young and old alike. Fang Ming's actions were nothing short of a life-saving grace for them. Feng Jie added at the right moment. We will, of course, act with caution. The enforcement team abides by the rules, but the Yu clan's influence. These words made Fang Ming's brow furrow slightly. Indeed, it wasn't that simple. While he could fully control the enforcement team, his actions inevitably disrupted the interests of certain parties. As someone who had minimal connections with the various factions in Binhai City B, it interest groups, noble families, or governmental bodiesh was unfamiliar with the tangled web of relationships. However, since he had chosen to intervene, he had no intention of backing down halfway. Looks like I'll need to pay the Yu clan a visit, Fang Ming thought to himself. But before that, I must clean up the rot within the enforcement team. This was, after all, part of his responsibility. Although he hadn't yet arrived at the headquarters, he was already well-versed in the personnel files of the team. He quickly dialed a number. Meanwhile, on the 31st floor of Binhai Tower, where the enforcement team's headquarters was located. Xiao Lu, you're new here, so make sure to observe and learn, said a middle-aged man in his 40s as he ate breakfast, speaking to the young man beside him. Our team 1 works directly under the captain, and the future looks bright for us. Understood, Brother Wang. Feel free to assign me any tasks, the young man replied respectfully. Don't be so formal. We're all brothers in Team 1, and we need to look out for each other in battle, Wang Peng said with a smile. Xiao Lu, a fresh graduate from Beast Taming University last year, had no significant connections but had managed to pass the rigorous selection process to join the enforcement team. He felt genuinely lucky to be here. Wang Peng added, one thing to keep in mind. Our captain is meticulous in his work. In Team 1, you need to pay extra attention to details. Think things through before taking action, and if you're unsure, just ask me. Got it, Brother Wang. By the way, Wang Peng suddenly lowered his voice and leaned in conspiratorially. Let me tell you a little secret, our enforcement team is getting a new top leader in the next couple of days. A new top leader? That's right. You're new, so you probably don't know. The top leader is the real decision maker of the enforcement team. What about the captain then? Haha, how could the captain compare? The top leader is a member of the extraordinary squad. What? Xiao Lu's eyes widened in shock. The extraordinary squad. Everyone knew that youth, potential, extraordinary abilities, and a combat power of over 200 were the basic requirements for joining the extraordinary squad. Seeing Xiao Lu's astonished expression, Wang Peng smirked slightly, clearly enjoying the moment. I got this information through some connections up top. You better tread carefully in the coming days. We don't know the temperament of this new top leader yet, and offending him would be interesting, to say the least. Thank you for the warning, Brother Wang. I'll get back to handling yesterday's statements now. The young man hastily organized the case files in his hands, preparing to push the marked cases to the bounty system. His movements were slightly tense being a newcomer to the enforcement team. He deeply understood the importance of first impressions. Just then, the office door swung open. A tall, commanding man in his 30s strode in, exuding an aura of authority that demanded respect without a word. Peng Wang, stop teaching the rookies your old tricks. The man's voice was deep and powerful. Peng Wang immediately shrank back, protesting loudly. Captain, I wouldn't dare. Heaven knows I'm innocent. The captain's lips curved into a faint smile as he turned his gaze to the young man. Lu Xiaoji, you're new here, so I won't say too much. Just remember, greater power comes with greater responsibility. Our city enforcement team may look glamorous on the surface, but behind it lies bloodshed and sacrifice. He paused for a moment. When it's time to fight, follow me into battle. Yes, Captain. Lu Xiaoji straightened his back, feeling the sharp, unyielding presence emanating from the solemn man before him. In his heart, this captain rumored to have a combat power exceeding 100 was the epitome of strength. Suddenly, a ringing phone broke the solemn atmosphere of the office. Captain Luo Feng pulled out his phone, glancing at the screen. On it were just 2 simple characters, superior. In that moment, Luo Feng's right hand trembled slightly, and the commanding aura he carried seemed to dissipate. He answered the call urgently. Hello, superior. This is Luo Feng, captain of the Binhai City enforcement team, leader of the first squad, reporting to you. For days, Luo Feng had stayed at headquarters, waiting for the chance to meet the elusive Ghostface. Yet, Ghostface had not appeared, leaving Luo Feng increasingly uneasy. Receiving this first call, he naturally responded with the utmost respect. Peng Wang and Lu Xiaoji exchanged startled glances, both equally surprised it was a personal call from the superior. The room was so quiet that, even without speaker mode, they could hear the voice on the other end of the line. It's me. I'm announcing a personnel decision. The voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Yes, please go ahead. Luo Feng responded immediately. The deputy captain of the enforcement team and leader of the second squad, Gao Ming, is removed from his position and dismissed. Dismissed? Luo Feng was taken aback. But may I ask the reason? The words had barely left his mouth before he regretted them. The line went dead, the sound of a busy signal echoing faintly. Luo Feng stood there, frustrated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He berated himself silently. How could I be so foolish as to ask why? Dismissing a deputy captain doesn't require a reason. If they wanted to dismiss me, it would be within their extraordinary authority. This new superior is not someone to trifle with, Luo Feng thought to himself. Ghostface, just the name alone sounds ruthless. They'll have to be even more cautious in the future. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Gao Ming and his second squad weren't they just dealing with the counterfeit flowing silver case? Could it be? Meanwhile, Fang Ming ended the call and left the small house with Qingyu. They hadn't yet exited the urban village when Fang Ming noticed something unusual. Qingyu, head to school on your own. Take this path. Fang Ming pointed in a direction. What about you, brother? I have other matters to attend to. Be good and go. He'll buy you a spatial artifact next time. Hearing this, Qingyu's eyes lit up. Though it didn't seem like something she needed right now, she still skipped away happily. Fang Ming's expression turned icy. Come out. As soon as he spoke, two figures in formal suits appeared, one in front of him and the other behind, materializing in the narrow alley. Heh. It's impressive that you found us. No wonder you managed to make the enforcement team leave. The man ahead revealed a meaningful smile, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. But no matter who you are or what connections you use to achieve this, you shouldn't meddle in the Yu family's affairs. The two Yu family guards were tall and imposing, exuding an intimidating aura. They had initially come to check on Gao Ming's progress, but unexpectedly encountered this composed young man. Without a word, they subtly shifted their positions, gradually blocking Fang Ming's every possible escape route. Kid, come with us. Where to? You'll know when we get there. Lead the way. Fang Ming responded decisively. Exactly as he intended had planned to visit the Yu family anyway, and now he had guides delivered right to him. Why not take advantage of it? The two guards exchanged a brief look of surprise. They had been prepared to summon their beasts, but now couldn't help but smirk. To them, this kid gripping his sword handle, but hesitating to draw, it was clearly trying to feign composure under the Yu family's reputation. A black car weaved through the city streets, heading toward the Yu group's headquarters. Along the way, Fang Ming casually sent a WeChat message. Before long, an imposing estate came into view. The car entered through a side gate, driving down a long, tree-lined path before stopping in front of an independent villa. As Fang Ming stepped out of the car, his right hand stayed firmly on the hilt of his blade. The oppressive presence of powerful individuals and the faint sense of danger in the air only heightened his focus, sharpening his desire to draw his weapon. In the center of the villa's luxurious living room, a young man dressed in a Beast Taming University uniform sat upright on a leather sofa. Fang Ming, it's actually you. The young man's expression first showed surprise, then curved into a faint, meaningful smile. Fang Ming, however, seemed like a casual tourist, leisurely taking in the room's decor. The suited man behind him frowned at this nonchalance and was about to step forward, but the uniformed young man shook his head slightly, signaling him to stand down. Fang Ming, my name is Yu Hao. We're from the same class. What? You don't recognize me? Only then did Fang Ming glance at him, his tone indifferent. Are you famous? A flicker of interest flashed in Yu Hao's eyes. In the prestigious Tianyu manner, Fang Ming remained so calm. Was he unaware of their methods? Or did he have confidence to back it up? While it was true that this kid had connections with Jiang Xieying and had even interfered with the enforcement team's actions in Binhai City, there was nothing Yu Hao needed to fear. The Tianyu liquid silver compound, are you the one interfering? Yu Hao asked bluntly. Fang Ming merely picked up an antique blue and white porcelain piece, admiring it as though Yu Hao's question didn't concern him. Fang Ming, Yu Hao's voice suddenly grew cold. The Tianyu liquid silver compound is the Yu family's legitimate interest. You'd better not court death. Fang Ming finally furrowed his brow. With a crisp crack, the priceless porcelain slipped from his hand and shattered into pieces on the floor. Boom! Light flared around the room as Yu Hao's subordinates summoned their contracted beasts, surrounding Fang Ming. Each one of them was a formidable expert, not to be underestimated. Fang Ming, however, casually cleaned his ear with a finger, his voice icy. You talk too much. If you're wearing a school uniform, go study. Stay out of grown-up business. Besides, do you even make the decisions here? Yu Hao's eyes instantly gleamed with murderous intent. As someone who had been ruthless enough to take lives since a young age, he would have long ordered this insolent brat to be torn apart, if not for the power backing Fang Ming. Yu Hao glanced at his subordinate beside him and said flatly, teach him a lesson, but don't cripple him. Yes, young master. The man in the suit responded, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Beside him, a massive creature slowly rose. Jing Ta Feng, a beast of the tiger species with heterochromatic eyes. This colossal tiger stood 3 meters tall, with a body length of 6 meters and a powerful tail that added up to a total length exceeding 12 meters. Its yellowish-brown fur gleamed coldly under the light, while its legs were covered in a bluish hue, each step exuding an air of wind-like grace. The most striking feature was its enormous eyes, the purple pupils emanating an overwhelming and intimidating aura. The tiger let out a low growl and lunged at Fang Ming in an instant. Just as the gap between them closed to less than a meter, it abruptly twisted its body, its thick tail whipping through the air like a shadow aimed directly at its target. Without hesitation, Fang Ming unleashed ghostly thunder energy. A triangular magic array lit up with blinding silver light as the sounds of mechanical gears and crackling thunder intertwined. He had fully unleashed his combat power. This was no time for his usual cautious approach. When justice was challenged and his family's safety was at stake, it was time for him to reveal his true strength. He gripped his iron training blade tightly, poised and ready. Electricity coursed through the blade, transforming the ordinary weapon into a blade of pure lightning. What is this? Yu Hao froze in shock. Before him stood a figure clad in black, mechanical-like armor with a ghostly mask, surrounded by crackling lightning. Just standing there, the figure caused the tiled floor beneath him to shatter inch by inch. Fang Ming still hadn't drawn his blade. Exercising restraint amidst overwhelming power, he took a single step to dodge the tiger's tail with ease. Then, with a lightning-fast kick, he struck the head of the three-star peak Zi Jing Ta Feng. Boom. The farthest wall collapsed instantly. The massive tiger crashed heavily into the rubble, its purple glow fading from its eyes. It made no sound as it was slain. The backlash from the broken contract caused its master to cough up blood on the spot. Fang Ming, Yu Hao's eyes were filled with terror. You were the ones who made the first move. Fang Ming said calmly. Before his words had fully settled, he struck again. Purple lightning streaked through the air, trailing eerie black energy. The guards barely had time to shout, "Protect the young master," before their voices were abruptly silenced. Drip, drip, drip. The luxurious quartz clock on the wall ticked 3 seconds forward. The fight was over. Everyone except Yu Hao lay on the ground, their beasts all slain. With a combat power of 160, Fang Ming didn't even need his blade. His fists and feet alone were enough to crush the 3-star beastmasters, whose power barely reached 100. Yu Hao had no extraordinary protectors left. There had been one, Uncle Snake, but that loyal elder had long since passed into the shadow world. Fang Ming dispelled the ghostly thunder energy and called back his companions, Xiao Qiai and Xiao Qing. He casually took a seat on a single sofa amidst the ruins, a relaxed smile on his face as he looked at the trembling Yu family heir. You said your name is Yu Hao, right? All right, one-legged squats, as fast as you can 2,000 reps. Start now. Meanwhile, outside the main gate of Tianyu Manor, a man in a black combat uniform stood silently. He had a single eye. This stupid navigation system. The signal keeps bouncing around. This should be the place, right? Fang Ming, that little troublemaker just joined the team and already causing problems. Can't catch a break. Hey, you over there, one-eyed guy. Get lost. Do you even know where you are? The guards at the gate barked at him. Friend, being blind in both eyes is called blind, the man said, pointing to his single eye. Being blind in one eye? That's called a pirate captain. The guard remained expressionless. Leave immediately. Don't make me say it again. The one-eyed man spread his hands, looking a little disappointed by the guard's lack of humor. But then, as if realizing something, he muttered, "Wait, did he just call me blind? Well, in that case." A blood-curdling scream shattered the peace of the manor. The guard's right eye socket instantly became a bloody hole. A fading afterimage lingered where the black-clad man had stood, while his real body had already stepped into Tianyu Manor. At this moment, within the grand mansion at the heart of Tianyu Manor, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow over the exquisitely prepared breakfast spread on the dining table. Yu Hongxin sat at the center, a man in his 50s clad in luxurious robes, elegantly savoring his meal. Master, the third young master has achieved notable success in managing operations over in the Shadow Realm, reported an elderly man with silver hair, his posture respectful, yet brimming with vitality. Yu Hongxin dabbed the corner of his mouth with a napkin, his fingers lightly tapping the hardwood dining table. Xiao Hao has garnered considerable support within the family, and he is indeed ambitious. He paused briefly before continuing. Have we found out who the Yi family invited to their auction gala this time? The elderly man shook his head slightly. All we know is that it's a faction from the capital. Yu Hongxin frowned faintly, a trace of contemplation flickering in his eyes. As the current head of the Yu family, he had employed bold and decisive measures over the years, steering the entire group away from a mild-mannered approach to an aggressive, unrestrained strategy. This transformation had propelled the Yu Corporation to unprecedented heights. However, in Binhai City, the Yi group's dominance remained unshaken. Despite his long-standing ambition to overtake them, Yu Hongxin was acutely aware of the gap between the two rivals. For the sake of the family's future, the Yu Corporation had been undergoing a rapid image overhaul in various sectors over the past 6 months. As he pondered the family's future, a sudden, piercing scream echoed from a distance, followed by the sharp blare of an alarm within the estate. The elderly man's eyes turned steely, and in an instant, a ferocious beast resembling a Qilin appeared, standing protectively by the master's side. Who's in charge of the Yu family now? Come out and meet me. A calm yet commanding voice resonated in everyone's ears. Yu Hongxin abruptly stood up, striding purposefully toward the door. A group of men in suits quickly surrounded him, forming a protective wall. On the expansive lawn in front of the mansion, a man in black combat gear stood motionless. 2 ancient battle blades were strapped diagonally across his back, their black sheaths contrasting with the water blue handles. Lu Chongkong, it's you. Yu Hongxin immediately recognized the man. Yu Hongxin, it's been years. Looks like you're quite comfortable in your role as the family head, Lu Chongkong remarked with a cold sneer. At that moment, powerful auras began converging from all directions, the elite forces of the Yu family closing in. In all these years, no one has dared to storm the Yu family's stronghold. Lu Chongkong, what are you trying to do? Yu Hongxin demanded, suppressing his fury, fully aware of the man's formidable strength. Lu Chongkong's smile vanished, his expression turning icy. You have 1 minute to bring my people here. The countdown starts now. What people of yours? Yu Hongxin questioned sharply, but no response came. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Master, let's just kill him, one of the guards bellowed. Yu Hongxin's face twisted with rage. After a moment of hesitation, he shouted, no one approach him. Go find them, quickly. Go find them. Then, turning toward Lu Chongkong in the center of the lawn, he called out, Captain Lu, aren't you going too far? The Yu family has not violated any alliance laws. 45 seconds left, Lu Chongkong said, his voice as cold and unyielding as a death knell. Yu Hongxin turned to someone at his side and whispered urgently, go to the ancestral grounds and summon fourth uncle. Understood. As more personnel surrounded the area, including several 4-star beast tamers, Lu Chongkong smirked disdainfully. The Yu family has been bleeding others dry these past years, but you did manage to cultivate a few extraordinary talents. Not bad. 30 seconds left. At the training ground of the Yu Manor, Yu Hao was engaged in an intense single-leg rapid squat workout, his sweat-soaked training clothes clinging to him. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the estate. Keep going, I'll check it out, Fang Ming said, glancing at Yu Hao, who had already completed over 700 squats before striding outside. It didn't take long for Fang Ming to grasp the situation. The captain himself has come, he thought to himself. He then took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Chongkong. Captain, I've been taken by the Yu clan. This was a calculated decision after all. The Yu group was bound to have hidden talents, and acting alone would be unwise. At the very least, this message would inform Lu Chongkong of his situation, leveraging the identity of the Transcendent Squad to intimidate their opponents. Ahead on the lawn, Yu Hongxin's voice rang out first. Is it him? Lu Chongkong, seeing a safe and sound Fang Ming, let a faint smile play on his lips. It's him. Yu Hongxin exhaled deeply, as if seizing an opportunity. Captain Lu, you owe me an explanation for today's events. The time has run out, Lu Chongkong said, completely ignoring Yu Hongxin's demand, speaking to himself instead. What? Lu Chongkong, what do you mean by that? Lu Chongkong grinned, a strange gleam flashing in his single eye. Yu Hongxin felt his surroundings spin as if he were instantly pulled in front of Lu Chongkong. The suffocating aura engulfed him like an abyss. With a loud thud, Yu Hongxin's legs gave way, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. When he came to his senses, he realized he was still standing in his original spot, but his legs were no longer under his control. At that moment, the air around Lu Chongkong began to distort, a vast and overwhelming aura enveloping him. Under the shocked gazes of everyone present, his body slowly ascended. His icy voice reverberated through the surroundings. Have I stayed out of action in the city for too long? Even someone like you dares to question me. His hands slowly grasped the hilt of the water blue blade on his back. Dual blade style, before the words fully left his mouth. An immense and terrifying aura had already expanded across the entire Tianyu Manor. Fang Ming looked up at the figure in the air. In that moment, Lu Chongkong was like a descending demon god. 10,000 ghost tide. The crisp sound of blades being drawn had barely echoed when an elderly voice boomed from afar. Stop. Tide demon. Show mercy. Lu Chongkong ignored the plea entirely. In an instant, his figure vanished, replaced by countless streaks of blue light weaving madly through the vast space. Fang Ming stood silently, watching it all unfold. Every streak of blue blade light that passed by him carried an apocalyptic power, slicing the air into fragments. The elderly man who had shouted for mercy had rushed forward, his aura equally powerful, his eyes filled with anger and fear. Yet, he still refrained from summoning any beasts. Seconds later, Lu Chongkong sheathed his blades and stood motionless. The endless blade lights dissipated. Among the Yu clan's forces, all individuals below the transcendent level were lightly injured, while those above were gravely wounded. Every summoned beast had become a lifeless corpse. Boom! The sound of collapsing rubble echoed continuously. The buildings and landscaping around the lawn, including the grand mansion, had been reduced to ruins. Only then did Lu Chongkong turn toward the furious figure and said indifferently, Fourth Master, it's been a while. Amidst the ruins, an elderly man dressed in coarse linen stood still, gazing at the devastation with a trace of pain flickering in his eyes. Ultimately, he let out a long sigh. Tide Ghost, what has my Yu family done to offend you to deserve this? Lu Chongkong hovered midair, about 10 meters above the ground. The noonday sun poured down behind him, outlining his figure like that of a deity, though it also obscured his expression from view. Reason. Lu Changkong's voice carried a hint of mockery. Your Yu family captured one of my people, and now you Hongxin. This junior demands an explanation from me? Fourth master, you used to be a figure of renown back in the day, but I never thought you'd fail so miserably when it comes to disciplining the younger generation. Yu Hongxin, already lightly injured from the earlier tide of 10,000 ghosts, felt his chest tighten at these words and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Suppressing his anger, he spoke with frustration in his voice. I don't know anything. You attacked my family's guards out of nowhere and demanded I hand over someone I've never heard of. Fine, you could have just found them yourself, but now you want to justify unleashing such destruction? Junior? I'm over 20 years older than you, friend. Though Lu Changkong was 33 years old and Yu Hongxin was over 50, in Lu Changkong's view, the fourth master of the Yu family, who had once crossed paths with him, was his peer. Both were 5-star beast tamers. By that logic, Yu Hongxin was naturally considered a junior. Faced with Lu Changkong's overbearing words, the fourth master remained unusually calm. Changkong, I've stayed out of family affairs for many years. With a family as large as ours, it's inevitable that some younger members will behave recklessly. I will ensure stricter discipline in the future. But what is your purpose here today? Can we not discuss this face-to-face? Lu Changkong let out a cold snort and descended straight from the sky. Upon landing, a powerful burst of energy erupted, and the already battered ground cracked further, forming a web of fractures. Fourth master, many old friends from back then are no longer with us. I do hope you live a long life. His tone carried a rare trace of sentimentality before returning to its usual coldness. The edge of my blade, Lu Changkong's blade, has always been pointed outward, away from the city. But your Yu family's methods, let me give you some advice, should not be so unscrupulous. The day I turn inward and draw my blade here, I will clean house. Farewell. With that, he turned and walked away, followed closely by Fang Ming. As their figures disappeared from sight, a sudden, sharp slap echoed through the air, piercing the somber atmosphere of the estate, where cries of pain still occasionally broke the silence. Yu Hongxin's left cheek instantly swelled, and he spat out another mouthful of blood before kneeling silently before the one who had struck him. Fourth uncle. The old man's eyes burned with fury, his voice laced with restrained anger. Yu Hongxin, what is going on? Who did you capture? I truly don't know. Half an hour later, in a secluded courtyard of Tianyu Manor, nearly all the prominent figures of the Yu family in Binhai City had gathered. Among them were 5 individuals with 4-star strength, but seated at the center was the family's sole 5-star powerhouse, the 4th child of the Yu family's first-generation patriarch. Fourth uncle, we've uncovered the truth, Yu Hongxin said respectfully, standing beside the elder with a voice barely above a whisper. Meanwhile, Yu Hao knelt trembling before the group, his face pale and his entire body shaking. After Yu Hongxin explained the full story, the elder's expression softened slightly. Only then did Yu Hongxin cautiously ask, Fourth uncle, what gives this Lu Changkong the right to act so arrogantly? You and he are both 5 stars. Slap. The sharp sound of a slap echoed through the hall. The old man's hand remained suspended in midair, his piercing gaze fixed on Yu Hongxin's reddened cheek. Have I not told you before? Our extraordinary team in Binhai is no ordinary group you can afford to provoke, especially Lu Changkong. The old man's voice carried a suppressed anger. Yu Hongxin rubbed his burning cheek, a hint of grievance flashing in his eyes. But they came straight to our doorstep. I went to find his people as soon as I could. The old man sighed softly, his brows furrowing slightly. He understood that in this situation, Yu Hongxin couldn't be entirely blamed. After all, who would have expected the other party to act so brazenly in the heart of the Yu family stronghold? The real issue lay in their complete lack of understanding about Lu Changkong. Hongxin, do you realize that even among those ranked as 5-star, there can be an immeasurable gap in power? The old man's gaze grew profound. Lu Changkong. He once served in the wings of the Alliance. What? The news struck like a thunderclap, and Yu Hongxin's eyes widened in shock. The wings of the Alliance? And he retired at just 33 years old. The old man scanned the room, his eyes finally resting on Yu Hongxin. This is a world of the strong. Even if your own power is lacking, you should at least understand the strength of others. A 5-star who can stride through the air with just their physical body. Do you have any idea what kind of talent that represents? Yu Hongxin froze. As a 3-star beast tamer, he truly knew little about such realms. His mind kept replaying the scene of Lu Changkong ascending into the sky, and the terrifying blade light that seemed to block out the sun. If not for his old ties with me, do you think this vast Tianyu Manor would still have any living souls within it? The old man's words sent chills down the spines of everyone present. In truth, his statement was somewhat exaggerated. Lu Changkong was not one to indiscriminately slaughter in cities. This time, it was merely a warning. The matter from here on out is yours to handle. The old man closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, saying no more. Understood, fourth uncle. Yu Hongxin regained some of his composure as the head of the family. Turning to face the gathering, He addressed them with authority. Everyone, our Yu family is undergoing an industrial transformation. Strange, malicious, and bloody ventures cannot sustain us in the long run. They will only hinder our progress to higher levels. From this moment on, all marked industries must be divested at an accelerated pace. Any family members below 3-star rank who have committed severe crimes will be handed over directly to the city's law enforcement. We must have the resolve to cut off the diseased limb to survive. I will personally oversee the progress of every project. Understood, the crowd responded in unison. Additionally, today's incident stemmed from the Tianyu silver essence. Transfer the registration rights for this drug to Lu Changkong immediately as a gesture of goodwill. Yu Hongxin's gaze shifted to Yu Hao, who was kneeling on the ground. He sighed inwardly. This was the only son of his late younger brother, a junior he had always valued highly. Yu Hao, hearing the family head call his name, Yu Hao raised his head, a glimmer of hope still in his eyes. The industries marked by the family were explicitly forbidden, yet Yu, driven by greed, sought to squeeze out their remaining value. This has caused immense losses to the family and is an unforgivable crime. The images of injured bodies, the corpses of beasts scattered everywhere, and the ruined manor flashed through Yu Hongxin's mind. He hesitated no longer. Yu Hao is hereby stripped of his status as heir to the family and exiled to the other dimension. Yu Hao was struck as if by lightning upon hearing the words. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. His eyes turned hollow in an instant, as though his soul had left his body. It wasn't the revocation of his heir status that terrified him, but the word exile, a fate that promised endless suffering and even the threat of death. The family's rules were absolute and unbreakable. The damage he caused was far too severe. If not for his father dying in battle for the family, if not for the patriarch being his uncle, and if not for the consideration of Snake Uncle's influence, he would have already lost his head today. Glancing around, he saw no one pleading on his behalf. Everyone understood clearly this was the best outcome he could hope for. In the training room at the Transcendent Squad's base, Lu Changkong looked at Fang Ming with a mocking expression. Well, you caused trouble, and I have to come running to clean up after you. Fang Ming scratched his head with a sheepish grin. He thought about explaining himself, but decided it was better to play dumb. What's so funny? Lu Changkong snapped, raising a hand to smack Fang Ming on the head. Remember, our Transcendent Squad doesn't start trouble, but we don't fear it either. A real man should be strong enough to solve his own problems. Stop calling for backup at every turn. I'm busy. Next time, if it's urgent, find Lola, he's on first response and nearby. Got it, Fang Ming replied with an innocent face. Just then, a phone rang. Lu Changkong stepped aside to take the call. When he returned, he said to Fang Ming, the Tianyu silver essence you mentioned, I've had it allocated to you. Handle it yourself. Fang Ming froze for a moment before letting out a relieved sigh. So the Yu family knew how to play their cards right. His eyes gleamed mischievously as he asked, Captain Lu, that 10,000 ghosts, what's it called again? Can you teach me sometime? Lu Changkong smiled at him. Huh? Was I not loud enough when I shouted its name? Was my presence not strong enough? You can't even remember the name, and you want to learn it. Awesome, absolutely awesome. I want to learn. Fang Ming nodded eagerly. At least you've got good taste. Lu Changkong patted Fang Ming's shoulder. That's my original ultimate move, the advanced technique of Tidal Blade. Amazing. Fang Ming quickly cut him off before he could go on endlessly about the advancements. But you've got a long way to go. Let me see if you've made any progress these past couple of days, Lu Changkong said, ready to test Fang Ming's sword techniques. Fang Ming gripped the hilt of his blade, standing awkwardly in front of Lu Changkong's inexplicably smug face. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't summon the desire to draw his sword. All he wanted to do was laugh. Not bad. Keep it up, Lu Changkong said before turning to leave. Huh? Fang Ming was baffled. Did he notice something? I wasn't even serious yet. If I were serious, I'd be really fierce. After leaving the base, Fang Ming caused a ruckus at the Tianyu Manor. By the time he returned to his garage at home, it was nearly noon. The cooldown for the Eye of the Stars was 20 hours. It had been ready since this morning after completing its regression at noon yesterday, but he had wasted a few hours. At this moment, Fang Ming had about 12 million yuan in his WeChat balance, 3-star soul, orbs in his beast space, and Master Duan's forging work had entered its third day. The Night Clan's auction gala was less than 2 weeks away, 13 days, to be precise. Meanwhile, the Yu family had fallen into an eerie silence following the recent incident. However, the other factions and powerful individuals in Binhai City were already beginning to stir restlessly. The grand auction event was fast approaching, and various factions were stirring with anticipation. Some were busy gathering information, others scrambling to raise funds, while a few were aggressively collecting debts or annexing smaller forces. The entire city was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and restlessness. That evening, Fang Ming arranged a meeting with Qin Yu and Feng Jie at a secluded location. Calmly, Fang Ming took out the registration documents for the Silver Essence. Qin Yu's eyes lit up instantly. while Feng Jie's gaze reflected not only delight, but also an unmistakable sense of admiration. He knew full well that completing such a procedure within half a day was nearly impossible, yet this young man, only slightly older than himself, had managed to accomplish it effortlessly. Fang Ming showed no trace of pride, treating it as though it were a trivial matter. He handed over the subsequent tasks to Feng Jie and Qing Yu, who immediately began discussing them with excitement. Feng Jie proposed the idea of establishing a small pharmaceutical factory while he had the Silver Guardians. Converting the silver essence into silver essence solution remained a complex process. In the past, they had to move frequently, secretly producing in small workshops. Now, with official registration, they could not only produce openly, but also source raw materials from other cities through formal channels, greatly improving efficiency. Though Qing Yu couldn't contribute much due to her studies, her face lit up with joy as she listened to the plans. Thus, the name Qingfeng Pharmaceuticals was born. Fang Ming glanced at his sister's happy expression, his eyes inadvertently catching the faintly visible devil's eye mark on her collarbone. The subtle rose-colored imprint rested against her pale skin, as if it were slowly channeling some mysterious energy into her body. During their casual conversation, Fang Ming unexpectedly learned that Feng Jie had actually contracted 2 spirit beasts, the second of which was also a hydrogen peroxide sprite. At Fang Ming's request, Feng Jie summoned the creature. What happened next left everyone stunned under the trio's watchful eyes. The 2-star sprite, already at full cultivation, evolved on the spot into a silver guardian. Feng Jie was dumbfounded, secretly wondering, is this the privilege of a chosen one? Or could it have something to do with Fang Ming's fleeting blue-eyed gaze? The following 3 days tested Fang Ming's patience. Knight Xuangling had practically become a regular visitor at his home. Whenever he was there, she would show up to cook, subtly probing for information about the auction items. On this particular day, as Knight Xuangling once again stood at his door with her hands full of groceries, Fang Ming finally reached his limit. He looked at the woman before him, makeup-free and slightly disheveled from waiting in line at the market. Her casual outfit was a bit untidy, and strands of her hair, damp with sweat, clung to her fair cheeks. Just as she was about to flash her usual smile, Fang Ming interrupted coldly. Knight Xuangling, please don't confuse personal feelings with interests. Your blatant attempts at ingratiation are uncomfortable, like an overly pushy salesperson. Please stop coming to my home. You are not welcome here. As for work matters, I will notify you in due time. You may leave now. Knight Xuangling froze in place, opening her mouth as if to explain, but no words came out. Reflecting on her behavior over the past few days, she bitterly realized she might have overstepped. In the end, she could only murmur softly, I'm sorry, Fang Ming. Yes, erase the translation. Yi Shuangling's voice carried a hint of melancholy as she gently placed the vegetables she was holding on the mat by the door. Avoiding Fang Ming's gaze, she turned and walked away. As she descended the stairs, Fang Ming's words kept echoing in her ears. Selfish? She stopped in her tracks, staring absent-mindedly at the light in the stairwell. The collaboration with the Demon Slayer studio had already been finalized, yet she stubbornly came here every day. Her fingers unconsciously traced the stair railing, and memories surged like a tide. The aroma wafting from the kitchen, her mother's gentle silhouette, and her small figure bustling around in the kitchen. Even though their home was filled with servants, she always loved joining her mother in the kitchen. Now, the Yi family mansion, despite its grand decorations, no longer held that warmth. Every evening, she would rather stay alone at the Spirit Cat headquarters, making herself simple meals, than return to the cold and empty Yi residence. The past couple of days at the Fang household, helping Aunt Luo prepare dinner, watching Qingwei bustle about in the kitchen, and even catching Fang Ming's occasional wary glances, had given her a rare sense of warmth. Standing downstairs, she looked up at the Fang family's windows and sighed softly. Perhaps she really had been too self-centered. Meanwhile, Fang Ming stood at the door, staring blankly at the 2 bags of fresh ingredients on the ground. Reflecting on the tone of his words earlier, he scratched his head unconsciously. Had he been too harsh? He walked to the balcony and gazed at Yi Shuangling's retreating figure, for the first time seriously contemplating the story of this heiress from the Yi family. To the outside world, she seemed glamorous, yet she appeared to harbor an unseen loneliness. The next morning, after completing his daily regression, Fang Ming prepared to set out. His target, the Eye of the Demon. At the eastern exit of Binhai City, a young man dressed in black combat gear, with a fine steel blade slung diagonally at his waist, stepped alone into the wilderness. Fang Ming stood on the familiar highway, his gaze sweeping over the undulating terrain, fixed on the distant snow-capped mountain that towered like a white deity. This journey was officially termed a Wilderness Patrol Secondary Response Duty, but in reality, it was a field training exercise Fang Ming had arranged for himself. Swinging his blade at the lifeless clown mannequin every day had long become tiresome. He craved a real opponent, a battle where life and death hung in the balance, to reignite his passion for wielding the blade. He had once sought advice from Lu Chongkong about this idea, And the response was simple. Practicing the blade is your own business. Do as you see fit. This was Fang Ming's second visit to the wilderness, and he advanced quickly along the route he had taken last time. Meanwhile, at another location in the wilderness, the Binhai City Beastmaster University's varsity team was undergoing training. The team consisted of 4 members, their leader Tang Yi, as well as Zhou Xiaojia, Tong Sheng, and Bai Susu. For the latter two, this was their first time venturing into the wilderness. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fierce combat echoed through a small forest, where broken trees were strewn about. Why won't this wind wolf pack give up? I can't hold out much longer. Hey, give me a hand here. Zhou Xiaojia shouted in desperation. Beside him, his beast companion, a pig-like creature the size of a small car, was panting heavily. Up in the trees, Tang Yi leisurely munched on an apple, showing no intention of stepping in to help. Bai Susu also watched coldly, while Tong Sheng, completely exhausted, was sprawled on another tree, fast asleep. A whoa! An enraged wolf howl pierced the sky as more wind wolves poured in from all directions, encircling Zhou Xiaojia. This was the second day of the varsity team's training. Bai Susu, as a seasoned veteran of wilderness combat, needed no further explanation, while Zhou Xiaojia and Tong Sheng had shown remarkable adaptability. After the first day's teamwork, they could now handle various situations with ease. Tang Yi had deliberately sought out pack-dwelling beasts to train them in dealing with ambushes and endurance battles. Zhou Xiaoji's bonded beast, a rampaging wild boar cultivated to the peak of 3-star strength, was an ordinary species but had unique qualities. It possessed a perfect fusion of light and dark elemental energies, 2 opposing forces. Combined with Zhou Xiaoji's rare physical enhancement talent, which allowed him to temporarily boost his beast's physique, this duo's combat power had reached an impressive 105 points. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the team continued to press deeper into the wilderness. With Tang Yi, one of Binhai City Beastmaster University's strongest fighters, excluding the elusive trio of headmasters, leading the group, ordinary 4-star beasts posed no real threat. However, as dusk approached, the team became increasingly cautious. They had entered a dangerous zone where solitary 4-star beasts could appear at any moment. Tong Sheng had a gruesome wound slashing across his chest, with faint green glimmers flickering along the edges. It was the healing power quietly doing its work. This nearly fatal injury came from a bladehorn deer, not because the opponent was too strong, but because he had underestimated it. If it weren't for Tang Yi's timely rescue, the consequences could have been disastrous. Tong Sheng, you can't even handle a beast with lower combat power than you? Your so-called 100-point combat strength seems pretty inflated, Zhou Xiaojia sneered, raising an eyebrow. Tong Sheng couldn't be bothered to respond, and simply rolled his eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaojia mischievously reached out to touch the wound. What are you doing? Tong Sheng snapped, grabbing Zhou Xiaojia's hand in a vice-like grip. Hey, what's the big deal? We're brothers who've faced death together. What's wrong with a little touch? Zhou Xiaojia retorted, refusing to back down as he tried again. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind whooshed past. Zhou Xiaojia barely managed to dodge by rolling awkwardly on the ground, narrowly avoiding a high whip kick. Bai Susu, why the hell did you kick me? Zhou Xiaojia demanded angrily, clutching his chest in lingering fear. Stop messing around like that. It's dangerous, Bai Susu said sternly, her expression serious. Exactly. Look at where we are. Idiot. Tong Sheng chimed in immediately. Unconvinced, Zhou Xiaojia argued. Who's messing around? I just wanted to feel the effects of Teacher Tang's healing power. He let out an exaggerated sigh. The downside of being an untouchable powerhouse, I never get hurt, so I never get to be healed. Zhou Xiaojia. Tang Yi's voice suddenly came from behind him, making him freeze in place. He didn't dare to turn around. We're approaching our final objective. I hope, when the time comes, you'll show me something impressive. Zhou Xiaojia nodded stiffly, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. This area was close to the legendary beast lair, and the creatures they had encountered so far were elite 3-star beasts far superior to ordinary ones. These were the kind of opponents that could truly challenge students at their level. As Zhou Xiaojia fell silent, the team moved forward cautiously in a tense quiet. Soon, a dense forest came into view, with trees growing taller and thicker the further they went. Could it be? Tong Sheng's eyes lit up. As a top student who never skipped class, his mastery of beast theory was unparalleled. Not only was his combat power high, but he also scored straight A's in theoretical courses. He instantly recognized this as the typical habitat of the Xing tribe, those infamous 3-star physical warriors known for their savagery. What is it? Tell us, Zhou Xiaojia asked urgently. Xing. Bai Susu answered instead, already shifting into combat mode. To her, the Xing represented the closest she had ever come to death, a memory forever etched in her mind, along with the image of a lightning figure on a stormy night. Xing? Weren't we supposed to have onion battles? Why are we dealing with a group? Zhou Xiaoji's words suddenly cut off, his pupils contracting sharply. Hey, Super Xing. His voice cracked as he turned to Tang Yi in disbelief. Tang Yi smiled with satisfaction. Zhou Xiaojie, a naturally gifted individual, was far too overconfident. Though his strength was undeniable, his lack of composure often made him seem unreliable. Even geniuses need setbacks to truly grow. She had deliberately chosen the Super Xing Xing as his opponent, a creature with 110 points of pure physical strength, no tricks or gimmicks. It was the perfect way for this prodigious talent to experience firsthand just how vast the gap was between himself and the strongest beings below the extraordinary level. Maybe we should forget about it. I think I have an upset stomach, Zhou Xiaojie said weakly, his face pale as he spoke to teacher Tang. Ah, Tong Sheng sneered coldly. Pathetic, Bai Susu remarked bluntly, showing no mercy. Tang Yi smiled faintly and explained, Bai Susu and Tong Sheng are indeed not as strong in combat, so we only need Zhou Xiaojie to handle this. But all of you must be extra cautious. The Super Xingxing are creatures that rely purely on physical combat. Their movements are extremely fast. If something unexpected happens during the fight, I might not have time to intervene. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaojie's face turned even paler. He knew Tang, it wasn't joking, her own defenses weren't particularly strong, and her combat strength came mainly from her contracted beast. If he truly had to face a Super Xingxing, even the slightest mistake could cost him his life, and Tang, he might not be able to save him in time. Don't worry, Bai Susu said with a serious expression. If you really end up dying, we'll finish you off quickly so you won't have to suffer. She meant it as an act of mercy after all. Being left half dead was worse than a swift end, but her words sent a chill down Zhou Xiaojie's spine. The four cautiously entered the Xingxing's territory. Half an hour later, Tang Yi's expression turned puzzled. This should be the place, she said, recalling her last visit and noting the distinctive stench in the air, unique to Xingxing. Yet, they hadn't encountered a single one along the way. Gradually, the group let down their guard and began to walk more casually. Did they move somewhere else? Zhou Xiaojie's eyes lit up with a hint of joy. This is great. Perfect timing. Tang Yi gestured for them to keep moving. As they ventured deeper, the stench grew stronger, as though a large number of Xingxing were gathered ahead. Their sharp, guttural cries could be faintly heard in the distance. Emerging from a dimly lit area, they found themselves in a massive clearing in the forest. What they saw left them all stunned. Countless dark red, short-haired creatures crowded the trees surrounding the clearing, occasionally letting out low growls. Their appearance startled the nearest Xingxing, whose crimson eyes stared at them coldly and emotionlessly. Prepare for battle, Tang Yi commanded in a low voice. They needed to work as a team first, and once victorious, force the Super Xingxing into a unknown fight with Zhou Xiaojie. With so many gathered here, it was the perfect opportunity to take them all out at once. However, the Xingxing simply turned back toward the clearing, showing no intention of attacking. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Tong Sheng, what do they mean by this? Are they looking down on us? Zhou Xiaojie shouted, feigning bravery and acting as though he was ready to charge. Tong Sheng grabbed him tightly. Let me go, Tong Sheng. I'm going to take them down. Tong Sheng released his grip, and Zhou Xiaojie stumbled forward before slyly tucking his shirt corner back into Tong Sheng's hand, signaling him to hold on tighter while he continued his dramatic performance. Stop fooling around. There's a fight happening up ahead. Tang Yi snapped, her expression grave as she silenced Zhou Xiaojie's antics. Curiosity piqued, the group edged forward cautiously. Though the Xingxing watched them menacingly, they remained unusually disciplined, not making a single aggressive move. When the full view of the massive clearing finally came into sight, everyone gasped in unison. What the? Zhou Xiaojie couldn't help but curse under his breath. In the center of the clearing before them, a fierce battle was unfolding. A young man dressed in black was locked in combat with an adult blood ape. Thick vines coiled tightly around his body, occasionally crackling with blue lightning. The grass in the clearing had long been torn apart by the intense struggle, and each clash of fists and feet sent clouds of dust billowing into the air. What a miserable guy. He's got decent strength to hold his own against an adult blood ape, but he's clearly being toyed with, Zhou Xiaojie remarked sympathetically as he watched the fight. Ms. Tang, should we help? Tong Xing asked gravely. Tang Yi didn't reply immediately, her gaze fixed intently on the young man in the fight. It was Fang Ming. Bai Susu had also recognized him, her eyes lighting up. It's him again. What a coincidence to run into him here. Previously, Bai Susu had recommended Fang Ming to Tang Yi, praising his strength and suggesting he was strong enough to join the school team. Although she hadn't disclosed many details, the fact that he was a 3-star bounty hunter was proof enough of his capabilities. However, Tang Yi hadn't expected to encounter this second-year student, whom she had always found somewhat disagreeable, in such a perilous place in the edge of the Devil's Eye, a territory crawling with blood apes. As Tang Yi observed the battle, she keenly noticed several peculiarities. Despite being surrounded and attacked by the entire group of blood apes, Fang Ming never unsheathed his blade. He only relied on dodging and maneuvering to deal with them. Even when perfect opportunities to draw his weapon arose, he merely tightened his grip on the hilt. What was even stranger was the expression on the faces of the blood apes surrounding him. Alongside their innate savagery and brutality, there was a hint of some inexplicable emotion. Not far away, a small, dark-furred figure stood upright, watching the battle unfold. It was their target for this mission, the super blood ape. Tang Yi felt a surge of excitement. Through her observations, Tang Yi confirmed that Fang Ming's strength was indeed extraordinary. His beast companion seemed to be some kind of lightning-infused divine entity, significantly enhancing his physical abilities and enabling him to engage in close combat with an adult blood ape. His combat prowess was at least an 85 on the scale, and it was clear he was holding back, having yet to draw his blade. If Bai Susu was correct in her assessment, his strength could potentially exceed 98. Since he's a student from our school, we should save him first and figure out the rest later. Tang Yi decided decisively. A golden hexagram array appeared in midair, and a raccoon-like spirit, half the height of a person, materialized instantly. It transformed into a tricolored stream of light and merged into her body. Zhou Xiaojie stepped back a few paces, clicking his tongue in admiration. Here we go again, Miss Tang's fusion form. Always so cool, second only to my black beauty. Tang Yi's body began to transform. Her fingers, nails, and ear tips elongated. Mysterious markings appeared on her face. Her waist grew more slender, and a translucent tricolored tail emerged above her hips. A formidable aura emanated from her, sweeping through the area and causing the surrounding blood apes to panic and scatter. Fang Ming also noticed the commotion. Through his starry eye, he observed this half-human, half-spirit figure. Name: Freeform Raccoon. Attributes: Water, Fire. Species level: 5-star. Growth level: 4-star 710. Status: Core Essence missing. Infusion. Skills: Flame Form Fire Element. Ice Form Ice Element. Healing Form Healing Element. Evolution Path. Tang Yi. Although she had changed a bit, Fang Ming immediately recognized that familiar figure. Standing beside her were Bai Susu and 2 other school team members he wasn't very acquainted with. Hey, you unlucky guy over there. We're here to save you. Hang in there. Zhou Xiaojie's shout suddenly disrupted the rhythm of the battlefield. Fang Ming felt a wave of frustration. It had taken him an entire morning to find this group of crimson apes he was using for practice, retracing the path from the last chase. The moment they saw him, they scattered like they'd seen a ghost. It wasn't until he managed to capture a super crimson ape that the group finally regrouped. To his surprise, a new king had already emerged among them, something he hadn't expected after having just slain 3 super crimson apes. Just as he was starting to get into the groove of the fight, Tang Yi darted into the battlefield like a flash of lightning. Flame form. Her clear, bright voice rang out as her petite semi-spiritual body was instantly engulfed in eerie red flames. Explosive energy surged within her. Standing 20 meters away, Tang Yi suddenly swung her right hand. A fiery claw mark shot out and hovered momentarily in the air before rapidly expanding and tearing through the sky with astonishing speed. Whoosh flames swept past Fang Ming, barely making a sound but stirring up a gust that gently lifted the hem of his black combat uniform. Fang Ming remained completely still, letting the tiny sparks dance around him, as if he were surrounded by fireflies. The adult crimson ape that had been battling Fang Ming was reduced to ashes in that single strike. Fang Ming turned to look behind him, where the fiery claw's aftermath had carved out a charred path stretching endlessly into the distance. Countless trees were pierced and toppled along the way. Faced with such devastating power, the Crimson Ape group abandoned all sense of order. No longer fearing Fang Ming's presence, they scattered in every direction. Wait! Fang Ming reached out futilely toward the sky, but it was too late to stop them. Forget it, they've all run off anyway. Noticing the frustration on Fang Ming's face, Tang Yi, who had been about to pursue the Super Crimson Ape, paused. By now, Bai Susu and the others had also arrived at Fang Ming's side. Fang Ming, Bai Susu exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Susu, what a coincidence. Fang Ming waved and smiled. Zhou Xiaojie perked up at the mention of his name. You're Fang Ming? Oh, I know. You're the one connected to Jiang Xianggu. Cough, cough. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Realizing his blunder, he quickly changed the subject. Junior, you're impressive. Taking on an adult Crimson Ape Hedon without faltering, truly living up to your reputation as the former 4th-ranked fighter. I always thought you were just for show, but turns out you're a steadfast golden spear. As he spoke, he enthusiastically patted Fang Ming on the shoulder, clearly impressed. Standing nearby, Tong Sheng's face darkened, and he quietly took a few steps back, trying to distance himself from Zhou Xiaojie. Fang Ming, however, didn't seem to mind at all. Who are you? This simple question seemed to trigger a switch. Zhou Xiaojie suddenly leaped into the air, tracing a graceful arc, spinning 360 degrees, and landing firmly on his feet. He spread his arms wide, his face radiating confidence and flamboyance. You're Jie Emperor, he declared dramatically. I am Zhou Xiaojie, the #1 combat strength at Binhai City's Royal Beast University. You can call me the Dark Child, Dark Oaf that children. As if on cue, it almost felt like some epic background music began playing in the air. Zhou Xiaojie continued his impromptu performance. Combat power 105. Below the transcendent level, I'm invincible. Above it, I trade one for one. Mastery achieved. Tang Yi couldn't help but take 2 steps closer to Tong Shang. Her face darkened, thinking, being this much of an edgelord is bad enough. But why is his grammar backward too? Fang Ming, on the other hand, stared at Zhou Xiaojie thoughtfully, finding the awkward atmosphere strangely familiar. Zhou Xiaojie, do you happen to have a relative who's a beast tamer? Zhou Xiaojie, still basking in his self-admiration, froze for a moment at the question. Then, puffing up his chest with pride, he announced, that's right, my brother's nickname is Werewolf, and he's part of the Transcendent Squad. He began to look even more favorably at Fang Ming, thinking this junior really knew how to ask the right questions. Fang Ming's lips twitched. Never mind then. Internally, he sighed. He couldn't be sure about anything else, but he could bet his life on Zhou Xiaojie being the werewolf's younger brother. By this time, Tang Yi had already withdrawn her 3-form civet and returned to her human form. She studied Fang Ming thoughtfully, clearly forming a new impression of him. His performance earlier in combat had completely overturned her previous assumptions. Fang Ming, are you okay? Why are you here alone? Tang Yi asked with concern. Fang Ming simply shook his head. He didn't feel like engaging with this woman who had left him with a bad impression in the past. Sensing his cold demeanor, Tang Yi hesitated before speaking again. Fang Ming, about what happened at the bike shop last time, I want to apologize for my rudeness. It was due to a misunderstanding. I hope you won't take it to heart. Zhou Xiaojie and Tong Sheng exchanged a surprised glance. This guy not only knew Bai Sushu, but also had some history with Teacher Tang. Fang Ming hadn't expected this previously arrogant and sharp-tongued woman to apologize to him. As for the so-called misunderstanding, he could guess it likely involved Jiang Xieying, but he couldn't be bothered to dig deeper. It's fine. What's done is done. Tang Yi smiled faintly and got straight to the point. Fang Ming, after seeing your skills, I'd like to invite you to join the school team. Zhou Xiaojie's eyes lit up. He already had a good impression of Fang Ming, and this would mean gaining another potential teammate or perhaps a subordinate. No need. Fang Ming declined without hesitation, his tone so indifferent that even Bai Sushu was momentarily stunned. Tang Yi assumed he didn't understand the significance and elaborated. Fang Ming, joining the school team is a dream opportunity for many students at the Coastal Beast University. You could represent the city in the Golden League and become the center of attention. It would greatly benefit your future. The school would also provide full support and abundant resources for your development. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Fang Ming's earlier display of calm, seasoned movements in his solo battle with the adult blood ape, combined with his formidable physique capable of matching the beast blow for blow, convinced her that he was the perfect candidate for the vacant spot on the school team. Although weaker than Bai Susu and the others, Fang Ming was still far superior to most people. At only a sophomore in college, he was a year younger than them. And for a genius, a single year of growth could be astonishing. No, Fang Ming replied decisively. At this moment, he no longer cared about the harsh words from before, nor did he mind being dismissed as a sparring partner. To him, the school team was nothing more than kids playing house. What resources could they even offer? Enough to sustain mecha training or refine the physical combat style. As for the Golden League, expecting him to single-handedly take on entire teams from other cities was simply unreasonable. Besides, the league was scheduled during summer break, a time he had already planned to follow Lu Chongkong for training. There was simply no room in his schedule. If that was the case, why bother holding on to this position? Tang Yi frowned. She had already extended the utmost sincerity as a mentor with extraordinary abilities, yet she still couldn't persuade Fang Ming. All right then, I hope you'll reconsider. Fang Ming was about to refuse outright when he caught a glimpse of Bai Susu's disappointed expression. After a brief pause, he changed his mind. Ms. Tang, I can join, but I have 2 conditions. Tang Yi's eyebrows twitched slightly. Although she felt it was a bit audacious for Fang Ming to set conditions, she suppressed her emotions and said, go ahead. First, they'll be the captain. Second, they'll be busy during the summer and won't be able to participate in the early rounds of the Golden League. If I have time, I can at most join for the final match. Bai Susu nodded subtly, finding the demands reasonable. With Fang Ming's skills, being the captain was undoubtedly justified. Talented individuals often had their own training plans, and it was already a bonus that he would consider participating in the final match. She believed that with the current strength of the school team, they could easily make it through the initial rounds without him. Tong Sheng gave Fang Ming a surprised look. This guy appeared calm on the surface, but his words were even more arrogant than Zhou Xiaojie's. That innate pride was clearly not an act. All right, Tang Yi unexpectedly agreed. She reasoned that since there were substitute slots available, it wouldn't hurt to let Fang Ming join. If he truly had the strength, having him lead would be better than relying on 3 pure fighters. Fang Ming's confidence didn't seem like immature arrogance. Perhaps he could actually bring some surprises. A bold idea even crossed her mind: what if those ferocious creatures, including that super beast, were merely Fang Ming's sparring partners? The thought was so outrageous that even she found it hard to believe. Zhou Xiaojia, however, couldn't hold back any longer. This guy is way too arrogant. Fang Ming, I'm the captain, how dare you try to take my spot? Do you even know what a power level of 105 means? Fang Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. It's not that high, is it? What? Zhou Xiaojia erupted in anger. Look at this guy next to me. Tong Sheng, his power level is over 100, and he's incredibly strong. Yet I still crushed him. Tong Sheng's face darkened, and he was about to challenge Zhou Xiaojia to settle the score. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble faintly, the vibrations intensifying rapidly. Boom Boom Everion turned their gaze toward the source of the disturbance, the fiery path Tang Yi had created earlier with a single claw. The remaining trees along the path were still burning, and in the distance, tall trees began to topple one by one. From a distance, a towering gray-white figure gradually emerged into everyone's view. Fang Ming's pupils contracted sharply. The massive creature before him was none other than the giant force ridgeback, a 5-star beast species. This earth elemental beast, belonging to the nature category, was entirely composed of indestructible rock essence. Typically, only juvenile forms of the 3-star species were encountered. Upon reaching adulthood, however, it became an extraordinary existence. Standing at a height of 16 or 17 meters, its colossal rocky body cast a vast shadow. Judging by its size, this particular giant force ridgeback seemed to have just entered the early stage of 4-star maturity. What made the Demon's Eye unique was that such a creature, which should have been dwelling in deserts or mountains, had appeared in this location. The giant force ridgeback appeared to have been drawn by Tang Yi's earlier flaming claw mark and began striding toward the group. Each step seemed slow, yet it covered an astonishing distance, causing the ground to quake violently beneath its feet. Take cover, Tang Yi commanded sharply. At her order, Fang Ming, Bai Susu, and the others scattered and hid without hesitation. By now, the giant force ridgeback had approached within 20 meters, its immense body blocking out the sunlight and radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Tang Yi, however, scoffed dismissively. So what if you're big? A freshly advanced 4-star adult ridgeback? It's probably never encountered a true human expert before. With her combat power rating of 190, she could easily overpower a beast with a mere 150 rating. From the top of a distant tree, Fang Ming observed with an intrigued expression. He was well aware of Tang Yi's formidable strength. The flaming claw mark she had unleashed earlier was not something he could counter with ease. The giant force ridgeback stomped forward violently, almost instantly closing the distance to Tang Yi. This step wasn't an attack, but a maneuver for leverage. Though it didn't land directly, the ground beneath it collapsed instantly, sending shockwaves through the air. Yet such force was negligible to an extraordinary powerhouse like Tang Yi. Immediately after, the ridgeback twisted its rocky torso and unleashed a punch the size of a car, carrying devastating momentum. The air compressed under the enormous force, forming layers of visible shockwaves in front of the fist, accompanied by a piercing whistle and explosive booms. At the epicenter of this immense power, Tang Yi stood her ground. The spiritual light of her 3-body link's spirit was merging within her, while the ground beneath her feet cracked and caved under the intense wind pressure. Incredible! This is the might of the giant force ridgeback. It can destroy the Earth's surface with just the force of its punch, the team members exclaimed in awe. As the gargantuan stone fist, capable of obliterating everything, descended toward Tang Yi's head, she remained motionless, murmuring softly, "Ice form." In an instant, the primal semi-spiritual form of her 3-body links transformed into a crystalline figure of ice blue, emanating an extreme chill. This was one of the lynx's 3 forms, granting not only exceptional hardness and cold energy, but also remarkable agility. Tang Yi raised her hand slightly, her fingers spreading wide, and at the critical moment, she met the unstoppable stone fist Hedon. Boom! A force powerful enough to shatter mountains and split stones was stopped by Tang Yi with a single hand. A thin layer of frost had formed in her palm, completely neutralizing the earth-shaking strike. A faint smile played on Tang Yi's lips. This level of attack was far from reaching the limits of her frost armor. For one, the frost armor was inherently resilient, and for another, the gap in strength between her and the giant strength mountain ridge was simply too vast. Confusion spread across the rugged face of the giant strength mountain ridge. It clearly couldn't comprehend how this petite human could so effortlessly withstand its devastating blow. But in that brief moment of stillness, an abrupt change occurred. The sound of cracking echoed distinctly to Tang Yi's ears. She glanced down to see the surface of her frost armor covered in fine cracks, spreading rapidly across her entire body. Bang! The frost armor shattered in an instant, scattering into countless shards of ice. Tang Yi immediately executed a swift retreat, using her Lightfoot skill, creating distance between herself and the giant strength mountain ridge. She had reverted to her initial semi-spiritual form, But worse still, she sensed the condition of her companion, the three-body lynx, deteriorating rapidly. The fusion state of her Beastmaster talent had been forcibly undone. Now, the three-body lynx was reduced to its original half-human-sized form, lying weakly on the ground. It struggled to open its eyes, filled with guilt, but ultimately succumbed to an invasive force and fell unconscious. Run! Tang Yi shouted to her teammates as she swiftly summoned the three-body lynx back into her care. This is bad. Teacher Tang's beast companion is malfunctioning again. Tong Sheng exclaimed anxiously. Damn it! Weren't we told the issue had been resolved? Zhou Xiaojie complained in frustration. Stop wasting time and retreat now? But what about Teacher Tang? Staying won't help. That's a fully grown giant strength mountain ridge. Bai Suzy didn't join the argument. Instead, her gaze turned to the black-clad young man, Fang Ming, perched atop a nearby tree. She silently hoped he would step in to assist. However, Fang Ming merely stood with his arms crossed, watching with interest. He seemed intent on witnessing the true strength of a four-star Beastmaster stripped of their beast support. At that moment, the giant strength mountain ridge launched its second attack. Its colossal fist came hurtling toward Tang Yi, who swiftly dodged to the right, narrowly avoiding the crushing blow. Crossing her arms to shield her face, she blocked the shards of flying debris, using the shockwave to further increase the distance between them. The giant strength mountain ridge retracted its fist and turned, locking its gaze on Tang Yi once more. Then, it let out a deafening roar that shook the air. The sound was like the collision and friction of a massive boulder tumbling down a towering mountain, profound, resonant, and capable of shaking the heavens and earth. As the earth-shattering roar subsided, the colossal figure of the giant ridge slightly leaned forward. Its two massive hands, each the size of a car, suddenly plunged into the ground. The earth quaked instantly, and a peculiar ripple of energy spread out within a 100-meter radius, eventually converging into its palms. In the blink of an eye, it pulled two enormous stone spheres from deep beneath the surface, their gray-white surfaces glinting with a sheen identical to its own. Before the group could react, the giant ridge hurled the two massive stones in different directions. Tang Yi, with her agile reflexes, narrowly dodged the incoming projectile, but Zhou Xiaojie was not as fortunate. Although the stone veered off its original trajectory, it shattered a tree trunk beside him. Splinters and branches exploded into the air, tracing eerie arcs, and one thick branch struck him squarely on the forehead, knocking him out cold on the spot. After throwing the stones, the giant ridge did not pause. It turned and charged relentlessly toward Tang Yi. With its speed, it was only a matter of time before it caught up to her. Fang Ming, standing off to the side, silently observed Tang Yi's movements as she dodged twice. From the way she pushed off with her legs and her evasive speed, he could already assess her level of physical capability. Taking into account the giant ridge's supernatural nature and its ability for ranged attacks, Fang Ming decided it was time to act. Phantom Thunder. Against such an opponent, Fang Ming unleashed his full strength. The power within him erupted in an instant, not the faint blue sparks his teammates had seen before, but the vivid purple lightning that came with his awakened electrical spirit. Through the harmonization of his devouring ability, the seemingly opposing forces of darkness and lightning fused flawlessly, emanating an overwhelming, heart-stopping energy. Through the abyssal mask of his ghostly mecha armor, Fang Ming's eyes glinted with a cold, suppressed madness. This was his first attempt to bridge the chasm between mortals and gods, to confront an extraordinary beast heathen. Drawn by the sudden surge of immense energy, Tong Sheng looked up toward the treetops in the distance. But Fang Ming's figure had already vanished from where he stood. All Tong Sheng could catch was a fleeting blur slicing through the air at an astonishing speed. That blur, it was Fang Ming. In mere moments, Fang Ming's seemingly slight figure silently appeared behind the giant ridge. Even though the creature sensed his presence, his speed left it no time to turn. Blade of Phantom Destruction. Fang Ming unleashed his full might without reservation. A blackened energy blade materialized out of thin air, its body infused with crackling purple lightning, intertwining wildly with the ghostly energy. A long-suppressed battle spirit and an unyielding resolve surged forth, channeling into the blood-red blade. Gripping the hilt tightly with both hands, Fang Ming, guided by immense power, slashed horizontally at the creature's leg joint. The speed of this strike far surpassed any of his previous attacks, prompting a thought of awe to flash through his mind. Is this what Lu Chongkong meant by the sense of the blade? The blade sliced through the giant ridge's thick leg with shocking ease, as if the rock-like material, harder than steel, were mere paper. With a deafening crash, the giant ridge's entire right foot was severed cleanly. Its massive body, now unbalanced, faltered and dropped to one knee, forced to rely on its left leg for support. Another terrifying roar echoed through the battlefield. The sound was laced with pain, fear, fury, and defiance, reverberating across the chaos. The massive figure of the Julie Mountain Ridge beast crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, a gruesome gash on its chest so deep that bone was visible. The sight left everyone present utterly stunned. It was well known that even Tang Yi, using her full power with her flame form, would have to endure a fierce battle to take down this creature famed for its defense. After all, this was an extraordinary beast with a combat strength of 150, whose rocky essence naturally countered the flame form's attacks. Yet, Fang Ming had struck it down with a single blow, just one strike that pierced through the Ju-Li mountain ridge beast's vaunted defenses. Bai Susu stood frozen, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had always known Fang Ming was strong, but this was far beyond her expectations. Tong Sheng, on the other hand, kept rubbing his eyes, as though suspecting he had fallen under some kind of illusion. Not far away, Tang Yi stood still, her beautiful eyes glimmering with amazement. She had witnessed the entire scene unfold. Fang Ming poised atop a tree, a vivid silver triangular array glowing beside him. Although dazzling, the silver light formed only a triangle, not a golden six-pointed star. This signified that Fang Ming was still a three-star beastmaster, which made the feat even more astonishing. When did the Alliance ever have a three-star beastmaster of this caliber? Tang Yi mused silently. Suddenly, many things started to make sense. The favor of the Jiang family heiress, the controversy over his captaincy, and even his decision to forego the grand tournament. Perhaps those bloody battles with the Xing creatures were merely practice for him to hone his blade. The battle raged on. Despite its defensive preparations, the Ju-Li mountain ridge beast was utterly outmatched against Fang Ming. The young man, clad in black and wearing a ghostly abyssal mask, wielded a blackened thunderblade crackling with purple lightning. He moved like a streak of lightning, darting around the beast with precision and agility, evading every attack effortlessly. Having lost its right foot, the creature couldn't even graze him, let alone exchange injuries for a chance to land a blow. Fang Ming continued seeking the perfect moment to strike again, striving to recapture the lightning-fast sensation of his first blow. Though that flawless blade moment had been fleeting, it had already laid the most solid foundation for his path as a swordsman. On the battlefield, thunder and ghostly energy intertwined, while the force of punches and deafening roars shook the heavens. The massive body of Giant Ridge was covered in knife wounds, crisscrossing like a spider's web. Some were shallow, mere scratches, while others were so deep they nearly exposed bone. Each wound was surrounded by an eerie black mist, resembling a corrosive toxic fog that rapidly ate away at the injuries. Giant Ridge's knees slammed heavily into the ground, his massive frame swaying. Reflected in his enormous eyes was a deadly streak of tricolored light-up black blade, blood-red edge, and purple lightning coiling around it. This was the true form of the Demon Slayer blade. As the blade's glow grew larger in his vision, despair finally appeared in Giant Ridge's eyes. Humans, so terrifying. The blade pierced through layer after layer of resistance, striking directly into the center of his brow. Soul cleave. In an instant, the enormous Giant Ridge began to crumble. The grayish-white luster on his surface quickly dimmed, like a lifeless mountain of stone. With a thunderous crash, this small mountain collapsed, stirring up clouds of dust and white smoke. When the dust settled, all that remained was a shattered pile of rock and rubble. Amid the swirling dust, a milky white crystal, the size of a fist, floated in midair, radiating a soft glow. The Demon Slayer blade dissipated as Fang Ming lightly tapped his foot, darting forward to catch the falling crystal. A 4-star treasure heart of the ridge, mid-grade crystal, market value, 12 million. Fang Ming weighed the heavy crystal in his palm. So dense, a real treasure. With that, he stowed it into his spatial ring. Tang Yi and Bai Susu approached slowly, while Tong Sheng carried the unconscious Zhou Xiaojiao on his back to the edge of the rubble. The group exchanged silent glances. Though Fang Ming had withdrawn the ghostly energy and lightning, the aura of his immense power still lingered faintly. Fang Ming, just now, was that a spirit weapon? Tang Yi broke the silence. No, Fang Ming shook his head. Tang Yi wisely refrained from pressing further. At this moment, Fang Ming seemed to be shrouded in a veil of mystery, making everyone wonder. What was his contracted beast? How could he achieve such power at only 3-star level? What they had just witnessed might well be the legendary feat of defeating a transcendent being. It was well known that the gap between 3-star and 6-star was like an insurmountable chasm. Even the brightest stars of the Golden League only reached a combat power of 110. The weakest transcendent beings, however, had at least 150. To exchange a few moves with a transcendent and survive was already considered an extraordinary talent, let alone defeating one. Fang Ming, you're incredible. Tong Sheng expressed what everyone was thinking in the simplest terms. Though Bai Susu remained silent, her eyes gleamed with admiration for the first time. As a natural-born warrior, she had never submitted to anyone. Even when Fang Ming easily defeated the Ultra Ape earlier, she had only regarded him as a rival to surpass. But now, that notion was completely extinguished. The gap was too vast. Even if she broke through to transcendence and reached 5-star in the future, she would never match the brilliance of someone who could defeat a transcendent. Everyone, let's leave quickly. Fang Ming brushed the dust off his clothes. The commotion was too loud. We don't want to attract other transcendent creatures. The group nodded in agreement and followed Fang Ming, keeping their formation tight. The route they took was one Fang Ming had walked before with Zheng Yuanfei. Though it passed through a forest inhabited by deceitful serpents, it was shorter and safer than the path Tang Yi had taken earlier. Fang Ming, you seem very familiar with this area. Do you come to the wilderness often? Tang Yi asked as the group grew more comfortable with each other during their peaceful journey. Not very often. I walked this route once before with Bai Susu. It's the shortest path from Benhai to the Devil's Eye. At this point, Tong Sheng was feeling a bit frustrated as he carried the unconscious Zhou Xiaojia on his back. The fat lump was as heavy as a pig, and Tong Sheng was nearing his limit. Mr. Tang, Fang Ming suddenly remembered something. Is there a problem with your contracted beast? Tang Yi's expression darkened as he nodded. Yes, Elise, something's wrong with her. His face was full of worry, mixed with a hint of unwillingness. Seeing that Tang Yi seemed reluctant to elaborate, Fang Ming still pressed gently. Could you tell me more? I'm an apprentice evolutionary master. Maybe I can offer some advice on your three-form fox. Tang Yi was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, her eyes flickering with a trace of complexity. She instinctively clenched her fingers as the thought of Fang Ming once being a member of Lab Number 7 surfaced in her mind. Yet, she knew deep down that she had already sought help from scholars even more accomplished than Zhang Xieying, only to spend countless resources and time, achieving nothing more than temporary fixes without addressing the root of the problem. She raised her eyes to look at Fang Ming. Though harboring doubts, she dared not dismiss this young genius. Taking a deep breath, she began to speak slowly. Ali brought me unparalleled honor. Our fusion, our mastery of the triform, once left countless people in awe. As she spoke, a glimmer of nostalgia appeared in her eyes. Fang Ming nodded slightly. Indeed, the talent of beast fusion was rare and powerful in itself, but to achieve perfect control over the fused form was an entirely different challenge. He recalled the youngest of the Luo brothers, who had fused with his Firefang hyena, but could only unleash a fraction of its potential. And even that type of beast, with its physical-leaning nature, was considered relatively simpler to fuse with. Tang Yi's triform links, being a semi-spiritual entity, made even the fusion process extremely difficult. Moreover, its three skills each involved profound elemental transformations, requiring exceptional talent, ability, and harmony between the Beastmaster and their contracted beast. It was no wonder Tang Yi's perfect control was so rare. But then, Ali suddenly fell into a deep sleep. Tang Yi said with a hint of bitterness in her voice. I sought out every renowned healer, but none could provide a true cure. All I could do was use precious resources to barely sustain it. How effective has that been? Fang Ming asked seriously. Tang Yi shook her head, her eyes full of helplessness. The results were minimal. At first, I could maintain longer periods of wakefulness, but its growth completely stagnated. Over time, the frequency of its dormancy increased, and even switching to different treasures made no difference. Recently, an experienced nurturer speculated that the core issue might lie in its essence, which is why it can't be fully healed. He gave me a special treasure to try, and while it did wake Ali temporarily, her voice trailed off, disappointment filling her gaze. Fang Ming nodded slightly. This aligned with what he had observed through the starry eye. The triform links indeed suffered from an issue of essence depletion. Within the current academic community, problems related to the essence were notoriously difficult to diagnose accurately, let alone cure. While rare treasures like the Crimson Devil Stone or Star Soul possessed essence-related properties, they did not guarantee a solution to essence-related ailments. Over time, the condition of the triform links would only continue to deteriorate, leading ultimately to either death or permanent dormancy. At that moment, Zhou Xiaojia, who had been slung over Tong Sheng's back, began to stir. He groggily opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. Where am I? Is this still the giant force mountain range? Did we escape? When no one responded, he suddenly glared at Fang Ming. Hey, how dare you try to take my position as captain? Just wait until my headache's gone. I'll make you pay for this. Still, no one paid him any attention. Zhou Xiaojia adjusted his posture, attempting to find a more comfortable position on Tong Sheng's back. Get off me. Tong Sheng snapped, shrugging him off and letting him fall to the ground. You're awake, and you still want me to carry you? Fang Ming ignored the commotion entirely. Fixing his gaze on Tang Yi, he hesitated briefly before speaking. Teacher Tang, I might be able to solve the issue with the triform links. Really? Tang Yi looked at Fang Ming in astonishment. How confident are you? She had already explained earlier many masters had examined Ali, and if it truly was an issue of essence, it was believed to be beyond any cure. Fang Ming pondered briefly, his expression serious as he said, there's a 70 to 80% chance it can be completely cured. 70 to 80%. Tang Yi's voice suddenly rose in pitch, cracking slightly. Her rational mind told her it was impossible, yet at the same time, it reminded her this man, who could defy the extraordinary, never spoke empty words. Fang Ming was actually very confident about this. 70 to 80% was merely a conservative estimate. He had already seen through the essence of the star soul light sphere. It was the purest form of primal energy. Unlike the restructured star souls, which were optimized for evolution, the star soul light sphere could directly affect the primal core, just like how it had cured the dormant state of Master Duan earlier. At that moment, an ear-piercing laugh shattered the contemplative atmosphere. Ha! Ha. Zhou Xiaojia stepped forward, his eyes filled with disdain. Fang Ming, you brat. Even so many people couldn't solve Teacher Tang's three-body raccoon problem, and you claim you can cure it? And with 70 to 80% certainty? I think you're asking for a slap in the face. Stop pretending. Are you trying to steal my position as team captain? Zhou Xiaojia's obsession with the captaincy was evident. To him, the strongest should lead, as it was tied to the dignity of being the child of darkness, and a status befitting his handsome looks and robust physique. Fang Ming turned his head, a faint cold smile playing on his lips as he stared directly at the boisterous Zhou Xiaojia. Do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart? Zhou Xiaojia froze. What the? You brat, you're really arrogant, huh? Daring to challenge Captain Zhou? Fine, let's duel. At that moment, a delighted smile blossomed on Tang Yi's face, as if she had already anticipated a spectacle even more entertaining than the ultra-simian fight. Tong Sheng grinned widely, his teeth on full display, while Bai Susu's expression also carried a hint of expectation. Why are you all laughing? Zhou Xiaojia noticed the odd atmosphere, but still believed smugly. They must be looking forward to seeing Fang Ming get beaten up, right? However, as the future captain, he decided to win them over with his strength, summoning his proud, black beauty, to make an impression. With a flash of light from the magic array, a boar the size of a small car crashed onto the ground. Its body was pitch black, seemingly capable of swallowing light, yet faint streams of radiance flowed within. Its thick nostrils exhaled white mist, and the most striking feature was its pair of eyes, one glowing brightly, the other dimly. Fang Ming activated his starry eye, instantly analyzing the attributes of this exotic beast. Name, light dark boar treasure. Attributes, light, dark. Species level, 5-star. Growth level, 3-star 1010. Status, healthy. Skills, 1. Light dark charge, an unstoppable, frenzied assault. 2. Light dark force field, creates a gravity field within a 20-meter radius centered on itself. 3. Light dark dual eyes, converts light and dark elements into its own mass. Light dark dual eyes. Fang Ming chuckled softly, admiring the beast that, despite being a boar, carried a certain elegance. At that moment, Black Beauty's eyes alternated between light and dark, and the ground beneath its feet began to sink steadily. Interesting indeed. A glimmer of battle spirit flashed in Fang Ming's eyes. Fang Ming stood still, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. The wild boar before him had not only perfectly fused the opposing elements of light and darkness, but, to his astonishment, it had also generated a unique force field resembling a gravitational field, with Hey Mimi as its core. Buzz, a heavy pressure instantly enveloped Fang Ming's entire body. Zhou Xiaojia tilted his chin up proudly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Now you see how powerful your captain is? The Son of Darkness isn't messing around with you. Hey, Xiaojia. Fang Ming suddenly spoke, his tone casual. Why not call yourself the Son of Light and Darkness? TCH. Zhou Xiaojia scoffed dismissively. Son of Light and Darkness sounds so lame. The Son of Darkness is way more mysterious and cool, and besides, Hey Mimi's main color scheme is black. Mid-sentence, he suddenly realized something. Wait a second, Fang Ming. How are you still talking? Zhou Xiaojia's expression darkened. In his understanding, even a fighter with a combat power of over 90 would struggle to breathe under this gravitational field. Yet Fang Ming stood there, as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll. Fang Ming, don't go too hard on him, Bai Susu reminded from the side. All right, Fang Ming replied calmly, slowly sliding his hands into his pockets. I won't use my hands. Fang Ming, don't use your feet too heavily either, Bai Susu added, her tone carrying genuine concern. Zhou Xiaoji's face turned crimson upon hearing this. He roared angrily. Bai Susu, what's that supposed to mean? Ghostly thunder. Fang Ming had no interest in further banter with Zhou Xiaojia. Activating his full combat power, his figure flickered, instantly appearing beside the wild boar. With a sharp, high roundhouse kick, he struck the boar's head. Bang! Whoosh! Zhou Xiaojia stood frozen in place, dumbfounded as he watched the scene unfold. What the hell? How is he so fast? Where's Hey Mimi? The summoned creature he had been so proud of had vanished with just one kick. The black cat, Hey Mimi, was sent flying with a single kick, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily into a large tree and disappearing into the distance. This scene left her owner, Zhou Xiaojia, utterly dumbfounded, his brain almost ceasing to function. He stared in disbelief at the ghastly thing that seemed to have transformed from Fang Ming, his mind roaring. Are you kidding me? My Hey Mimi is known for her durability. The power of light and darkness is perfectly integrated into her weight. How could she be sent flying with just one kick? Before he could recover, Fang Ming's figure vanished from where he stood. A streak of purple lightning sliced through the air, and in the next instant, Fang Ming was already behind Zhou Xiaojia. His fingers lightly brushed the back of the chubby boy's neck, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Using this method against others? Definitely thrilling. Looks like I need to learn a few more tricks from Loli Go. Zhou Xiaojia tried to move, but found his entire body paralyzed by the lightning. As the current wreaked havoc, his clothes began to tear apart, his face darkened, his hair stood on end, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Smoke even started to rise from the top of his head, leaving him in a pitiful state. Fang Ming, Zhou Xiaojia is actually a good person. Please go easy on him. Bai Susu softly pleaded, unable to bear the sight. Although she wasn't in combat mode, she seemed capable of some simple interaction as long as Fang Ming was present. Hearing her words, Fang Ming twitched his fingers slightly, sending a precise jolt of electricity directly to Zhou Xiaojia's carotid artery, instantly cutting off blood flow to his brain. The chubby boy's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. That was quite the lesson. Tang Yi sighed, rubbing her forehead. Given Zhou Xiaojia's physique, Fang Ming's restrained lightning would at most make him suffer a bit without causing any lasting harm. But the sheer humiliation of his state was deeply satisfying to witness. Finally, someone was able to put this unruly troublemaker in his place. As his teacher, she had tried disciplining him herself, but it never worked. And Fang Ming, a year younger than Zhou Xiaojia, had managed it effortlessly. Soon, Tong Sheng walked over with great enthusiasm and spat a mouthful of water onto Zhou Xiaojia's face. The chubby boy jolted awake and opened his eyes, only to meet Fang Ming's gaze. Ah, Captain Fang, what a coincidence. 5 minutes later, Zhou Xiaojia had changed into fresh clothes and tidied up his electrified hair. He was now soothing the kicked Hey Mimi while casting a resentful look at everyone around him. He had already learned of the fate of giant strength mountain reduced to rubble by Fang Ming's relentless strikes. Remembering how he had just boasted about slapping this extraordinary monster who could cut down the transcendent, Zhou Xiaojia felt like he had been courting death. It was as if he was an old man tying a noose, tired of living. So, you bunch of jerks intentionally didn't warn me just to watch me get beaten up? And you all seem to enjoy it. He scanned the group, then suddenly shifted to a touched expression. Only Bai Susu felt sorry for me, and kept asking Fang Ming to go easy. What a kind girl. I'm in love, in love. The group maintained their formation and continued toward the city. The conversation soon shifted to the issue of the three-body raccoon. I happen to have a very rare treasure that might solve the problem with the three-body raccoon, Fang Ming said. But it's expensive, and there's no refund whether it works or not. Want to give it a try? Sure, how much? Tang Yi asked, though she was strapped for cash. Still, she was willing to take a desperate chance. For $1 million. All right, but I might need 2 or 3 days to borrow the money. Deal. No rush for the payment. You can take the item first. Fang Ming retrieved a star soul orb from his beast space and handed it to Tang Yi. The orb shimmered faintly in the air, emitting a soft, gentle glow. 3 minutes later, Tang Yi's eyes lit up with uncontrollable excitement. This small orb could not only be stored in her beast space, but to her astonishment, her dormant companion, Ollie, immediately resonated strongly with it and began to absorb its energy continuously. As the contracted beast master of the tri-spirit fox, Tang Yi could keenly sense every subtle change in her bonded beast. This sensation was unlike anything she had experienced before, not a temporary, surface-level recovery, but a deep, fundamental restoration from the very core. She was utterly certain that the effects of this orb far surpassed any treasure she had tried before. How does it feel? Fang Ming asked earnestly, though he was confident in the orb's effects. It's amazing. Incredibly effective, Tang Yi replied, barely able to contain her excitement. Fang Ming nodded slightly, pausing for a moment before saying, your tri-spirit fox is indeed suffering from severe core depletion, and the condition has been ongoing for so long that the damage is quite extensive. I'm afraid one orb alone won't be enough for a complete restoration. Tang Yi instantly tensed up, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Fang Ming. Unfortunately, Fang Ming deliberately dragged out his words. This stuff is extremely rare, and I don't have much of it. He let a teasing smile play on his lips, clearly intending to lighten the mood with a little joke. However, Tang Yi's reaction caught him completely off guard. She suddenly dropped to one knee, assuming a formal military salute of the highest order. Fang Ming, she said in a solemn tone, her head slightly bowed. I implore you to help me resolve my bonded beast's condition. I swear on the name of the Phoenix Corps that I will repay you with unwavering loyalty whenever you need me in the future. Fang Ming quickly helped her to her feet and retrieved another star soul orb from his beast space. The tri-spirit fox is close to a 5-star level beast. and its prolonged core depletion has made the situation quite severe. One orb may not be enough. This is the last one I have. After it devolved this morning, my beast space only contains one fully synthesized star soul, and these 2 orbs. Thank you. Tang Yi accepted the orb, her eyes brimming with gratitude. It's nothing. Just remember 8 million. Oh. Tang Yi froze for a moment before realizing that it wasn't 4 million per treatment, but 4 million per orb. Still, in her eyes, curing Ollie was worth any price. Even 80 million wouldn't be too much. Bai Susu and the others had never seen Tang Yi so serious before, and their curiosity was piqued. As the team continued their journey, Tang Yi's past gradually came to light. She had once been a member of the Phoenix Corps, one of the 3 major military divisions. At the height of her career, Ollie had fallen ill. For a beastmaster whose bonded beast could slip into dormancy at any moment, it was impossible to continue fighting on the front lines. Although she could have transferred to logistics, Tang Yi chose a complete change instead. She declined her old commander's goodwill and turned down the pleas of her comrades, resolutely returning to Binhai, the school where she had been trained, to become an ordinary teacher. Perhaps this also explained why she had initially been so dismissive of some of Fang Ming's actions. It stemmed from her military mindset. Yet the longer she lived in the city, the more she missed her days in the military. Deep down, she was not someone who could settle for a peaceful life. She craved danger, battle, and the straightforward camaraderie of like-minded comrades, free from the scheming and deceit of city life. She longed to return to the army. So, when the hope of curing Ollie appeared before her, her determination to seize it made perfect sense. The scenery outside the car window sped past, and before they realized, the outline of Binhai City had come into clear view. Before parting, Fang Ming gave everyone a stern reminder not to reveal his situation to anyone. Don't worry, Captain Fang, Zhou Xiaojie assured confidently, patting his chest. You're our trump card. I'll handle the Golden League round-robin matches, and you can step in for the final battle to dominate. Fang Ming's lips curved into a gentle smile, but his gaze suddenly turned sharp. You're the one I trust the least. If you can't keep your mouth shut, I won't hesitate to make sure you never speak again. The chilling words sent a shiver through Zhou Xiaojie, the icy fear shooting up from his feet to his head. He quickly waved his hands. I wouldn't dare. After parting ways, Tang Yi immediately returned to school and added Fang Ming's name to the school team's official roster. However, she still needed to recruit another strong player, as Fang Ming had explicitly stated he wouldn't participate in the early matches, leaving the main lineup 1 member short. 2 days later, Fang Ming received 8 million yuan transferred by Tang Yi. With just a week left until the Yi family's grand auction event, the list of key auction items had already been publicly displayed across Binhai City. That afternoon, Fang Ming arrived at the association's underground forging chamber. As he pushed open the heavy iron door, the deafening sound of hammer strikes and the sparks flying through the air greeted him. On the forging platform, a glowing red curved blade was taking shape, its tip slightly arched upward, resembling a proud dragon raising its head. Under the strikes of the starlight hammer, intricate runes began to gradually emerge. The short-statured forging master wielded a massive black hammer, each strike carrying an astonishing amount of power. For 9 days straight, he had worked tirelessly, day and night, without a single moment of rest. Fang Ming's arrival didn't distract him in the slightest. In the forging master's world, there was only forging. This kind of focus, this level of dedication, was often where beasts surpassed humans. Not far away, on the display stand protected by a transparent glass case, 4 pieces of spirit gear were neatly arranged: the starlight bracers, starlight boots, starlight headband, and starlight earrings. The complete starlight set consisted of 7 pieces, but the starlight wings and starlight armor required a 4-star forging master to craft. Now, the only piece left to complete was the most challenging: the starlight blade. Through his spiritual connection, Fang Ming estimated it would take about 3 more days to finish. Without touching the equipment on the display stand, Fang Ming left the forging chamber. In his view, even with contracted beasts, there should be no master-servant hierarchy. Basic respect was essential. Taking out his phone, Fang Ming sent a message to Yi Xuangling. 3 days later, Spirit Cat headquarters, item exchange. All right, I'll be waiting. Yi Xuangling replied almost instantly. Fang Ming put his phone away and pondered for a moment. Although the Spirit Cat served as a middleman, the items were far too conspicuous. He still needed one final layer of security. After all, mutual assistance between people shouldn't be something to hesitate about. He opened a familiar yet long-unused profile picture on his messaging app. Teacher Jiang, how have you been lately? After a brief silence, the reply came. You still remember me? Of course I do. I've just been busy lately, so I haven't reached out. Cut the nonsense. I know you too well. Just tell me, a hat do you need? When it came to Jiang Xieying, Fang Ming always felt an inexplicable sense of closeness and trust, with no need for pretense. He briefly explained his plans to establish a workshop and his intention to auction off some valuable items. How valuable are we talking? Jiang Xieying asked. Fang Ming quietly observed the star soul before him and the never-before-seen three-star set components, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Ms. Jiang, he called softly to Jiang Xieying, who had just arrived. Jiang Xieying glanced over the equipment, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Did you rob the Alliance warehouse? So, what do you need me to do? Fang Ming cut straight to the point. Join the studio. Those three simple words immediately clarified Fang Ming's intentions for Jiang. Zhang wanted to leverage her influence to provide a shield for his studio. For her, such a request was hardly complicated. And what's in it for me? Tell me. Teacher, she asked with a playful glint in her eyes. Marry me. Haha, just kidding. It'll help. Jiang Xieying replied cheerfully. Ms. Jiang, thank you. Fang Ming said seriously. Also, I have something here that's only halfway done, and I'd like your help to improve it. Oh, what is it? Without further explanation, Fang Ming sent a file to her via WeChat. At that moment, Jiang Xieying was comfortably reclining in a chair in the Jiang family's private laboratory in Kyoto, a relaxed smile on her face. However, as she opened the file, her smile gradually froze, replaced by an expression of shock. The concise research outline contained all the key information. Hypotheses about pseudo-excitatory states, special route simulations, the solidification process of the Azure Reed's unique path, and even detailed records of a special species called electric spirit reed. Fang Ming, I can't accept this, she immediately messaged him. Ms. Jiang, you must. You've always looked out for me back in Binhai, and am very grateful for that. Besides, I'm not the right person to publish this research, you know why. Jiang Xieying hesitated for a moment, and Fang Ming added, Ms. Jiang, if you join my studio, this research can be attributed to it. Would that work? Deal, she replied excitedly. For Jiang Xieying, this was a golden opportunity. Although she had gained some fame in Kyoto through the Dream Mirror of Heaven, achieving the title of Evolution Master still seemed out of reach. With this groundbreaking research on pseudo-excitation, nothing could stop her from becoming the youngest Evolution Master in the Alliance. Fang Ming was equally satisfied with the outcome. The Ghost Slayer studio now had an official Evolution Master, and Jiang Xieying's background was enough to deter any potential threats. Once this research was published, the studio's reputation within the Alliance would skyrocket, far faster than through gradual efforts. With this development, along with his status as a member of the Extraordinary Squad, Fang Ming no longer had anything to worry about. If trouble arose, he was ready to face it head-on, and if things got out of hand, he could always summon the tide of 10,000 ghosts who could stand in its way. 3 mornings later, on the 33rd floor of the Binhai Tower, at the headquarters of Lingmao Mall, Fang Ming stood in the spacious, brightly lit conference room, swiftly completing the handover of auction items and signing agreements with Yi Shuangling. 6 auctioned items were neatly arranged on the table, glowing faintly under the morning light. A crystalline mountain heart, a pair of intricately patterned starry bracers, a pair of sleek starry combat boots, a sharply contoured starry headguard, and 2 star souls, radiating a mysterious light. This is a 3-star set of spirit gear? Yi Shuangling's voice trembled slightly as she stared at the starry series in front of her. Beside her, Yin Xiaoyan couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Though it was only a 3-piece set, such high-grade spirit gear was unprecedented in the entire Binhai region. Even more astonishing, this starry set had never been seen before across the entire alliance. As for the 2 star souls, even the Yi family had gone to great lengths to acquire one for their auction finale, yet Fang Ming had casually produced 2. By comparison, the usually coveted mountain heart seemed far less remarkable. Fang Ming's decision for this transaction had been carefully considered. He had kept the starry blade despite its design leaning toward female users. Its sheer power was all that mattered. As for the exquisitely crafted yet slightly feminine clothing, bracers, boots, and earrings, he retained only a single blue star dragon earring. This earring not only featured a massive storage space, but also automatically activated a protective star dragon in critical moments, capable of withstanding attacks with power exceeding 100 combat strength. By evening, Fang Ming returned home and handed the star dragon earring and a simple spatial storage ring to Qingyu. Seeing his sister's delighted expression, Fang Ming felt a sense of warmth. After the Lu Yinsu incident, he realized that his protective instincts toward his sister might have been excessive. Qingyu was far more mature than he had imagined. Furthermore, the Alliance's protection policies for relatives of extraordinary teams had eased his concerns. Qingyu, keep the ring safe. It's a style designed for ordinary people, so it's less conspicuous. Don't show it off everywhere, Fang Ming reminded her. Qingyu nodded obediently, though her attention was clearly drawn to the delicate earring. The small blue star dragon was exquisitely lifelike, as if it might come to life at any moment. The shimmering light flowing within it was utterly captivating. Fang Ming explained seriously. This is a piece of spirit gear. While very few people might recognize it, you must wear it at all times. In moments of danger, it will protect you. What he didn't tell Qingyu was that if she ever became a beastmaster, she could use her spiritual energy to access the storage space within the starry earring. That's far larger than the memory capacity of this broken ring. As night fell, Fang Ming practiced his blade alone on the 37th floor of the Binhai Tower. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Luo Feng, the captain of the enforcement team. The screen displayed a photo of a silver invitation card for the Yi clan's auction gala. Luo Feng was asking if he needed it. Luo Feng knew full well that as a member of the extraordinary team, Ghostface would undoubtedly already have a gold invitation. But out of courtesy, he still felt the need to ask. This year's auction gala had stricter entry requirements than ever. Unlike previous years, when all beast tamers could attend, this time, attendees needed to meet one of three criteria: a combat power of 90, assets verified at 30 million, or a 3-star bounty hunter qualification. Of course, anyone holding a Yi clan invitation could bypass these requirements. The invitations came in 3 tiers: standard, silver, and gold. Members of the enforcement team automatically received silver invitations even though some were only 2-star beast tamers. Their unique status and influence made them valuable allies for the powerful families of Binhai. Fang Ming wasn't particularly interested in picking up the invitation, but since he was already at Binhai Tower, he decided to stop by the enforcement team's headquarters, a place he'd never visited before. His arrival caused a stir. On-duty members from all 3 squads immediately lined up, and even those on leave rushed back. Fang Ming didn't linger long. After briefly meeting the squad members and support staff, he accepted the silver invitation that Luo Feng handed over with great respect and left. That ghost face mask looks so eerie up close, like it's fused with his face. Judging by his build, he's quite young. He doesn't seem very interested in our headquarters, so he probably won't interfere much with our operations. Luo Feng immediately scowled. No gossiping about superiors. The affairs of the extraordinary are not for us to speculate on. Disperse, and remember your oaths, and don't forget Gao Ming's lesson. Yes, sir. The team quickly broke up. Chao Yang remained standing, staring in the direction Ghostface had left. As a member of Squad 2, he and Gao Ming were the only ones who knew that Ghostface was actually Fang Ming. Bound by the extraordinary team's gag order, Chao Yang wouldn't have revealed it even without the directive. He understood all too well what it meant for someone so young to hold such a position. Meanwhile, Fang Ming glanced at the 6 invitations stored in his spatial ring, chuckling to himself. In addition to the silver invitation from the enforcement team, he had another silver invitation from Tang Yi, a member of the Binhai University team. He also possessed the gold invitation from the extraordinary team, as well as 2 gold invitations and a diamond invitation from Yi Shuangling. The diamond invitation, reserved for the Yi clan's most important guests, was so rare that even someone of Yi Shuangling's status as the clan's legitimate daughter could only issue one. When finalizing the details of an earlier transaction, she had asked Fang Ming how many invitations Ghostface required for the auction. Offhandedly, he had said 3. That casual remark had resulted in this extraordinary gesture of favor. In Fang Ming's spatial ring lay 2 silver invitations, 3 golden ones, and 1 diamond invitation. As he examined these precious items, his phone suddenly vibrated. Lighting up the screen, it was Jiang Xianying's application to join his studio. With a simple tap of his finger, Fang Ming immediately approved the request. The system interface updated instantly, revealing the latest lineup of the Demon Slayer studio, 7 core members, each with their own expertise and remarkable skills. Fang Ming, as the founder, held dual roles as an evolution apprentice and a hunter. Ghost Mask specialized in hunting as a 3-star bounty hunter. Bai Susu served as the 3-star bounty hunter team captain, while Yuan Shi excelled in healing as a 3-star bounty hunter. Sun Yan, also a 3-star bounty hunter, was an expert in spirit forging. Additionally, there was the evolution-focused master blacksmith and the newly joined Jiang Xianying, a 3-star evolutionist specializing in urban bounties. The studio's performance record boasted impressive achievements, a significant number of completed 1-star and 2-star missions. Their affiliated businesses were thriving, with 2 successful ventures under their name, Mischievous Net and Spirit Cat Mall, both enjoying booming operations. Their combat record was equally remarkable, with 8 3-star beast tamers and 10 2-star beast tamers eliminated, along with the completion of an exceptionally rare regression mission. Fang Ming noted the growth in their combat statistics and attributed it to the contributions of Sun Yan and her husband. Since their return from the last wilderness hunt, the couple had made extraordinary progress, both reaching the peak of the 3-star level. Their outstanding performance in urban bounty missions earned them the title of 3-star bounty hunters. However, the transcendence barrier loomed before them like an insurmountable chasm. Fully aware of the challenges of breaking through, the couple decided to pause their wilderness adventures, focusing instead on taking bounty missions within the city. This approach allowed them to accumulate wealth while patiently waiting for the right opportunity to advance. Their measured and composed attitude was a testament to their wisdom. With just 4 days remaining until the highly anticipated auction feast, Coastal City was teeming with experts. Strangers from other cities could often be spotted on the streets, and major families had summoned back their elite forces stationed in the shadow world and other dimensions. The entire city had turned into a simmering volcano, ready to erupt with astonishing energy at any moment. No matter how turbulent things got in Binhai, Fang Ming always maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Every morning, rain or shine, he diligently completed his regression training. After breakfast, he would head straight to the headquarters of the extraordinary squad to practice his sword skills. The headquarters had been particularly lively these past few days. With the upcoming auction gala, not only were first-level responders on duty, but even second- and third-level members had stayed in the city. Even the squad leader, Lu Changkong, who was usually elusive, had been hanging around the base almost every day. With a group of idle, extraordinary individuals gathered together, playful banter and mischief were inevitable. Whenever Fang Ming practiced his swordsmanship, a crowd would gather to watch. "Look at Ghostface Stancido, and it look like he's trying to poop?" the judge asked with a straight face. The werewolf immediately retorted, "No way. Pooping is at least a relief. Look at him's clearly constipated." Fang Ming ground his teeth in annoyance. "I'm practicing here. Can't you find somewhere else to fool around? Stop hovering around me." With that, he spun around, his sword pointing directly at the werewolf, his desire to strike suddenly heightened. The werewolf chuckled at his reaction. "You've got some nerve, kid. You beat up my younger brother a few days ago, and now you're thinking of cutting me down too." It turned out that Zhou Xiaojia, despite Fang Ming's earlier warnings, had gone back and told his older brother what had happened. Now the werewolf knew that Ghostface was none other than this unassuming sophomore student. Sword practice was grueling, especially when holding a poised buttoned striking stance. The mental strain of such restraint was even more torturous than continuous striking. Whenever exhaustion set in, Fang Ming would switch to a swordsmanship training mode, dodging incoming small projectiles without striking back, honing his agility and footwork in the process. In his free time, he would chat with the others, though he mostly listened to their boasts and stories. Through these conversations, he gradually learned more about the members of the extraordinary squad, such as the reserved and aloof sand sculpture. This young man had been adopted by Lu Changkong at the age of 10, along with another child named Xiao Qi. However, due to certain events, sand sculpture now harbored deep resentment toward Lu Changkong. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Yi clan's auction gala officially commenced on this morning. Surrounding the Yi clan's ancestral residence, a massive venue purpose-built for the event stood majestically. Fang Ming arrived slightly late, finding the parking lot packed with luxury cars. Many powerful individuals had summoned their contracted beasts to showcase their prowess. He even saw enormous flying beasts descending with gusts of wind, something normally prohibited in the city's airspace unless one held special privileges. In contrast to the ostentatious displays, Fang Ming remained low-key. Calmly, he presented a silver invitation and entered the venue, known as the Yingjiang Gala. This grand structure had 3 levels. The first floor was the general area for most attendees. The second floor was exclusively for silver invitation holders, and the third floor consisted of opulent private suites perched at the top, offering a panoramic view of the entire venue. These suites were reserved for gold invitation holders and special organizations, such as the City Enforcement Team and the Beast Taming University, which each had their own designated rooms. Under the concealment of the Abyss mask, Fang Ming sat down at the edge of the first floor of the auction hall. The spacious seating arrangement made the entire space exceptionally comfortable. As he glanced around, a familiar pat on the shoulder interrupted his thoughts with delight. "Fang, Ghost Mask, brother." Turning his head, he was greeted by the sight of his old comrades in arms, Sun Yin and Yuan Qi. Fang Ming immediately stood up to welcome them. Though his face was obscured by the mask, the genuine joy in his demeanor was unmistakable. "Brother Yuan, Sister Yin, you're here too. Come, sit over here. Ghost Mask, with your status, why not head to the second floor? Getting a silver invitation card would be a breeze for you," Yuan Qi remarked. Fang Ming replied nonchalantly, "No need. It's livelier down here." Yuan Qi and Sun Yin, long familiar with his modest nature, nodded in understanding. The 3 of them quickly began catching up on recent events. Nearby, a well-dressed man in his 30s, wearing a tailored suit, glanced at them briefly before returning to his silent wait for the auction to begin. Before long, the large glass panels surrounding the hall suddenly dimmed, blocking out all external light. The venue was plunged into brief darkness, followed by a cascade of lights pouring down from the ceiling, converging on the center stage. A distinguished middle-aged auctioneer took the stage. After a succinct opening speech, he went straight to the proceedings. The first item was brought onto the stage under the bright lights, with its high-definition image projected onto a massive screen behind it, accompanied by detailed textual descriptions. The auctioneer's voice, resonant yet warm, echoed through the hall, sparking murmurs among the attendees. The opening item, the Wind Spirit Emblem, was an impressive choice. As a rare 3-star spiritual artifact, it significantly enhanced speed, making it invaluable for both pursuits and escapes. Even more remarkable, it could be infinitely recharged and reused. Following the tradition of the Yi clan auction house, the first and second floors adopted the classic method of verbal bidding. Voices called out in quick succession. 12 million, 13 million, 13.5 million. The price surged rapidly, slowing only after reaching 18 million. Finally, it was claimed by a buyer on the second floor for an astonishing 19.2 million. This price was undeniably high after all. The market value of a 3-star wind spirit emblem typically hovered around 16 million. However, even with money, such items were not always easy to acquire. For most Beastmasters, 19.2 million was an astronomical sum. They often prioritized investing all their resources into enhancing their own strength, sometimes even foregoing luxuries like a few $1 million spatial rings. Take the average students at Binhai University. For instance, reaching 3-star status before graduation was already considered excellent. This wasn't purely a matter of talent, but largely due to financial constraints. Their beast cultivation relied heavily on the natural, albeit extremely slow, growth of their contracted beasts while they slumbered in the beast space. If Fang Ming hadn't earned his first fortune by reversing the operation of the Eye of the Stars, he would still be a penniless young man, struggling to afford even a kilo of dark remnants priced at 11,000 to feed his little companion sparingly. Those who could casually produce 19.2 million in cash were undoubtedly the top elites in the field. The atmosphere at the auction house was electric. The first item, the Wind Spirit Crest, was sold at an astronomical price, completely igniting the energy in the room. Although the subsequent items were not as rare as the Wind Spirit Crest, each was a rare treasure, showcasing the immense effort the Yi family had put into preparing this auction feast. Time flew by, and it was almost noon. On the auction stage, a Heart of the Mountain was being fiercely bid on, one of the most valuable items of the morning. Brother, it's the Heart of the Mountain. A mid-grade earth element crystal. This is a rare find. Yuan Qi exclaimed excitedly, his enthusiasm, which had been simmering all morning, now reaching its peak. Fang Ming chuckled lightly. Don't bother looking. You can't afford it. Fine, you're rich. Yuan Qi pouted. But even if you could afford it, it cost you a fortune. At this point, the bidding for the Heart of the Mountain had already soared to 14 million. Its market price was roughly 12 million, but due to the lack of Gobi deserts and highland terrains around the coastal region, mid-grade earth element crystals like this one were extremely rare. Only in the unique environment of the Eye of the Demon could such a variety of beasts be found. Finding a second giant strength mountain beast was nearly impossible, which drove the bidding even higher. Why would I buy it? Fang Ming's expression remained calm. This is one of the items I put up for auction. Yeah, right? You can't afford it. Wait, what did you say? Yuan Qi finally processed Fang Ming's words. After confirming he wasn't joking, Yuan Qi and Sun Yin were left with nothing but envy in their eyes. Rich people really are something else. The things we drool over are just spare goods to them. Filthy rich. In the end, the Heart of the Mountain was sold for a staggering 14.8 million. Throughout the morning, Fang Ming and his two companions observed quietly, chatting and expanding their knowledge. Many of the auctioned items were things Fang Ming had never even heard of, but since they didn't align with his current needs, he refrained from bidding. As for Yuan Qi, he was tempted by everything but held back due to his empty pockets. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the Spirit Crystal. Please take a look. Fang Ming, who was enjoying the lunch provided by the Yi family, suddenly froze. He hastily set his food aside, his gaze fixed on the screen. The Spirit Crystal. This was an essential consumable for a mechanical spirit forger's fourth skill talent sharing. Each activation required one crystal. Such a rare item was something most people had never even heard of. Fang Ming had searched all over the coastal region for it before, but to no avail. At the time, his forging master had been busy in the underground forging chamber, so Fang Ming had temporarily shelved his search. The item's purpose has been explained. Interested parties, please place your bids promptly. This is an exceptionally rare item, so seize the opportunity. Starting bid is 3 million, with a minimum increment of 50,000. Bidding starts now. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the room fell into a brief silence, as if the item had garnered little interest. This was precisely the scenario Fang Ming had been hoping for. This item, though rare, has very niche applications and limited demand. The auction hall was brightly lit. Suddenly, a booming male voice echoed from a private box on the second floor. 3.1 million. No sooner had he spoken than a slightly aged voice from another box on the same floor called out. 3.2 million. A trace of excitement flickered in the auctioneer's eyes. Spirit crystals were notoriously rare and often struggled to find buyers. Yet there were now two bidders competing for a promising turn of events. 3.5 million. The first man raised the bid by 300,000 without hesitation. 3.6 million. The older gentleman followed closely. 4 million. The man sharply increased his offer, clearly aiming to end the bidding quickly. The older gentleman fell silent, seemingly weighing his options. 4 million, going once. The auctioneer had barely finished speaking when the older man finally responded. 4.1 million. 4.2 million. The man countered immediately. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Just as the auctioneer was about to declare the sale, a clear and steady voice suddenly broke through. 5 million. The bid came from Fang Ming. His sudden intervention startled Yuan Shi, who was sitting beside him. Yuan Shi spat out the food in his mouth in shock, fumbling to clean up the mess while staring incredulously at the usually quiet young man. Fang Ming's move was far from impulsive. He had noticed how eager the man on the second floor seemed to acquire the spirit crystal. If the bidding continued in small increments, the final price could climb even higher. By offering 5 million outright, a figure at the upper limit of the market value, Fang Ming forced his competitor to reconsider. Sure enough, the man on the second floor showed signs of hesitation. It was clear he had other must-have items to bid on and didn't want to exhaust his budget here. Besides, with the market price for spirit crystals ranging between 3 million and 5 million, further bidding would no longer be worthwhile. In the end, the spirit crystal was secured by Fang Ming. Although it wasn't his primary goal, was more interested in acquiring a high-grade spatial core to enhance his beast taming space. It was still a valuable acquisition. After all, the beast taming space was the foundation of any beast tamer, and for someone like him, who had 3 specialized 3-star contract beasts, its enhancement was even more critical. Curious glances were cast in his direction, but in a setting like this, it wasn't unusual for someone to spend 5 million. Hey, brother, what are you planning to do with that spirit crystal? Yuan Shi and his wife, Sun Yan, both looked at him inquisitively. Just for decoration, Fang Ming replied casually. Naturally, he couldn't mention its connection to a forge master. Show off, Yuan Shi muttered under his breath. The auction continued, now stretching into the early afternoon. Despite the long hours, the auctioneer remained energetic, a benefit of his beast tamer physique. The next item up for auction, Hammer Shadow Elegance. The transparent dome slowly rose, revealing a faintly glowing blue light shimmering within. All eyes were drawn to the center, where a palm-sized hammer-shaped spirit hovered silently, radiating a soft, ethereal glow. A spark of excitement flickered in the eyes of the distinguished guests who had bonded with weapon beasts. This was the legendary Hammer Shadow Elegance, a rare and extraordinary artifact that was nearly impossible to encounter. The auctioneer's steady voice broke the silence. This artifact was formed over countless years through unique conditions and methods after the death of an extraordinary level hammer-type beast. Its greatest value lies in its ability to significantly enhance the chances of hammer-type weapon beasts breaking through the extraordinary barrier. The starting bid is 10 million, with a minimum increment of 100,000. The moment these words were spoken, the previously subdued auction hall erupted into a fervent buzz. For the beast tamers present, the extraordinary barrier was akin to an insurmountable chasm, and the Hammer Shadow Elegance was the key to overcoming it. Such a treasure, in previous auctions held by the Yi family, often surpassed even the finale items like spirit armor in importance, showcasing the unparalleled resources and connections of the most prominent family in Coastal City. Within the Yingjiang Banquet Hall, beast tamers specializing in hammer-type weapon beasts were ablaze with fervor. Among the attendees were exclusively 3-star bounty hunters or powerhouses with combat ratings above 90, many of whom had reached the limits of 3 stars, just a step away from the extraordinary realm. The 4-star extraordinary level was a realm reserved for true elites, representing a whole new world. 12 million. The first bid boldly leaped by 2 million. 12.5 million. 13 million. 14 million. The bid skyrocketed like a runaway horse, finally slowing down around 16 million. Everyone understood that the true value of the Hammer Shadow Elegance could push the price to around 18 million. The real competition was only beginning. At this moment, Yuan Shi, seated beside Fang Ming, was flushed with excitement, gripping the armrests of his chair so tightly that his knuckles turned white. If not for the auction hall's specially reinforced materials, the armrests might have already crumbled under his strength. The reason was simple: his contracted beast was a 3-star peak Gale twin hammer beast, and the Hammer Shadow Elegance was practically tailor-made for him. Before arriving, Yuan Shi had reviewed the auction catalog, but it only included basic information. Treasures of this caliber, worth tens of millions, were often kept as surprises by the Yi family, except for intentionally disclosed items like star souls and spirit armor. What thrilled him even more was that he actually had the means to compete for it. After the Demon's Eye operation, Yuan Shi and his wife had come into a sudden fortune. During that mission, Fang Ming claimed the Red Demon Stone, while the remaining 3 members split approximately 20 million in loot. Coupled with their existing savings and recent bounties, and after deducting the cost of upgrading the Gale Twin Hammer Beast to its 3-star peak, the couple had brought a total of 18.2 million in cash to the auction. 17 million. Yuan Shi called out in a deep, determined voice. At the auction, a man in a suit who had remained silent until then suddenly spoke up, firmly announcing a bid of 17 million. The number reverberated through the room, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. It was clear that he was determined to win the Chui Ying Feng Hua piece. Yuan Shi turned to look at the bidder, his brows slightly furrowed. Although he had brought 18.2 million with him, his gut told him it might not be enough. The bids continued to climb. 17.2 million. 17.3 million. By now, the earlier aggressive bidders had fallen silent. As desirable as the Chui Ing Fenghua was, it had exceeded their financial limits. The man in the suit raised his hand again. 18 million, he declared, his voice resolute. Yuan Shi knew that if he didn't act now, he'd lose his chance. Straightening his back, he raised his right hand high and called out, 18.2 million. His voice was confident and steady, as if the extra 200,000 was insignificant to him, exuding an air of composure. In truth, this was every last bit of his savings. All eyes turned toward the first floor section, and the crowd murmured in astonishment. A buyer willing to bid millions in one go was a rare sight in the first floor area. It was well known that Yuan Shi and his wife, both peak-tier 3-star beast tamers, were among the best below the extraordinary level. However, accumulating such wealth was no small feat. Their fortune was largely thanks to a lucrative adventure in the Demon's Eye with Fang Ming. This highlighted the financial struggles of low-star beast tamers. 18.2 million. Bidder number 91 has offered 18.2 million. Any higher bids? 18.2 million going once. 18.2 million going twice. The auctioneer's voice echoed through the hall. 18.3 million. The man in the suit delivered his bid like a hammer blow, striking Yuan Shi's chest. He slumped into his chair, utterly drained. His wife, Sun Yan, immediately grasped his hand to comfort him. Yuan Shi shook his head with a wry smile. They had done all they could. They couldn't offer a penny more. The man in the suit smirked, having seen through Yuan Shi's predicament. He had gambled correctly. His opponent had only brought 18.2 million. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, a clear voice broke the silence. 20 million. A collective gasp swept through the room. Guests in the third-floor boxes leaned toward their windows, trying to identify the source of the voice. It was Fang Ming, the mysterious figure wearing a ghost mask who had earlier won the spirit crystal for 5 million. Brother, what are you? Yuan Shi turned to Fang Ming on his left, stunned. Fang Ming smiled. Brother Yuan, consider it a loan from me. Thank you. Yuan Shi expressed his gratitude earnestly. He knew Fang Ming was powerful, but had never considered asking him for financial help. After all, with Fang Ming's immense strength, his own resource demands must be significant, and he likely had his own treasures to acquire. The man in the suit standing to the side looked as dark as a storm cloud. Watching the treasure he had his eyes on slipping away, a surge of anger began to rise within him. The bid had already reached 20.10 million, far exceeding expectations, yet the opponent still showed no signs of backing down. Fang Ming slightly tilted his head towards Yuan Shi, giving him a subtle look that signaled he could raise the bid on his own. Yuan Shi caught on, exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Yan, and decisively announced, 20.20 million. The man in the suit's face twisted instantly. As an out-of-town buyer who had come here with high hopes, he had been confident about acquiring the hammering elegance. The price of 18 million was already outrageously high, yet it had now soared to 20 million, and someone was still refusing to give in. He vividly remembered how the masked stranger had earlier raised the price of the spirit crystal to 5 million without hesitation. Meanwhile, he himself only had 20 million in his account and a mere 100,000 in cash stored in his spatial ring. Realizing that hammering elegance was slipping further away from his grasp, the man in the suit could no longer contain his fury. He turned to Fang Ming with a dark expression, his voice laced with threat. My friend, someone who can't even make it to the second floor yet has the spare cash to lend others. Be careful that you don't miss out on something you truly need later because of a few million. Consider this a word of advice. Don't ruin yourself. Fang Ming chuckled lightly. Aren't you also on the first floor? We're all in the same boat. Huh? Yuan Shi immediately retorted, stop pretending to be a big shot. Just hearing your accent, it's clear you're not local. Dressed to impress, but in the end, you're just a nobody spouting nonsense. This blatant mockery made the man in the suit seethe with anger. Back in his own territory, he was a respected figure. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He quickly pulled out a silver invitation from his spatial ring and waved it in Yuan Shi's face. I simply couldn't be bothered to go to the second floor. You're the ones who judge people by their appearances. Yuan Shi was briefly taken aback, but soon recovered, ready to fire back. Just then, Fang Ming's expression turned intrigued. He calmly retrieved an item from his spatial ring. A silver invitation? I've got one too. He casually waved the silver card in his hand. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a deep blue cloak seated in the front row turned around, speaking in a lecturing tone. Young man, it's better to stay humble and modest. You've already won the bid, why not let others have their say? Fang Ming, unfazed, smiled instead of showing anger. He continued pulling items from his ring. Another silver one. Is this enough? Wait, there's more. A golden invitation appeared in his hand. A gold onito, you have one of these? Hold on, I'm not done yet. He revealed a second, and then a third golden invitation. Finally, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Fang Ming produced an invitation encrusted with diamonds. Is this grand enough? Do I now have the right to speak my mind? The cloaked man laughed awkwardly and quickly turned back around. He had seen it clearly. Aside from the diamond-studded invitation, which had never even heard of before, all the others were undeniably authentic. This item is crafted from a unique material, with every carving and inscription meticulously processed using special techniques. The craftsmanship is so exquisite that it leaves no doubt about its authenticity. The man in the suit immediately lost his arrogance, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. The fury in his heart was extinguished in an instant, replaced by deep unease and fear. As an outsider, he fully understood the consequences of offending someone who could casually produce multiple high-level invitations. Just as the tension among the group reached its peak, the auctioneer's gavel came down. The hammer's shadow gleam. It sold for 20.2 million. The buyer was Yuan Qi. A dedicated attendant promptly approached Yuan Qi's seat to finalize the transaction. Meanwhile, the spirit crystal that Fang Ming had previously won now rested quietly in his spatial ring. This time, he had lent Yuan Qi another 2 million. When Yuan Qi held the hammer shadow elegance in his hands, his fingers trembled slightly. Before meeting Fang Ming, he had never imagined having such an opportunity. He and his wife had fought for survival in the wilderness, with their only dream being to break through to the 3-star limit. Now, not only had that dream come true, but he could even see the dawn of the extraordinary path ahead. His gaze toward Fang Ming was filled with gratitude. Though he knew this debt of kindness would be difficult to repay, he hoped that if he ever reached the extraordinary level, he might reconnect with this mysterious masked youth. At this moment, Fang Ming had become the center of attention. As one of the top 10 highlight items in this auction, Hammer Shadow Elegance had been sold for an impressive 20.2 million, far exceeding its starting price. What stunned the crowd even more was Fang Ming's act of producing 6 invitations in succession, sparking widespread speculation about the true identity of this masked figure. Most people in the room had never even heard of the existence of diamond-level invitations. In the most luxurious private box on the 3rd floor, a young man stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the auction hall. "Dear sister," he turned to the beautiful woman seated beside an elder. "That diamond invitation down there, it was yours, wasn't it?" "I wouldn't know," Yi Shuangling replied calmly. "TCH." The man scoffed with disdain. "All our honored guests are accounted for, except for the one you gave away. I heard you handed it to some kind of studio." "And if I did?" Yi Shuangling retorted without hesitation. Their argument continued. Sitting at the head of the private box was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, dressed in a black martial arts uniform with gold trim. He was Jiang Ruoyan, the second-in-line heir of the prestigious Jiang family in Kyoto. Surrounding him were prominent members of the Yi clan, including Yi Duanshu, the clan leader, who wore a broad smile while engaging in conversation. Despite being over 50 and commanding half of Binhai's industries, Yi Duanshu was now reduced to fawning over a man 10 years his junior. This auction, part of the grand event to welcome Jiang Ruoyan, was merely the opening act to showcase the Yi clan's power. The true highlight awaited at tonight's banquet. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.